Hello everyone. I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 2 of the series. All of you, why are you still silent? Quickly take that cell phone or our lives will all be over. Xiao Bull shouted at the 23 shareholders whose name Bai Sheng just mentioned. 23 people immediately rose from their seats and headed towards Yichen. But before they arrived, suddenly these 23 people fell to the floor. What's wrong? Why is my body so heavy? One of 23 people complained that his body was heavy and could not be moved. Yichen let out his aura to suppress 23 of these people. Even though Yichen only used his little aura, that was enough to make these people lay limp on the floor. Xiao Bull was surprised. Seeing this, unfortunately he also couldn't open his mouth. Something like locking his mouth to not speak. You all should be there first. For a while Yichen then took a chair next to Zhao Jinshan. Yichen wanted to know more about Zhao Yanyan from Zhao's grandfather. The 5 people who were not involved with this were afraid of Yichen. They only dared to sit quietly in their place, and did not dare to speak. After 30 minutes Liu Yu and Liu Bing finally returned to the room. Before Liu Bing entered, Yichen had withdrawn all of his aura. This time behind Liu Yu and Liu Bing stand up with a dozen police officers. It looks like Liu Bing who has called this police cop. What is this actually? Liu Yu was very surprised to see 23 people lying on the floor. They looked very weak. You're back. How are things? Yichen asked the results of the investigation conducted by Liu Bing. As a result, after checking everything in this document is true, we also have pocketed the names of the names seen in it. Liu Yu said to Yichen. I also just mentioned Bai Sheng. He said everyone involved in it. Yichen showed Bai Sheng video that said people involved in embezzlement of company funds, including several employees. Liu Bing immediately took the cell phone from Yichen's hand. How can you get all this? Liu Bing was very curious about how Yichen could get all this evidence. Yichen is one step ahead of himself in uncovering this case. Yichen, does it matter where I get all this? Isn't it important that we succeed in uncovering all these bad guys? Yichen turned his gaze to the 23 people who lay limp on the floor. Liu Bing did not give up on knowing where Yichen got all this evidence from. Women's curiosity was very strong. Sometimes even women's curiosity could harm themselves. Tell me first where you got all this. Otherwise I will arrest you because I do not want to cooperate with the police. Liu Bing threatened Yichen. Just beat me and catch me. After all, I am the one who helped resolve the embezzlement case. Yichen held out his hand to challenge Liu Bing. Liu Bing took a handcuff and wanted to handcuff into Yichen's hands. Liu Bing, wait, there is another new policeman coming into the room. Here he is, the police commissioner in this city named Bei Wu. After getting reports from his subordinates that there was a case of embezzlement of large amounts of funds and handled by Liu Bing, Bei Wu immediately came to Li's company. Bei Wu was afraid that Liu Bing would solve this case in extreme ways. Considering Liu Bing is a criminal police who usually finishes his work in extreme ways. When Bei Wu came in, he saw more than 100 people lying on the ground. It seems like what Bei Wu was afraid of happened. Bei Wu shook his head. Police Liu Bing. From here I will take over the case. You may return to the station right now. Bei Wu told Liu Bing to just go back to the headquarters. Yichen, you are lucky this time. The next time I see you breaking the law I will never let you go. Liu Bing angrily handed over all the evidence to Bei Wu and left the room. Bei Wu approached Yichen and patted Yichen on the shoulder. Son, from now on you should be careful when meeting Liu Bing. That woman will definitely do the thing she said just now. Bei Wu warns Yichen to be careful with Liu Bing. Even Bei Wu, who is a commissioner in the police, is afraid of Liu Bing's background. Especially Liu Bing's identity is very special. Only a few people know Liu Bing's true identity. Thank you for the warning to the police station. Yichen thanking Bei Wu for warning him. Bei Wu nodded to Yichen then turned. Well, let's bring all the suspects back to the office. Bei Wu told all his men to bring the suspects into the car under the building. Yichen and Liu Yu also followed behind this policeman. In front of the building there were already many police cars parked. There were even some reporters who had been waiting. Hey! Let go! Do you not know that I am a rich man? I can make you lose your job right now. Some people who were arrested tried to fight when being herded into the car. The police did not care and kept putting the suspects into the car. Liu Yu massaged her forehead a little. She did not expect that the people involved in the embezzlement of funds of more than 100 people including its employees. It seems like Liu Yu had to start cleaning the company. Bei Wu, Miss Liu, we will bring these people to be examined. We will give the results to you as soon as possible. Liu Yu, well, am waiting for good news from you, Commissioner Bei. From inside the building, Yi Chen and Liu Yu saw the police taking these people away. Reporters who want to enter the building are stopped by security officers. Security officers do not allow reporters to enter into Jerdung. Huff. Liu Yu felt her legs gently fall backwards. For Yi to be behind her. Yi Chen opened her chest to lean against Liu Yu. You are okay? Yi Chen asked. Liu Yu, am just a little tired because of today's problems. Liu Yu released all the stress that she had kept alone. Yi Chen understood how much responsibility he had to bear on Liu Yu for this company. How about if I give massage? It might be able to relieve the stress you have. Yi Chen offered a massage to Yi Chen. Then let's go to my room to try it. Liu Yu invited Yi Chen to go to his office. Chapter 74, Massage Session for Liu Yu. Liu Yu brought Yi Chen into his room. Liu Yu's room still looked the same as before. Liu Yu sat on the sofa and let go of her high heels. Yi Chen, am ready, let's get started. Liu Yu really wanted to try the massage skills from Yi Chen. Yi Chen went behind the sofa occupied by Liu Yu. Yi Chen then placed both hands on both shoulders of Liu Yu. I will start, and Yi Chen began to massage Liu Yu. Ah! When Yi Chen started massaging, Liu Yu shouted. Is that too strong? Yi Chen asked worriedly. No. Just continue. Liu Yu shook her head and told Yi Chen to continue his massage. Yi Chen began to continue his massage. Liu Yu's muscular body was very stiff. Perhaps this was caused by Liu Yu, who rarely exercise, and the pressure of work every day. Liu Yu tried to hold back her voice so as not to leak out. For some reason the massage done by Yi Chen feels very delicious. This has never been felt by Liu Yu in his life. Liu Yu felt that her body was very sensitive. Even with just a slight touch of Yi Chen's body trembled. Liu Yu's breathing was getting heavier. The reason Liu Yu had become like this was because Yi Chen used the King's Heart technique to absorb pure yin from Liu Yu's body. Yi Chen hadn't even used the massage technique he learned from the King's Heart to please women. But Liu Yu had become like this. Ah! Yi Chen is even stronger. That feels really good. Liu Yu couldn't hold it anymore and shouted to ask more from Yi Chen. Because Yi Chen's request slightly strengthened his massage. Ah! 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 The room that had been quite quiet was now filled with a very sassy Liu Yu moan. Even Yi Chen, who heard the sassy moan from Liu Yu, could barely contain himself. Fortunately, this room had a pretty good sound isolation, so that other people outside could not hear Liu Yu's sassy moan. After 10 minutes, Yi Chen left the back of Liu Yu and went to the front of Liu Yu. Liu Yu's body sank slightly to the sofa. Liu Yu currently did not have the strength to sit up straight. Yi Chen took one of Liu Yu's smooth legs and put it on his lap. Yi Chen admired Liu Yu's sexy long legs. If Liu Yu wore stockings on her legs would definitely look even more stimulating. Yi Chen slowly began massaging Liu Yu's feet. Ah! Liu Yu, who had just rested, was once again stimulated by Yi Chen's massage, which made him moan again. Liu Yu wanted to make Yi Chen stop massaging her. But Liu Yu's body said differently. Maybe because Liu Yu's body really enjoyed this massage session. Finally, Yi Chen finished the massage session for Liu Yu. Liu Yu lay on the soft sofa, sweat soaking Liu Yu's entire body. Even though it was filled with sweat, Liu Yu's body still smelled sweet. The yin kai harvested from Liu Yu was quite a lot. Maybe because Liu Yu was an adult woman. That's why the yin in Liu Yu's body was more than the schoolgirl. Although Yi Chen's massage session was over, the effect on Liu Yu's body was not over yet. Liu Yu felt her body felt hot. Liu Yu's bottom was also very wet. It felt very uncomfortable. Liu Yu felt hundreds of thousands of insects crawling in her lower body. Liu Yu got up from the sofa and immediately hugged Yi Chen, who was next to him. Yi Chen was very surprised when Liu Yu suddenly hugged herself like a koala. Yi Chen, I want it, Liu Yu whispered in Yi Chen's voice in a very sweet voice. Hearing this voice, all of Yi Chen's bones became very gentle. If Yi Chen didn't know what Liu Yu wanted at this time, then he was an idiot. Liu Yu began to take off her own shirt. After removing the top of the shirt, Yi Chen could see a plain white bra. Wrapped in white bras were two breasts that developed very well. This size was even bigger than Liu Bing's and Zhao Yanyan. At least it's F-cup. Liu Yu embraced Yi Chen and placed his two mountain peaks on Yi Chen's chest. Wait. Liu Yu. We can't do this if it continues like this. Yi Chen is afraid of losing control of him. Ichi, do you hate me? Liu Yu wanted to cry out when Yi Chen refused it. The person he liked didn't want her. No. I like you only. Yi Chen was slightly confused to explain it to Liu Yu. Do you really like me too? Liu Yu was very happy when Yi Chen said he liked her. Yi Chen nodded to Liu Yu. The problem was that Yi Chen had Zhao Yanyan. Even though Zhao Yanyan disgusted him had another woman, but Yi Chen was still afraid that Zhao Yanyan could not accept when he was truly together with another woman. Chapter 75 Liu Yu can accept. Yi Chen looked into the eyes of Liu Yu, who was full of tenderness towards him. It seemed that Liu Yu loved him very much. No need to doubt that Liu Yu is a beautiful and smart woman. Liu Yu also has many pursuers outside, especially when Liu Yu was as naked as possible. Which normal man could withstand this? Yi Chen felt his body getting hotter. Yi Chen's younger brother began to raise his weapon ready to fight. Liu Yu felt something stabbing into his lower body. This thing was very big and hot. Liu Yu tried to hold this thing and then felt it. Ah! Yi Chen shouted as Liu Yu squeezed her little brother with a strong enough. Liu Yu immediately understood what the object she was holding was. Ah, sorry. Liu Yu apologized and immediately released her hand from Yi Chen's younger brother. Liu Yu's face was red like a tomato. This was the first time Liu Yu had held an object belonging to an opposite sex. It's okay, the atmosphere becomes awkward. No one wants to start a conversation first. Seeing this awkwardness, Yi Chen finally spoke first. Liu Yu, me. Before Yi Chen finished saying, Yi Chen's lips were pressed by Liu Yu's index finger. Yi Chen. You don't need to say it. I'm happy to know you like me too. I understand you already have a girlfriend who is much younger and prettier than me. How could you be willing to leave your beautiful girlfriend for me? Liu Yu remembered that Yi Chen already has a beautiful girlfriend. That's why Yi Chen couldn't be with her. Liu Yu and Zhao Yanyan are beautiful and kind girls. I like you too. The problem is that one of you may find it difficult to share the same man. Yi Chen said. In this country it is very difficult to accept polygamy. Maybe Liu Yu will be very difficult to accept Yi Chen has another woman. Liu Yu laughed at this. Yi Chen. I didn't expect your appetite to be very big. You want to hug me and Zhao Yanyan on your arms. You're really bad. Hearing this, Yi Chen knew that Liu Yu could not accept this. Liu Yu brought her lips to Yi Chen's lips and whispered into Yi Chen's ears. Actually, I don't mind that. But are you sure that Zhao Yanyan's younger sister can accept us together? Liu Yu's tone was slightly seductive while whispering in Yi Chen's voice. Yi Chen scratched his cheeks. Then, well, actually Yanyan actually allowed me to look for lots of beautiful women. Hearing this from Yi Chen, Liu Yu was dumbfounded. Zhao Yanyan really allowed Yi Chen to look for another woman outside. In fact, Liu Yu wanted to tease Yi Chen with the words just now, but the answer Yi Chen gave astonished Liu Yu. If Zhao Yanyan really disgusted Yi Chen to look for a woman outside, then Liu Yu didn't need to be afraid to get in touch with Yi Chen. Considering Yi Chen was a capable man, there would definitely be many beautiful women who approached Yi Chen. Liu Yu was happy and hugged Yi Chen firmly. Yi Chen, what you said just now is right. Yes, Yi Chen nodded. Yi Chen. Can you make me your woman too? Liu Yu said with a little embarrassed. Yi Chen threw away all of his worries. Yi Chen hugged Liu Yu and started kissing Liu Yu. Liu Yu was not ready with Yi Chen's aggressiveness, but it felt extraordinary that Liu Yu was immersed in it. Yi Chen stuck his tongue into Liu Yu's mouth and guided Liu Yu's tongue. With Yi Chen's guidance, Liu Yu began to work together, both deep into a very pleasant kiss. The second kiss lasted for 10 minutes. After Liu Yu gasped, Yi Chen let Liu Yu go. Yi Chen lifted Liu Yu from his lap and laid Liu Yu onto the sofa. Husband, wait. How about we change the place? I feel this place is too open. Liu Yu began to call Yi Chen by the name of the husband. This building is indeed very high. But this is not the only tallest building in the city. If there are people using long-range binoculars, then they can look into this room. If that's what you want. How about we just go to my villa? Yi Chen called to go to the new villa he bought yesterday. Liu Yu nodded. This is for you. Yi Chen took a blanket from his storage room and handed it to Liu Yu to cover his body. Liu Yu did not know where Yi Chen pulled out this blanket. Liu Yu immediately wrapped herself in a blanket given by Yi Chen. Liu Yu did not understand why Yi Chen told her to wear this blanket. Yi Chen then carried Liu Yu like a princess. In the arms of Yi Chen, Liu Yu curled up like a little bird. This was the first time that Liu Yu had been treated this way by a man. Liu Yu was very comfortable when she was in Yi Chen's arms. Yi Chen brought Liu Yu to a window that could be opened. Yi Chen then opened the pane with his feet. Husband, what are you going to do? Liu Yu was very confused with what Yi Chen was doing right now. Yi Chen immediately jumped out the window. Liu Yu was very scared of what Yi Chen was doing right now. This is the top floor in this building. If it falls, there is only one possibility, that is death. Liu Yu is very scared and closes her eyes. Are we both dead? Liu Yu felt a cool breeze around her. It was like floating in the air. Liu Yu ventured to open her eyes. What Liu Yu saw after opening her eyes was extraordinary. Liu Yu seeing that she and Yi Chen were flying above the sky. This was the most extraordinary thing Liu Yu had ever seen. Husband, Liu Yu could not believe what she was seeing right now. Yi Chen could fly. Are you surprised? This is just one of my small abilities. You will be more surprised to see the ability of your husband. Liu Yu smiled and saw the scenery below. From up here the view was very beautiful. Even more exciting than when Liu Yu boarded an airplane. In just a few minutes Yi Hen brought Liu Yu back to his villa. Yi Chen went down and walked into the door of the villa. Liu Yu was still carried like a princess by Yi Chen. Yi Chen immediately headed to his room at full speed. After arriving in the room, Yi Chen threw Liu Yu onto a large, soft bed. Yi Chen forcefully pulled out the blanket that Liu Yu was wearing. Chapter 76. Yi Chen Liu Yu 1. Yi Chen let go of Liu Yu's plain white bra. The two big rabbits of Liu Yu looked very beautiful. Yi Chen started playing with the two big rabbits of Liu Yu. Ah! Liu Yu growled while enjoying Yi Chen playing with his two rabbits. Yi Chen began to squeeze and pinch Liu Yu's two big rabbits. Liu Yu did not stop growling as Yi Chen played with her two big rabbits. Yi Chen was not satisfied just playing with his hands. Yi Chen approached and sucked one of Liu Yu's pink cherries like a baby. Ah! Liu Yu came out when Yi Chen sucked his two pink cherries. Liu Yu's body trembled from the pleasure she had never felt before. Slurp slurp. Yi Chen continued to suck the two big rabbits of Liu Yu. Sometimes Yi Chen would bite. When Yi Chen bit Liu Yu's cherries, Liu Yu would shout in a sassy tone. After being satisfied playing with Big Rabbit Liu, Yi Chen immediately opened his clothes. Yi Chen's younger brother who was below had already raised his spear ready to fight. This was the first time Liu Yu saw a male meat stick. Liu Yu was very surprised when she saw Yi Chen's meat stick. Its size was not only long but also very big. Is that thing going into my body? Liu Yu was a little scared when thinking about that thing. Yi Chen helped Liu Yu to sit on the outside of the bed. Yi Chen then brought his younger brother closer to Liu Yu's face. Yi Chen took one of Liu Yu's hands and put it on his younger brother's. Let's touch, don't be afraid. Liu Yu felt this thing was so hot and so hard. The smell made her a little dizzy. You wife's movements of your hands are rising. Yi Chen coaxed Liu Yu to move his hands up and down. Liu Yu was a bit scared while holding this thing. Liu Yu ventured and did what was said by Yi Chen. Liu Yu began to move her hands up and down. Because one hand of Liu Yu was unable to hold this thing, Liu Yu had to use both hands to holding Yi Chen's younger brother. Yi Chen felt Liu Yu's gentle hands continued to move up and down on his younger brother. This felt very delicious. Liu Yu looked up. She saw Yi Chen's satisfied face. Liu Yu was very happy Yi Chen enjoyed the service from him. Liu Yu further accelerated her up and down movements. After 20 minutes Liu Yu's hands were very tired, but Yi Chen's younger brother still hadn't come out either. Is your husband still not? Liu Yu's hands are very tired. Yi Chen saw that Liu Yu was very exhausted helping her younger brother. Yi Chen lifted Liu Yu onto the bed and laid him down. Yi Chen helped Liu Yu take off her underwear. This was the last cloth on Liu Yu's body. After being released, Liu Yu was completely naked. Liu Yu was very embarrassed and tightly closed her legs. Liu Yu's hands also blocked the most important place of hers. Seeing this, Yi Chen smiled. Yi Chen opened Liu Yu's 2 legs to form a crash M. Yi Chen moved Liu Yu's hand. Beautiful. Yi Chen praised this beautiful work. Wrinkling the lower part of Liu Yu was more intense than Zhao Yanyan. Liu Yu's lower lip looked very fat. Yi Chen immediately put his finger into the cave under Liu Yu. Ah! The husband. Hold on. Liu Yu felt an electric shock on her body as Yi Chen stuck his finger in her lower body. Yi Chen then smoked Liu Yu's pink cherries while continuing to play with Liu Yu's bottom. From now on, Yi Chen used the art he had learned from the King's Heart technique. Liu Yu having great pleasure. Liu Yu felt herself flying to the 7th level. Her brain could not even think clearly anymore. In less than 50 seconds, Liu Yu had come out twice. Liu Yu's body shook violently. Yi Chen looked at the juice in his hand and showed it to Liu Yu. Yu's wife saw that there was a lot of water underneath you. Liu Yu was very embarrassed to see this. She did not want to be labeled a pervert by Yi Chen, but Liu Yu could not stand the Yi Chen technique. Let my husband rest for a while. Liu Yu wants to rest for a while to recover her strength. Okay, Yi Chen understood and let Liu Yu rest for a while. After 10 minutes, finally Liu Yu's body stopped shaking, and her breathing had begun to stabilize. Liu Yu, my husband is better. Let's continue. Yi Chen eagerly embraced Liu Yu. The main event was about to begin. Yi Chen grabbed his younger brother and rubbed it at the entrance of the Liu Yu cave. This stimulation was extraordinary. Liu Yu felt increasingly itchy in her lower body. Husband, what are you waiting for? I can't take it anymore. Liu Yu could not stand it anymore, and wanted to be immediately inserted by Yi Chen's big meat stick. Chapter 77. Yi Chen. Liu Yu 2. What wife do you want? If you don't say it clearly, I don't understand, Yi Chen said to Liu Yu. Liu Yu knew that Yi Chen was teasing herself. Husband. Gore bad. Liu Yu was very embarrassed to say. Say. If you don't say it clearly, I won't give it to you. Yi Chen continued to rub his meat stick to the entrance of the already very runny Liu Yu cave. Liu Yu's face turned even redder. Husband, make me your woman by using your big stick, Liu Yu said in a small voice. The wife says louder, I can't hear it clearly. Yi Chen continued to tease Liu Yu. Husband, do me with your big meat stick. My little hole wants your big stick. Liu Yu spoke louder so Yi Chen could hear it. Yi Chen smiled very satisfied. Yi Chen put his meat stick into Liu Yu's hole with a single jerk. Ah! Liu Yu feeling that her lower body was torn and it was very painful. Liu Yu's tears came out. Yi Chen's 11-inch stick drilled into the virgin cave of Liu Yu. Liu Yu's body stretched as Yi Chen put in his large meat stick. Does it hurt a little? Yi Chen asked while stroking Liu Yu's hair. Liu Yu felt extreme pain as if her body had been split into 2. Perhaps because Yi Chen's was too big. Yi Chen had to wait for Liu Yu's pain to disappear. After 5 minutes, Liu Yu had gotten used to Yi Chen's size and didn't hurt anymore. Husband, you can move. Liu Yu wanted Yi Chen to do it. Yi Chen nodded and began to move slowly. Liu Yu cave's hole was very tight. It squeezed Yi Chen's younger brother strongly. Ah! 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 Liu Yu felt very extraordinary when Yi Chen's meat stick struck the innermost part of the flower path. Husband, faster. Make me more comfortable. Ah! My hole will be destroyed by husband's big stick. Liu Yu's voice was like music in Yi Chen's ears. Yi Chen used the dual cultivation technique of the King's Heart and accelerated the pumping speed. Ah! 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 This is amazing. I will come out. Ah! In just a few minutes, Liu Yu immediately came out. Liu Yu's body cramped because it had just come out. Wife. We continue again. I still haven't come out. Yi Chen started his movements again and continued to pump his younger brother inside Liu Yu's honey cave. Ah, husband, wait, let me rest. Liu Yu tried to ask for mercy from Yi Chen. Yi Chen ignored it and continued to move within Liu Yu's flower path. Yi Chen tried various poses with Liu Yu and left a trace of their love in this room, starting from the floor, table and chairs. After more than an hour, Liu Yu had come out dozens of times. Why Yi Chen was still not out? Right now Yi Chen was sleeping comfortably and Liu Yu was driving it. Ah! The husband. This is incredible. Liu Yu was up and down on Yi Chen's body. Liu Yu's hand was currently pressing Yi Chen's burly chest. Wife, your hole is very tight. I feel like it will be squeezed by her. Yi Chen while playing with the two big rabbits belonging to Liu Yu. Husband, I want to kiss. Liu Yu looked down and kissed Yi Chen. Both of them kissed very greedy. Again Liu Yu came out. Liu Yu was exhausted and put her head into Yi Chen's chest. Husband, I'm tired, let's change positions. This position is very tiring for Liu Yu. Yi Chen lifted Liu Yu and laid Liu Yu on the bed. Yi Chen opened Liu Yu's legs and immediately put his large meat stick into Liu Yu again. Yi Chen pumped very fast. Every time Yi Chen's wand struck the inside of the flower path, Liu Yu felt like he was flying up to the seventh heaven. Dual cultivation with Yi Chen tastes so amazing. This can't be compared to normal sex. Ah, husband, yours is too big. It will kill me. Even though says that, Liu Yu still moves her waist and works the same as Yi Chen. Yi Chen's breathing grew more disorganized. Yi Chen felt that he would explode, so Yi Chen accelerated the pumping speed. Liu Yu, my husband will come out again. Yi Chen, let's do it together. Yi Chen accelerated his pumping movements again, and released all of his burden into Liu Yu's body. Ah! Liu Yu felt her body fill with a very warm liquid. Yi Chen's ejaculation continued for 40 seconds. Liu Yu's stomach was slightly inflated because it was filled with Yi Chen's young kai. Yi Chen didn't pull his younger brother out and hugged Liu Yu. Husband, that was great. I never felt that good in this life. Liu Yu looked very happy. Liu Yu could feel that Yi Chen's flesh stick began to swell in his body. This made Liu Yu very scared. Normally normal people would last a maximum of 15-30 minutes. But Yi Chen really could last for an hour and a half. Moreover, it was still as hard as before. Yi Chen suddenly burgeoning in his body. Husband, do you still want to? But I'm already very tired right now. Liu Yu complained to Yi Chen for being too strong. Yi Chen was delighted to see this. This was exactly the same as when he first conducted dual cultivation with Zhao Yanyan. No, let's just rest. Yi Chen embraced Liu Yu in his arms while Yi Chen's younger brother was still lodged in Liu Yu's body. Liu Yu nodded and huddled in Yi Chen's arms and fell asleep. Chapter 78 Mu Lanian. Yi Chen felt something tickle on his nose. Yi Chen opened his eyes and saw Liu Yu lying on his chest while smiling. Liu Yu used her rabbits to tickle Yi Chen's nose. Finally the husband woke up too. Liu Yu spoiled. Yi Chen looked at the clock beside the bed. The watch showed 8 o'clock at night. After doing dual cultivation, Yi Chen unconsciously fell asleep with Liu Yu. Glur! The sound of hungry stomachs rang out. You! Are you hungry? Asked Yi Chen. Liu Yu was very embarrassed. Liu Yu's face and ears were red like a tomato. From the morning Liu Yu did not eat anything. At this time her stomach was very hungry. Go to sleep. I will make dinner for you. Yi Chen awoke from the bed and immediately put back his clothes and pants. Yi Chen then went out of the room and headed to the kitchen on the first floor. Liu Yu felt her heart was sweet seeing Yi Chen treating herself so well. It was very rare to see a man cook for a wife. Feeling his body sticky, Liu Yu wanted to wash up as soon as possible. Liu Yu crawled towards the edge of the bed and wanted to get off this bed. When Liu Yu touched the floor with her feet, her lower body felt a little sore. Liu Yu tried to hold back the pain walking towards the bathroom with a limp. Yi Chen went to the kitchen, but seeing that the kitchen only had cooking utensils, Yi Chen scratched his head. Yi Chen almost forgot that he had not bought any food supplies after moving to this place. There is no other choice but to go to the nearest supermarket to buy groceries. Yi Chen checked Liu Yu's whereabouts using his spirit sensei. Seeing that Liu Yu was in the bathroom, Yi Chen pulled his spirit sensei. Well, I'll go there alone. Yi Chen went out of the villa by flying. Yi Chen was not too worried about Liu Yu's safety when he was in his villa, because Yi Chen had installed several arrays so that thieves and those who intended to be evil could not enter his villa, unless that person was strong enough to break through the array Yi Chen made. If there were people who broke through by force, then Yi Chen would definitely be able to find out. Yi Chen left the Gold Eagle district and flew to the nearest supermarket. Yi Chen finally found a supermarket that was quite large. Yi Chen went down and entered the supermarket. Fortunately, there are still a lot of fresh meat and vegetables for sale. Yi Chen wants to buy everything for supplies for the next few weeks. Yi Chen took various spices, special chicken meat and vegetables that were still fresh. Yi Chen put them all into the basket and went to the cashier to pay. Our master. There are some special offers. Are you interested in buying it? The lady cashier smiled and offered Yi Chen some discounted items. No need. Please calculate the bill for this item alone. Yi Chen didn't really need these discounted items. When calculating the goods, the female cashier's eyes almost never left Yi Chen. The female cashier realized that Yi Chen was very handsome. The female cashier has never seen a guy as handsome as this before. Seems like this is love at first sight. Women's cashier hearts are beating very fast. Yi Chen saw the cashier of the woman who was daydreaming while looking at he. Yi Chen did not mind this woman staring at he. The problem was the woman cashier did not see when she was counting the items Yi Chen wanted to buy, and instead counted the total purchases of others. Hey miss, you miscalculated. After Yi Chen's words, the female cashier immediately realized. The female cashier blushed, because what she counted was not the item Yi Chen bought. The female cashier immediately began counting from the beginning all the items purchased by Yi Chen, a total of $1,000. The female cashier gave the amount to be paid by Yi Chen. Yi Chen paid for everything, then took the items he bought and immediately left this supermarket. Handsome man, wait. Can we exchange contact information? Before the lady cashier could ask for Yi Chen's contact info, Yi Chen had already left the supermarket. The female cashier was disappointed because Yi Chen left too soon. After taking all the ingredients needed to cook, Yi Chen walked back to the villa. I finally found you, rotten man. A very cold voice thudded from behind Yi Chen's back. This sound can make people who hear it shiver. Yi Chen was not too familiar with this voice. Yi Chen turned around and saw the woman in the white phoenix shirt standing several tens of meters from Yi Chen. This woman was the woman who helped Yi Chen at the same time wanted to kill Yi Chen. Yi Chen had no idea that this woman would look for him. Oh beautiful fairy, long time no see. What do you want from this handsome man? Who are you to call a fairy? Know your place. The woman in the white phoenix dress was cold. So what should I call you? I don't even know your name, Yi Chen said helplessly. What's the use of knowing my name? Soon you will also die. But because this is your last request before death, then I will grant you. I am Mu Lanian. It turns out that this woman's name is Mu Lanian. Mu Lanian gives off a killing aura to Yi Chen. What Yi Chen did only seized the woman's veil. Wasn't the reaction from Mu Lanian very excessive? Sorry Miss Mu Lanian. I don't have time to deal with you. I still have things to do. Yi Chen turned around and waved his hand at Mu Lanian. Mu Lanian stared at Yi Chen even more coldly. Mu Lanian took out the sword from her storage ring and pointed it at Yi Chen. Be a man and die honorably. Beautiful fairy, Mu Lanian said like that, so Yi Chen would fight with him. But Yi Chen ignored her and continued walking towards his villa. Seeing Yi Chen, who completely ignored him, Mu Lanian disappeared from where she stood and appeared next to Yi Chen. Mu Lanian swung her sword and aimed at Yi Chen's head. Clank! Mu Lanian's eyes widened when she saw the splinters of her sword scattered before her eyes. Mu Lanian immediately pulled herself back several tens of meters. Mu Lanian could hardly believe what she had just seen. The man in front of her was using his teeth to destroy her sword. Mu Lanian's sword is not an ordinary sword. This sword is called the Blue Snow Sword. The Blue Snow Sword is very light, sharp and strong. To make the Blue Snow Sword, Mu Lanian used the best ingredients from the powerful magic beast section. The sword was forged by a famous spiritual twilight expert, so the quality was not in doubt. But the man in front of her, only by using teeth can he destroy his blue snow blade. This really makes Mu Lanian very surprised. Mu Lanian looked at Yi Chen like staring at a monster. Fairy Mu Lanian, I already said I don't have time to deal with you. Don't you understand me too? Yi Chen was angry and raised his voice. Mu Lanian blocked his path, which made Yi Chen angry. Right now Liu Yu was starving, so Yi Chen had to hurry back to the villa and cook food for Liu Yu. Chapter 79, Frozen Ice Sect. Rotten man. What kind of creature are you? Mu Lanian began to doubt that Yi Chen was human. Mu Lanian, fairy, are you blind? Isn't it clear that I am a human? And my name is Yi Chen, is not a rotten man. Yi Chen is not too happy when called by a rotten man by Mu Lanian. Mu Lanian, shut up. To me you are a shameless man who is very shameless. What is wrong with me that you label me as a shameless man? I have never even done anything bad to Yi Chen could not remember what made him in the stamp of a shameless man by Mu Lanian. Though Yi Chen had never even touched an incident in Mu Lanian's body. You are still trying to deny it. Ever since you took the veil from me. To me you are a shameless man. Mu Lanian pointed to the veil that covered her face. Oh come on. That only sees your beautiful face. Anyway it won't hurt you. After Yi Chen finished speaking, Mu Lanian looked at him with a killing look. You rotten bastard. You won't understand that. Mu Lanian let out a profound energy of ice and covered her entire body. The temperature around this place immediately dropped dramatically. Even the ground on Yi Chen's step was covered in ice. After hearing Yi Chen's words just now, Mu Lanian was even more angry. This was the first time Mu Lanian had lost his composure. For some reason when Mu Lanian talked to Yi Chen she always lost. Mu Lanian wanted to blow Yi Chen to pieces. Yu Lanian soared to the night sky. The deep ice energy in Mu Lanian's body also became stronger and stronger. In the sky Mu Lanian made 5 very large floating ice swords. At least still from the length of this sword 15 meters with a diameter of 1 meter. This time Mu Lanian sincerely wanted to kill Yi Chen. Mu Lanian used all of her profound energy to use this attack. Mu Lanian directed the 5 ice swords towards Yi Chen who was underneath Dai. Ice Sword of Destiny. Mu Lanian moved his 2 fingers forward and 5 flying ice swords towards Yi Chen. A very strong gust of wind was released by the 5 ice swords. While moving towards Yi Chen, Mu Lanian really did not play this time. With this much strength it was enough to destroy the building 100 meters away. Yi Chen put his shopping bag on the ground and soared to the sky. Now Yi Chen was above Mu Lanian. I don't have time to play with you. Let's finish this with one strike. Yi Chen then made a special move. Mu Lanian was very surprised to see Yi Chen being able to fly. Because the cultivator who could fly was only a cultivator in the Sky Realm stage. And even then in a limited amount of time. Yi Chen who was only in the 2nd stage of the Earth Realm could truly fly. Again Yi Chen opposed Mu Lanian's common sense. Mu Lanian repeatedly felt the level of Yi Chen's strength. But still it was only in the 2nd stage of the Earth Realm. Mu Lanian's Ice Sword of Destiny technique that would pounce on the ground immediately turned upwards and headed towards Yi Chen. The Ice Sword of Destiny truly will not release its prey unless the owner of this technique cancels it. The night sky that was previously starred, suddenly filled with thick clouds that are very concentrated. Yi Chen desolate palms first finger. Yi Chen pushed his palm forward with only 1 finger open. From behind the clouds a large palm with 1 finger appeared. The large palm that appeared from behind the clouds like a reflection from Yi Chen's palm when this desolate palm's technique radiates an intimidating ancient aura. Even Mu Lanian who was several tens of meters from the desolate palm's technique was shivering. Mu Lanian felt a very strong pressure released by this palm. Yi Chen's desolate palm's technique getting closer to Mu Lanian's Ice Sword of Destiny technique. Bam! Even before colliding with desolate palms. Mu Lanian's Ice Sword of Destiny was destroyed first. Desolate palms. Yi Chen was getting closer to Mu Lanian. Mu Lanian at this time could not move her body at all. Her body shivered and trembled violently. Mu Lanian was afraid and closed her eyes. Before reaching Mu Lanian, Yi Chen had withdrawn the power of Desolate Palms back. Desolate Palms immediately disappeared from this world. Mu Lanian is still being flown by the remaining power of Desolate Palms and hit the ground. Yi Chen immediately descended and saw the condition of Mu Lanian. At this time Mu Lanian was crouched on the ground with her eyes closed. 70% of Mu Lanian's white phoenix clothes were torn to shreds. At this moment Yi Chen could see the body of Jade Mu Lanian which was very perfect. Mu Lanian's eyelashes trembled slightly. Mu Lanian opened her eyes and looked at Yi Chen in terror. All pride in the eyes of Mu Lanian vanished instantly and is now replaced by fear. Mu Lanian does not have the confidence as before. Yi Chen walked over to Mu Lanian. Mu Lanian was afraid as Yi Chen walked over to her. Mu Lanian closed his eyes and resignedly accepted what Yi Chen would do to her. Mu Lanian could hear Yi Chen's footsteps approaching. Mu Lanian felt her body covered by something. When Mu Lanian opened her eyes, there was a coat that covered her body. Mu Lanian looked at Yi Chen very confused. The weather is getting colder, you should go back to your house. After giving the coat to Mu Lanian, Yi Chen turned around. Yi Chen took a shopping bag and rushed to leave this place. Mu Lanian was left alone in this place. Mu Lanian was in the process of what had just happened. It's very warm. Mu Lanian grabbed at the coat Yi Chen gave. Mu Lanian was very strange with Yi Chen, even though she had twice tried to kill him. But still Yi Chen was good to him. Your sister is okay, a voice came from the sky. After that there were two women coming down from the sky. These two women were wearing white phoenix clothes like the one in Mu Lanian. Both of them were also wearing a veil to cover their faces. Even though these two women's faces were covered with a veil, it still could not hide their beauty. Mu Lanian immediately turned around and saw these two women. Jiu, Sai, you two have returned. What about the transaction? The names of these two women are Mu Xiu and Feng Zai. Mu Xiu was raised by Master Mu Lanian when she was a child. When she was found, Mu Xiu was only 5 years old because she did not know her name. Then Master from Mu Lanian gave her name to Mu Xiu and entered it into the sect. Whereas Feng Zai entered the sect when he was 15 years old. The whole Feng Zai family was killed by bandits who made her homeless. One day Feng Zai met with a master from Mu Lanian, and after that Master Mu Lanian brought him back to the sect. Everything is going very well. But sister, actually what happened to you? Older Mu Xiu immediately asked me why Mu Lanian, whose entire shirt was torn and is currently wearing a coat. It's okay if I just met with a very strong senior. We swapped a few swords and the result I became like this. Mu Lanian ashamed to admit that she was defeated by a young man who was several decades younger. What the two women shouted with great surprise that Mu Lanian was defeated. Mu Lanian was the master of the frozen ice sect at this time. Only a few people were able to fight with Mu Lanian hand to hand. Mu Xiu and Feng Zai did not expect that in such a mortal place a great cultivator was hidden. Forget it. Let's return to the frozen ice sect. Mu Lanian extended her hand. The back of Mu Lanian's palm appeared a symbol. This was a magical beast contract. A large snow bird appeared in front of these three women. This bird had snow-white feathers. Let's go. Mu Lanian invited Mu Xiu and Feng Zai to ride this magic beast. All three climbed on the back of this large bird. The snow bird immediately flapped its wings and flew into the sky and left the city. Mu Lanian stood on the back of the Bursar bird and looked towards the city that was getting further away. Mu Lanian then muttered, Yi Chen, I will remember this name. After that Mu Lanian averted her gaze from the city. Chapter 80. Build a company. Yi Chen flew back to his own villa. Yi Chen immediately entered the villa and headed for the kitchen. Yi Chen searched for Liu Yu's existence by using his spirit sensei. It turns out that Liu Yu was still in the bathroom. Yi Chen started to cut chicken and vegetables. Then Yi Chen washed all the ingredients that had been cut. Yi Chen intended to make sauteed spicy soy chicken. Yi Chen turned on the stove and started to heat the water. After the water boiled, Yi Chen put some herbs into the water. The chicken that Yi Chen had washed was put into the seasoned water. After all the seasonings had absorbed, Yi Chen removed the chicken from the water. Yi Chen put the chicken into the skillet and started to stir-fry it. Yi Chen also made several other dishes as a compliment. After 20 minutes, the entire table was filled with food that Yi Chen made. It's time to call Liu Yu. Yi Chen went upstairs and went to his room. When Yi Chen entered, Yi Chen saw Liu Yu in front of the glass. Liu Yu was touching the skin with her hand. Yi Chen walked up to Liu Yu and hugged her from behind. Liu Yu was surprised Yi Chen was behind her. Wife, what are you doing? Husband, are you seeing something different from me? Liu Yu released herself from Yi Chen's arms and twisted her body 360 in front of Yi Chen. Yi Chen looked up at Liu Yu's body. Liu Yu now looked more glamorous than before. Liu Yu's skin now looked healthier and more beautiful than before. This was the effect of dual cultivation with Yi Chen. Only doing the dual cultivation of Liu Yu's body had been moisturized. Not only was the dual benefit of cultivation with Yi Chen, Liu Yu had also broken through to the level 6 condensation realm. Now Liu Yu had entered the beginning of the cultivator stage. Now, Yu's wife looks more beautiful. Yi Chen praised Liu Yu. You mean before I didn't look pretty, Liu Yu sniffed coldly and looked away, looking dissatisfied. It seems like Yi Chen mispronounced don't be angry. Yu's wife always looks beautiful all the time. Yi Chen approached and held Liu Yu's hand. Giggling, Liu Yu laughing, husband. Just now I just teased you a little. Liu Yu then hugged Yi Chen. After being satisfied, Hug Yu released Yi Chen. The food is ready. Let's go down. Yi Chen invited Liu Yu to go to the dining room on the first floor. Liu Yu trembled slightly while trying to walk. What is wrong? Yi Chen asked. Husband, isn't this your fault for being too rude while doing it this afternoon? Liu Yu complained to Yi Chen. Yi Chen understood. Liu Yu, who was doing the dual cultivation for the first time, must feel pain in that part. Every normal woman would be the same as Liu Yu right now. Yi Chen lifted Liu Yu and held her like a princess. I will take you down. Yi Chen then came out of this room and went down to the first floor. This was the second time Liu Yu was carried like a princess. Liu Yu, who was in the arms of Yi Chen, was very happy. After arriving at the dining room, Yi Chen lowered Liu Yu. Liu Yu saw several plates of food that were placed very neatly. The food on the plate looks good to eat. Sit down. Yi Chen prepared a sitting chair for Liu Yu. Liu Yu immediately sat on the chair Yi Chen had prepared. While Yi Chen sat opposite Liu Yu, both of them then began to eat dinner. When Yi Chen was about to take the food, he was stopped by Liu Yu. Liu Yu took what Yi Chen wanted and put it on a plate. Now it was Liu Yu's turn to serve Yi Chen to eat, both of whom ate very happily. Yi Chen, oh yes. Yu's wife. I forgot to say it. You are now a cultivator, so you can practice to become immortal from now on. Immortal. Liu Yu is a little confused about what Yi Chen just said. What is it that cultivator? Liu Yu never knew, because Liu Yu did not understand. Yi Chen explained to Liu Yu from the start. After Yi Chen's lecture for 20 minutes, Liu Yu finally began to understand. Oh, so from now on I can do things like those in martial arts drama. Liu Yu really likes martial arts films. Liu Yu always imagined she could fly and meet a handsome and great man on a cliff. And now Liu Yu has found him. Yi Chen, yes. It depends on how high your level is. For now you can't possibly imitate the scenes on TV. Anyway, you also haven't learned the basics from cultivators. Yi Chen explained to Liu Yu. Then husband, besides flying, what else can you do? Liu Yu was very interested in wanting to know. In the eyes of Liu Yu, Yi Chen could see the glitter of the stars. Yi Chen was helpless and showed a little of his abilities. Look carefully. Yi Chen raised his hand up. A fire appeared and covered Yi Chen's hand. You see, I can put out fire in all parts of my body. Yi Chen proudly flaunted it to Liu Yu. Hat. Seeing this amazing thing, Liu Yu applauded. Husbands are indeed great. You don't have to praise me one day. You can also be like me. Yi Chen then removed the fire in his hand. But if I can do it, I don't even know anything about the world of cultivators. Liu Yu was a bit pessimistic because she didn't know anything about the world of cultivators. I will guide you. As long as you have the determination, you can do everything. Yi Chen gave encouragement to Liu Yu. Yes, Liu Yu smiled and nodded to Yi Chen. After finishing eating, Yi Chen helped Liu Yu wash the dishes. Wife, I plan to make a small company. What do you think? Yi Chen asked Liu Yu, who is the business queen, for advice. A company? Why? Suddenly Liu Yu wants to know the reason Yi Chen wants to create a company. You know that to become a cultivator we need herbs to quickly move up. The price of herbs is also very expensive. We need money to buy it. Yi Chen had to resolve his financial crisis. Otherwise it would be very difficult for Xiao Yanyan and Liu Yu to increase their strength. Why are you confused? You can use my money. After all, now I am your wife. My money is also your money. Liu Yu did not mind the money used by Yi Chen, as long as it was for their benefit. Yi Chen shook his head. No. I can't use your money. As a man I also want to make my own money. As an independent man, Yi Chen wanted to make money. Yi Chen didn't want to use the money that Liu Yu earned with hard work. Yes, I understand. Liu Yu did not expect Yi Chen to be this adult. If it was replaced by someone else, they would definitely be very happy to use her money. Liu Yu will always support Yi Chen's decision. Then what do you want to create a company for? Liu Yu wants to know what company Yi Chen will make. I want to make a cosmetic company. What do you think? Since returning to Earth, Yi Chen has always wanted to create a cosmetics company. Yi Chen has several recipes for making beauty creams and ointments that have extraordinary effects for beauty. Chapter 81, Unexpected Visitors at Night. I think that's pretty good. Then what product do you want to sell? Liu Yu asked what beauty products Yi Chen had for sale. I have several beauty recipes that are ingredients that are easy to get. For example, Yi Chen took an ointment from inside the fairy gate storage room. I named this the Quichu ointment. This salab effect can remove scars. So that there are no more visible marks, Yi Chen explained the effect of the Kwaku ointment to Liu Yu. Liu Yu was a little surprised to hear the effects of the Kwaku ointment. Currently on the market, salve like this can only remove 7,080 of the scars. That means there will still be scars that are slightly visible. Women will usually be dissatisfied with small scars like this. Women will definitely be very happy to hear ointment Kwaku which can eliminate their scar 100. Then what again? Liu Yu is increasingly interested in the items Yi Chen has. If these items are sold, it will definitely be very in demand in the market. This time Yi Chen released a beauty cream. Next is a beauty cream that can make women look 10 years younger. If you use this cream continuously, then the effect will be permanent. Yi Chen explained the effect of this cream. Liu Yu immediately took the beauty cream in Yi Chen's hand. Husband, is this effect really the beauty cream like you said before? Yes. The effect of this cream is indeed like that. Yi Chen nodded at Liu Yu. Liu Yu looked at the beauty cream in her hand. If the effect of this cream was as good as Yi Chen was talking about, it would shake the global market. This husband is truly extraordinary. With these two things, I'm sure the company that you will set up is a huge success. As enormous profits. Liu Yu looked very excited when she said that. Yi Chen, really? Yes. I guarantee 100. Liu Yu nodded. Then how much budget do you have now? Liu Yu wondered how much money Yi Chen currently has. To make a small company require at least $250 million in capital. Right now I only have a few $100,000 in my account. Yi Chen was a little embarrassed when he said the amount of money. Yi Chen intended to sell heaven peaches to get extra money. Liu Yu began to think about giving Yi Chen initial capital. And besides, $50 million for Liu Yu was not too big. Your husband does not need to think about this. I will take care of everything for you. All you need to do is just control it from behind the scenes when the company is set up later. Liu Yu will take care of everything for Yi Chen. After all, Yi Chen is still sitting in school. It was impossible for Yi Chen to take care of the conditions needed to set up a company. Yes. Okay. Yi Chen didn't want to continue to reject the good intentions of Liu Yu, because after all they were a couple. Good. I'll ask for a recipe for Kwaku ointment and a beauty cream to register for copyright tomorrow. Liu Yu asked for a recipe for these two items to Yi Chen. Yi Chen wrote all the ingredients needed to make Kwaku ointment and beauty cream, then handed it over to Liu Yu. Liu Yu received the recipe written by Yi Chen. Oh yeah, you haven't told me what name to use for the company. Later Liu Yu asked the name of the company that Yi Chen would set up. Yi Chen began to name what was good for his company. How about Xiaonu? It looked very good. Liu Yu, yes. Not bad. But are you sure you can still think about it again? I'm sure this name is the most suitable for the company. Yi Chen made up his mind. Well, if that's what you want. After finishing discussing everything with Yi Chen, Liu Yu borrowed Yi Chen's cell phone and called the secretary to take care of all the processes of establishing the company. Tomorrow my secretary will take care of all the processes of establishing a company. You don't need to think about it. Liu Yu has left all the affairs to the secretary. Yi Chen then took Liu Yu to a relaxing room in the family. Both of them sitting on the couch watching TV. Liu Yu leaned on Yi Chen's shoulder while watching a romantic drama. Ding, the doorbell rings. Who's the one who is visiting at night? Yi Chen got up from the sofa and intended to open the door. Husband, just let me open the door. Liu Yu immediately pulled Yi Chen's hand and told him to sit down again. Liu Yu looked happy when she went to the entrance. Ding, the doorbell continued to ring for a moment. Dantang. Liu Yu then opened the door. Liu Yu saw who was in front of the door. Liu Yu's expression immediately changed to see the beautiful woman who was in front of the entrance. Liu Yu did not know what to say in her current condition. Liu Yu felt like a thief who was interrupted by the first wife. The person at the door was of course Zhao Yanyan's first wife, Yi Chen. This time Zhao Yanyan was wearing a casual dress. Zhao Yanyan looked very beautiful wearing a monitor dress and a blue butterfly ribbon in her hair. You sister? Is Yi Chen inside? Zhao Yanyan asked whether Yi Chen was inside. Zhao Yanyan actually knew that Yi Chen was in this villa. Liu Yu nodded and invited Zhao Yanyan to enter the villa. Zhao Yanyan immediately entered the villa. Zhao Yanyan saw the interior of this large villa. Zhao Yanyan did not expect Yi Chen to have a large villa like this. Zhao Yanyan, where is Yi Chen right now? He is in the family lounge. Liu Yu then led Zhao Yanyan to the room where Yi Chen was. When on the way, Liu Yu always looked down. Liu Yu did not say a word to Zhao Yanyan. More precisely, Liu Yu was a little afraid that Zhao Yanyan would find her relationship with Yi Chen at this time. Zhao Yanyan slightly looked at Liu Yu, who was afraid of him. Chapter 82 Happy Life. Liu Yu and Zhao Yanyan finally arrived at the room where Yi Chen was. Yi Chen was currently focusing on watching television. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Yi Chen immediately asked Yu's wife, who is the one who nightly presses the doorbell. When he said, Yi Chen did not look back. Liu Yu immediately panicked when Yi Chen called her wife in front of Zhao Yanyan over. It's over. Zhao Yanyan already knew everything. Zhao Yanyan did not say anything. Zhao Yanyan approached towards Yi Chen. Zhao Yanyan then wrapped her arms around Yi Chen's neck. Husband, Zhao Yanyan whispered in Yi Chen's ear with a very gentle tone. Yi Chen immediately recognized this voice. Yi Chen stood in panic. Yanyan, what are you doing here? Yi Chen was quite surprised that Zhao Yanyan suddenly came to his villa. Why can I not come here? Zhao Yanyan was a little dissatisfied. That's not what I mean. How do you know the location of Vihavir? I haven't even told you the location of this place. Yi Chen might have said to Zhao Yanyan that he bought a villa. But Yi Chen had not yet told the location of his villa. As to Zhao Yanyan, husband, come with me. There is something I want to discuss privately with you. Zhao Yanyan told Yi Chen to follow her. Before exiting the room, Zhao Yanyan gave a smile to Liu Yu. Yi Chen was helplessly following behind Zhao Yanyan. Haha. Look who was caught cheating. Chu Yuchen spoke in Yi Chen's mind. Chu Yuchen did not talk to Yi Chen in a day at all. Usually Chu Yuchen would be the most noisy when it came to matters of women. You, are you the one who told Yanyan about my existence? Yi Chen asked Chu Yuchen. Yes. I did tell Yanyan's younger sister your location, because she herself asked me. Giggling, Chu Yu laughed at Yi Chen's distress. Husband, Zhao Yanyan called out to Yi Chen. Yes. Yi Chen immediately stopped talking to Chu Yu and focused on Zhao Yanyan. Husband, you said you had no connection with Liu Yu, but what I saw was that you called her Yu's wife. So you've been lying to me all this time, Zhao Yanyan said in a tone of loss. Seeing this, Yi Chen felt very guilty towards Zhao Yanyan. Yanyan, listen to me. Before, what I said was true. I also did not expect my relationship with Liu Yu will develop this fast. But you can be sure that I will not lie to my beloved Yanyan, Yi Chen said it earnestly. Really? Then tell me, have you done that with Liu Yu? Zhao Yanyan asked Yi Chen. From the beginning, Zhao Yanyan already knew everything from Chu Yuchen. Zhao Yanyan only wanted to test Yi Chen's honesty. Yes. I did with Liu Yu. Now she is my woman too, Yi Chen answered honestly. Giggling, Zhao Yanyan laughed. I'm glad you want to tell me the truth. Yanyan, you're not angry? Yi Chen wanted to know if Zhao Yanyan was angry with him. Zhao Yanyan, huh? Why should I be mad at you? You did not make mistakes. From the beginning I already said it very clearly. I allow you to have another woman. As long as in your heart there is always me, that's enough for me. From the beginning I knew I could not monopolize you alone. Considering you have a special ancient yang body, where you need a lot of female yin to balance yang in your body. Yanyan dear, how did you know that I have such a special body? Did Yuchen tell you? Yi Chen should never have said specifically body to Zhao Yanyan, so only Chu Yuchen might tell Zhao Yanyan. You're right, Yu Chen's sister told me all about you. Because that is your first woman, I must do what I can so that you do not die. Zhao Yanyan then hugged Yi Chen. My husband is very scared. If you suddenly die because of your body yang, I don't care how many women you have. As long as you stay alive. It makes me happy. Zhao Yanyan cried in Yi Chen's arms. Yi Chen hugged Zhao Yanyan very tightly and stroked Zhao Yanyan's long hair. Yi Chen was very grateful to have a woman who could understand him like Zhao Yanyan. After 10 minutes, Zhao Yanyan finally calmed down. Husband, let's go back to the room. Sister, you must have been waiting a long time. Zhao Yanyan returned cheerful and smiled. Zhao Yanyan's smile was like a flower that blooms, very beautiful. Zhao Yanyan then pulled Yi Chen back into the family room. When Yi Chen and Zhao Yanyan re-entered the room, both of them saw Liu Yu sitting on the couch and lowered her head. Even when Yi Chen and Zhao Yanyan entered the room, Liu Yu still kept her head down, fearful of looking at Zhao Yanyan. Liu Yu looked scared. Zhao Yanyan immediately went to Liu Yu's side. Sister Yu, are you alright? The first thing Zhao Yanyan asked was Liu Yu's situation. Liu Yu shook her head. Okay. Zhao Yanyan, good. Then Sister Yu, what is your relationship with Yi Chen right now? The thing Liu Yu feared finally happened. Zhao Yanyan caught her having an affair with Yi Chen. Yanyan's younger sister, forgive me. I was the one who teased Yi Chen first. So please don't blame Yi Chen for this. Liu Yu apologized to Zhao Yanyan. Haha. I'm not mad at you. Sister Yu. I know that you love Yi Chen very much. So from now on we are family. Welcome to this family. Zhao Yanyan welcomed Liu Yu as the new member of the family. Liu Yu was astonished to hear what Zhao Yanyan had just said. The stone that had previously floated in Liu Yu's heart was now sinking. There was no longer any concern in Liu Yu's heart. Yanyan's younger sister thanks Liu Yu, and Zhao Yanyan hugged each other. Yi Chen walked towards Zhao Yanyan and Liu Yu. Yi Chen then sat in the middle of the two and grabbed the waist of Zhao Yanyan and Liu Yu. Yi Chen embraced these two beauties in his arms. I really love you too. The left and right hands held two incomparable beauties. Yi Chen was very happy. Zhao Yanyan and Liu Yu put their heads on Yi Chen's chest. Yi Chen's hands began to be dishonest and touched the breasts of Zhao Yanyan and Liu Yu. The two crab claws twisted Yi Chen's waist. Please. There is a wife who wants to kill him. Husband, Yi Chen shouted in pain. Actually, Chen did not feel pain. This was done so that the two women were just happy. Husband began to be naughty again. Sister, you helped me pack it. Laughter could be heard in this room. Life like this is not bad. Yi Chen was grateful to have a life like this. Chapter 83. Poison sect want to get revenge. In a very dark forest. With this man's body full of wounds going through the dark forest. If Yi Chen was here, surely he would recognize it. This was Du Yao, who managed to escape. After escaping, Du Yao immediately returned to the sect to report what happened. Damn, I have to immediately report what happened to the teacher. Only the teacher can save Uncle Kun. The Du Yao sect is not far from here. Sometime later, Du Yao reached the poison sect. At the entrance of Du Yao, it was stopped by two guards who were guarding the gate. Take out your identity token. The two guards immediately told Du Yao to issue the membership token. Du Yao immediately issued the sect of membership sect. Du Yao then handed over his tokens to the two guards. Oh, it turns out, brother Du Yao, what happened to you? Why your body is full of wounds? Did someone attack you? One of the gate guards asked Du Yao. The story is long. I want to talk to the teacher. Do you know where my teacher is now? Du Yao immediately asked where the teacher is now. Elder Gu is currently in the meeting room. You can find him there. After getting the answer that Du Yao wanted, Du Yao immediately went to the meeting room. While there, Du Yao was not only see the master Du Gu, the first elder of Du Naru, also in this room. Master, first elder. Du Yao reports back to the sect. Du Yao immediately bowed and saluted Du Gu and Du Naru. Du Yao, you are back. Jade Du Kun's life goes out. Tell me what happened to my third brother. If your answer is not satisfying, you will know the consequences. Du Gu looks very angry at Du Kun. Du Yao did not think that Kun's uncle was dead. Du Yao immediately explained what had happened to his master and the first elder. What? Bam! When Du Gu was angry, he slapped the table with his hand. The wooden table was immediately smashed to pieces. Who is that? How dare he interfere with my sex affairs? Du Gu immediately asked the person who killed Du Kun. Teacher, that person's name. If I'm not mistaken, Yi Chen, that person really hid his strength very deeply. I think he is also the one who killed Du Kun's uncle. Du Yao immediately told Yi Chen his name to his master. Yi Chen, Du Gu murmuring, I myself will go to avenge the death of the third brother. I will bring the man's head to be presented to the third brother. Du Gu immediately headed to the exit. Second brother. Don't be so rash. We don't know how strong that person is. If you go in this situation, you might catch up to the third brother. Du Naru stopped Du Gu from being rash in his decision. But first brother, do you not want to take revenge on the third brother? Du Gu is not satisfied with being stopped by Du Naru. I also want to take revenge for the death of the third brother. But we don't know how strong the man named Yi Chen is. If we rash ourselves, that will lose. Du Naru is a person who is very careful in making every decision. We will send people to search for Yi Chen's information first. After knowing his weaknesses, we will immediately kill him. Du Naru comes with a plan. That's a very good plan. Then let's send our best students to watch over him. Then find out the weakness of the man named Yi Chen. Du Gu nodded and followed the plan Du Naru suggested. Du Yao, come back and take care of your wound. From now on you are not allowed to get out of this sect. Unless we discussed you. Du Gu ordered Du Yao to return. Du Yao saluted and then left the meeting room. The next morning, sunlight illuminated Yi Chen's bed. Yi Chen opened his eyes. In Yi Chen's hands laying down two beauty of Zhao Yanyan and Liu Yu who were still sleeping comfortably on Yi Chen's arms. Yi Chen moved his hands slowly so that they didn't wake up. Yi Chen's slight movements turned out to wake Zhao Yanyan. Zhao Yanyan rubbed her two eyes with his hand. Zhao Yanyan looked very cute when she did husband good morning. Zhao Yanyan gave a greeting to Yi Chen. Liu Yu was still fast asleep. It seemed she was still very tired from exercise last night. Zhao Yanyan immediately get out of bed. Husband, I'll make breakfast. You take a shower first. Zhao Yanyan then left this room to make breakfast for the three. Yi Chen also immediately got up from bed. Yi Chen stroked the hair of Liu Yu who was fast asleep. Yi Chen then went to the bathroom. After Yi Chen left, Liu Yu opened her eyes. Liu Yu still thought that this was a dream. Liu Yu tried to pinch her cheek. It hurts. So this is not a dream. Liu Yu remembered what happened last night. Now she and Zhao Yanyan were women. Chen. Liu Yu got off the bed then left the room. Liu Yu wanted to help Zhao Yanyan make breakfast. When Yi Chen finished bathing, Liu Yu was not in bed. Yi Chen then changed his clothes. After finishing changing, Yi Chen's clothes went down to the first floor. When he got to the kitchen, Yi Chen saw his two women cooking. Zhao Yanyan and Liu Yu looked very well together while cooking food. After 20 minutes the table was filled with food that had been made by Zhao Yanyan and Liu Yu. I use all the ingredients that I can find in this kitchen. Hopefully my husband likes the food we make. Yi Chen did not think much and began to eat all the food made by Zhao Yanyan and Liu Yu. This is delicious. Yi Chen continued to devour all the food on the plate. Zhao Yanyan and Liu Yu smiled. Seeing how greedy Yi Chen ate, husband slowly. No one will take it away from you. Zhao Yanyan and Liu Yu also began to eat their food. Within a few minutes all the food on the table was gone. Zhao Yanyan and Liu Yu's meals were quite a bit, so Yi Chen was the one who consumed all the food on the table. After finishing eating well, Yi Chen, Zhao Yanyan and Liu Yu washed the dishes. Oh yeah, Yu's wife. You don't have any cultivation techniques yet. We should find the one that suits you. Yi Chen wanted Liu Yu to immediately cultivate like himself and Zhao Yanyan, so as not to lag far behind. Have we eaten? Liu Yu asked. Alright, close your eyes. Yi Chen told Liu Yu to close his eyes. Liu Yu did what Yi Chen wanted and then closed her eyes. Liu Yu felt that the floor she stepped on suddenly turned into grass. Yi Chen, now you can open your eyes. When Liu Yu opened her eyes, Liu Yu was very surprised to see the scenery in front of her. This place was very beautiful and amazing. Even the air here was very fresh. Liu Yu didn't know where they were right now. Liu Yu asked Yi Chen, husband, where is this? This is the fairy gate. Only my woman can enter it. Right now the only one who can take you in is Yanyan and me. Yi Chen began to explain the fairy gate to Liu Yu. Welcome to the fairy gate. A woman's voice came from the sky. Liu Yu immediately looked up. Liu Yu saw a very beautiful woman flying in the sky. This woman had wings on her back. This woman's face and body were very perfect. This woman was like a fairy coming out of the painting. Liu Yu felt nothing compared to that with this woman. Chu Yuchen immediately descended from the sky and stood in front of Yi Chen, Zhao Yanyan and Liu Yu. Hello, I am Chu Yuchen, guard at this place. Nice to meet you. Chu Yuchen introduced herself to Liu Yu. Not only is this beautiful woman's voice also very beautiful to hear. Is she the Yi Chen woman? Liu Yu said in her heart. My name is Liu Yu. Nice to meet you, Miss Chu. Liu Yu also introduced herself to Chu Yuchen. Chu Yuchen, you don't need to be too formal. You can call me Yuchen sister. Liu Yu, well. Yuchen sister. Then let's find cultivation techniques that are suitable for you. Chu Yuchen dragged everyone away. Chapter 84, Blue Moon God Art. Yi Chen, Zhao Yanyan, Liu Yu, and Chu Yuchen arrived outside the entrance of the pagoda. Come on, and Chu Yuchen invited everyone to enter the room. Now, sister, you please choose the technique that you think is suitable for you. Chu Yuchen pushed Liu Yu to go to the technique she wanted. Liu Yu was very confused about what kind of cultivation technique to choose. Liu Yu began to look at the cultivation books one by one. After reading dozens of books, Liu Yu still had not found a cultivation technique suitable for her. Until Liu Yu saw a book placed on the top shelf. Liu Yu felt that the book was emitting blue light, which made Liu Yu slightly interested. Yuechen's sister, can you get the technique for me? Liu Yu pointed to the technique she wanted. Chu Yuechen flew and took the manual that Liu Yu wanted, and saw blue moon god art. Chu Yuechen then gave the technique to Liu Yu. Liu Yu happily accepted the technique given by Chu Yuechen. Liu Yu began to see the contents of this technique. Blue moon god art is like the moon in a very beautiful sky. This technique cultivates a very beautiful blue moonlight. The first stage, blue moon shadow blink. Move to the desired place with a blink of an eye. There will be a shadow replacing in the previous place. The second stage, blue moonlight. Controlling the power of the blue moon light at will. Can be used to attack and also defend. The stronger the user, the faster and stronger this technique. Third phase. It seems like this technical manual is still incomplete. Continued, this technique is on the top floor. Are you sure you want to take this technique? Even though this powerful technique is still incomplete, it looks like the continued page of this technique is on the top floor. Chu Yuechen warned Liu Yu first, so that Liu Yu made no wrong decision. Again, the continuation of the blue moon god art is definitely on the top floor. And currently the upper floor is still not accessible by anyone. I have decided to take this technique. Liu Yu hugged the blue moon god art manual on her chest. For some reason Liu Yu was very interested in this technique. Okay. If that is your decision, continued Chu Yuechen, intending to lecture Liu Yu. On the other hand, Yanyan takes out the marrow washing pills. He'll help Yi Chen told Zhao Yanyan take out the marrow washing pills that he had previously given. Zhao Yanyan immediately issued a marrow washing pills husband. What should I do? Asked Zhao Yanyan. Just take the pill. Then sit down. Yi Chen gave directions to Zhao Yanyan. Zhao Yanyan followed the direction Yi Chen gave. She ate marrow washing pills. Zhao Yanyan then sat down cross-legged. Yi Chen went behind Zhao Yanyan and placed his palm on Zhao Yanyan's back. Yi Chen began to use his energy to guide the marrow washing pills on Zhao Yanyan's body. Existing stools in the body of Zhao Yanyan started out through skin pores. If Zhao Yanyan consumed it herself, the time needed would definitely be very long, and his efficacy depended on Zhao Yanyan's ability. But if assisted by Yi Chen, it would not only be faster, but the efficacy of marrow washing pills would be 100. After 5 minutes had passed, Yi Chen pulled his energy from Zhao Yanyan's body. Zhao Yanyan's body was currently filled with black dirt. All the dirt in Zhao Yanyan's body had been completely discharged by marrow washing pills. Now Zhao Yanyan's cultivation speed will be even faster. Yi Chen, Yanyan, you should take a shower first. I will help you to consume marrow washing pills. Zhao Yanyan immediately went to the baths that were inside the fairy gate. Zhao Yanyan was uncomfortable with the impurities that clung to her body. Zhao Yanyan wanted to quickly take a shower and remove all this black stuff from her body. Yi Chen immediately went to Liu Yu and Chu Yuechen's. Have you found a technique that suits you? Because it focused on helping Zhao Yanyan consume marrow washing pills. Yi Chen did not pay attention to Liu Yu and Chu Yuechen. Yes. I found it. Liu Yu showed blue moon god art to Yi Chen. Yi Chen nodded. This technique seems to suit you. This is for you. Yi Chen gave Liu Yu a marrow washing pills. What is this? Liu Yu asked. It is a marrow washing pills that can get rid of all the impurities in the body. Now eat, I will help you fix it. Yi Chen explained the effect of marrow washing pills to Liu Yu. Liu Yu did not ask many questions and immediately took this pill. Now sit cross-legged. Yi Chen then walked behind Liu Yu. Liu Yu immediately crossed. Yi Chen then began to guide the marrow washing pills on Liu Yu's body. After 5 minutes, all the dirt in Liu Yu's body also came out. Liu Yu, who saw her body filled with dirty black liquid, Liu Yu wanted to leave this place immediately and take a bath. Women most do not like his body dirty husband. Where is the bath in this place? Liu Yu immediately asked Yi Chen a place to take a bath. Yi Chen gave Liu Yu directions. After knowing the direction to the bath, Liu Yu immediately ran there as fast as possible. Now only Yi Chen and Chu Yuechen were left in this place. Looks like the two of them can get along with each other. Chu Yuechen was already standing beside Yi Chen. Yi Chen nodded. Yes, I'm glad they both can accept each other. Then who will it be next? Lin Roxy or any other woman? I can't wait to see this place filled with beautiful sisters. Chu Yuechen whispered in Yi Chen's ear in a very seductive voice. How do I know? Yi Chen said helplessly. Giggling, Chu Yuechen laughed. It's good time to play with two sisters. Chu Yu-chan, then disappeared from this place. Yi Chen shook his head seeing the departure of Chu Yuechen. Yi Chen wondered how Chu Yuechen knew that Yi Chen was also starting to like Lin Roxi. Did this woman have the technique of reading other people's minds? Yi Chen didn't bother thinking about it. Yi Chen looked at the ownership status of the Fairy Gate. Details of the Fairy Gate ruler. LVL2. Name Yi Chen. Age 19 years old. Strength Ancient Warrior Realm. Inherited God of Sage. Techniques Heart King Technique. God's Path Technique. Step 9 Shadow. Desolate Palms Technique. Breaking Meteor Blow. 100,000 Fire Swords. Author's note: other technical details follow. V. Woman Zhao Yanyan. Liu Yu. Current exp Sethed 584. It seems like doing dual cultivation with Liu Yu increases the exp from the Fairy Gate, but it's still not enough to go up to the next level. From the beginning Yi Chen was very curious as to why the Fairy Gate makers made such a system. If only this system did not exist, it would have been extraordinary. What mystery was inside this Fairy Gate? Yi Chen was truly more curious. Meanwhile in the baths, Zhao Yanyan and Liu Yu are currently cleaning their whole bodies from dirt. Liu Yu, who was here for the first time, really enjoyed the water in this pool. Liu Yu had never bathed as comfortable as this before. The warm water that was here was really warm and soothing to the soul. Ah! Yanyan's younger sister. What are you? Liu Yu's words stuck in her throat, because when she looked back it turned out to be Chu Yuechen. Wow! This is pretty big. Surely Yi Chen really likes this thing. Chu Yuechen squeezed Liu Yu's two big rabbits. Zhao Yanyan watched from the side. Zhao Yanyan began to look at her own even though it was already quite large. If compared to Liu Yu's, it was still defeated. Yanyan's younger sister, help me. Liu Yu could only ask for Zhao Yanyan's help on the side. Chu Yuechen immediately released Liu Yu's chest and approached Zhao Yanyan. Yanyan's younger sister, in the past few days I have not touched her. It looks like it has grown even bigger, so I can touch her. Ah, don't! The woman's scream echoed throughout the baths. Chapter 85 Car Accident. Husband. Sorry for making you wait so long. Finally Zhao Yanyan and Liu Yu finished bathing. Zhao Yanyan and Liu Yu had changed clothes that were cleaner and more beautiful. Because Liu Yu did not bring a change of clothes, Zhao Yanyan borrowed her property from Liu Yu. Unfortunately Zhao Yanyan's clothes were too small for Liu Yu to wear, so Liu Yu found it hard to move because this shirt was tight enough to wear, especially on the part of Liu Yu's breast, as if to burst out. You guys finally came back. Why is it taking so long? When you guys shower? Yi Chen had been waiting here for more than 1 hour. Zhao Yanyan and Liu Yu immediately blushed as they remembered what happened when they showered. Why are your faces blushing instead? Yi Chen asked, confused. Master, aren't you going to school today? Chu Yuechen came from nowhere and reminded Yi Chen to go to school. Yi Chen, Yanyan, let's go or we'll be late. Yi Chen invited Zhao Yanyan to go to school. Before they came here it was already 7 in the morning, while school started at 8 in the morning. Yi Chen and Zhao Yanyan came out of the Fairy Gate, while Liu Yu would stay and learn cultivation with Chu Yuechen here. Yanyan, do you want to go by car? This is a good opportunity to show off his new car to Zhao Yanyan. Do you really have a car? Zhao Yanyan asked. Yi Chen pulled the sports car out of the Fairy Gate storage room. A very good sports car appeared in front of the two. Wow. Husband, is this your car? Zhao Yanyan likes Yi Chen's cool sports car. Please come in. Yi Chen opened the door for Zhao Yanyan. Zhao Yanyan then got into the car. Yi Chen closed the door and entered the driver's seat. Yi Chen immediately stepped on the car accelerator and left the villa. Husband, look at this. The big female star Feng Zhu today will come to the city. Zhao Yanyan showed Yi Chen the latest news on her cell phone. Yi Chen looked at the contents of the news on Zhao Yanyan's cell phone. In this news, Feng Zhu was on a plane trip to the city, and in 3 days Feng Zhu would hold a big concert in this city. Yi Chen knew that Zhao Yanyan really idolized the big star woman Feng Zhu. Didn't you say he will come next week? Why suddenly came today? Yi Chen questioned this. I don't know, maybe they will speed things up a bit from the initial schedule, Zhao Yanyan said uncertainly. Husband, can you find me a VIP ticket? I really want to watch in the front row with you. Zhao Yanyan shook Yi Chen's arm and acted spoiled. The car almost lost control because of this. Why did you not ask you? With the connection she has, surely she can get it very easily. The 3 of us can go there together. Huh. You're right. Sister, you can definitely get it easily. Zhao Yanyan couldn't wait to ask Liu Yu later. When on the journey, many pedestrians looked at Yi Chen's very striking car. There was a red light at the intersection, so Yi Chen had to stop. Ding, lights turned green. Yi Chen continued his journey. Bang! Yi Chen's car suddenly hit from the side. Yi Chen's car was dragged several tens of meters from its original place. Damn, who dares to hit my car? Yi Chen cursed the person who crashed into his car. Yanyan? Are you alright? Yi Chen immediately checked Zhao Yanyan's condition. I'm fine. I'm just a little surprised. Zhao Yanyan wasn't hurt. He was just a little surprised because of the collision just now. Fortunately, this car has a strong body. Only the outside that may be badly damaged. Yi Chen immediately got out of his car. The side of Yi Chen's car was really badly damaged. Yi Chen then saw the car that had crashed into him. The car that crashed into Yi Chen was a luxurious white Rolls-Royce. The driver didn't dare get out of the car, but a young man got out of the passenger seat and approached Yi Chen. Hey, can't you see? How dare you dare to stand in my way? Quickly get rid of your car. This young man's car, which obviously clearly crashed into Yi Chen's car, but instead he was chiding Yi Chen. Yi Chen was very unhappy with this young man. He was the one who had damaged Yi Chen's car. Instead of apologizing but instead chiding Yi Chen. Hey dude. Obviously you were the one who was wrong from the start. Fortunately my wife is okay. Now I ask you to apologize in compensation for the damage you have caused to my car. Yi Chen asked for compensation to this young man. Huh? What are you saying? I should have asked you for compensation. You know that the cost of repairing my car is even tens of times more expensive than yours, this young man proudly said. I don't care. From the start you were the one who ran the red light. If you don't want to set it on, don't blame me for being rude. Yi Chen could not stand this arrogant young man anymore. Ha ha ha. You dare? Don't you know who I am? From his tone, this young man is very confident from his background. Don't know. Yi Chen didn't know who this young man was and didn't want to know. Young Yi Chen wanted only an apology and compensation. Chapter 86. Yun Hao. I am Yun Hao, one of the 4 princes in the capital. The man named Yun Hao said it very proudly. The title he got acknowledged that he was one of the young masters who was very strong and feared in the capital. In the capital no one dared to take Yun Hao's feelings. Instead they were as much as possible to make Yun Hao happy in order to get a tantalizing benefit. Unfortunately Yi Chen did not care at all. Want that young master or whatever it was, still this person from the beginning who made a mistake because of breaking the red light. Yi Chen. What happened? Seeing the chaotic situation outside, Zhao Yanyan decided to get out of the car and walk towards Yi Chen. Seeing Zhao Yanyan very beautiful, Yun Hao's eyes immediately lit up. Yun Hao did not expect in the city there was a very beautiful woman. Even Yun Hao's saliva was almost dripping when he saw Zhao Yanyan. If you don't want to pay for the loss of my car, then just give this woman to me for one night. Yun Hao held out his hands and wanted to reach Zhao Yanyan's body. Yun Hao's hand was only a few centimeters from Zhao Yan's body. Ha! Yun Hao was directly slapped by Zhao Yanyan until his cheeks were swollen. Zhao Yanyan was now a cultivator. About the strength that Zhao Yanyan had increased. The slap must have been very painful for Yun Hao. Zhao Yanyan is very difficult to be angry. But this time she really didn't like this shameless guy. Yun Hao rubbed his cheek. The sick. Yun Hao looked at Zhao Yanyan with an angry look. You bitch. How dare you hit me on my face? Yun Hao raised his hand preparing to hit Zhao Yanyan. How could Yi Chen let Yun Hao hurt Zhao Yanyan? Yi Chen stopped Yun Hao's hand. Hey, you keep your dirty hands away from my wife. Bang! Yi Chen hit Yun Hao until he flew several meters away. Yi Chen was not as good as Zhao Yanyan. Yi Chen hit Yun Hao because Yun Hao made him annoyed. Yun Hao immediately stood up and pointed at Yi Chen and Zhao Yanyan. You two dare to hit me. Do you not know? I am the young master of the Yun family, one of the 4 great families in the capital city. Yun Hao scared Yi Chen by using the background behind him as the young master of the Yun family. Yi Chen was not afraid of the big family in this country. If they were looking for trouble, Yi Chen would not hesitate to fight with them. So this man is very rich, why not rob more than this person? So you are the young master of a very rich family. Then you should immediately replace the damage to my car. If not, maybe there will be some teeth scattered on the ground. Yi Chen smiled, smirking. Yun Hao swallowed saliva when he heard what Yi Chen had said just now. Yun Hao felt shudder when he saw Yi Chen's smile. Uncle Han saved me. Yun Hao asked the help of Uncle Han, who was in the car. Out of the passenger car came a middle-aged man. The name of this middle-aged man was Lai Hun. Lai Hun walked towards Yun Hao and stood in front of Yun Hao. This person was very calm, like calm lake water. Yi Chen saw a middle-aged man who just came out a cultivator. Yi Chen felt the strength of this middle-aged man was in the early stages of the realm's spirit formation. Son, you should immediately apologize to our young master. Those who offended the Yun family will not have a good ending. Lai Han tried to warn Yi Chen not to offend the Yun family for his own good. Uncle, from the start, I just wanted him to apologize and compensate for the damage to my car. But who knows, this idiot is looking for trouble with me. Yi Chen pointed at Yun Hao, who hid behind Lai Han. Uncle Han, why bother talking to this person? You should just break some of his bones, so he knows the place. Yun Hao asked Lai Hun to make Yi Chen deformed. Lai Hun didn't want to move. But Lai Hun felt that the young man in front was very dangerous to fight. Years of experience of fighting made Lai Hun able to see the strength of the enemy he was fighting. But when dealing with the young man in front of him, Lai Hun really felt unable to measure the strength of this young man. Uncle Hun, hurry up and make this bastard kneel under my feet and beg for forgiveness from me. Yun Hao pushed Lai Hun to take care of Yi Chen immediately. Son, I'm giving you the last chance. You should apologize to our young master right now. If not, Lai Hun gave Yi Chen a second chance. If not, what? Asked Yi Chen. Don't blame me for not warning you. Lai Hao immediately ran towards Yi Chen. Enhance Earth Arm. Lai Hun's arm turned to stone and began to expand. Lai Hun jumped and prepared to hit Yi Chen. Bang. The collision between Yi Chen's body and Lai Hun's middle was very strong. Lai Hun's Enhance Earth Arm technique was destroyed, so he had to retreat backward. Lai Hun was very surprised that Yi Chen had not been scratched in the slightest, even after being hit by his attack. Lai Hun was very confident in his technique. This was because it could destroy an iron, but Yi Chen really fended it off with only his body. So you want to use violence? Okay, if that's what you want. Yi Chen used the 9 shadow step and went to Lai Hun's side. Because this place did not exist, Yi Chen did not hesitate to use his own power. Lai Hun was very surprised to see Yi Chen already beside him. Lai Hun intended to retreat as far as possible. How could Yi Chen let it go so easily? Yi Chen used his elbow to hit Lai Hun's chest. Lai Hun immediately used both of his hands to resist Yi Chen's bam. Lai Hun bounced a few dozen meters. Lai Hun swirled in the air to stabilize his body and landed on the road. Even though he successfully landed, both of Lai Hun's arms were broken from Yi Chen's attack just now. After receiving Yi Chen Lai Hun's attack, he could no longer calm down like before. Uncle Hun, why are you still playing fast for him to kneel for me? Yun Hao still doesn't understand that Lai Hun's situation is cornered. Lai Hun really cursed Yun Hao. This idiot didn't know that the person he was referring to was very strong. Lai Hun can't call in for help. Right now they were not in the capital region. If they were in the capital city, Lai Hun would not be afraid of Yi Chen, because Lai Hun could call on other masters in the Yun family. Yi Chen went to Yun Hao. He grabbed Yun Hao's neck and lifted him up. You said you want to make me kneel at your feet. Now do you still dare to talk like that? Yi Chen slightly strengthened the strength of his grip. Yun Hao felt unable to breathe because he was suffocated by Yi Chen's very strong hand. Please let me go. I will apologize and change all your car's losses. Cough cough. Release our young master or I will kill this woman. Lai Hun pointed a knife at Zhao Yanyan's neck. Chapter 87 Curse of Melody. What are you waiting for? Quick, release the young master or this woman's life will be lost. Lai Hun threatened Zhao Yanyan. Yi Chen did not let go of Yun Hao. Yanyan, why don't you show me the results of your training? Zhao Yanyan's power now was comparable to Lai Hun. All Lai Hun cried out in pain and knelt on the ground. Lai Hun's face blackened and holding his crotch with both hands. Zhao Yanyan really kicked Lai Hun's vital part. Yi Chen was a little horrified when Zhao Yanyan did that. Where did this girl learn things like that? Yanyan, isn't the thing you did too extreme? Where did you learn it from? Yi Chen's sister taught me. She said that part is the weak point of all men. Zhao Yanyan smiled innocently. Yi Chen shook his head. Looks like Yi Chen teaches Zhao Yanyan a strange thing. Hey you, if you don't release me immediately, I will make your whole family disappear from the face of this earth. Yun Hao still has the courage to threaten Yi Chen. Ha! The sound of a slap that is very rare sounded. You still haven't learned too. Apparently. Ha. Yi Chen slapped Yun Hao many times. Yun Hao's face turned into a pork butt. Well, I'm sorry. Please let me go. Yun Hao is not strong because his face is really hot and sick. I asked for $10 million to compensate for my car. Yi Chen mentioned nominal. Are you crazy? Why not just rob me? Yun Hao considered Yi Chen insane. So you don't want it? Okay. You're the one who forced me. Yi Chen let go of Yun Hao and went to the side of Zhao Yanyan. Yun Hao was very confused about what Yi Chen would do. Yi Chen then whispered in Zhao Yanyan's ear. Zhao Yanyan immediately nodded and took out the lotus zither from inside the storage clove. One of Zhao Yanyan's hands grabbed the zither lotus and the other hand began to play it. Very melodious music began to come out. Yi Chen felt his soul calm down when he listened to the zither lotus played by Zhao Yanyan. Ag. Stop your music. Yun Hao and Lai Hun feel their ears hurt listening to Zhao Yanyan playing the zither. So this was the power of Zhao Yanyan's goddess melody technique. Yi Chen seeing Yun Hao and Lai Hun rolling around on the ground in pain. They covered their ears with their hands. Stop it. Stop it. I beg you. I will pay 10 million to compensate your car as long as the woman stops playing her zither. Yun Hao was the first to surrender because he couldn't take it anymore. Yun Hao had never heard of anyone playing a zither this badly, to the point that his head wanted to break. That was because the goddess melody technique gave curses to Yun Hao and Lai Hun. Music that was supposed to be beautiful turned out to be very painful for both of them. Moreover, the zither lotus strengthened the goddess melody technique. Belongs to Zhao Yanyan. Why is this so melodious? Yanyan keeps playing. I want to hear it again. Yi Chen told Zhao Yanyan to continue playing and he smiled wickedly at Yun Hao. Zhao Yanyan was very happy and continued playing her lotus zither. Please stop playing the zither. I can't take this anymore. Just take all my money. Yun Hao handed over a card in which there was more than $10 million in cash. Yi Chen immediately took the card from Yun Hao's hand. If only you had done it earlier. We don't need to go through all of this. Yanyan, let's go later. We are late. Yi Chen invited Zhao Yanyan into the car. Even though the side of the body is broken, the tire part isn't damaged. So Yi Chen can still use this car. Yi Chen immediately started the car and left this place. Damn. Just watch out you guys later. He'll reply you too with worse than this. Yun Hao gritted his teeth because he was angry. Young master, are you alright? Lai Hun immediately approached Yun Hao and asked his situation. Uncle Hun, how did you lose to that damn brat? You once said that your strength is even stronger than even trained soldiers. Yun Hao scolded Lai Hun for being incompetent in carrying out his duties as a bodyguard. That young master's person is not an ordinary person. You should stay away from him. I'm afraid you will get hurt if you deal with him. Lai Hun was not angry at Yun Hao's insults. Instead, Lai Hun warned Yun Hao to stay away from Yi Chen. Do you think I will release that person just like that? As a young master of Yun Yun's family heir to put where my face later. Forget I will ask Dad to send a killer to kill that person. Let's go. I haven't seen Zuer in a long time. I want immediately met her. Yun Hao got back in the car. Lai Hun sighed. And joined in the car. Rolls-Royce. Yun Hao's car went to the airport. Husband, you really blackmailed that person as much as $10 million. He will definitely look for you back to get revenge. Zhao Yanyan was worried that Yun Hao would take revenge. If he dares to come revenge next, I will not be merciful to that person this time. Yi Chen let him go, but if next he was still looking for trouble, Yi Chen would not let him go. Yi Chen and Zhao Yanyan finally arrived near the school. Both of them immediately got out of the car. Yi Chen put the car back into the ferry gate storage. Yi Chen intended to fix this car later. Yi Chen walked alongside Zhao Yanyan. Some of the male students who saw this were very jealous of Yi Chen. Yi Chen and Zhao Yanyan entered the classroom and sat in their seats. Hey Yi Chen, have you seen the news on the school forum today? Jiang Liu immediately turned to talk to Yi Chen. Where have you been in the past few days? Yi Chen asked. Jiang Liu has been absent for a few days. My girlfriend is sick, so I have to take care of her in the hospital. Fortunately she is already old, so I can go to school again. Does your girlfriend not go to school here? Yi Chen didn't know that Jiang Liu already had a girlfriend. Haha, my girlfriend is a few years older than me and she graduated here, so now she's studying at the university. Jiang Liu was a little embarrassed when she talked about her girlfriend to Yi Chen, and Zhao Yanyan. Oh, then what interesting news is in the school forum? Yi Chen asked. Yi Chen had never followed developments in the school forum. Chapter 88 for Beauty Flower School. Zhang Liu. The first news came from Sen Tu. Because yesterday he tried to the same-sex spread on the internet. Now he has been expelled from this school. So he was really expelled from this school. It's good that no one will bother Yanyan anymore. Then what else? Yi Chen asked. Now the most popular is the list of the 4 most beautiful flower schools. All the women who enter the 4 beauty flower schools are very beautiful women. Zhang Liu was very excited when he mentioned the 4 beauty flower schools, muttered Yi Chen. Yi Chen had heard that every year there would be the election of the most beautiful women in this school. The men would vote by votes. The 4 most votes would be the beauty recognized by all students in the school. So whoever it is, Yi Chen wondered who the 4 newest school flowers were. Whether in the first year there would be a new beauty or not. Zhang Liu smiled. The 4th place was Chang Menjian. He was in the 2nd year of Class A. Not only was beautiful, Chang Menjian was also very smart. Last year at the exam she got perfect scores in several lessons. Zhao Yanyan, who hadn't previously paid attention to the conversation, suddenly looked at Zhang Liu with a cynical look. Zhang Liu immediately drank his saliva. Seeing Zhao Yanyan looked at him sarcastically, Zhang Liu didn't dare to continue his words. This did not escape Yi Chen's eyes. Yanyan, what's wrong? Yi Chen did not understand why Zhao Yanyan looked at Zhang Liu with a cynical look. I just don't like a girl named Chang Menjian. Zhao Yanyan said nonchalantly. What did she do to make you dislike her? Yi Chen wanted to know the reason Zhao Yanyan didn't like Chang Menjian. We were classmates when we were in elementary school. But the girl always wanted to take what I liked, so I and she always competed for what we liked. Zhao Yanyan was very unhappy when talking about Chang Menjian. So you and Chang Menjian are a rival? Yi Chen did not expect that Zhao Yanyan and Chang Menjian were rival as a child. Huh. I really don't like that girl. Yi Chen, you should look as far away as possible from that Chang girl. Zhao Yanyan warned Yi Chen not to be close to Chang Menjian. I understand. Yi Chen nodded at Zhao Yanyan. Zhang Liu, continue. I want to know next. Yi Chen urged Zhang Liu to continue the conversation earlier. Zhang Liu. Number 3 is Xia Ningzi. She is in her 1st year. Zhao Liu approached Yi Chen's ears slightly and whispered, even though she was in her 1st year, Xia Ningzi has a very well-developed body shape. If you see her you will definitely understand I mean. Yi Chen understood what was meant by Zhang Liu just now. Continued. Yi Chen pretended not to know and told Zhang Liu to proceed to number 2. Zhang Liu now in the 2nd place is Lai Qingzu. This woman is very beautiful and has a cold nature to all men who try to approach her. Even the rich young masters who try to approach her are also driven away by her. Some people call her flowers that are not touched. And who is ranked 1st comes from our class. She is Zhao Yanyan, the most beautiful woman in this class. It turns out that Zhao Yanyan entered in the top list of school flower beauty, let alone it was in the 1st place. Look Yanyan, we got the 1st order of beauty flower school. Yi Chen congratulated Zhao Yanyan. Zhao Yanyan's face was red like a tomato. Zhao Yanyan was very happy to get the 1st degree of beauty school flower. All of you soon book your family without Zhang Liu knowing that the teacher had already entered the classroom. The lesson goes as usual. The teacher explains in front of the class and some students are still chatting with each other. Because Yi Chen had learned all the lessons that Yi Chen preferred to sleep to kill time. Hey pig, lazy to wake up. It's time to go home from school. Zhao Yanyan woke up Yi Chen who was sleeping. Huh. It's time to go home from school. Yi Chen didn't expect that time would go so fast. Everyone has gone home. Let's go home too. Zhao Yanyan invited Yi Chen to go home together. Yi Chen followed behind Zhao Yanyan. Yanyan, are you going to go back to the dorm or go back to my villa? Zhao Yanyan, I'm going back to the dormitory. Maybe Arux's sister is already home. Where did teacher Lin go last night? Last night she went to accompany her mother to stay at the hotel. Actually, I was also invited by Arux's sister to come along, but I refused and instead went to your place. Ding, notification enter Zhao Yanyan's cell phone. Zhao Yanyan immediately looked into her cell phone. Husband, big star Feng Zhu will visit the music instrument course. Now, accompany me there. Zhao Yanyan dragged Yi Chen to the place where the musical instrument Yan. Zhao Yanyan followed. Ringing. This time the phone was Yi Chen. The one who called Yi Chen was Liu Yu. Yi Chen immediately answered it. Maybe there was something important. Hello. Husband. Where are you? Liu Yu asked where Yi Chen was right now. Yan, and I just came out of the school gate. So why did my wife miss me? Yi Chen teased Liu Yu. Hate. Go to my company now. I need your signature for the company permit. Liu Yu immediately asked Yi Chen to go to his company. Okay, after that Yi Chen hung up the phone. Sorry Yan, I have real business with you. You go first, I'll follow later. Yi Chen apologized for not being able to go with Zhao Yanyan now. Zhao Yanyan, it's okay, what's important is you promise, after your business is over you will go there. Well, I promise, Yi Chen swore in front of Zhao Yanyan. Okay. Then I'll go first. Zhao Yanyan stopped the taxi and go to the music instrument course alone. After escorting Zhao Yanyan, Yi Chen's departure also went to Liu Yu's company. Chapter 89 Save a Beauty. Yi Chen entered Liu Yu's office. Liu Yu was currently reading the pile of files that were on the table. Husband. Finally you come too. Hurry up and come see this. Does everything fit what you want? Seeing Yi Chen come, Liu Yu immediately told him to come closer and see the results of his work. Yi Chen approached and sat next to Liu Yu. Yi Chen looked at the file that Liu Yu had submitted to him. He began to see the entire contents of the existing file. Yi Chen, everything's fine. Then where should I sign it? Here Liu Yu took out another paper and handed it to Yi Chen. Liu Yu also gave a pen to Yi Chen. Yi Chen immediately signed the permission to set up a company. If there is nothing else then I will go. Yi Chen still had an appointment with Zhao Yanyan, so he had to be fast. Liu Yu stood up from her seat and walked in front of Yi Chen. Liu Yu then went up to Yi Chi and hugged Yi Chen's neck. Why are you in a hurry? Do you not want to stay with me any longer? Liu Yu became even more courageous and teasing Yi Chen. I want to. The problem is that Yanyan is waiting for me. Although Yi Chen wanted to stay longer, Zhao Yanyan was waiting for him. Oh, I see. Husband. You still haven't appointed your company's CEO. Today I opened a job interview for candidates for CEO. You should personally interview them. Liu Yu told Yi Chen to interview the candidates for registration who had registered. Because Yi Chen couldn't possibly carry out company duties alone. He needed CEO to handle all the existing affairs. What if you do it? I'm not very good at interviewing matters. Yi Chen tried to seek help from Liu Yu. I can indeed interview them. But I don't know what criteria are for your company CEO. Liu Yu didn't know what kind of CEO Yi Chen wanted. It's up to you. The most important thing is that they can carry out the company's duties well, and honestly Yi Chen is not too demanding in this aspect. And besides, as long as they can be honest and hardworking, the company will definitely develop quickly. Well, I understand. Where are you going with Yanyan's younger sister? Liu Yu immediately interrogated Yi Chen. If Yi Chen intends to go have fun, then Liu Yu also wants to come with them. She does not want to be left alone. That's Zhao Yanyan teaching me. Going to the music instrument course. There will be a star. Fengzu. Yi Chen told Liu Yu what he and Zhao Yanyan would do. Liu Yu, oh Fengzu. I often listen to the song. I did not think Yanyan's younger sister idolized her. So you will go to a musical instrument site. Yi Chen, you know where that place is. Of course you know, it's only 15 blocks from this company. You can even see it from up here. Liu Yu then pointed out the window. Liu Yu pointed towards the building with 10 floors. The distance from here is approximately 2 km. Alright, I will take care of everything here. But I have one condition for you. Liu Yu has terms for Yi Chen. What is that? Yi Chen asked. Tonight I want you to accompany me to go to a party. There will definitely be a lot of great people present. I want you to mingle a little with them, so that your company in the future has a broad consultation. It turns out that the requirements of Liu Yu were very easy to do. Alright, Yi Chen immediately promised Liu Yu. Liu Yu then descended from Yi Chen's body and smoothed his clothes. Oh yeah. You find 3 VIP tickets for Fengzu concert. I want the 3 of us to go there to watch together. Yi Chen asked Liu Yu to find a VIP ticket. VIP concert tickets. I'll try as much as possible to get it. Liu Yu was a little hesitant when she said it. To get a VIP ticket is quite difficult. Yi Chen then left Liu Yu's office and descended downstairs. Someone save me. Yi Chen heard someone asking for help from a small alley. Yi Chen immediately went to see who was asking for help. Arrived at the small alley, Yi Chen saw that there were 3 men cornering a woman. This woman was dressed quite strangely. By wearing big glasses with a large woman's beach hat. Yi Chen had difficulty seeing this woman's face. which was definitely this woman. Hey beautiful woman. Let's play with us. We guarantee that you'll be satisfied playing with the three of us. One of the troublemakers spoke with a sordid face to this woman. I do not want to go with you. Someone please save me. Beautiful woman who is being cornered by the three intruders. This is screaming for help. Ha ha ha. Scream at will. Anyway, no one will come here to the three men approaching beautiful women. Even their hands are itching to touch this beautiful woman. The beautiful woman continued to retreat. Unfortunately, behind was a wall so she could not escape. Are you not ashamed? In broad daylight trying to grasp this beauty, Yi Chen patted one of the shoulder of this intruder. Go mind your own business. The three men annoying angry, because there are people who try to interfere with their pleasure. Yi Chen strengthened his grip on the shoulders of the evil man and threw him back until he entered the trash can. Seeing his partner thrown, the two other intruders rushed towards Yi Chen, wanting to beat him with the weapons they could find. Yi Chen was lazy to deal with these intruders. Yi Chen waved his hand and the two evil men were flown up and into the garbage cans too. Yi Chen then approached the beauty who was currently frightened. Hey miss, you better leave this place now. Too. It's not safe to stay here. After saying that, Yi Chen turned around and left this narrow alley. The beautiful woman followed Yi Chen and left this narrow alley. The beautiful woman followed Yi Chen and left this narrow alley. Chapter 90 Fake Feng Zhu. Hey wait. The woman just now called Yi Chen again. Yi Chen turned. What is it? Asked Yi Chen. Can you take me somewhere? I am lost, and do not know the direction. Beautiful woman begged Yi Chen for getting lost. Sorry. I'm in a hurry. You can just ask someone else for help. Yi Chen did not have time for this, and continued to go to Zhao Yanyan's place. Wait again. This beautiful woman stopped Yi Chen. What else? Yi Chen is helpless in response to this woman. The beautiful woman hesitated, but she began to open her sunglasses and her beach hat. Now Yi Chen could see this woman's real face. This woman had a perfect oval face, with long straight brown hair. The blue eyes she had made her look like a beautiful princess. Beautiful. Yi Chen slightly admired the beauty in front of him. Now can you help me go to the place I want to go? This beautiful woman asked Yi Chen to help her. I told you I don't have time. You can find someone else to help you. Bai. Yi Chen turned and left. Beautiful women were made shocked by Yi Chen's attitude just now. It needed to be known by many people who wanted to take her away, but she always refused. And now she suddenly was rejected by the person in front of her. Does this person not know me? Who does not know me in the country? Beautiful women overtook Yi Chen and blocked his way. Stop. What is your relationship? Do you not know me? The beautiful woman blocked Yi Chen's path with a slightly dissatisfied face. So who are you? Have we met before? Yi Chen did not remember seeing this woman before. You. Feng Zhu pointed at Yi Chen with her finger. Her breathing began to pull down, very angry. This person really didn't know her at all. Seeing Yi Chen's face not lying, Feng Zhu sighed. He felt his popularity was lacking until the man in front of him really didn't know him at all. I am Feng Zhu, a female star. Feng Zhu introduced herself to Yi Chen. Ahaha. Yi Chen laughed seeing this woman claiming to be a female star of Feng Zhu. How could a star be in a place like this? Impossible. Why are you laughing? Is there something funny? Feng Zhu doesn't understand why the man in front of him suddenly laughed. Yes. There is something funny, that is you. Where there is a superstar in a place like this. What's more, he claims to get lost. If you want to lie, you should not be too high. Yi Chen kept laughing. Feng Zhu was angry because this man dared to doubt his identity. I'm not lying. Have you never seen me on TV before? Feng Zhu puffed up his cheeks, feeling dissatisfied with Yi Chen. Seeing the woman who claimed Feng Zhu was dissatisfied, Yi Chen felt even more funny. I will take you to the place you want, but don't lie like that anymore. Yi Chen pinched the cheeks of the woman who claimed Feng Zhu. I am Feng Shui Zhu, and I never lie. Feng Zhu tried to release Yi Chen's hand from her cheek. Well, I understand. Feng Zhu is a fake. So where are you going? Asked Yi Chen. I want to go to a musical instrument course in the city. Do you know the place? Feng Zhu told me where she wanted to go. What a coincidence, I also intend to go there. Then let's just go together. It seems like this girl, like Zhao Yanyan, intends to meet the real female star Feng Zhu. Feng Zhu wore black sunglasses and her beach hat again and walked next to Yi Chen. Hey, what's your name? Feng Zhu doesn't know the name of the person who saved her. I am Yi Chen. What is your real name? Yi Chen told Feng Zhu his name. I told you my name is Feng Zhu. Why don't you understand? This man is so annoying. Why he doesn't believe what she says. Seeing this woman still insisted, Yi Chen said nothing more. Miss Feng, how did you end up with 3 intruders just now? Chen wants to know how Feng Zhu ended up with those 3 intruders. Because the car I was riding in broke down, I was forced to walk so that it wouldn't be stuck. Unfortunately, when in the middle of the trip my cell phone ran out of power, so I didn't know the direction of the road. I intended to ask some people who were hanging out on the side of the road. They said that they can take me. But I never thought they would even want to do things that are not obscene to me. Feng Zhu tells the beginning of the incident that made him stuck with 3 intruders. You are indeed very stupid, huh? How can you believe so easily to strangers you just met? Yi Chen laughed at the innocence owned by this fake Feng Zhu. Who are you calling stupid? My IQ above 130. You know Feng Zhu did not accept being called stupid by Yi Chen. Well, Miss Genius. Yi Chen felt this beautiful woman was a little funny. Why did you go to the music class building yourself? Are you a student there too? Feng Zhu asked Yi Chen. No. I went there because there was an appointment with someone to see the female star Feng Zhu together. Yi Chen smiled at Feng Zhu. Feng Zhu blushed slightly when looking at Yi Chen. Feng Zhu just realized that although this guy was annoying, but he was very handsome. Feng Zhu had met many male stars and male actors who were handsome. But they still lost when compared to Yi Chen. Feng Zhu just heard that Yi Chen wanted to see Feng Zhu. Was she already in front of him? Was this person blind? Feng Zhu smiled wickedly. She wanted to see Yi Chen's reaction when he found out that he was the real Feng Zhu. The two continued to walk together towards the instrument course. Chapter 91. Do you dare to bet? Yi Chen and Feng Zhu arrived in front of the musical instrument course building. Strangely, there was no one outside this building. There are only a few luxury cars parked neatly outside the building. Yi Chen asked where the Feng Zhu fans were. If Feng Zhu really wanted to come here, there would be many people waiting outside this building. Why is it so quiet? Are we wrong building? Yi Chen looked carefully at this building. This is the same as pointed by Liu Yu. Indeed. Because this is a private event, so not many people know about it, Feng Zhu explained to Yi Chen. Oh, I see. Yi Chen now understood why the outside of the building was quiet. Maybe inside it was filled with many people. What are you waiting for? Let's go inside. Feng Zhu invited Yi Chen into the building. Sorry, miss. Please show your invitation or membership card. Feng Zhu and Yi Chen were stopped by security officers who were standing in front of the entrance. Feng Zhu took out an invitation paper and handed it over to the security officers. The security guard took Feng Zhu's invitation paper and checked its authenticity. The security officer saw the name printed on this invitation paper. Feng Zhu. Miss Feng, finally you came. The chief was waiting for you on the 10th floor. The security officer immediately changed his attitude to Feng Zhu. Feng Zhu nodded and walked in. Wait for your invitation paper to show. Yi Chen was stopped by the security officer. Didn't you see me coming to accompany her? Yi Chen pointed at Feng Zhu. Yi Chen didn't have an invitation, so he could only ask for fake Feng Zhu for help. Ha ha ha. Are you kidding me? Security guesses are laughing at Yi Chen. How could a big star Feng Zhu invite someone like this to attend? This way is impossible. Hurry and issue your invitation letter, otherwise you may not enter. The security officer did not let Yi Chen enter. Let him in. I invited him. Seeing the tension between Yi Chen and security officer, Feng Zhu decided to speak. You heard her. Yi Chen arrogantly passed the security officer. The security guard guarding the door could only see Yi Chen and Feng Zhu disappear. Damn. That boy is too lucky to be that close to the big star Feng Zhu. Officers were ranting is not satisfied. Yi Chen contacted Zhao Yanyan to ask for her location. So where are you going now? Feng Zhu asked Yi Chen. I will go to the 6th floor. There is the person I will be looking for. Yi Chen answered. Okay, both of them then take the elevator to the top floor. The elevator finally reached the 6th floor. I went first. See you, fake Feng Zhu. Yi Chen then came out of the elevator. You still dare to doubt my identity again? Well, see, Feng Zhu smiled wickedly. Yi Chen went in the direction Zhao Yanyan had told. Yi Chen finally arrived at a fairly large hall. In the hall filled with hundreds of people, there were some food tables that were neatly placed. Some people sat and talked to each other. Yi Chen searched for Zhao Yanyan's whereabouts. Yi Chen finally found Zhao Yanyan. Zhao Yanyan was currently sitting alone. Her face looked dissatisfied. Many people were trying to get close to Zhao Yanyan, but Zhao Yanyan drove them all away. Yi Chen approached Zhao Yanyan. Beautiful. May I sit by your side? Yi Chen slightly changed his voice. Someone is sitting here. You better leave here. Zhao Yanyan didn't see Yi Chen coming. He thought this was someone else who was trying to approach him again. Too bad. Yi Chen looked disappointed and prepared to leave. Zhao Yanyan immediately realized that this voice belonged to Yi Chen. Yi Chen. Wait. Zhao Yanyan immediately pulled Yi Chen away from going. Yi Chen, why did you pull me? Didn't you say this chair was ordered by someone else? Was it someone else that you just liked? Yi Chen looked very angry when he said it. That's not my intention. I think it's someone else who tried to approach me. I'm sorry. Zhao Yanyan apologized to Yi Chen. Zhao Yanyan's face looked very guilty. Ha ha ha. I'm just kidding. Don't be too serious. Yi Chen laughed at seeing Zhao Yanyan like this. Hate. You're playing with me again. Zhao Yanyan's hand pinched Yi Chen's waist. Help. My wife intends to kill me. Yi Chen and Zhao Yanyan looked very cool while joking. People who had previously tried to approach Zhao Yanyan looked at Yi Chen with hostile eyes. Yi Chen had unwittingly become an enemy of all the men here. Everyone, welcome to the welcoming ceremony of the great star Fengzhu. Someone climbed onto the podium and spoke. Yi Chen had heard this voice this morning. Yi Chen saw the sound coming. It turned out it was Yun Hao who crashed into his car. Even though Yun Hao's face was slightly swollen, he was still very confident in appearing in public. Why is he here? Yi Chen wondered why Yun Hao came to this place. I forgot to introduce myself. I am Yun Hao, the young master of the Yun family. I came here to see my dear Feng Shui. Yun Hao said it out loud. Yun Hao was not afraid of being a public enemy. These people in Yun Hao's eyes were an ant that would not threaten him. Some people felt dissatisfied with Yun Hao. Unfortunately, they could not take it out on Yun Hao, because Yun Hao's identity was too strong for them to offend. Well, because Feng Zhu is experiencing a delay, I will play a piano music for you. I hope you will like it. Yun Hao went to the piano nearby. Yun Hao sat down and relaxed his fingers. Okay. I started. Yun Hao started playing the piano. Tone. Nada. Tone. 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 Truly extraordinary. Young Master Yun's skills must have practiced his abilities for many years. Some people began to praise Yun Hao's piano playing skills. Ding! Finally Yun Hao ended his piano playing. Hat. 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 Everyone applauded, praising the Yun Hao piano. Yun. Boring. Yi Chen, who heard Yun Hao's piano sound, felt sleepy because of boring. Who dares to say my piano playing skills are boring? Yun Hao heard as Yi Chen mocked his piano playing. Why do you have a problem? Yi Chen said loudly, so Yun Hao would listen. Yun Hao looked at the person who insulted him. Apparently he was the one who extorted $10 million this morning. This is my chance to get revenge on him. Yun Hao laughed, grinning. So you think my piano game is boring? Asked Yun Hao. It was so boring that it made me sleepy. Where did you learn to play the piano like that? Yi Chen yawned slightly as he said it. Damn. Watch out. Yun Hao felt so angry. This person really dared to embarrass him in front of the public. Yun Hao, do you really play piano better than me? For me, your play just farts when compared to piano play I have. Yi Chen told me the truth. If that's the case, let's fight. Who was better at playing the piano? Yun Hao gritted his teeth and won over Yi Chen. Fight? Asked Yi Chen. Yes. What's wrong? Are you afraid of what you just said? Seeing Yi Chen a little hesitant made Yun Hao believe that Yi Chen just bragged just now. Who's scared? I just want to say the fight won't be fun without a bet. Do you dare to bet with me? He asked whether Yun Hao would bet with him or not. Chapter 92. Let's lick my shoes. Fine. Fine. Let's bet. Yun Hao accepted the challenge Yi Chen had given. Yun Hao took out a jewelry box, then opened it and showed it to everyone. All the women here are immediately fascinated by the beautiful pendants in the jewelry box. This is a white angel pendant. This pendant is made of the best diamonds in the world, designed by world-famous jewelry craftsmen, costing around $5 million. Yun Hao is proudly showing off his pendant to everyone in this room. Some people start to be surprised to find out the price of this pendant. Then what are you betting? Yun Hao asked. How about this? Yi Chen took out a card. Hong. When Yi Chen pulled out a card, the whole room laughed. Which fool would bet a luxury jewelry with a card? Yi Chen was not angry at such a contempt. The contents in this card are $10 million. Yi Chen was laughingly laughing at all these people in this room. After Yi Chen told the contents of this card, everyone who had previously laughed at him was silent. They didn't expect the contents on the Yi Chen card to be $10 million. Yun Hao saw that the card Yi Chen issued was his card. This person really dares to use booty as a bet. But this is good. I can reclaim my money from this damn person. Yun Hao prepared an evil plan. Well, if that's your bet, let's just start. Yun Hao prepared to start the piano meeting with Yi Chen. Wait, young Master Yun, if we raise the stakes again, I don't think this will please, Yi Chen said to Yun Hao. What increase do you want? Yun Hao asked. What if it's like this? If you lose you have to lick my feet. Yi Chen lifted one of his legs and showed it to Yun Hao. You. Yun Hao pointed at Yi Chen angrily. If you don't dare say it, don't waste my time. Yi Chen provoked Yun Hao to make a bet with him. Of course I'm brave. But what if you lose to me, said Yun Hao. Yi Chen, I will be your servant for the rest of my life. How are you, interested or not? The bet. Yi Chen was interested and made Yun Hao interested. If Yi Chen became his servant, then Yun could treat Yi Chen as he pleased. An evil grin appeared on Yun Hao's face. Alright, but let's make an agreement, so that whoever loses won't be able to find an excuse to run away from his responsibility. Yun Hao suggested to make a written contract, so that the loser can't escape responsibility. Okay. Yun Hao and Yi Chen both signed a contract containing a bet, and the loser must obey the bet made. Let's get started. Yun Hao was the first to advance. Yun Hao played a song that he mastered the most. This time Yun Hao did not hold back his ability, so as not to lose to Yi Chen, I offer you the song Moon Jade. Yun Hao started playing the piano. Tones, 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 tones. Piano music. Hat, hat, hat. The audience members who listened to the song Yun Hao played applauded. This great is much better than before. This time it looks like Master Yun is not holding back his abilities. One by one the people here began to praise Yun Hao's piano playing skills. Yun Hao was very satisfied that he looked at Yi Chen with contemptuous eyes. Husband, are you sure you can beat Yun Hao? I never saw you playing piano before. Zhao Yanyan was worried that Yi Chen would lose. Calm down. I learned from seeing the piano game yesterday in the video that you showed. I'm sure I can play with that person. Yi Chen didn't know who the piano game he was watching last night was definitely better than Yun Hao's ability. Yi Chen went on stage. Hearing Yi Chen's words just now, Zhao Yanyan was getting more and more worried. Last night Zhao Yanyan showed Mr. Ji's famous piano video in the country once. How Yi Chen was very confident that he could only play like Mr. Ji with just one look. Zhao Yanyan only hoped that Yi Chen could win over Yun Hao. Yi Chen sat in a chair and began to relax his fingers as Yun Hao did. I will present to you the Flower Dream song. Some people didn't believe that Yi Chen would present the music of Flow Dream, which had a very high level of difficulty. Nada, 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 ahahaha. Look at him, wrong in the initial tone. This person doesn't seem to know how to play the piano. If you can't play the piano you should just go down. Everyone laughed and ridiculed Yi Chen, because they couldn't play the piano. You really are a joke in public. Haha. Yun Hao was very happy to see Yi Chen's current state. Zhao Yanyan was a little angry when some of these people began to insult Yi Chen. Oh, calm down. It was just warming up. Yi Chen smiled at everyone. Then what are you waiting for? Do you intend to make jokes again? Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed at Yi Chen, who couldn't play piano. Yi Chen began to remember the piano game he saw yesterday while watching TV. Yi Chen began to play as he had seen in the video he had watched yesterday. Tones, 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 Tones. 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 Even Yi-Chen's body movements were exactly the same as last night's video. This how could it be? Isn't this really exactly the same as Mr. Jai? One of the invited guests could hardly believe the music he was listening to right now. Mr. Jai is a legend in playing piano in this country. There is nothing that can be compared to Mr. Jai in terms of piano. But today they see that a young man of less than 20 years really has a level of playing at the level of Mr. Jai. This is really extraordinary. Some people began to videotape Yi-Chen while playing piano. Impossible. How could he possibly play so well? Yun Hao could not believe this person could play this good. His rank truly was in a different world from Yun Hao. People who had previously ridiculed Yi-Chen now began to enjoy Yi-Chen playing the piano. The most happy was Zhao Yanyan. Zhao Yanyan was very proud of Yi-Chen at the moment. Everyone was amazed to hear Yi-Chen playing piano. Some people even began to sink into it. Yi-Chen finally finished playing. Applause. 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 Everyone clapped, but this time it was much more lively than when Yun Hao appeared. Yi-Chen looked at Yun Hao. Now is the time you keep your bet. In this case Yun Hao had already been defeated. Yun Hao did not want to admit his defeat. You must have played a recording of Mr. Jai so that everyone believes it is you, not. Yun Hao racked his brain to be able to find fault with Yi-Chen because he did not want to lick Yeshu's Chen. Yi-Chen Yun, Master Yun. Do you have proof that I cheated? How could Yun Hao have a proof of Yi-Chen cheating? If you don't want to, just let me help you. Yi-Chen rushed in front of Yun Hao and held Yun Hao's neck behind him. Yi-Chen then pressed Yun Hao down right in front of his shoes. If you want me to take it off, quickly lick my shoes. Everyone in the hall was silent. They did not expect this young man to dare to offend the young master of the Yun clan, who was one of the 4 biggest clans in the capital. Yun Hao couldn't really move right now. Moreover, Yi-Chen's grip was getting stronger and making him sick. Yun Hao gritted his teeth and licked Yi-Chen's shoes. Seeing Yun Hao, yes, pitiful face, very happy. Zhao Yanyan's complaints and his car were finally avenged. Yi-Chen let go of Yun Hao and took the jewelry box that had become his. I will take this. Yi-Chen returned to Zhao Yanyan's side. Yun Hao, who was on the floor, looked at Yi-Chen with a killing look. Yun Hao would definitely not let Yi-Chen go. Chapter 93. Su Yuya. On the 10th floor of this building, Feng Zhu was in front of the chief's room. Knock. Knock. Feng Zhu knocked on the door. Please come in. The person in the room is asking to enter in black. After getting approval, Feng Zhu entered the room. Inside the room there was an adult woman who was around 35 years old. She wore after the teacher's clothes with wavy hair. This woman looked beautiful, glamorous and sexy. Her body had developed maturely. Haha. Sister Yuya hasn't met for a long time. Feng Zhu looked very close to this woman. This woman's name is Su Yuya. She is Feng Zhu Senior and is also Mr. Jis student. Finally you came. Zhu's sister. I think you have forgotten me after becoming a big star. Su Yuya's expression was a little sad. How could I possibly forget Yuya's sister? I actually miss you so much. Feng Zhu ran into Su Yuya's arms. See, you have become a big star, but your ego still spoiled like before. Su Yuya rubbed Feng Zhu's hair. Hey, Feng Zhu laughed in the arms of Su Yuya. Feng Zhu has not seen Su Yuya in almost 3 years. Of course he misses Su Yuya. Why are you so late? Didn't I tell you to come on time? You can't even be contacted. Su Yuya asked why Feng Zhu was late coming here. Feng Zhu told me why he was late coming here. Are you okay? Su Yuya immediately asked Feng Zhu's situation, whether she was injured or not. I'm fine. Fortunately there are good men who want to help me, Feng Zhu said thankfully. Thank God. Then where is that guy? Su Yuya wanted to know who the person who had saved Feng Zhu. Right now he should be on the 6th floor, Feng Zhu said. Su Yuya, the 6th floor. Isn't that where everyone gathers? Is he one of your fans? Humph. What fan? Even he doesn't know who I am, and he said that if I was a fake Feng Zhu. That person was really annoying anyway. Feng Zhu called Yi-Chen annoying. Ahahaha. Zhu's sister. I am curious about who that guy is. In this country where there might be people who don't know our beautiful Feng Zhu star. Su Yuya was quite curious about the person Feng Zhu meant. Feng Zhu was a little embarrassed. Yuya's sister is prettier than me. Now I have and do not deserve a title like that. After all, I have become an old woman now. At the age of 35 years step Su Yuya felt that he had begun to feel old. Yuya's sister, who would believe you are old? You still even look like a 20-year-old woman. If we walk together, people will definitely think we are sisters. Haha, Fangzhu told the truth to Su Yuya. You are still great at making me happy. Let's go to the hall. There are already many of my music students waiting for you. Su Yuya invited Fangzhu to go down to the floor of Ana. Alright, Fangzhu followed behind Su Yuya. When the two of them got out of their room listening to someone play piano very beautifully. This music was no stranger to Su Yuya and Fangzhu. Little sister. What is this piano music? Might be teacher, Su Yuya asked Fangzhu. Fangzhu, Yuya's sister? This is indeed master's piano playing style. Maybe she came here. No one can play piano this well except their teacher. Impossible. Teacher can't come here. After all, teachers rarely leave the capital. If he comes, he must have contacted me first. Su Yuya knows that this is their teacher, Mr. Jai. Then what are we waiting for? Let's see who it is. Fangzhu said. They went and looked. Alright, let's go. Su Yuya led Fangzhu to take a look. Yi Chen came back to Zhao Yanyan. Yanyan is a present for Yi Chen. Knelt down and handed the white angel pendant to Zhao Yanyan. Zhao Yanyan was very touched by what Yi Chen was doing right now. She touched the pendant that was inside the jewelry box. From the beginning it was shown that Zhao Yanyan really liked this pendant. Yi Chen, can you put it on me? Zhao Yanyan wanted Yi Chen to put this pendant on her neck. Yi Chen stood up, then took the pendant in the jewelry box. Zhao Yanyan turned around. This was done to make it easier for Yi Chen to put her pendant on. Yi Chen put a pendant around Zhao Yanyan's neck. Yi Chen's hands were sometimes dishonest and touched Zhao Yanyan's jade neck. Finished. Yi Chen finally finished helping Zhao Yanyan wear the white angel pendant. Zhao Yanyan looked at the pendant that was around her neck happily. Zhao Yanyan would look after the pendant as well as possible. Thank you. Zhao Yanyan immediately hugged Yi Chen. Because she was too happy, Zhao Yanyan did not realize that there were many people around. What's more, some women are quite jealous of Zhao Yanyan to get this handsome and romantic man. Bang! The hall's door is opened by someone. Everyone immediately saw who was entering. Apparently there were two beautiful women standing at the door. Everyone who was here except Yi Chen certainly knew her. They were Su Yuya and Fangzhu. Fangzhu and Su Yuya looked around to look for teacher Ji's whereabouts. Unfortunately, both of them did not see any sign of teacher Ji's whereabouts. I want to know who just played piano. Su Yuya immediately asked. Who played piano just now? That's me. Yan Hao immediately advanced forward. Su Yuya and Fangzhu. Yan Hao recovered very quickly and gave a smile to Fangzhu. Some people looked at Yan Hao in contempt. The person just now was Yi Chen, not Yan Hao. Who are you? Su Yuya did not know this young man. Yan Hao? Why are you here? Fangzhu shouted at Yan Hao with dissatisfaction. My dear Zhuer, I miss you so much. Yan Hao tried to grab Fangzhu's hand to kiss her. Unfortunately, Fangzhu brushed aside Yan Hao's actions. Yan Hao? I ask you again, why did you come here? Fangzhu looked even more angry with Yan Hao. Zhu's sister, is he your acquaintance? Asked Su Yuya. No, I don't know him at all. Fangzhu really hated Yan Hao, who always clung wherever she was. Even the guards she hired all the time didn't dare to get rid of Yan Hao so he wouldn't get close to her. Yan Hao was very awkward when Fangzhu said she did not know him. Come on, Fangzhu, I am your only number one. How can you forget me? Yan Hao did not give up on getting close to Fangzhu. Hate! Go away! Fangzhu kicked Yan Hao away once more. Chapter 94. She's the real Fangzhu. Yi Chen. See, she's coming. Zhao Yanyan was very excited when the two beautiful women entered. Yi Chen saw that the woman who just barged in looked beautiful, glamorous and sexy. Is she Fangzhu? Yi Chen immediately realized that fake Fangzhu followed behind the original Fangzhu. Yi Chen was very curious about this woman's identity. Yanyan, do you know that woman? Yi Chen pointed at Fangzhu. Huh. Of course I know she is Fangzhu. Zhao Yanyan said to Yi Chen. What? Yi Chen couldn't believe that the woman he had helped was Fangzhu. Yi Chen thought she was a fake Fangzhu. So what are you interested in? Fangzhu? If you like it you can make it your woman. But it depends on your ability to conquer Fangzhu. Hehehe. Zhao Yanyan laughed a little while saying that. It is impossible for him to be attracted to me. We also just met. Yi Chen said helplessly to Zhao Yanyan. Believe yourself. If you try it, sure Fangzhu will be attracted to you. Zhao Yanyan wanted Yi Chen to try it. Well, It's up to you. Yi Chen didn't really think about it. After all, Feng Zhu must be angry with him for having said she was a fake Feng Zhu. Su Yuya saw the dispute between Feng Zhu and Yunhao. It seemed that the relationship between the two was not very good. Young Master Yun, you said you were the one who just played the piano. Is that true? Su Yuya wants to know if Yunhao is someone who has just played piano, as well as Mr. Dai. Of course it is me. Who else is here who can play better than me? Yunhao looks proud of himself in front of Feng Zhu. The people who were in this hall denounced Yunhao. This person was truly shameless even after losing the bet. Yi Chen didn't want to interfere. Let Yunhao act as he pleased. Yunhao, since when have you been able to play the piano that well? You must be bragging to me. Feng Zhu could not believe that Yunhao was the one who played the piano just now. Don't believe. Let me show you. Yunhao confidently played the piano. Nada, 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 nada. Su Yuya fell silent after hearing Yunhao's game. This was even worse than Su Yuya's own abilities. It turns out the person who just played was not Yunhao, and then prepared for that person. That's not the song that I heard just now. Feng Zhu looked at Yunhao in disgust. This person was still the same as usual, never changing. Who? All of Feng Zhu's fans insulted Yunhao. Yunhao was very embarrassed and came down from the stage. His efforts to make Feng Zhu happy were in vain. Feng Zhu immediately ignored Yunhao and turned towards the crowd. Everyone, please tell me who just played piano so beautifully. Feng Zhu asked everyone who was here in a very pleasant voice to hear. All of Feng Zhu's fans immediately pointed towards Yi Chen, who was eating. Yi Chen was currently turning to eat the food that was on the table. He did not want to be seen by Feng Zhu. Unfortunately, everyone here really points in his direction. Su Yuya and Feng Zhu immediately approached towards Yi Chen. Feng Zhu felt familiar with this man. Hello, sir. Are you the one who just played piano beautifully? Su Yuya greeted Yi Chen very politely. Not me. You might be mistaken. Yi Chen did not turn around and continue eating. Su Yuya and Feng Zhu were equally surprised to get a reply like this. Many people tried to get close to both of them, but this man actually took care of Feng Zhu and Su Yuya. We only want to talk to you briefly. This time Feng Zhu spoke to Yi Chen. Yi Chen ignored Feng Zhu. Feng Zhu was a little confused when Yi Chen ignored her. As the popular star, Feng Zhu was always the center of attention. This was the first time she was ignored. Feng Zhu was a little upset with this guy. Seeing Yi Chen ignore their idols, the fans of Feng Zhu looked at Yi Chen with a look of hostility. Feeling the piercing gaze of the fan Feng Zhu, Yi Chen was forced to turn around the two beautiful ladies. I told you might be looking for someone wrong. I could not play the piano. Yi Chen seemed reluctant to talk to these two beautiful women. Seeing that this was Yi Chen, Feng Zhu immediately smiled. Feng Zhu's smile seemed insincere, and was planning something. I'm not sorry if you can play the piano that well. Feng Zhu looks quite familiar with Yi Chen. Su Yuya and Zhao Yanyan were immediately surprised to see Feng Zhu being familiar with Yi Chen. Su Yuya was more surprised because the person who had just played the piano was a very young man. Moreover, Feng Zhu knew him. Feng Zhu, you know him? Of course. Earlier on the way here he understood me a little, Feng Zhu said quite strongly. Feng Zhu immediately looked at Yi Chen with a killing look. Damn, this girl wants to get revenge on me. Yi Chen cursed in his heart. If this was known by the fans of Feng Zhu out there, Yi Chen would definitely be a public enemy. Miss Feng, what are you saying? This is the first time we have met. How could I possibly understand you? Maybe you were mistaken. Yi Chen finally found an idea to get out of this situation. Feng Zhu didn't expect Yi Chen to be very smart. Feng Zhu had to find another way to deal with Yi Chen. Feng Zhu finally had a good idea to teach Yi Chen a lesson. Yes, maybe I was mistaken. Then would you be willing to accompany me to sing? Feng Zhu asked Yi Chen very sincerely. The crowd was waiting for Yi Chen's answer. If Yi Chen refused, then Yi Chen would definitely be beaten in this place. Yi Chen had to find a way to be separated from this woman. Especially Yi Chen did not know Feng Zhu's song at all. Yi Chen got the idea. Miss Feng, what if my only girlfriend accompanied you to sing? You don't need to doubt her ability because I trained her. Yi Chen made Zhao Yanyan replace her position. Zhao Yanyan would definitely be very happy to be a duet with Feng Zhu. Feng Zhu remembered. Yi Chen could still find a reason to avoid his plan. Feng Zhu knew Yi Chen would definitely not recognize any of the songs he had, so he intended to embarrass Yi Chen in public. If that's what you want, then fine. Feng Zhu had no other choice. This time she would release Yi Chen. Dear Zhu, you shouldn't let that woman play a musical instrument. The skills she has are very bad. Yan Hao interrupted Feng Zhu and Yi Chen. Chapter 95 Planned Murder. Yan Hao, why are you still here? Didn't I tell you to leave here? I think I don't like liars like you. Feng Zhu was unhappy because Yan Hao always interfered in all her affairs. Zhu, dear, I'm saving you from this woman's music. I've heard this woman play the zither. It gives me a headache. Yan Hao recounted his experience this morning. If you keep calling me like that, I'll start ignoring you. Anyway, you and I don't have any relationship. Feng Zhu was disgusted when called by Yan Hao. Fine, but listen to me this time. Don't let this woman play a musical instrument for you, or you will regret it. Yan Hao warned Feng Zhu earnestly. Feng Zhu ignored Yan Hao and brought Zhao Yanyan up on stage. Feng Zhu wanted to see how bad Zhao Yanyan was playing musical instruments. Because Yi Chen himself said that he was training this girl, Zhao Yanyan looked very cheerful and happy. Because it was on the same stage as Feng Zhu. May I know your name? Feng Zhu just realized that this girl was a little prettier than her. Feng Zhu was a little suspicious of how this beautiful girl could be with that annoying Yi Chen. My name is Zhao Yanyan. Zhao Yanyan introduced herself. So, Zhao Yanyan, which of my songs do you want to play? Feng Zhu asked Zhao Yanyan. What if love is eternal? I like the song the most. Zhao Yanyan's request is the song Eternal Love. Feng Zhu is fine. Zhao Yanyan went to where the zither had been prepared beforehand. An eternal love song must be accompanied by using a zither. I thank you for coming to this event. To cheer you up, I will bring my song, which is Eternal Love, for all of you. Zhao Yanyan, let's play. Feng Zhu immediately told Zhao Yanyan to play her zither. All of you will definitely be very sorry to let that woman play the zither. Yan Hao has already closed his ears, so as not to hear the music of zither. Zhao Yanyan. Only a few people cared about Yan Hao's words. Feng Zhu, Feng Zhu, Feng Zhu, Feng Zhu. Some people started shouting, calling Feng Zhu's name. Hey, do you still want to be hit again? Yi Chen was not satisfied. Yan Hao mocked Zhao Yanyan in public. Yan Hao was speechless and didn't dare to speak anymore. Yan Hao only wanted to see everyone suffering. Zhao Yanyan started playing the zither tone. Tone. Wow, was very melodious. Everyone felt comfortable in their bodies when Zhao Yanyan played zither. Su Yuya was very surprised to see that Zhao Yanyan could play so well. This was a very high level. A few weeks ago, when Su Yuya taught Zhao Yanyan's class, to her knowledge, Zhao Yanyan was still unable to play this well. What could make Zhao Yanyan develop that fast? Was this related to the young man next to her? Su Yuya became curious about Yi Chen. Feng Zhu was also immersed in Zhao Yanyan's zither, to the point that Feng Zhu forgot to sing. Yan Hao closed his ears very tightly, but the melody of Zhao Yanyan could still be heard a little by him. Yan Hao's head began to hurt again. Ag, stop. Your music makes my ears and head hurt. Yan Hao could not stand it anymore and shouted in a loud voice. People who enjoyed zither Zhao Yanyan's music were disturbed by Yan Hao's screams. Zhao Yanyan also stopped playing the zither. Yan Hao, what's wrong with you? Didn't you hear that he plays the zither very well? Feng Zhu glared at Yan Hao. If you don't like to just get out of here. Get out of here, you are disturbing us enjoying this beautiful music. Let's kick him out of here. Feng Zhu drove Yan Hao out of the hall. Yan Hao was dragged by so many people to the exit. These people then threw Yan Hao out of the hall. If you dare to come in again, we will all hit you before leaving. Everyone warned Yan Hao so as not to re-enter the hall. Yan Hao is helpless against so many Feng Zhu fans. Just watch, I'll make you regret. Yan Hao took out his cell phone and called someone. Bip call connected. What's wrong, boy? The voice on the other hand spoke. Father, I want you to kill someone for me. Yan Hao told his father to kill someone. Who is the person? Does he have a great background or not? Yan Hao's father did not immediately approve of Yan Hao's request, and first asked the background of the person who wanted Yan Hao to kill. Your father doesn't need to worry about that person's background. Even if he dies, there won't be anyone suspicious. Yan Hao said, reassuring his father. If so, Do whatever you like. Yun Hao's father immediately hung up. After getting his father's approval, Yun Hao could now hire an assassin to kill Yi Chen and kidnap Zhao Yanyan. Yun Hao could not wait to punish Zhao Yanyan in bed. Yun Hao left this building. He couldn't wait to see Yi Chen die. In the room, Feng Zhu and Zhao Yanyan collaborated so amazingly. Everyone seemed to really enjoy the show that Feng Zhu and Zhao Yanyan did. Feng Zhu and Zhao Yanyan didn't just play one song. They tried lots of Feng Zhu's songs. Young master, may I know your name? Su Yuya, who from now on she wants to get acquainted with Yi Chen. I am Yi Chen. Zhao Yanyan's boyfriend Yi Chen doesn't mind getting to know beautiful women like Su Yuya. Oh, so you are young master Yi. My name is Su Yuya, the owner of this place. Su Yuya introduced herself to Yi Chen. Before you said you were the one who taught Zhao Yanyan. Is that true? Asked Su Yuya. Yi Chen, yes, that's right. There was no way Yi Chen could say that Zhao Yanyan learned the goddess melody technique. Young master Yi. If you don't mind, if you want to teach in this place. Recently we have a shortage of teachers. Su Yuya offered a job to Yi Chen. Sorry miss. But I have to refuse it. Yi Chen politely refused Su Yuya. Yi Chen didn't really know about musical instruments. Anyway, Yi Chen just copied what he saw in the video last night. Oh, too bad. If you change your mind you can contact me. Su Yuya handed her card to Yi Chen. Yi Chen received Su Yuya's business card and put it in his pants pocket. That was amazing. I have never been this happy before. Feng Zhu gave praise to Zhao Yanyan. Thank you very much. Zhao Yanyan was a little embarrassed when praised by her idol. Zhao Yanyan and Feng dropped from the stage and headed towards Yi Chen and Su Yuya. Chapter 96. Take a picture. That was a great performance. Yi Chen gave praise to Zhao Yanyan and Feng Zhu. Feng Zhu, this is thanks to Zhao Yanyan. She plays the zither very well. Zhao Yanyan was still ashamed of being continuously praised by Feng Zhu. Feng Zhu, may I take a picture with you? Zhao Yanyan made a photo request with Feng Zhu. It doesn't matter. Feng Zhu nodded at Zhao Yanyan. Yi Chen, come take a picture with us. Zhao Yanyan invited Yi Chen. Yi Chen, Yanyan, if I join then who will take photos of you? We can ask other people to do it. Let's just go. Zhao Yanyan dragged Yi Chen to come with her. Yi Chen was helpless when being dragged by Zhao Yanyan. Zhao Yanyan took out her cell phone that was going to take pictures. Unfortunately, when Zhao Yanyan tried to turn it on, it could not. I forgot to charge last night. Zhao Yanyan just remembered that she didn't charge her cell phone last night. Yi Chen. Let's just use your cell phone. Zhao Yanyan wanted to use Yi Chen's cell phone to take pictures. Yi Chen gave his cell phone to Zhao Yanyan. Roughly, we ask for help who to take pictures. Zhao Yanyan looked around to find someone who can help. Let me take the picture for you. Su Yuya offered to help Zhao Yanyan. Sorry to bother you, Su Head. Zhao Yanyan is not comfortable bothering Su Yuya. It's okay, Su Yuya doesn't mind helping. Zhao Yanyan handed Yi Chen's cell phone to Su Yuya. Yi Chen. Zhao Yanyan and Feng Zhu looked for the right position to take the picture. Zhao Yanyan's current position was on the right side and put her arm around Yi Chen's arm. Feng Zhu was on Yi Chen's left side, while Yi Chen was in the middle of the two beautiful women. Su Yuya, Zhu's sister. Move to the right a little. Su Yuya told Feng Zhu to move to the right. Feng Zhu shifted her body to the right. Feng Zhu leaned on Yi Chen's arm. Feng Zhu was a little embarrassed. Until now, Feng Zhu had never been this close to any man. Defend your position. 3, 2, 1. Click. Su Yuya finally took a picture of the three. Feng Zhu immediately moved away from Yi Chen. Feng Zhu felt her heart beat faster than usual. Her face was a bit hot. Zhao Yanyan immediately ran to Su Yuya's side to see the results. Good. Zhao Yanyan was quite satisfied with the picture taken by Su Yuya. Yi Chen, come and see the results. Zhao Yanyan called Yi Chen to see the results of the picture that was just taken. Yi Chen and Feng Zhu approached to see the results of the picture taken. When she saw the photos, Feng Zhu suddenly wanted to ask for a copy. But she was ashamed to tell Zhao Yanyan. Zhao Yanyan, may I borrow the cell phone properly? I want to call my personal driver to immediately pick me up. Feng Zhu searched for an excuse and wanted to borrow the cell phone in the hands of Zhao Yanyan. Zhao Yanyan didn't think much and handed Yi Chen's cell phone to Feng Zhu. Feng Zhu deftly sending photos to her contacts. Feng Zhu then called the driver and told him to pick her up. After finishing calling the driver, Feng Zhu returned the cell phone to Zhao Yanyan. Thank you. Sister Uya, I have to go. There are still many meetings scheduled in other places that I must attend today. Feng Zhu said goodbye to Su Yuya. Well, I understand Su Yuya didn't hold Fang Zhu knowing that the current Fang Zhu is a super busy female star. You two, see you later. Fang Zhu also said goodbye to Yi Chen and Zhao Yanyan. Feng Zhu left this hall and headed down. After Feng Zhu's figure disappeared, there was nothing to do here. Yanyan, let's go home. Tu Yi Chen invited Zhao Yanyan to go home. Zhao Yanyan nodded sus head thanks for before. After Zhao Yanyan thanked her, Zhao Yanyan and Yi Chen left the hall too. Seeing Yi Chen and Zhao Yanyan leave, Su Yuya smiled terribly. Yi Chen. Interesting man. Su Yuya was attracted to Yi Chen. Her intuition said that this young man must have an amazing secret. Because Yi Chen's car was damaged, both of them were forced to take a taxi to return to the hostel where Zhao Yanyan lived. Husband, thank you for today. Zhao Yanyan looks very happy. Zhao Yanyan kissed Yi Chen's cheek. After giving a farewell kiss, Zhao Yanyan immediately entered the dormitory. Sir, where do we go next? The taxi driver asked where Yi Chen wanted to go. Just go to the alley in front. Yi Chen pointed to an alley in front of this car. After arriving at a narrow alley, Yi Chen paid a taxi and then got off. After receiving payment, the taxi driver immediately left from here. Yi Chen entered the alley. Seeing that there was no one around here, Yi Chen immediately bounced up the sky. Today Yi Chen intended to find the Kunlun faction that Zhao Jinshan had talked to himself about. If that was said, Zhao's grandfather was right, there would definitely be many rare medicinal plants. Because Yi Chen didn't have the money to buy ingredients to make pills, Yi Chen was forced to try to find the land of the Kunlun faction. There must be a lot of valuable ingredients. Yi Chen could only hope that the place really existed in this world. Yi Chen flew towards the mountains, towards the Kunlun mountains. Yi Chen flew with the highest speed he had. Within 15 minutes Yi Chen arrived near the entrance of Kunlun Mountain. Yi Chen could feel that the Kai energy that was here was far purer than anywhere else Yi Chen had visited. According to Grandfather Zhao, the entrance to the Kunlun faction was within this vast mountain range. Grandfather Zhao did not know exactly where it was located and only dared to say that there really was. Yi Chen went around trying to find the entrance to the Kunlun faction. Day by little it began to get dark. Yi Chen could not even find where the entrance was. What Zhao's grandfather said was lying. Hey Yi Chen, can you help me a little to find the entrance that was told by Zhao's grandfather? Yi Chen asked Chu Yuichen for help. He, you finally asked me to help as well. If you did it earlier you should have found that place. Chu Yuichen laughed at Yi Chen. You mean you already knew where the entrance was from the start? Why didn't you tell me that earlier? Yi Chen almost burst into anger. Yi Chen almost searched for hours and found no results. And it turns out Chu Yuichen already knew the entrance to the Kunlun faction. Chu Yuichen, it's because you didn't ask the beginning. Yi Chen. Chapter 97, Kunlun Holy Land. Are you sure this is the place? Yi Chen saw the cliff beneath him. I'm sure. I can feel the energy structure that is quite strong down there. Chu Yuichen was very sure this was an arrangement of teleportation arrays. Alright, Yi Chen dived into the abyss. Under dark enough. Not even a light to touch this place. After diving several thousand meters, Yi Chen saw a red dot of light far ahead of him. When Yi Chen approached, the shape began to be clearly seen. This was clearly a portal. Yi Chen used his spirit SA to look at the situation around here. Around here Yi Chen did not detect signs of life. It's strange why no one is guarding this portal. If this is the entrance of the Kunlun faction, then there should be someone guarding this portal. Right, Yi Chen is starting to doubt that this is a portal to the Kunlun faction. What are you waiting for? Quickly enter. With your strength, when you won't have to worry about anything. Chu Yuichen told Yi Chen to enter this portal. What was said by Chu Yuichen was also true. For what he doubted, this was also good to be an experience for him. Yi Chen entered the portal. The view in front of Yi Chen turned white. When Yi Chen opened his eyes, Yi Chen was in a very scary forest. The smell of blood in this place was very heavy. Yi Chen looked around. There were a lot of piles of human skeletons scattered everywhere. Yi Chen already felt something was wrong when he got here. Roar, the cry of a magical beast was heard in this silent-looking forest. There were a lot of magic beasts heading towards Yi Chen. The power of this magic beast was at least the same as cultivators who were in the early stages of the king realm. This magic beast began to swarm over Yi Chen as if Yi Chen was fresh meat that was just delivered. Roar, hundreds of magical beasts pounced on Yi Chen's collar. 100,000 fire swords. 10 flying flame swords appeared behind Yi Chen. Attack. Yi Chen's fire sword cut every magic beast that was close to Yi Chen. Within 5 minutes Yi Chen cleared all the magic beasts that were nearby. The second wave of magic beasts came again. This time the number was 5x more than before. I will finish with a single attack. Desolate Palm's first finger. The cloud began to form, and a finger came out from behind the cloud. Bam! The ground trembled violently as Desolate Palm struck the magic beast on the ground. The magic beast within a 5 km radius were all dead. Stronger beasts were awakened by being provoked by Yi Chen's strength. Yi Chen detected that there were hordes of magical beasts that were closing in again towards him. This time there were several magic beasts that had the power to be at the peak stage of the ancient warrior realm, approaching towards Yi Chen at full speed. Damn! This is dangerous. Yi Chen chose to run instead of spending his deep energy to fight with this many magic beasts. Unfortunately, these beasts can also fly. Every time Yi Chen passes the forest in front of him, there is always a magic beast that will join and pursue him. Yi Chen looked back. Behind at least there were thousands of magical beasts that were catching up with Yi Chen. Seeing this, Yi Chen increased his flying speed to the maximum extent. With full flying speed, Yi Chen left the magical beast far behind. Seeing their prey have gone away, these magic stars no longer chase after Yi Chen. The magic beasts turn around and return to their respective places. Yi Chen flew for almost 1 hour before he reached the outer portion of this forest. Finally I managed to get out. Yi Chen had not flown at the maximum speed he had. This was enough to drain his deep energy. First of all, Yi Chen recovered his profound energy by eating the peaches of heaven. Yi Chen's energy immediately recovered. The scenery on the outside of the forest is quite beautiful. This is far different from what is inside the forest. Yi Chen flew around to look for someone to ask for directions. On the way, Yi Chen did not see anyone at all. Is this really the Kunlun Holy Land? Why is there no sign of human life here? When Yi Chen looked down, he saw a familiar herbal plant. Yi Chen came down and looked closer to the plant. This is the flower of life. If it is made in this pill, it can extend the life of someone for several decades. Yi Chen immediately picked the flowers and put them into the fairy gate storage room. Yi Chen continued his journey to explore this Kunlun land. On the way, Yi Chen discovered a lot of rare plants that were rarely seen by Yi Chen. This place is indeed worthy of being called the Holy Land of Kunlun. Yi Chen's journey this time was not in vain. Yi Chen harvested a lot of rare plants in this place. Master, it looks like in the southeast there is someone who is fighting very extraordinary. Shu Yuichen detected that someone was fighting in the southeast. The distance was about 500 km from here. Let's look over there. Yi Chen flew towards the direction Shu Yuichen said. When Yi Chen was less than 200 km the place that Shu Yuichen said, the sky here was filled with a bolt of lightning. This must be the effect of the power of a high-level cultivator's fight. What kind of battle can affect the area around here? Yi Chen flew even closer. Yi Chen descended on one of the nearby tree branches. From a distance, Yi Chen could see that there were 5 middle-aged male cultivators fighting with a 9-tailed fox. The situation of the two parties was equally injured. 5 middle-aged male cultivators wearing old Taoist clothes. Yi Chen wanted to eavesdrop on their conversation. 9-tailed fox, surrender right now, or we will kill you, said the Taoist leader said to the 9-tailed fox. 9-tailed fox only incubates towards the 5 old Daos. It seems like the 9-tailed fox does not want to compromise with these 5 Daos. So it's your choice, so we have no other choice. Brother, let's attack together. 5 Tao cultivators made a 5-pointed attack formation. The 5 Tao cultivators focused all their deep energy in the middle of the pentagon. In the center of the pentagon emits a very strong blue light. The 9-tailed fox also doesn't stay still. The 9-tailed fox focuses deep energy in its mouth. Yellow light began to gather in the middle of the mouth of the 9-tailed fox. Shoot! Energy gathered in a pentagon in a shot towards the tailed fox. After bam, the 9-tailed fox also moaned a laser towards the 5 Daos. Yi Chen quickly leave here. Chu Yuichen tried to warn Yi Chen, but it was too late. The second bang of the great power that collided made a very violent explosion. Even Yi Chen, who had already kept a considerable distance, was also affected. Chapter 98 Contract with the 9. Yi Chen was bounced as far as 10 km. He crashed into a mountain before stopping. Cough. Cough. Yi Chen coughed up blood. Damn very strong. Yi Chen did not expect the impact of the attack. It was very strong. If Yi Chen was too close he would definitely be hurt worse than this. Of course they are strong. The strength of both parties is in the Overlord realm stage. You are still lucky to be saved. If it were someone else they would have been dying. Shu Yuichen explained to Yi Chen. Yi Chen, Overlord realm, it's only proper that I can't feel their level of strength. Apparently they are much stronger than me. It seems like this is a dangerous place. Many powerful cultivators are in the holy land of Kunlun. The two of them have used up all their deep energy in the attack just now. Now whoever wins doesn't have any deep energy left. You better go there and see. Who knows, you can get the booty from both of them. Chu Yuichen suggested Yi Chen to go there again. Yi Chen was also very curious. Who won the fight? Whether the fifth Tao fox with 9 tails? Yi Chen flew towards the battlefield. Now everything in front of Yi Chen had changed. All the trees had disappeared. There was only a pile of earth and dust. A large basin of 15 km in diameter was formed in front of Yi Chen. Yi Chen went down to look around. Yi Chen looked around and found the fifth Tao's body. There was no life energy in the bodies of these 5 people. As for the 9-tailed fox, Yi Chen could still feel life energy. Even though it was very weak. It looks like the winner of this fight is a 9-tailed fox. Master, this is a very good opportunity for you. Chu Yuichen said excitedly. What good opportunity? Yi Chen was confused by what we said by Chu Yuichen. Of course, contracting with a 9-tailed fox. With such a wounded condition. The 9-tailed fox will definitely not be able to fight when you give it a contract. Chu Yuichen had to explain to Yi Chen. Are you sure the 9-tailed fox won't fight back? Asked Yi Chen. Take it easy. I will give you a soul contract technique. This technique is the strongest technique in the world of gods. After you use this technique to the 9-tailed fox, the 9-tailed fox will always obey you. Prepare yourself, I will transfer this technique to you. Chu Yuichen. The soul contract technique transfer to Yi Chen. A collection of information entered Yi Chen's mind. Yi Chen began to study the soul contract technique that Chu Yuichen had just given. In just a few minutes Yi Chen had mastered it. It was time for Yi Chen to try out the soul contract technique he had just learned. Yi Chen walked towards the 9-tailed fox, which was currently lying weakly on the ground. The 9-tailed fox slightly opened its eyes and looked at Yi Chen with great hostility. Calm down. I won't harm you. Yi Chen tried to calm down the 9-tailed fox. Yi Chen touched to the 9-tailed fox, began to use the soul contract technique to the 9-tailed fox. Yi Chen felt his soul and the 9-tailed fox began to be bound to one another. The contract was finally formed. The 9-tailed fox did not fight at all when the contract process was in progress. The 9-tailed fox turned into particles and entered Yi Chen's left hand. Yi Chen's left hand appeared a contract sign, proving that the 9-tailed wolf now belonged to Yi Chen. Haha. Congratulations, Master has gotten a very powerful magic beast. Chu Yuichen congratulated Yi Chen for successfully taming the 9-tailed fox. Not bad. Yi Chen saw the contract mark in his left hand. Yi Chen tried to summon a 9-tailed fox. Unfortunately, the 9-tailed fox did not respond to Yi Chen's call. Yi Chen, it looks like the 9-tailed fox is resting. Yi Chen then went to see the 5 old Taoist corpses. Yi Chen tried to find valuable objects in the bodies of the 5 Taoist corpses. After searching the bodies of these 5 corpses, Yi Chen only found 5 storage rings. It seemed that the 5 Daos were storing all the valuable objects they had in this storage ring. Yi Chen definitely had a way to break into this storage ring. Yi Chen then buried the 5 corpses properly. After finishing burying the corpse, Yi Chen immediately left this place. Today Yi Chen's target of searching for medicinal plants has been fulfilled. The holy land of Kunlun was still dangerous for him. Yi Chen decided to return first to heal his wounds and increase his strength. In the future he could come again. Yi Chen flew towards the gloomy forest where he had first entered. After 15 minutes Yi Chen left. There were 2 people who came, 1 woman and 1 man who came. This woman wearing a red shirt and wearing a mask. It was very difficult to see this woman's real face. While the man next to this woman wore a complete golden armor. This man looked dashing with the golden spear he was holding. General Shun, seems like there has just been a battle here. The woman in red looked around the former battlefield. Miss Fu? You're right. Who do you think is the person who just fought here? General Shun asked the woman in red. The name of the woman in the red shirt is Fu Lanling, while the name of the man wearing the iron shirt is Shun Buzi. Fu Lanling and Shun Buzi looked for directions in this place. They found a tomb. It seems like this had just been dug up by someone. Let's see who is buried here. Shun Buzi raised his palm. The ground was immediately split into two. The bodies buried in the ground can now be seen by Fu Lanling and Shun Buzi. Isn't this the 5 twin brothers of the Taoji sect? How the 5 of them died. Shun Buzi recognized the 5 Tao corpses. General Shun, do you know these 5 people? Asked Fu Lanling to Shun Buzi. They are elders in the Taoji sect. Their strength should be in the 7th stage of Overlord realm. Shun Buzi explained their identity to Fu Lanling. I see. Fu Lanling didn't really care about these 5 corpses. She was more curious as to who had killed these 5 people. Fu Lanling, I really want to know who the person who killed them. Maybe that person is not far from here. Then I will report this to the Taoji sect first. Shun Buzi flew to the horizon and left Fu Lanling. Fu Lanling looked for clues around the former battlefield. Fu Lanling flew for a while before she found a torn shirt. This shirt was Yi Chen's. Fu Lanling called a bird doll. Fu Lanling then put a torn shirt in the mouth of the bird doll. The bird doll immediately flew towards Yi Chen. Fu Lanling followed behind the bird doll. Chapter 99 Women with Pure Phoenix Blood. With the help of Chu Yuich and Yi Chen's instructions successfully escaping the ancient Holy Land, he immediately ascended to the surface. It was already morning. Yi Chen came down and enjoyed the pleasant morning sun. I want to go home and rest. Because today is Sunday, school is on holiday. Today Yi Chen can rest quietly. Master, there is someone from below. She is heading towards you with a very high speed. Chu Yuichen told Yi Chen that under the abyss there was someone wanting to rise to the surface. A few seconds later a woman dressed in red and wearing a mask came out of the abyss. Yi Chen couldn't feel this woman's level of strength. But Yi Chen felt dangerous when he was near this woman. A spotted flying bird swiveled above Yi Chen. Fu Lanling looked at Yi Chen. She looked up and down at Yi Chen's body. Her stuffed bird detected that the fragments of clothes she found were indeed the property of this young man. What made Fu Lanling feel strange was that the strength of this leader was only at the 2nd level of the Earth realm. It is impossible for someone who has this low level to survive through the Forest of Death. Where in the Forest of Death the weakest magic monsters are at the Emperor realm stage. Fu Lanling made the bird doll back to its side. The bird doll then pulled a piece of cloth from its mouth before disappearing. Tell me, what is this torn shirt you have? Fu Lanling showed the torn shirt that was the same color as the one Yi Chen was wearing right now. Yi Chen saw the torn clothes that were in the hands of the masked female Jade. He just realized that the clothes he was currently wearing in several places had holes. Yi Chen began to think that this woman might be an ally of the old Taoist. The masked woman must be suspecting him to be the 5th killer of the old Tao. It's not mine. Yi Chen did not admit that the torn shirt was his. Yi Chen suddenly felt that aura was very strong pressing on him. Yi Chen was very difficult to move his body. Yi Chen looks towards the masked woman who was flying above the sky. This woman's eyes looked at Yi Chen very sharply. Actually, what level of strength this woman had. Even just from this woman's pressure could make Yi Chen difficult to move. Yuichen, what level is this woman's strength? Yi Chen asked Chu Yuichen. You really want to know? This woman is only at the level of Emperor Relam, said Chu Yuichen, playing around. How could Yi Chen believe that this woman was only the level of the Emperor realm? Yi Chen urged Chu Yuichen to tell the truth. Just tell this woman's level of strength. Chu Yuichen, all. The master cannot be asked to joke. How can Yi Chi be invited to joke in this situation? Yi Chen's condition is not good at all. The aura pressure from this woman is getting stronger and is pressing Yi Chen. This woman is in the peak stage of the 8th level Overlord realm. In the near future she will soon break through to the 9th level Overlord realm. Another one in the female body has pure blood. From Phoenix. The strength is definitely not weaker than the 9th level Overlord realm. This woman is tens of times stronger than the 5th Tao or the 9-tailed fox you just contracted. Chu Yuichen explained in detail the power of the masked woman to Yi Chen. Yi Chen was very surprised to know the power of the masked woman in front of him. The Phoenix was a beast who in the past lived in the God realm. Like this woman had pure blood of Phoenix. Did this woman come from the God realm like a teacher? When Yi Chen was thinking, the masked woman asked him again. I ask once again if this torn piece is yours, Fu Lanling asked Yi Chen again. But this time his tone was very cold. Yes. Yes. Why is that mine? Yi Chen was forced to tell the truth. After all, he was not the person who killed the 5 Daos. Fu Lanling pulled all of her aura from Yi Chen's body. Fu Lanling then descended from the sky and stood a few meters away from Yi Chen. Yi Chen was relieved that this woman's aura had vanished. Now he could relax. Tell me if you were involved in the death of the 5 Daos. Fu Lanling immediately interrogated Yi Chen. Yi Chen, how come? Do you not see that I am weak? How can I possibly defeat a strong person like them? Then do you know why they could die? Fu Lanling asked the chronology of the deaths of the 5 Daos. Yi Chen explained all the details of the battle between the 5 Daos and the 9-tailed fox, which was currently in his left hand. There were some important parts he did not mention, such as making a contract with the 9-tailed fox. Fu Lanling listened to everything Yi Chen said. Fu Lanling was intrigued by the 9-tailed fox. Yi Chen said, "The 9-tailed fox is a very powerful magic beast. In the Holy Land, the existence of a 9-tailed fox is very difficult to find. It is appropriate for the 5 Tao to risk their lives. If they can tame the 9-tailed fox, it can become a guardian as Taoji. So you have nothing to do with all this. I don't need you anymore." Fu Lanling gave a torn shirt to Yi Chen. Fu Lanling turned to go back to the portal to the Kunlun Holy Land. Yi Chen was relieved this woman hadn't done anything strange to him. Yi Chen didn't want to stay any longer. Yi Chen immediately flew through the Kunlun Mountains. Fu Lanling, who had arrived at the portal entrance to the Holy Land Kunlun, stopped entering the portal. He just remembered that the young man had only been in the level 2 Earth realm. How can he go to the Kunlun Holy Land in a relaxed manner? Did he hide the power from me? Fu Lanling was suspicious of Yi Chen, because his heart felt something was wrong. Fu Lanling returned to the surface to find Yi Chen's whereabouts. Unfortunately, Fu Lanling did not see any trace of Yi Chen's existence. Where did the person go? So fast he disappeared. It turned out that Fu Lanling's suspicion was true, that the person must have hidden his strength. Fu Lanling tried to search around this mountain. That female master seems to have come back to you. Xu Yuichen sensed that Fu Lanling approached Yi Chen again. Hi. Yi Chen stopped immediately. Fu Lanling is already in front of Yi Chen. Seems like you hid something from me. Fu Lanling felt Yi Chen's strength was still in the 2nd stage of the Earth realm. How could this person fly this fast if he was only in the 2nd level Earth realm stage? Fu Lanling became curious. What method this person used? Fu Lanling again used her aura to suppress Yi Chen. The pressure this time was stronger than before. Even Yi Chen, who was in the sky, immediately fell to the ground. Fu Lanling also descended from the sky and walked towards Yi Chen. I will let you go after you explain the truth to me. Yi Chen felt it would be difficult to escape from this woman before he explained everything. Yi Chen began to think of escaping from the masked woman. Yi Chen turned his head to find a way so he could get out of the current situation. Yes, I can try using that. It might work on this woman. There was an evil grin on Yi Chen's face. Chapter 100. Fu Lanling uses forbidden techniques. Mistress, please let me go. I already told you everything I know to you. Because Yi Chen did not know the age of this woman, Yi Chen called her a mistress. Fu Lanling felt displeased at the call of the madam. She was still a girl. Fu Lanling was 200 years old. In the ancient world, this age was still said to be very young. Fu Lanling gave off an extremely strong killing aura. Glup. Yi Chen swallowed his saliva. The murderous aura that this woman was bathing in was very strong. Step by step, Fu Lanling approached towards Yi Chen, who was currently lying on the ground. 10 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. As Fu Lanling drew nearer, Yi Chen opened his flame vein. Bam! Bursts of power overflowed from Yi Chen's body. He felt that his strength increased several times. The pressure from Fu Lanling now had no effect on Yi Chen. Yi Chen rushed forward and wanted to touch Fu Lanling's body and use the King's Heart technique. Unfortunately, Fu Lanling was faster than Yi Chen. Fu Lanling immediately retreated hundreds of meters backwards. Seeing the increase in strength of this young man, Fu Lanling became even more alert. Yi Chen failed to touch Fu Lanling. Now Yi Chen did not have another chance, because Fu Lanling became wary of him. Damn it, Yi Chen had no choice but to run away from here. If he fought with this masked woman, Yi Chen would definitely lose. Even though he had opened the flame vein, his power was still far from Fu Lanling. Yi Chen flew with maximum speed to run away from Fu Lanling. How could Fu Lanling let Yi Chen run? Fu Lanling was chasing after Yi Chen. Yi Chen had already used the fastest speed he had. Unfortunately, Fu Lanling was chasing with a speed that was faster than Yi Chen. Fu Lanling was quickly in front of Yi Chen. Fu Lanling poked at Yi Chen's forehead. Bam! Yi Chen struck the ground. He rubbed his aching forehead. Fu Lanling's strength was too strong for Yi Chen. Yi Chen thought about how to defeat this woman. Yi Chen's first plan had failed. Even after using the power of the Sage Vein Guide, Yi Chen still could not win this woman. Bad boys must be punished. Fire emerged from Fu Lanling's palm. Fu Lanling threw a deep fire at Yi Chen. The flames that Fu Lanling was throwing were getting bigger and bigger. Bam! A large fireball hit Yi Chen. Fu Lanling held back strength so as not to kill Yi Chen. Where Yi Chen was currently in flames was burning like a sea of fire. Yi Chen himself stood in the middle of a sea of fire. Not the slightest part of Yi Chen's body was burning. Fu Lanling, who saw this, was very, very surprised. She did not think this young man could withstand her fire attack. Haha, Yi Chen smiled. The strength of this woman's deep fire could not hurt him. Ha ha ha. Is this the only ability you have? I think your fire is very weak. Yi Chen mocked Fu Lanling's fire power. Fu Lanling was furious when the fire power was underestimated. Domain of Phoenix. In the sky a fire dome appeared. This time Fu Lanling did not hold back her strength. He already didn't care whether Yi Chen would live or die after receiving this attack. The temperature around Yi Chen became very hot. Well, see if you can laugh after receiving this attack. Dome of the fire down from the sky. When the dome of the fire down, the temperature is getting hotter. Even the stones near Yi Chen are melting because of this heat. Bam! Phoenix fire burns everything on the ground. With this technique, Yi Chen must be dead. After the fire disappeared, a giant-sized fire crater appeared. Fu Lanling was surprised to see someone still standing in the middle of the fire crater. Yi Chen cleaned his clothes from the dust. If he did not have the inheritance from the God Sage, surely he would have been killed by this attack. Fu Lanling looked at Yi Chen with eyes that did not believe this. After being hit by the mainstay attack, Fu Lanling, this person really wasn't hurt at all. Wasn't this crazy? Still too weak. Is your ability only at this rate? Yi Chen mocked Fu Lanling. It was very fun mocking Fu Lanling. Fu Lanling clenched his fist. Fu Lanling was never underestimated like this. As heir to the God of Phoenix, Fu Lanling always received praise from everyone. No one had ever mocked her. Fu Lanling soared higher into the sky. Fu Lanling let out fire that enveloped her body. The fire grew bigger and formed an elegant phoenix beast in the sky. Fu Lanling is in the middle of the phoenix-shaped fire. This technique is called Phoenix Fire God Body. To use this technique, Fu Lanling burns phoenix blood in her body. After burning phoenix blood, Fu Lanling won't be able to use phoenix fire for a month. This is a forbidden technique that should not be used. Today, because it was insulted by someone, Fu Lanling used this forbidden technique. Phoenix dancing on the clear sky. This phoenix then swooped down towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen saw that the phoenix of fire headed towards him. Yi Chen could feel that the power of the fire phoenix was very strong. The fire phoenix descended like an atomic bomb. Bang! A very strong explosion occurred in the Kunlun Mountains. The power of this explosion is equivalent to a nuclear bomb. Half the land in China even shook when the Phoenix Fire God Body crashed into the ground. A very large crater appeared in the mountains of Kunlun. Fu Lanling was very crazy. She destroyed 110 of the Kunlun Mountains. Fu Lanling's breathing went up and down. She almost used everything she had to use the Phoenix Fire God Body technique. There was no way anyone would have survived after receiving this technique. Now Fu Lanling felt satisfied that he had defeated the person who mocked her firepower. That was really amazing. From behind, Yi Chen hugged Fu Lanling's hilt and used the King's Heart technique. Fu Lanling was surprised to see that this young man was still alive after receiving her forbidden attack. She thought this young man was dead. Ah, Fu Lanling groaned. After being touched by Yi Chen, she felt his body was hot and uncomfortable. Fu Lanling's body seemed to have no strength left to fight. What are you doing to my body? Fu Lanling felt her body was very uncomfortable as there were thousands of insects crawling on her body. What's more? Of course it's time for revenge. Yi Chen smiled wickedly. First, Yi Chen took off mask Fu Lanling to see this woman's real face. Seeing Yi Chen want to take off her mask, Fu Lanling tried to rebel. Unfortunately, that was of no use at all. Fu Lanling could only surrender when the mask on her face was taken by Yi Chen. Chapter 101 conquered Fu Lanling's body and mind. Yi Chen surprised to see this woman's beauty. Fu Lanling's face was truly so beautiful. Even Yi Chen couldn't help but want to love this woman immediately. Fu Lanling blushed as the mask she was wearing disappeared. Fu Lanling didn't know what else to do. No matter how much Fu Lanling tried to scrub everything in vain. Yi Chen hugged Fu Lanling away from the battlefield. Yi Chen found a cave. He immediately brought Fu Lanling into the cave. Yi Chen took out a cloth from inside the fairy gate storage. He then laid Fu Lanling on it. Yi Chen let go of Fu Lanling's shirt. Fu Lanling, wearing ancient clothes, was quite difficult to take off the clothes she was wearing. Fu Lanling closed her eyes. Fu Lanling did not dare to see what this young man would do next. After all Fu Lanling's clothes were removed by Yi Chen, Jade's very perfect body was seen in front of Yi Chen. Right now Yi Chen was like a wild animal that had very delicious prey. Yi Chen touched Fu Lanling's body, and playing the two perfect mount peaks. He squeezed, kneaded and played with both of Fu Lanling's soft peaks. Ah! Stop it! You bastard! Fu Lanling felt her body tremble because of the pleasure that was given by the hand Yi Chen. Fu Lanling felt the bottom emit a liquid. Fu Lanling, who was a pure girl, had never felt this sensation before. Every day Fu Lanling just continued to cultivate. She was never interested in male and female relationships. You bastard, stop it. Otherwise I'll kill you. Yi Chen paid no heed to Fu Lanling's shout. Yi Chen immediately kissed Fu Lanling's cherry lips so as not to speak again. Fu Lanling was very surprised when it was kissed by Yi Chen. For some reason this felt very pleasant. Fu Lanling's consciousness began to disappear due to pleasure. She began to respond to a kiss from Yi Chen. Fu Lanling hugged Yi Chen's neck. Ah! Don't be so hard. It hurts. Ah! Fu Lanling whimpered because Yi Chen winced at her two cherry blossoms. Yi Chen greedily sucked and bited the Fu Lanling cherry. For some reason, after seeing Fu Lanling, Yi Chen was very excited. His passion rose. In Yi Chen's mind, he wanted to immediately love Fu Lanling. Please stop. I feel something will come out. Fu Lanling finally reached the climax. Fu Lanling's body shook violently. Fu Lanling's eyes closed. Yi Chen did not stop and continued to play with Fu Lanling's beautiful body. Ah! Fu Lanling, whose body was very sensitive after the climax, felt her body was provoked by Yi Chen. Fu Lanling could not hold her voice and groaned again. Seeing that preparations were now enough for the main event, Yi Chen removed all the clothes on his body. The large meat stick had raised its spear ready to break through Fu Lanling's gate. Fu Lanling looked at Yi Chen's collar that was undressing. She saw a large object that was in Yi Chen's crotch. Even though Fu Lanling was a pure woman, she knew what this thing was. Would she put this thing into mine? It would be impossible. It would not match. Fu Lanling was scared to see Yi Chen's giant. Yi Chen put his meat stick in front of Fu Lanling's already wet honey cave. Yi Chen immediately put his large meat stick into Fu Lanling's cave with one jerk. Fu Lanling screamed in pain. Fu Lanling never felt pain like this. Her body seemed to be torn apart. Fu Lanling's tears began to drip. Fu Lanling gripped Yi Chen's shoulder. Her fingernails scratched deeply into Yi Chen's flesh. Ah! This time Yi Chen groaned. Yi Chen felt his little brother was suctioned by an endless hole. The walls of Fu Lanling honey cave gripped Yi Chen's younger brother very strongly. This feeling Yi Chen had never felt. Yi Chen started pumping back and forth inside Fu Lanling honey cave, and felt a very pleasant sensation. At first Fu Lanling felt excruciating pain, but after several times Yi Chen poked into her cave hole, Fu Lanling felt her body and mind fly into the sky. This sensation was very pleasant and amazing. Fu Lanling felt that her body and mind really enjoyed it. Yi Chen continued to accelerate his pumping. At this moment Yi Chen's younger brother was like a bull raging inside Fu Lanling's body. Ah! Husband! Faster! I will reach the top. To hell with your big stick. This is too amazing. Fu Lanling involuntarily started calling Yi Chen as her husband. If someone in the holy land of Kunlun heard the words that Fu Lanling had just said, they would be very surprised. Fu Lanling, the goddess in the hearts of many people, was currently under Yi Chen's body, enjoying the relationship between men and women. Fu Lanling's body and mind were completely conquered by Yi Chen. Fu Lanling began to collaborate with Yi Chen to get more pleasure. After 1 hour, Yi Chen finally sprayed white magma into Fu Lanling's womb. Splur. Splur. Yi Chen began to walk for 30 seconds and filled Fu Lanling's womb. At this moment, Fu Lanling felt that his lower body was full of warm liquid. Fu Lanling felt that he could no longer live without this boy. When Yi Chen wanted to get out of Fu Lanling cave, he was stopped by Fu Lanling's 2 legs hugging his waist. Fu Lanling got up and sat on Yi Chen's thigh. She put her lips to Yi Chen's ear. Husband, you still want it again? Fu Lanling's voice was very tempting for Yi Chen. Yi Chen's meat stick hardened again. The two immediately resumed the battle inside the silent cave. Fu Lanling has been lonely for hundreds of years. After her lust has been triggered, she will not be satisfied with just doing one thing. Fu Lanling started to move up and down by herself. This is amazing. How to do this is very fun. Fu Lanling looks really enjoyed it. Goddess. Inside you are truly amazing. Yi Chen felt Fu Lanling's honey cave became tighter than before. Husband, let's go deeper. Make me feel good. Fu Lanling kept on saying Folder's words. Yi Chen and Fu Lanling tried various poses. Under Yi Chen's domination, Fu Lanling became very obedient and obeyed Yi Chen's words. In the cave, the groaning sound continued for hours. Here no one would disturb both of them doing dual cultivation. Chapter 102 Goddess Charm. Yi Chen finally woke up. He didn't know how long he had slept. All he remembered was a fierce battle with Fu Lanling that lasted quite a long time. At this moment, the beautiful goddess Fu Lanling curled up on Yi Chen's arm, sleeping very peacefully. Yi Chen tried to remember yesterday's events. Yi Chen didn't know what really happened yesterday. Yesterday, Yi Chen just wanted to give a little lesson to Fu Lanling. The result was he was fascinated by Fu Lanling's beauty and they instead had an intimate relationship. Every time Yi Chen saw the beauty of Fu Lanling, Yi Chen felt his soul be stolen by this beautiful goddess. It was hard to resist his desire to love this goddess. Master, finally you wake up too. It seems like you really enjoy connecting with beautiful goddesses to forget time. Haha, Chu Yuichen giggled, teasing Yi Chen. Yuichen, how long did I do it? Asked Yi Chen. He has already gotten used to Chu Yuichen's temptations. Geez, you two have been doing it for almost an entire day, said Chu Yuichen helplessly. Yi Chen had no idea that he and Fu Lanling would do dual cultivation for a full day. Your luck with a woman is very high. You're lucky to find a woman who has the charm of a goddess. Goddess charm, what is it? Yi Chen had never heard this name before. The charm of a goddess is an innate charm from birth. This makes a woman who has the charm of a goddess be able to make everyone who sees her fascinated. Even this can enslave the soul of every man who sees her. A person who has a charm of a goddess is very rarely found. Even in 100 million years you could only find one. Chu Yuichen explained to Yi Chen about the charm of the goddess. I see. Yi Chen now understood why he felt his soul would be blown away by Fu Lanling. Master, are you not worried that if this woman wakes up she will immediately kill you? Everything has happened. As a man I cannot escape. I must take responsibility, Yi Chen said with a strong determination. Haha. That's just the master I know. This is for my dear master. Chu Yuichen gave something to Yi Chen. In Yi Chen's palm appeared a ring with a complicated pattern. What is this? Yi Chen asked Chu Yuichen. This is a newer ring. This ring can change someone's appearance according to their wishes. The user can even control who can see her real face. You can give the newer ring to this woman, so that she doesn't continue to wear a mask to hide her appearance. Chu Yuichen explained the use of this ring to Yi Chen. Then how do you use it? Yi Chen asked how to use the newer ring. It's easy. You just have to think what appearance you want. Then the wearer's appearance will change. Yi Chen immediately nodded and put the newer ring into his breast pocket. After giving Chu Yuichen's ring not to speak again, it seemed like Chu Yuichen left Yi Chen alone with Fu Lanling. Yi Chen looked at Fu Lanling, who was still sleeping comfortably. He rubbed the face of the goddess Fu Lanling. Fu Lanling woke up when Yi Chen touched her. She looked at Yi Chen with a very gentle gaze. Yi Chen looked at Fu Lanling foolishly. Little boy, have you never seen a beautiful woman before? Because of the words Fu Lanling, Yi Chen had just realized. His was not the same as what Yi Chen had imagined. He thought when this woman woke up she would immediately attack Yi Chen. Apparently Yi Chen's thinking was wrong. Who are you calling a little kid? I'm a big boy. Yi Chen didn't like being called by this little boy. You're still 19 years old. It's much smaller than me. So I call you a little kid. Huchai Fu Lanling laughed a little. I'm not small. Have you not seen this? Yi Chen proudly showed off his lower body to Fu Lanling. Fu Lanling immediately blushed. Fu Lanling slightly peered towards Yi Chen's crotch. Yi Chen embraced Fu Lanling's body, who was currently completely naked. Husband. I'm wrong, please spare me. Fu Lanling immediately panicked to see Yi Chen wanted to start fighting again with her. Seeing Fu Lanling asking for mercy, Yi Chen let her go. Yi Chen felt he became even more familiar with Fu Lanling. May I know your name? Fu Lanling doesn't know the name of the man who conquered her body and heart. Yi Chen. What is your name? Yi Chen asked. The name of a beautiful goddess. So your name is Yi Chen. My name is Fu Lanling. From now on you can call me Linger. Fu Lanling introduced herself to Yi Chen. Yi Chen felt Fu Lanling's attitude was different from when they met for the first time. Before, Fu Lanling would be indifferent to him. Now Fu Lanling looked very soft to him. Fu Lanling is a beautiful name, suitable for goddesses like you. Yi Chen praised Fu Lanling. Fu Lanling was very happy when being praised by Yi Chen. His heart felt flowery. Fu Lanling helped put clothes on Yi Chen. She looked like a filial wife. Fu Lanling looked at Yi Chen's back, which was injured by being scratched by her nails. Fu Lanling felt a little guilty. She took the medicine bottle from her storage ring. Husband, I will help you treat this wound. Fu Lanling continued to insist on treating Yi Chen's wound. From the bottle she poured powder into Yi Chen's wound. In an instant Yi Chen's wound disappeared without leaving any marks. Yi Chen was very surprised that Fu Lanling was using precious medicine to treat his small wounds. Fu Lanling smiled at Yi Chen. Yi Chen was confused when he saw Fu Lanling's beauty that had fully bloomed. Linger's beauty is too dangerous. I could lose control because of it. Yi Chen tried to calm his heart. Now it was Yi Chen's turn to help comb Fu Lanling's hair. Fu Lanling's long black hair looked very beautiful and very long. Fu Lanling took the mask from her storage ring every time she wore it. Why do you wear a mask again? You look prettier without a mask. Yi Chen said. The teacher said I have a special charm that can make everyone who sees me will be attracted to me. Some men who see my appearance are crazy about me and become my slave. Therefore the teacher made me a special mask that can block my charm. Fu Lanling explained everything to Yi Chen. Oh yeah. I want to give you something. Yi Chen wanted to give newer ring to Fu Lanling. What is that? Fu Lanling asked curiously. Stretch out your fingers. Yi Chen told Fu Lanling to stretch out her fingers. Fu Lanling obeyed what Yi Chen said and stretched her fingers forward. Yi Chen took the newer ring from inside his pocket and put it on Fu Lanling's middle finger. Fu Lanling was very happy to receive this beautiful ring. This is a newer ring. This ring can change its appearance according to your wishes. This ring is strong enough to hold the charm of the goddess you have. From now on you no longer need to wear a mask to cover your beauty. Yi Chen began to explain the function and how to use the newer ring to Fu Lanling. Thank you. Fu Lanling immediately tried the newer ring to see if this worked or not. Husband, how do I look right now? Fu Lanling is asking how she looks right now. Your appearance is still the same as before. There was no change in Fu Lanling's appearance. Fu Lanling was very confused because she had done what Yi Chen had said about using Nuwa's ring. Fu Lanling looked in the mirror. Her appearance had indeed changed. Yi Chen also looked into the mirror. Fu Lanling, who was in the mirror, was different from what he was seeing right now. The ring given by Chu Yuichen turned out to function very well. From now on only husband can see my appearance. Fu Lanling looks happy to receive a gift from him. Let's get out of here. Yi Chen invited Fu Lanling out of the cave. Both of them left the cave. So are you going back to the Kunlun Holy Land? Fu Lanling shook her head. No. I want to come with you. Anyway, my teacher is doing self-exile. She will not come out anytime soon. If that's what Linger wants. Okay. Before that, I'll tell you the truth. I have 2 more women as my wife. Can you accept them? Yi Chen didn't want to lie that he had another woman. Of course. What's the problem? Fu Lanling does not seem to mind this. In the hold of sacred Kunlun it was normal for a man to have many women. All Yi Chen could love was enough for her. Alright, let's go back now. Yi Chen led Fu Lanling to fly to where he lived. Chapter 103 Increased Cultivation Base. Yi Chen felt that his strength had increased greatly after obtaining pure yin from Fu Lanling. Yi Chen's strength was currently in the 4th stage of the Overlord realm. Linger, what is your current level? Yi Chen asked Fu Lanling's level after doing dual cultivation with him. Now that I have taken half a step towards the legendary stage of the divine realm, I did not think I would break into this realm. At first Fu Lanling was very surprised to learn that she had broken through to this legendary stage. In this life Fu Lanling doubted she could reach this realm. But now that she had reached this legendary domain, this was all thanks to this little boy. Yi Chen, that's great. I just broke through to the 4th level of Overlord realm. Little husband, what secret do you have on your body? How is it possible to only have relations with you that makes me break through to this level? Fu Lanling was curious about her little husband. That's because I have an ancient yang body. Every woman who does dual cultivation with me will definitely get extraordinary benefits. He explained a little to Fu Lanling. Fu Lanling, little husband, wouldn't it be very dangerous if known by women in the world? They might immediately pounce on you in bed if you know this. If that happens, I certainly can easily take care of them, Yi Chen said with great confidence. Really? Then I'll tell the women. Let's see if the little husband can handle all these women, said Fu Lanling. You dare? If you do that I will make you unable to get out of bed for days. Yi Chen pointed at Fu Lanling. Then try and catch me. Ha! Fu Lanling flew away from Yi Chen. Yi Chen tried to catch Fu Lanling, both of them playing chase. Fu Lanling felt that her world today was different from before. Now her world was filled with cheerful and happy colors. Both arrived above the city. Fu Lanling looked down at the city with great curiosity. Many objects that Fu Lanling had never seen before. This was the first time Fu Lanling had gone to the mortal world. This place was very foreign to her. Yi Chen brought Fu Lanling to a shopping place to buy some new clothes for Fu Lanling. The clothes that Fu Lanling is wearing right now are too obvious to other people's attention. Little husband, where are we going? She asked where Yi Chen would take her. I'll buy some clothes for you. Yi Chen brought Fu Lanling to a brand name clothing store. Seeing someone handsome man coming, female employees in the shop immediately came to Yi Chen. Unfortunately, behind this handsome man there is a beautiful woman. Female employees feel they have no chance anymore. Master and lady, there is something we can help. Fu Lanling's appearance has changed in the eyes of others. Despite having changed appearances, Fu Lanling still looks very beautiful. I want to buy the best set of women's clothes in this store. Can you show me the place? Please come with me, the female employee asked Yi Chen and Fu Lanling to follow her. The two of them went to follow the female employee. Fu Lanling looked around the shop. She felt the clothes here had a strange design and in some important places looked very exposed. Fu Lanling is an ancient woman. She doesn't like the type of clothes that are too exposed. Linger. Let's try this dress. Yi Chen took a white one-piece dress and handed it to Fu Lanling to try. Fu Lanling took the dress Yi Chen had chosen and headed to the dressing room. A few moments later Fu Lanling came out wearing a one-piece dress that was chosen by Yi Chen. Little husband, does this look strange to me? Fu Lanling isn't used to wearing clothes like this. Beautiful. Yi Chen was fascinated by the fuzzy Fu Lanling look that looked innocent when wearing a white one-piece dress. Fu Lanling was very happy to be praised by Yi Chen. She decided to take this outfit. I take this dress. Are you sure you don't want to choose another outfit? No. I like this dress. Let's take this one. Fu Lanling has made up her mind. After that, Yi Chen told Fu Lanling to try out a lot of clothes in the clothing store. All the clothes that were tried looked very suitable for use by Fu Lanling. Yi Chen bought dozens of clothing sets for Fu Lanling. Sir, this is your bill. The female employee bills all the clothes that Yi Chen bought. The total of all the clothes bought is $20,000. After finishing paying for all of his clothes, Yi Chen invited Fu Lanling out of the shopping center. Yi Chen brought Fu Lanling to fly to his residence. So we arrived. This is my place to stay. Yi Chen showed his residence to Fu Lanling. Let's go inside. Yi Chen and Fu Lanling enter the villa. This is your home. Very beautiful. Fu Lanling was fascinated by the interior of the modern villa. Don't you live in a place like this? Yi Chen asked. During this time I lived in a cave. There is a suitable place for cultivation. This place is only one sabagus, namely in the royal palace. Well, I understand the Kunlun Holy Land is indeed still using past civilization, so it's no wonder that Fu Lanling was surprised to see the modern world. Yi Chen's ringing phone rang. Yi Chen immediately looked at his cell phone. The one who was calling was Liu Yu. Yi Chen immediately answered the phone from Liu Yu's wife. What's up? Where have you been, husband, for several days? Why didn't you come at that time? Didn't you promise to accompany me to the party? Liu Yu asked for an explanation from Yi Chen. Yi Chen forgot that he had promised to accompany Liu Yu to the party. Yu's wife. I'm sorry, it seems like I forgot about it. Yi Chen sincerely apologized to Liu Yu. Liu Yu sighed. She could not be angry with Yi Chen. Okay, I forgive you. But instead I want you to accompany me to go shopping now. What must now actually? He intends to bring Fu Lanling inside the fairy gate. Come to behavior now. If the husband does not come, I will start ignoring you. But, Bip, before Yi Chen finished talking, the phone had been hung up by Liu Yu. What is wrong? Asked Fu Lanling. Nothing. Close your eyes. He told Fu Lanling to close her eyes. Fu Lanling didn't ask much and closed her eyes. Yi Chen brought Fu Lanling inside the fairy gate. You may open your eyes. Fu Lanling opened her eyelids and saw what was in front of her eyes. In front of her eyes, Fu Lanling saw a very beautiful sight. The aura that was here was also very pure. This was far purer than that in the holy land of Kunlun. Little husband, where is this? Fu Lanling is curious where they are right now. This is called Fairy Gates. This place is a training ground for the women I have. Yi Chen explained a little about the fairy gate to Fu Lanling. Yuichen. Yi Chen called Chu Yuichen. What's the master? Chu Yuichen is already behind Yi Chen and Fu Lanling. Fu Lanling was surprised to see a woman who had this beauty. This woman was like a fairy in a fairy tale. I want you to explain everything about the fairy gate to Linger. Linger. Yuichen will answer every question you want. I have an important matter, so I must go first. Without waiting for Fu Lanling, Yi Chen's answer to go out of the fairy gate. Chapter 104 Assassin. After coming out of the fairy gate, Yi Chen immediately went to Liu Yu's house. A few minutes later, Yi Chen arrived at Liu Yu's residence. Liu Yu's house was very large. This was even several times bigger than Yi Chen's villa. Yi Chen descended towards the entrance of Liu Yu's house. Ding! Yi Chen rang the doorbell. Yes. Wait a minute, Liu Yu's voice came from inside the house. A few moments later, Liu Yu opened the door. Currently, Liu Yu was dressed beautifully. Liu Yu was dressed in a blue floral motif. She also carried a branded bag on her left arm. Husband, finally coming. I thought you would not come. Let's go. Liu Yu was very excited to invite Yi Chen to go shopping. Liu Yu looked around and did not see the whereabouts of Yi Chen's car. Where is your car? My car broke down and I have not had time to fix it because of yesterday's accident. His car broke down. He has not had time to fix it. So that's it. Then let's just use my car. Liu Yu then invited Yi Chen to go to the garage of the house. In Liu Yu's garage there are dozens of luxury cars lined up very neatly. All kinds of luxury cars are in this garage. Yi Chen didn't know that Liu Yu had a hobby of collecting luxury cars. Yu's wife. Do you like to collect cars? No. Most of the cars here are given by partners who work together with the company. I have tried to refuse all these gifts, but they still insist on giving this car to me, Liu Yu said helplessly. Liu Yu is famous as the queen of business. So many people try to please her by giving various luxury gifts to get close to Liu Yu. Choose the car you like. Liu Yu pointed to an angle where all the keys to the car were placed. Yi Chen chose the key randomly. After all the cars were the same for him. The car key that Yi Chen chose was black BMW. Let's go. He invited Liu Yu to go to the black BMW car. Both of them got into the car. Yi Chen immediately stepped on the car gas out of the garage and left Liu Yu's house. How is your condition? Is he better now? Yi Chen asked about Sidu Rui's condition. Grandma is very healthy. Today she intends to go to her old friend's house to play mahjong. Liu Yu was very excited when she said that her condition was getting better every day. That's good news. Yi Chen was happy to learn that Sidu Rui's grandmother had improved. I almost forgot to say. The product at the company was launched yesterday, and it received a positive response. In one day your company has received a net profit of more than tens of millions of dollars. Liu Yu told the development of the Xiaonu company. That's good news for Yi Chen. Good news. If there is time I will go there to see progress. Now husband has a lot of money. Today you will pay for everything. Giggling Liu Yu chuckled. Well, whatever you want I will buy. Yi Chen will not be stingy to his wife. Within minutes Yi Chen and Liu Yu arrived at the biggest shopping center in the city. Liu Yu immediately pulled Yi Chen's hand away to the various shops in this shopping center. In the shopping center there were so many eyes staring at them. After doing dual cultivation with him, Liu Yu became even more beautiful. Liu Yu invited Yi Chen to go to the best jewelry store in the city. Husband, how does this ring suit me? Liu Yu tried a very fine jewelry ring and showed it to Yi Chen. Yes, it is suitable for you to wear. Do you want to buy it? Yi Chen asked. This was the 10th time Liu Yu had asked like this. I don't think this is good enough for me. Liu Yu then took off the diamond ring. She wanted to try the other ring. Yi Chen, who saw this, was helpless. Why did Liu Yu have to helpless to him? If the results were decided by herself. Yi Chen now understood why many men did not like to accompany women to go shopping. A man's patience was truly tested when shopping with women. If it continues like this, Yi Chen will spend all day in this place. Miss Seller, is there the most expensive ring here? Please remove it. The female seller immediately goes to get the most expensive ring in this shop. Sir, this is the most expensive ring here. This is made by craftsmen in Europe by using the best diamonds in the world. The price of this diamond ring is $5 million. The female seller explained in great detail about this diamond ring. Well, I take this ring. Yi Chen took out the card he got from Yun Hao to pay for this jewelry. Sir, this ring is there. The woman seller handed over this diamond ring to Yi Chen. Yi Chen immediately accepted it. He then took the ring inside the jewelry box. Yi Chen then took Liu Yu's right hand. Yi Chen put the ring on Liu Yu's finger. He didn't forget to kiss Liu Yu's hand. You wife, do you like this? Liu Yu nodded at Yi Chen. He really liked the ring that Yi Chen had bought. What else? Yi Chen put on this ring in a romantic way. Why hurry? While we're here, let's look at some of the shops here. Liu Yu still wants to go shopping. Yi Chen helplessly continued to accompany Liu Yu to go shopping. Gosh, this is even more tiring than practicing. Yi Chen sat on a bench under a tree. He accompanied Liu Yu until the afternoon. Right now Liu Yu is buying food and drinks. An object with high speed headed towards him. Yi Chen caught the object that was heading towards him using both fingers. It turned out that this thing was a very sharp throwing knife. It seemed like someone was trying to kill himself. Yi Chen immediately got up from the chair heading in the direction this knife was thrown. The origin of this knife is from above. So this murderer must be on top of the building around here. Chapter 105 Assassin Association. Knowing he failed to kill the target, he immediately left this place. Too bad the target that he wanted to kill was already in front of him. Yi Chen found a mercenary using his spirit sensei. Where do you want to run off to? Tell me who sent you here. He wants to know who sent the assassin. You don't need to know. Anyway, you will die here. Arrogant assassin said to Yi Chen. From behind the assassin's body out dozens of flying knives. The assassin could easily manipulate the flying blades' movements. With this technique I have killed a lot. And today is your turn. The contract killer proudly showed this technique to Yi Chen. Huo. It turns out that this knife was not thrown but the flying knife. This killer was not a normal person but a cultivator. He measured the level of strength of the assassins. The assassins were at the 6th level spirit profound realm. Not bad. It seems like this assassin does indeed have the capital to be a little arrogant, Yi Chen said in his heart. Using a finger, the assassin moved dozens of blades flying around Yi Chen's body. Dozens of flying blades quickly spread out in all directions circling near Yi Chen's body. This knife only swirled around and had not yet attacked Yi Chen. Yi Chen put his hands behind his back watching what the next hitman would do. Feel this, dozens of flying knives pounced on Yi Chen from all directions. When the blade was a few inches from Yi Chen's body, the entire blade suddenly stopped. What the contract killer was very surprised that all the knives he controlled were stopped. The hitman tried to pull all the knives back. Unfortunately he could no longer control these blades. Yi Chen yawned. He was tired of seeing this weak technique. Seeing this person stronger than himself. The assassin used a smoke bomb to escape from Yi Chen. The assassin used the speed he had to escape Yi Chen. Bam! Someone hit the killer down the building. Yi Chen knocked the assassin who tried to escape from him. The killer lay weak. The whole body of the killer suffered a fatal wound from Yi Chen's attack. Even though Yi Chen had held back his strength to the maximum extent possible, still it hurt the killer very heavily. I don't have time to deal with you. Tell me who sent you here. Yi Chen had run out of patience. I will not say. Assassins will not be afraid of death. Assassins insist they do not want to tell anyone who sent them. Are you sure you don't want to tell me? Yi Chen gave a last chance. I'm not afraid of your threat. The assassin didn't look the least bit scared when Yi Chen kind of. Good, it seems like Yi Chen had no choice but to torture this killer. So he wanted to admit who had sent it. Bam! Yi Chen used the aura he had to suppress the assassin. The assassin is pressured until all the limbs held by the assassin are pressed tightly to the floor. The assassin felt himself being crushed by a very heavy mountain. All the bones in his body trembled violently. Even this bone gave a crisp sound to hear. Hurry up and say who has sent. Yi Chen said to the assassin who was mopping on the floor. Me. Will not. Ever been. Tell you when he choked. This pressure made it hard to breathe. Yi Chen praised the persistence of the assassins. He added the pressure became stronger. The pressure of Yi Chen's aura was getting stronger. Assassins who was only in the 6th stage of spirit profound realm. This pressure made him feel like he was in hell. 3 minutes time passes. Assassin still doesn't want to say the person who sent it. After 5 minutes, blood began to emanate from various parts of the body of the assassin. Yi Chen's aura of strength could no longer be held up by the assassins. Good. I'll admit it. But please let me go first. The assassin has surrendered. He is no longer able to withstand the strength of Yi Chen's aura. And anyway, there is no point in fighting with a cultivator master as strong as this. The assassin knelt in front of Yi Chen. Great master. Actually, I don't know who is the person who wants to kill you. I received this mission from the Assassination Association. Someone offered a $10 million reward for killing you. The contract killer explained to Yi Chen. Why did you accept the mission if you didn't know who paid you? Asked Yi Chen. The rules of the Assassination Association are like that. The name of the client will be sounded. If the Great Lord wants to know, you can go to the Assassination Association headquarters. Then where is the headquarters of the Assassins Association? I will go there to complete the account. Yi Chen intends to go there to find out who the person who tried to kill himself. Assassins take a sip of saliva. This is the first time he has heard of anyone who dares to bless such a thing to the Association of Assassins. What do you think? Quickly say where it is. Yi Chen urged the assassin to say where the headquarters of the Assassins Association was located. The location of the Assassination Association headquarters is located west of the city. There is an old mansion. The Assassination Association headquarters is under the house. The assassin said the location of the Assassination Association headquarters. After getting the desired answers, there was nothing that Yi Chen needed in this place. Yi Chen immediately went back to the bench where Liu Yu was waiting for him. The assassin didn't see any trace of Yi Chen's whereabouts. He was relieved to be saved from this powerful monster. Damn, who would dare to fake a mission level? This person might be in the SSS class mission. Assassins condemned the people who had put up this mission. Because from the start this killer mission only ranked D. That's why he was very confident killing Yi Chen. In the Assassination Association, the client must specify the strength and background of the target, so that the association can choose the appropriate killer level category for this mission. And this time it seems like the client is really wrong in identifying the target's strength. Even if he is paid hundreds of millions of hitmen won't dare to take a mission like this. Chapter 106. Do artificial respiration. Yi Chen returned to the place where he was waiting for Liu Yu to buy food. When he returned, Liu Yu was sitting and eating the food he had bought. Several times Liu Yu looked around to look for Yi Chen's whereabouts. Where is my food? Without realizing it, Yi Chen was sitting next to Liu Yu. Where have you been? Liu Yu helplessly where Yi Chen had gone. There was a group of intruders who came, so I had to teach them a lesson. Yi Chen did not say that he just dealt with assassins. Oh, this is your food. Liu Yu handed over the food box to Yi Chen. In the food box that Liu Yu bought, there were fried noodles with lots of beef in them. On top of fried noodles there were vegetables and gyozi as a compliment. It looks delicious. Yi Chen took soup it and prepared to eat this food. Yi Chen used to eat food like this often. The price of food like this was relatively affordable for all walks of life. Although the food that was bought was quite simple, both of them ate it with great satisfaction. Sometimes Yi Chen would feed Liu Yu. and vice versa. After finishing the food, both intend to return. When Yi Chen and Liu Yu headed to the car park, there were a large crowd blocking their way. What's that? Liu Yu wondered why these people were clustered in the middle of the road. Let's see what is happening there. He invited Liu Yu to come closer and see what was happening there. As Yi Chen and Liu Yu approached, there was a woman who was lying weakly on the ground. Another woman frantically tried to wake the woman who was unconscious. Yi Chen knew these two women. One was Su Yuya and another was Feng Zhu. Su Yuya wore a casual dress, while Feng Zhu wore a hat cover with large glasses to hide her appearance, so that no one else would know. Feng Zhu currently fainted on Su Yuya's arm. Su Yuya tried to wake up the fainting Feng Zhu. Zhu's younger sister woke up. What is happening to you? Su Yuya repeatedly tried to wake up Feng Zhu, who was fainted. But unfortunately Feng Zhu did not respond at all, which made Su Yuya very worried. Is there a doctor here? Su Yuya shouted to the crowd around here. Unfortunately they are not doctors. Isn't that Feng Zhu and Su Yuya? Yi Chen said. Husbands. You know them? Asked Liu Yu. Liu Yu felt she had seen both of them, but she had forgotten where she had seen them. Of course. The one who fainted is the popular female star Feng Zhu, and the adult woman is Su Yuya, the head at the crucifixion. Zhao Yan and Yi Chen said the origin of Feng Zhu and Su Yuya. Oh, so she is the famous star of Feng Zhu. She is a little familiar because Feng Zhu is currently disguised as Liu Yu. It is difficult to recognize her. I will help her. Yi Chen approached Feng Zhu and Su Yuya. Miss Su, let me check her situation. Yi Chen spoke in front of Su Yuya. Mr. Yi Chen, can you help cure it? Su Yuya looked at Yi Chen hopefully. Let me check it first. He then took Feng Zhu's pulse and examined it. I see. Yi Chen now understood why Feng Zhu fainted. Feng Zhu's heart turned out to be weak. He was too exhausted, which resulted in a lack of oxygen to the brain. How's the situation? Su Yuya asked Feng Zhu's current condition. We have to give her artificial breath. When you give artificial breath, you have to press her heart to be more effective. Yi Chen gave Su Yuya a way to treat Feng Zhu. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and do it. Su Yuya urged Yi Chen to immediately treat Feng Zhu. Why should I? Shouldn't you just do it? You're close to her. Yi Chen had to admit that Feng Zhu was a beautiful woman. The problem was Feng Zhu was too much in the center of the world's attention. If this was known to the world, it would be very troublesome for Yi Chen. Su Yuya didn't expect Yi Chen would refuse to give artificial breath to Feng Zhu. If this was replaced by a normal man, they would be very happy to give artificial breath to female star Feng Zhu. Hurry up. Otherwise she will be harmed. Su Yuya urged Yi Chen to immediately treat Feng Zhu. Fine. Yi Chen leaned closer to Feng Zhu's lips and kissed her. He began to give Feng Zhu an artificial breath. Yi Chen pressed Feng Zhu's chest, which was very soft to the touch. Yi Chen used his profound energy to slightly heal Feng Zhu's heart. Yi Chen did this for 3 minutes before he released Feng Zhu. Make sure that in the future she is no longer too exhausted. If that continues, then she can lose her life. Before Yi Chen left, he warned Su Yuya to advise Feng Zhu, so that in the future not too tired. Su Yuya just confessed in Su Yuya's mind at this time, it was only the scene of Yi Chen giving artificial breath to Feng Zhu. Even though Su Yuya was a mature woman, so far she had never done a kiss with a man. Cough. 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 Feng Zhu coughed and opened her eyes. She woke up and saw the crowd around her. What was happening here? Feng Zhu could not remember what had happened before. Su's little sister, you finally woke up. I was very worried about your situation. Su Yuya hugged Feng Zhu immediately. Yuya's sister is actually what happened? Feng Zhu asked Su Yuya what happened to her. Su Yuya told Feng Zhu everything that had happened before, from the moment he fainted to being helped by Yi Chen. Upon hearing from Su Yuya, Yi Chen made an artificial breath for her. Feng Zhu's face immediately turned red like a tomato. Feng Zhu deservedly dreamed of being kissed by someone. It turns out it was real. Feng Zhu touched her lips while thinking about something. That means my first kiss was taken by Yi Chen. When thinking about this, he was very embarrassed. Feng Zhu looked around to see where Yi Chen was. Unfortunately, she did not see the figure of Yi Chen, Yuya's sister. Where is Yi Chen? Feng Zhu asked where Yi Chen was. Su Yuya saw that Yi Chen had long disappeared from this place. He has left. Feng Zhu was a little dissatisfied because Yi Chen left. This was the same as the first time Yi Chen had saved himself. That person always wanted to go when together with her. As the most popular female star, Feng Zhu was angry at being treated like this. Moreover, it was still done by a man. Whether his charm was less compared to Yi Chen's girlfriend. Yuya sister, let's go from here. Feng Zhu did not want to continue to be here. She immediately invited Feng Zhu to get out of this crowd of people. Chapter 107. Go to the assassin headquarters. Husband, how does it feel to kiss the famous star Feng Zhu? What kisses? It's artificial respiration. Yi Chen said. You're still trying to dodge it. Liu Yu then came close to Yi Chen's ear. Then husband, how does it feel when compared to kissing me? Liu Yu then blew Yi Chen's ear. This girl deliberately did it. Yi Chen was a little itchy in his heart for what you ask. You yourself would already know the answer. I just want to listen to myself from the husband's mouth. Liu Yu wanted to hear myself from Yi Chen. One hand Yi Chen immediately wrapped around the back of Liu Yu's neck. He then brought Liu Yu close and kissed her. Liu Yu was very surprised at the kiss suddenly by Yi Chen. Yi Chen started to insert his tongue into Liu Yu's mouth. Liu Yu did not refuse the invasion of Yi Chen's tongue. She started to greet Yi Chen's tongue. Yi Chen began to greedily kiss Liu Yu. This sensation of kissing is incredible for Liu Yu. Liu Yu's mind began to fly into the sky. Bep, the sound of a truck horn came from the front. Liu Yu immediately broke away from Yi Chen. She just remembered that they were currently on the highway, and the car was still speeding on the asphalt. Yi Chen deftly swerved and dodged the truck in front of them. Liu Yu was very scared. Her heart almost stopped beating because of fear. Ingung, the sound of a passing truck beside their car. That was almost there. Liu Yu stroked her chest. How? You have got the answer you want, right? Yi Chen smiled at Liu Yu. Yes. Liu Yu bowed her head. Her face was very red. Yi Chen drove the car to Liu Yu's house. Liu Yu then got out of the car. Are you sure you don't want to stay at my house? Yi Chen asked Liu Yu. Today I cannot. I promised my grandmother to accompany her to dinner. Sorry husband. Liu Yu apologized for not being able to go with Yi Chen. Yi Chen, all right. If that's what you want. I will use this car first. Well, it's up to you. Anyway, I also never use this car. Liu Yu does not matter. Yi Chen brought this car. This is better than this car damaged in the garage. Oh yeah. I almost forgot to give something to you. Husband, you wait here for a while, I'll get it. Liu Yu entered the house. Yi Chen waited patiently for Liu Yu. A few minutes later Liu Yu came back again. This time she carried 3 golden tickets in her hand. Husband, here are the VIP concert tickets that you asked for a few days ago. Liu Yu gave the 3 concert tickets Yi Chen asked for her. Yi Chen received a ticket from Liu Yu. Thank you for getting this ticket. Yanyan will definitely be very happy with this. Then I'll go first. Yi Chen said goodbye to Liu Yu. Be careful on the road. Liu Yu told Yi Chen to be careful while driving, so as not to destroy the car again. Yi Chen immediately stepped on the gas and left Liu Yu's residence. Liu Yu waved at Yi Chen, who was farther and farther away. After the car Yi Chen had disappeared. She then entered the house. Yi Chen driving towards the west. On the road he was looking for someone. There he is. Yi Chen finally found what he was looking for. He immediately got out of the car and went to the mask seller. He intends to buy a ghost mask. Uncle, what is the price of this ghost mask? It's cheap for only $10. The uncle of the seller said the price of the ghost mask. Yi Chen immediately paid for this ghost mask. After which he returned to the car again. Yi Chen drove his car towards the western edge of the city. He intended to go to the Assassins Association to complete the account. Yi Chen finally arrived at the ancient house said by the assassin earlier. This house looked very shabby. Some parts of the house were covered by weeds. He used Spirit Sensei to detect around this place. It was true what was said by an assassin who tried to kill himself. Down here was a small town that was several hundred meters wide. There are some people down there. The entrance down is in this house. First of all Yi Chen took a black cloak from the storage room and wore it. He then wore the ghost mask he had just bought. Yi Chen's current appearance was like a ghost. Yi Chen glanced at the fence to enter the courtyard. He stepped step by step towards the entrance. Yi Chen opened the entrance to this ancient house. The door was not locked at all. Inside there was an old man who was sitting in a chair while playing a knife. Seeing someone come looking like a ghost. This old man was not at all alert. Do you want to take a murder mission? Or want to kill someone? The old man immediately asked the business of killing. I didn't come here for my second business. Coming here to meet your boss. There's something I want to talk to him about. Yi Chen disguised the voice of being an old man. Indeed, who do you want to talk to? Our boss. You should just leave here. This old man told Yi Chen to leave here. It looks like this old man can't be compromised. If you don't call your boss right away, I will tear apart this place and look for it myself. Yi Chen threatened to destroy this place. You bastard want to die? The old man was angry at Yi Chen's words. He quickly stood up and swung his knife towards Yi Chen's neck. Bam! Yi Chen pressed the old man's neck against the wall using his arms. My patience has a limit. If you don't immediately tell your boss where I'm really going to destroy this place. Yi Chen no longer used subtle ways to deal with assassins. It seemed that the hard way was more effective. The old man really did not move at all. Right. He began to run out of breath because Yi Chen's arm pressed against his neck very strongly. Seeing the old man almost faint, Yi Chen let him go. Cough. 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 This old man coughed loudly. With years of experience, parents know that the person in front of him is a great master. Sir, wait a minute, I will immediately call our boss. The old man did not dare to delay too long. He immediately went down to call a big boss. Chapter 108 Assassins Jin Bei and Cao Kim. The old man immediately ran towards the entrance to the ground. In this city of assassin, the lighting was minimal. There were only a few fires illuminating the road. This was indeed a suitable place to be the headquarters of the assassins. The old man went to the biggest building in this place. The guards here already knew about this old man, so they didn't make it difficult for the old man to come inside. Boss, there is someone above who wants to meet you. The old man said to the man who was sitting and drinking. In here there are two people, one of whom is the boss of the Assassin Association Jin Bei, and the second is a blue-haired young man named Cao Kim, both of whom are currently discussing something important. Don't you see we are busy here? Tell that person I don't want to meet him. Jin Bei is very angry because important business is interrupted at important times. But the problem is this guy's boss is very strong. He threatened that if he can't meet you he will destroy this place. The old man said Yi Chen's threat. What? Who is so brave he said like that? I will kill him. Jin Bei very angry after hearing this threat. This is the first time anyone dares to threaten an assassin association in a blatant manner. Ha ha ha. It looks like that person is interesting. Do you need my help to kill him? Cao Kim offers help to Jin Bei. Cao Kim is ranked 3rd on the assassin list. He has the nickname Reincarnation Grim Reaper. No need. Send some of our assassins to kill that person. Jin Bei told the old man to send the best killer to kill Yi Chen. But boss, the old man was a little hesitant to carry out Jin Bei's orders. What are you waiting for? Quickly leave now. Jin Bei angrily shouted at the old man. Bang! The entrance to this room was kicked until it was destroyed. The person who did this was Yi Chen, who looked like a ghost. I heard someone wants to kill me. Yi Chen walked into the room very relaxed. Who are you to dare to come here without permission? Jin Bei asked Yi Chen, who wore ghost clothes. This was the first time anyone had dared to come in here without permission. You don't need to know who I am. I came here because someone dared to try to kill my student. I want to know who is the mastermind who wants to kill my student. Yi Chen used a fake identity so that it wouldn't be discovered if it was him. Therefore he pretended to be the master of himself. I don't care who you are. But here we have a rule that is not to divulge our clients' information. Jin Bei did not want to say the name of the person who wanted to kill Yi Chen. My patience has limits. Hurry up or say I'm going to destroy this place. Yi Chen cracked his fingers, itching to destroy this place. Jin Bei raised his forehead dissatisfied. He took a sword from under the table and disappeared from his seat. As a former experienced assassin, Jin Bei can do very good camouflage in the darkness of this room. Jin Bei's embassy was at least the same as a cultivator at the peak stage of the Earth realm. Dead Jin Bei was behind Yi Chen. He prepared to cut off Yi Chen's head. Jin Bei's slash cuts through the air. Ista Yi Chen. It's still thousands of years too fast for you to kill me. Yi Chen was behind Jin Bei. What? Jin Bei immediately retreated as fast as he could. Jin Bei felt threatening pressure from this person. I can't play this guy pretty great. The shadow clone technique. Jin Bei created a shadow illusion to confuse Yi Chen. For Yi Chen this illusion was like a child's play. This was nothing even compared to his 9-shadow technique. Yi Chen used the 9-step shadow. He headed in front of Jin Bei and grabbed his neck. He then lifted Jin Bei up. Jin Bei didn't see this person's movements at all. A few milliseconds ago Yi Chen was still far ahead of him, but now this person had been strangling his neck. Who exactly are you? Jin Bi is getting restless in his heart. Son, I told you don't need to know who I am. I came here just to find out the person who wanted to kill my student. You understand? Yi Chen acted so mysteriously. Jin Bi nodded. Then what is the name of your student? Jin Bi asked. What was the name of the student of this great master? His name is Yi Chen. I just adopted him as my student. I have been looking for a student like this for tens of thousands of years. And today someone really dared to kill my student who makes me angry. If I knew the person I would definitely make him disappear from this world as soon as possible. Hearing what the man in the ghost cloak said, Jin Bi tapped his water. This person just said he has lived for tens of thousands of years. What kind of monster is this person actually? Yi Chen lowered Jin Bei to the ground. Jin Bei immediately went to find out who wanted to kill this person's pupil. Jin Bei ran like a cat that had just been stepped on by his tail. In the room only Yi Chen, Cao Kim and Old Man were left. You might be able to fool Jin Bei, but you might not be able to fool me. Cao Kim from before he now began to speak. Boy! What do you mean? Yi Chen isn't very happy with Cao Kim's words. I know your words just lie. How could there be anyone living in this world for tens of thousands of years? That's just a myth. Cao Kim doesn't believe in this world there are people who can live tens of thousands of years. Even the strongest person who ever met Cao Kim met only hundreds of years old. It seems like if I don't show a bit of my strength you won't believe it. Yi Chen wanted to let this person know his place. Well, let me see how strong you are. Cao Kim got up from his seat. I am Cao Kim. People call my reincarnation Grim Reaper. I will show you my reliable technique. Cao Kim's body emits an aura of death. This aura gradually covers Cao Kim's body and makes it look like a god of death wearing a black robe. In the air appears a giant scythe. This giant scythe is a third-class artifact. Cao Kim held the giant scythe on his shoulder. Then he pointed at Yi Chen using his finger. You will die. Cao Kim's voice turned into a frightening demon. The old man who saw this immediately came out of the room. He did not want to be seen in this matter. From the rumors, if Cao Kim used the form of the Grim Reaper, then the person who saw him would surely die. He did not want to die in this place. In this room the aura of death is getting stronger. Cao Kim's technique is truly quite unique. After using this technique the power of Cao Kim is at least in the 4th stage of the Sky Realm. Yi Chen wanted to see how strong the Grim Reaper technique was. Chapter 109 Yi Chen vs. Cao Kim. I will show the power of this being to you. Cao Kim turned his large saber in the air. One slice of large scythe instantly cuts this room in half horizontally. Yi Chen was not at all surprised to see this. If Cao Kim did not have this strength he was not worthy of having a level 4 Sky Realm power. Kayak. 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 How? Do you understand the power of my form? Cao Kim's way of laughing really resembled the skull that is usually seen in films. It's still too weak to defeat me. Yi Chen mocked Cao Kim's strength. Let's try what your strength really is as great as your arrogance. Cao Kim floated up. He began to fly around Yi Chen. Cao Kim drew the scythe to Yi Chen's body. Yi Chen very easily avoided Cao Kim's attack. Cao Kim did not give up. He began swinging the scythe blindly at Yi Chen. Yi Chen still dodged hundreds of Cao Kim's attacks very easily. Even Cao Kim couldn't touch Yi Chen's robe at all. You coward! You only dare to avoid. Quickly fight me. Seeing he could not attack Yi Chen, Cao Kim said like that, so Yi Chen would want to fight him. Yuan, is this your only strength? If only this I would not show my strength to you. In Yi Chen's ghost mask yawning out of boredom. He thought Cao Kim would be better than. Unfortunately, it was still too weak. You bastard. Don't be arrogant. I will show you the full power of my form. The aura of death in Cao Kim's body overflowed like water that is unstoppable. Cao Kim used the full power he had. Under the feet of Cao Kim the ground began to appear cracked. Cao Kim turned into a black mist, disappearing from Yi Chen's view. Yi Chen looked around for Cao Kim's whereabouts, which seemed to evaporate into the air. Cao Kim reappeared behind Yi Chen. Cao Kim's scythe went straight past Yi Chen's body. Seeing that his attack was successful, Cao Kim laughed in his heart. It seemed like he thought this person was too strong. What Cao Kim's pleasure was only for a moment. Yi Chen's body in front of him began to blur and disappear. Cao Kim was very upset to see this. but he had been very confident that he had cut down Yi Chen. Applause. 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 Yi Chen appeared in front of Cao Kim while clapping. Yi Chen had used the 9-step to avoid Cao Kim's attack. What Cao Kim had attacked was only Yi Chen's shadow. Not bad. It was almost your attack on me. Yi Chen slightly praised Cao Kim's skill just now. Cao Kim's technique seemed to be a short-range teleportation technique, because in a few moments Yi Chen felt Cao Kim's whereabouts had disappeared from this world. Cao Kim gripped his scythe tightly. This form would soon end. If he did not quickly defeat Yi Chen, then he would not have another chance. Cao Kim again turns into fog and disappears from this world. Yi Chen increased his alertness. This Cao Kim technique was a bit troublesome to track his whereabouts. Cao Kim appeared and cut down Yi Chen. Yi Chen immediately avoided Cao Kim's attack. Seeing Cao Kim's failed attack disappear again, Yi Chen felt this game was like a hide and seek. It was unknown how many times Cao Kim disappeared, but none of his attacks hit Yi Chen. What bastard, do you only dare to run like a cat? Fight me and show your strength to me. Cao Kim is really very angry because all his belongings are not about this person. Alright. This time I won't avoid anymore and will fight you. Show me the full power that you have. Yi Chen answered Cao Kim's challenge. A man will not withdraw his words. Get ready. Soul revocation. Cao Kim's scythe began to suck the aura around Cao Kim. Yi Chen was still standing where he was right now, seeing what Cao Kim wanted to do next. Kayak. 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 This time, I will take your soul. Cao Kim destroyed his sickle very strongly. Slash. Boom. A very strong explosion occurred in this place. A lot of dust that scattered in this room. The room that was previously good has now turned into rubble. Inside there are two people standing face to face. Yi Chen used his left hand to hold Cao Kim's scythe. Crack. Yi Chen smashed Cao Kim's scythe to pieces. I'll show you a bit of my strength to you. Yi Chen pressed Cao Kim's shoulder, which was turning into a grim reaper. He pressed Cao Kim's shoulder down. Bam. Cao Kim was directly pushed to the ground. The destructive power was so terrible that even a hole a few meters was formed because of the strength of Yi Chen's hand. Cao Kim's grim reaper mode soon disappears. Cao Kim turns into a human again. Blood starts to leak out of his mouth and some parts of Cao Kim's body. Even though Yi Chen only pressed Cao Kim's shoulder with the arm of his destructive power, it was incredible. Cao Kim couldn't even move his body at all. Jinbi, who had been gone for a long time, finally returned to the room. In the last seconds, Jinbi saw the battle Yi Chen and Cao Kim. He saw how this person defeated Cao Kim using only one left hand. On the ground, Cao Kim lay unconscious. Jinbi did not know how Cao Kim was at the moment. How did you manage to find the person who tried to kill my student? Yi Chen immediately asked Jinbi. Jinbi knelt on the floor, cupped his hands. Great master. I have been investigating who it is. Unfortunately, we did not find the name of the client. Bam. The entire underground city was shaken when Yi Chen used its aura. This place seemed to want to collapse by the pressure. Yi Chen, had I told you if you didn't find it, then you were the one I would destroy. Do you understand? Jinbi broke out in a cold sweat. His body began to tremble with fear. As long as being an assassin, Jinbi had never felt this much pressure. He felt this person could wipe himself out in an instant. Great master. Wait a minute. Even though I don't know who it is, I have managed to tap the location of that clean. This is the address of the person who is trying to kill your student. Jinbi took a paper and handed it to Yi Chen. In this paper written an address with great detail. Good. I warn you, this is the last time I hear the killer kill my soul. If there are more killers who dare to hurt my students and their families, then you are the first person I will go to. Yi Chen then disappeared from this place. Seeing the person with the ghost mask disappear, Jinbi heaved a sigh of relief. Jinbi saw the current state of Cao Kim, who was being pitched in a big hole. When Jinbi saw Cao Kim's condition, he was very surprised because some of Cao Kim's bones were destroyed. Plus the veins and meridians that Cao Kim had were badly damaged. Even though Cao Kim could survive, it was likely that he would become a disability for life. Fortunately, I'm not rash. If not, maybe I will face the same as Cao Kim. Jinbi glad he did not fight Yi Chen. If not, maybe the person lying on the ground now will be him. Yi Chen. What kind of lucky person has such a strong master? Jinbi began to wonder who was the man named Yi Chen who was protected by the old monster just now. Jinbi still has work to repair this place which is quite badly damaged. This damage will be replaced using Cao Kim's money. Because he has become a defect, Jinbi no longer needs to fear Cao Kim. Chapter 110 Revenge on Yun Hao. Yi Chen went to the location given by Jinbi. The location of the person who wanted to kill himself was in a 5-star hotel. To be exact, on the top floor. He approached the window and saw who was in the hotel room. In the room there was a young man who was sitting in a chair enjoying a pan. And on the mattress there was a beautiful woman who was currently unconscious. This young man was Yun Hao. This person was still trying to find trouble for himself. This time he would not let go of Yun Hao. Today I am very happy. Finally I got rid of that guy named Yi Chen. He had hired a reliable assassin. Yi Chen must be dead now. Yun Hao took a sip of wine with great satisfaction. Now is the time to have fun. I'm curious if this beautiful girl is still a virgin. He approached the beautiful woman who was fainting. Yun Hao was very lucky to find this beautiful woman while crossing the streets of this city. Seeing this beauty on the road, Yun Hao immediately told Lai Hun to kidnap this woman. Tonight Yun Hao would enjoy a beautiful night with this beautiful woman. Yun Hao prepared to take off his clothes. Bam! The room glass suddenly broke. Outside there was someone with a robe floating outside the window. Please note that this is the top floor. There is no way anyone could float on the top floor of this hotel. Ghost. Yun Hao was very scared to see this person floating like a ghost. His face really resembled a ghost. That was because Yi Chen did indeed wear a ghost mask. Yun Hao, I'm a black ghost who wants to take your life, Yi Chen said in a slightly hoarse voice to make sure he was really a ghost. Black ghost, please do not take my life. I am a good man. Yun Hao tried to ask for mercy from Yi Chen, who was becoming a black ghost. Ha ha ha. Do you think you can fool the great black ghost? I have seen all your behavior. This time there is no forgiveness for you. Yi Chen floated towards Yun Hao. Seeing the black ghost approaching, Yun Hao immediately ran towards the exit. Unfortunately the exit could not be opened. Yi Chen had created a barrier in this room. Without his permission someone could not get out or enter this room. Yun Hao tried to break the door with all the power he had. The door did not move. Uncle Hun, help me. Someone wants to kill me because he could not break the door. Yun Hao tried to call in for help from outside the room. Haha. Everything you do is useless. Yi Chen raised Yun Hao with mental strength. Black ghost, please give me a chance. I promise I will be a better person from now on. Yun Hao cried as he begged for mercy on Yi Chen. Sorry. There is no more chance for you. Yi Chen threw Yun Hao out of the window with a piece of glass, so that someone would not suspect that this was a murder. Yi Chen would not be kind anymore. If he let Yun Hao, maybe this person could harm Zhao Yanyan and Liu Yu. Even though Yi Chen was great, he could not always be 24 hours with all his wives. The only wife who did not worry him was only Fu Lanling. Considering that Fu Lanling was stronger than himself, she could certainly look after herself. Yun Hao's fearful screams could be heard for a moment before disappearing. This was the highest floor in this Jew. Yun Hao must have died after falling from this height. Yi Chen saw that the beautiful woman who had fainted at this moment had regained consciousness. The beautiful woman was looking at Yi Chen with fear. Yi Chen flew closer towards this beautiful woman. This woman had a beautiful and smooth face like jade. Her height was around 170 cm with a chest size C. What was most interesting about this woman was on both legs and hips that looked very perfect and sexy. Yi Chen knew why Yun Hao was so obsessed with this woman. Moreover, this woman was still a virgin. Black ghost, please don't disturb me. I don't know anything. Beautiful woman tried to retreat backward, trying to get away from Yi Chen. Unfortunately, behind was a wall that made a beautiful woman unable to retreat any further. Calm down. I won't do anything for you. I came here just to deal with Yun Hao. You must be a victim of that bad man, right? Yi Chen's voice was no longer hoarse as before. Yes. The beautiful woman nodded. She felt a little relieved to hear that the black ghost wouldn't do anything to her. This woman's name was Lai Qingzu. She was one of 4 school flowers. Lai Qingzu today was working part-time to get extra money to help her family. But someone suddenly covered her nose with a handkerchief, made her consciousness disappear. When Lai Qingzu woke up, he was already in this place. She even saw the sight of a ghost before her eyes. Come here, Yi Chen told Lai Qingzu to get close to his collar. Lai Qingzu, with a little fear, headed towards Yi Chen. Tell me what's your name? Yi Chen first asked the name of this beautiful woman. Me. My name is Lai Qingzu. Because Lai Qingzu was afraid to stutter a little while answering Yi Chen's question. Yi Chen felt that he had heard this name before. He tried to remember this name. Right, this was the flower of Lai Qingzu's school that Zhang Liao had talked about. Lai Qingzu. I'm not a ghost. I came here indeed intending to deal with Yunhao, the person who just died, having a family with an extraordinary background. I'm afraid that if they don't find the killer, they will definitely release everything to you. Considering you were the only person in this room, Yi Chen warned Lai Qingzu. Without realizing she had been dragged into this current, Lai Qingzu was very confused. Sir, then what should I do? Lai Qingzu asked for help to the people in front of her. I can help you, but with a condition. Yi Chen can help Lai Qingzu as long as Lai Qingzu wants to do Yi Chen's terms. What is it? Asked Lai Qingzu. Lai Qingzu was afraid that the requirements proposed by this person made no sense to her. How if this person wanted her body? Various negative thoughts appeared in Lai Qingzu's brain. Haha. It's very easy. You just need to keep your mouth shut for this incident, and forget what you see right now. Do you understand? Yi Chen said the terms that must be done by Lai Qingzu. Hearing the conditions proposed by this person is very easy. Lai Qingzu immediately nodded her head. Well, I swear never to say this to anyone. If I lie, I am willing to be struck by lightning on the spot. Lai Qingzu did not hesitate to swear in front of Yi Chen. Good. Let's go. Yi Chen hugged Lai Qingzu's waist and flew out of the hotel room. Lai Qingzu could not believe that he could fly above the sky. Under Yi Chen saw Yunhao was in a pool of blood. Many people crowded around looking at Yunhao's corpse. Because Yi Chen used the barrier, he could not be seen by these people. Chapter 111 Cases that are difficult to handle. 41,065,000. Yi Chen brought Lai Qingzu to fly as far as possible to a very safe place. He dropped Lai Qingzu in an alley of very few passers-by. Now you may go. Remember never to tell anyone about this incident. Yi Chen turned to leave. Sir. Wait. Lai Qingzu stopped Yi Chen. What else? Asked Yi Chen. May I know your name? Lai Qingzu wanted to find out the name of this black ghost. However, he was still her helper. If there was not this person, maybe Lai Qingzu would be harmed in Yunhao's hands. I can't say my name. See you later. Yi Chen disappeared from this place. Lai Qingzu was increasingly curious about the identity of this black ghost. Perhaps this was the first and last time the two were meeting. Lai Qingzu turned out of the alley. She also had to go home. From the top of the building, Yi Chen saw the departure of Lai Qingzu. Yi Chen flew to his villa. He wanted to see the current state of Lai Qingzu. After Yi Chen left, under the hotel where Yunhao died was now guarded by police, who secured the exact incident. Liu Bing this time who took care of this case. Liu Bing tried to find the witness of this incident. Unfortunately, there were no eyewitnesses who saw how Yunhao could fall. Miss Liu, we have the identity of this corpse. He is the young master of the Yun family who is in the capital. One of the police said the identity of this corpse. Listen to this. Liu Bing slightly raised his eyebrows. It looks like this case will be very difficult to handle. If Liu Bing doesn't give good results, surely Yun's family will be very angry with the police. First, bring this body to check whether there are wounds on his body or not. Some people come with me. We will look for evidence in the victim's room. Liu Bing gave orders to her subordinates. The police swiftly carried out Liu Bing's orders. A lot of reporters were already in this place. The people who were killed were very special. Of course, many people. Liu Bing took 3 police officers and went upstairs to the hotel. They headed to Yunhao's room. Because the door was locked, the police were forced to break the entrance. What are you doing? Lai Hun suddenly came from behind and shouted to the police to break down the entrance to his master's room. Lai Hun knew that Yunhao was having fun with the woman he was taking drugs with. It would be very bad if the police knew about this. We came here to conduct an investigation. I hope you can work together. Liu Bing took out the police officer and showed Lai Hun. Do you know this is the room of the young master of the Yun family? If he knows that you are doing this, you could lose your job. Lai Hun scolded Liu Bing. Lai Hun didn't know that Yunhao had fallen from the hotel. Lai Hun had just gone to the bar in this hotel. Of course he didn't know that Yunhao was dead. Don't you know your young master is dead? We came here looking for clues whether it was a murder or pure accident. Liu Bing told the news of Yunhao's death to Lai Hun. What Lai Hun was very surprised. He immediately knelt on the floor. If this was known by the Yun family, then Lai Hun and his family's life would be over. Lai Hun's job is to maintain Yun Hao's safety. If something happens to Yun Hao, then Lai Hun will be blamed. Who dares to do that to our young master? I will kill him. Lai Hun kicked the door very hard. The strong hotel door was immediately destroyed from Lai Hun's strength. Yuo Bing saw that Lai Hun's strength was strong enough. It seems like he's a cultivator. Lai Hun looked around the room. In this room there was no one. Even this room looked very neat. There were no traces of pickup in this place. Only the broken window glass. Apart from that, everything is intact. Yuo Bing and the other police immediately entered the room. They began searching for evidence. Luo Bing looked at this room with great curiosity. There was no trace of damage in this room. Whether Yun Hao really was pure suicide. After a while, all the police investigating this place reported to Luo Bing. How did you find something? Luo asked Bing. Miss Luo Bing. From our search we did not find anything. Here is really clean. Even all the fingerprints we found in this room belonged to all of Yun Hao. The police immediately reported everything they had found. Seeing no evidence, that Luo Bing was getting dizzy thinking about this case. Good job. Luo Bing gave praise to the police who had worked. Luo Bing saw Lai Hun looking up at the starry sky. No one knew what Lai Hun was thinking right now. Let's go to the monitoring room. Who knows? There we can get evidence. Luo Bing and some police left this luxurious room. After arriving at the monitoring room, Luo Bing immediately sent guards to play the recording at the hotel before Yun Hao's death. Sorry, Miss Police. Our CCTV was damaged from this afternoon. We can't do what you asked. The officer in the monitoring room apologized to Luo Bing. Hearing this answer, Luo Bing was not satisfied. This case became increasingly difficult to solve. Luo Bing felt very strange about Yun Hao's death. Unfortunately, Luo Bing didn't have anything to prove it. Luo Bing was helpless. He could only hope from the results of Yun Hao's body examination to confirm what was odd about this. You guys are looking for evidence inside this hotel. I will return to Yun Hao's room to ask people who are close to the deceased victims. Luo Bing told the police to continue to look for clues around this hotel. Luo Bing returned to Yun Hao's room. Lai Hun still knelt and looked towards the sky. Sir, may I ask for your time for a moment? There is something I want to ask you. Luo Bing politely asked Lai Hun. What is that? Asked Lai Hun. We could not find the reason why your master died. The conclusion we have is that your young master committed suicide. From all the available evidence, only that can be concluded by Luo Bing. Impossible. Young master Yun can't kill himself. Someone must have killed him. I'm sure of that. Lai Hun denied Luo Bing's words. Then do you know someone who has hostility with Yun Hao in the near future? Luo Bing asked. Lai Hun began to think. Yun Hao did have a few enemies, but they were not strong enough to threaten Yun Hao at all. Lai Hun began to remember the young man whose car was hit by Yun Hao. Of all the people Lai Hun met, he was the only person who dared to oppose Yun Hao even after knowing that Yun Hao was from the Yun family. This is just my guess. Maybe that person is Yi Chen. A few days ago he had a bit of animosity with our young master, because that person's car had been hit by our young master's car. Mention the characteristics of that person to me. I will try to find information on whether he is seen or not. In this case, this is still a conjecture from Lai Hun. Luo Bing cannot arrest someone without valid evidence. Thank you for working together. Excuse me? Luo Bing left the room. He wanted to confirm the identity of this person. Chapter 112 visited Zhao Yan and Lin Yuoxi Place. Yi Chen didn't know that he had missed something important. Apparently he was still suspected of being a suspect by Lai Hun. He returned to his villa Linger. Where are you? Yi Chen called Fu Lanling several times, but there is no answer at all from this villa. Is it possible she is still inside the ferry gate? Yi Chen and entered the ferry gate. Yuichen, where are you? Yi Chen called out to Chu Yuichen. Yi Chen waited quite a long time, but Chu Yuichen did not come here. This was the first time Chu Yuichen did not come when called by Yi Chen. Yi Chen kept shouting Chu Yuichen's name many times, but Chu Yuichen did not come. Where exactly did the girl go? It is not usual for her not to appear. Yi Chen was forced to look for Chu Yuichen in this place. Yi Chen searched throughout the ferry gates, but did not find the whereabouts of Chu Yuichen and Fu Lanling. Where exactly are the two of them? Yi Chen could not find Chu Yuichen's whereabouts. Not finding the whereabouts of Chu Yuichen and Fu Lanling, Yi Chi surrendering. He looked for a seat to see the ownership status of the fairy gate. After doing dual cultivation with Fu Lanling, the fairy gate should level up. Because the aura in the fairy gate is purer than before. Yi Chen wanted to see it. Details of the fairy gate ruler. LVL 3. Name Yi Chen. Age 19 years old. Strength 4th level Overlord Realm. Inherited God of Sage. Techniques: the King's Heart Technique. Du's Path Technique. Step 9 Shadow. Desolate Palms Technique. Breaking Meteor Blow. 100,000 Fire Swords. Author's note: other technical details follow. V. Woman Zhao Yanyan. Liu Yu. Fu Lanling. Current X1 to 198. After doing dual cultivation with Fu Lanling, the fairy gate directly leveling up. Yi Chen couldn't wait to see what he could get this time. Yi Chen saw the presents from the rising level of the fairy gate: 1x Life Pill, 3x Heavenly Beauty Pill, Wooden Doll in the open practice room. Yi Chen had heard of Life Pill. This pill can squeeze someone into a dying state. You could say this pill is a life-giving pill. This pill is also very difficult to get. For Heavenly Beauty Pill, Yi Chen had never heard of it. He saw the details of this pill. Heavenly Beauty Pill. This pill can make a woman look like a goddess. This pill has a lifetime effect after being eaten. Seeing the details of this pill, Yi Chen was surprised. If this is true, then even less beautiful women can be very beautiful. The latter is a wooden doll for training. This doll can be used as an exercise. The strength of this doll can be set according to the will. Not bad for Yi Chen. This gift is not bad at all. Master, why are you here? Chu Yuichen came from afar. She yawned while closing it with her hands. Chu Yuichen looked like she just woke up. Finally, you also remember your master. I have called you many times, but you do not want to answer my calls. Yi Chen scolded Chu Yuichen. I was taking a nap to maintain beauty. Indeed, what was wrong with that? Chu Yuichen easily carried Yi Chen. Seeing he could not scold Chu Yuichen, Yi Chen gave up. Forget it. By the way, where Fu Lanling? Said Yi Chen asked where Fu Lanling was. Oh, beautiful sister is closing herself in the practice room. She said she wanted to stabilize her breakthrough. I think she will not come out for a few days at the fairy gate. Chu Yuichen told Fu Fuling what she was doing right now. I see. Then I'll leave first because Fu Lanling was closing in. Yi Chen wanted to visit Lin Roxi for treatment. Yi Chen almost forgot to complete the treatment process for Lin Roxi. Well, it's up to you. I want to go back to sleep. Chu Yuichen turned and disappeared. Yi Chen shook his head. Yi Chen began to know that Chu Yuichen had a lazy side too. Yi Chen left the fairy gate and flew towards Zhao Yanyan's dormitory. It didn't take long for Yi Chen to arrive at Zhao Yanyan's dormitory. Knock. 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 Yi Chen knocked on the entrance of Zhao Yanyan's dormitory. He did not notify Zhao Yanyan's arrival to surprise her. After a while the door was opened by a middle-aged woman. The woman who opened the door was Sui X's mother Lin Roxi. Yi Chen, is you? Sui Zai welcomed Yi Chen with a smile. Oh, Aunt Sui, a long time no see. Yi Chen was a little awkward when talking to Sui Zai. Yi Chen did not know that Sui Zai lived in a hostel owned by Zhao Yanyan and Lin Roxi. Yi Chen thought a mess. Lin Roxi had already left this city. Mother, who is out there from Lin Roxi? Asked the Sui Zai. Roxi, come here quickly. See your boyfriend come to visit you. Sui Zai called Lin Roxi. Lin Roxi immediately ran towards the entrance. Yi Chen, why are you here? Lin Roxi was quite surprised Yi Chen suddenly came here. Come on Roxi. Your boyfriend came a long way. Come at least court him well. Sui Zai slightly scolded Lin Roxi, who was rude to Yi Chen. Yi Chen, let's go in. We happen to be having a small party. Sui Zai invited Yi Chen into the room. Yi Chen entered inside. He and Lin Roxi followed behind Sui Zai. Yi Chen, why did you come here? Lin Roxi asked in a small voice, so that her mother would not listen to what they were talking about. I deliberately came here to treat you. Did you forget that there is still one treatment for your wound to heal? Yi Chen explained to Lin Roxi the purpose of his coming here. On the other hand, Yi Chen also wanted to meet with Zhao Yanyan. These past few days Yi Chen had not seen Yanyan. When he got in the room there was Zhao Yanyan, who was eating a popsicle while watching TV. Zhao Yanyan had heard Yi Chen come. She smiled at Yi Chen. "Roxy, you accompany Yi Chen here. Let me cook the food for you." Sui Zai let Lin Roxy accompany Yi Chen, so he wouldn't get bored. "No, mother. Let me help you. Anyway, you will be too tired if you do it alone." Lin Roxy didn't want her mother to be too tired from cooking alone. "Then what about Yi Chen?" said Sui Zai. "Let Yanyan's younger sister who accompanied him speak here. The two of them have also known each other long ago." Lin Roxy gave a blink signal to Zhao Yanyan to ask for help. "Don't worry, Aunt. I will accompany Yi Chen's brother here." Zhao Yanyan deliberately called Yi Chen brother to convince Lin Roxy's acting. "Well, if you want it." Sui Zai and Lin Roxy then headed to the kitchen. In this upper-level dormitory, the kitchen and living room were separated by a wall. What Lin Roxy and Sui Zai did in the kitchen could not be seen by Yi Chen. "My husband misses you a lot." Zhao Yanyan hugged Yi Chen. In the past few days he had not met with Yi Chen. "Big wife. Do you miss me?" Yi Chen's hands began to dishonestly play with the two milk belonging to Zhao Yanyan. Seeing what Yi Chen, Zhao Yanyan did not try to fight. She closed her mouth using her hands so that her voice did not leak out. The living room and kitchen are only separated by one. If Zhao Yanyan did not close her mouth, Lin Roxy and Sui Zai could hear her voice. "Husband not here? I'll give it to you later." Zhao Yanyan tried to bargain with Yi Chen. "What is the problem doing here? You are my wife." Yi Chen kissed Zhao Yanyan's lips. Zhao Yanyan did not have the strength to fight Yi Chen. While doing this with Yi Chen, Zhao Yanyan's body enjoyed it greatly. After a while, Zhao Yanyan broke away from Yi Chen's kiss. Zhao Yanyan said to Yi Chen, "Your husband tonight is Rox's sister's boyfriend. If this was known by Aunt Sui, it would be very dangerous for Rox's sister. Don't worry. You don't need to wire as long as I don't do anything suspicious. Aunt Sui wouldn't be suspicious if we were a fake couple." Yi Chen squeezed both Zhao Yanyan's milk. Yi Chen felt that the two Zhao Yanyan rabbits had grown a little bigger. "Yanyan's wife? Is yours getting bigger here?" Yi Chen squeezed more forcefully. "Well, I really feel these two things are getting bigger," said Zhao Yanyan with a red face. "Is it because I squeeze it often, which makes these two objects bigger?" Yi Chen pinched the two peaks of Zhao Yanyan's cherry. Husband is softer." Zhao Yanyan's whimpering voice sounded very pleasant to hear. Yi Chen was not satisfied with just touching from behind the cloth. Yi Chen rolled Zhao Yanyan's clothes up and showed the bra worn by Zhao Yanyan. Zhao Yanyan was currently wearing a black lace bra. This made Yi Chen aroused when he saw Zhao Yanyan's wife. "You are getting bolder," Yi Chen whispered in Zhao Yanyan's ear. Zhao Yanyan was even more ashamed. Said Yi Chen's words, stimulating his body and mind. Yi Chen intended to take off Zhao Yanyan's black lace bra. Chapter 113, When You Will Get Married. When Yi Chen intended to take off Zhao Yanyan's black lace bra, the kitchen door suddenly opened and Lin Roxy came out of the kitchen. Zhao Yanyan frantically pushed Yi Chen and immediately tidied up her clothes. "Yi Chen. Yanyan, what are you doing?" Lin Roxy asked what Yi Chen and Zhao Yanyan were doing. Lin Roxy was told by Sui Zai to see the situation of Yi Chen and Zhao Yanyan. "Teacher Lin, we are watching TV." Yi Chen was not as cool as Zhao Yanyan. He could still answer Lin Roxy's questions. "Yi Chen, don't take me as Lin's teacher. If my mother knew, it would ruin everything I've done so far." Lin Roxy, holding her hips, scolded Yi Chen. Lin Roxy did not like being arranged by her mother the most. As long as she and Yi Chen could convince her mother, Lin Roxy did not need to think about blind dates for some time in the future. "Okay, dear Roxy," Yi Chen gestured using his hands. Lin Roxy had a red face. Yi Chen was getting more and more courageous towards her. Lin Roxy turned her attention to Zhao Yanyan. She saw Zhao Yanyan bowed her head. Zhao Yanyan's face slightly reddened. "Yanyan, what's wrong with you? Are you not feeling well?" Lin Roxy wondered how Zhao Yanyan was. "I'm fine. It's just that I feel this room is a bit hot." Zhao Yanyan looked for an excuse, so Lin Roxy wasn't suspicious. "It's not too hot here. Do I need to turn off the heater in this room?" Lin Roxy suggested turning off the heater in this room. "No need. I'm fine with this." Zhao Yanyan turned red. The reason she used looked very flawed. Lin Roxy might already be suspicious of her. Lin Roxy felt Zhao Yanyan was a little strange. "Today the food will be ready in 15 minutes. I will return to the kitchen." After saying that the food will be ready, Lin Ruxi returned to the kitchen. After Lin Ruxi left, Zhao Yanyan felt a little relieved. Husband, it's your fault we were almost found by Lin Ruxi's sister. Zhao Yanyan was a little dissatisfied with Yi Chen. Zhao Yanyan had to admit the stimulus when it was found to be quite pleasant. If Zhao Yanyan said this to Yi Chen, maybe Yi Chen would be even bolder than before. Don't be mad, Yanyan dear. Let's continue the previous one. Yi Chen put his hand closer to Zhao Yanyan's body. This time Zhao Yanyan stopped Yi Chen's hand invasion. Yi Chen, don't be naughty. I can give it tonight. After saying that, Zhao Yanyan was awake and headed to her bedroom. Zhao Yanyan intended to change her wet underwear because Yi Chen, wearing wet clothes, was not very comfortable for her. Because Zhao Yanyan left, Yi Chen was left alone in the living room. Yi Chen could only watch TV alone. Right now on TV there is the latest news program. Reporters say that if someone falls from an upper floor in a 5-star hotel. The reporter also said the victim was thought to be from one of 4 large families who came from the capital. It seems like there will be a storm in this city. The Yun family will definitely not stay silent. In the Yun family, precisely in the big manor, there was a man who was sitting while watching the news on TV. This man was Yun Hao's father. He had just heard the news of Yun Hao's death from Lai Han. This man was Yun Pajun. He was the current head of the Yun family. Yun Pajun was very angry at this news. Yun Hao was the only son possessed by Yun Pajun. News of Yun Hao's death made Yun Pajun sad. Yun Pajun will really spoil Yun Hao. Even though Yun Hao raped a woman or killed someone, Yun Pajun will turn a blind eye on this. Yun Hao was the future heir of the clan. Now that he was dead, then the candidate would definitely be the son of his other brother. You bastard! Who would dare to do this? If I find out who the killer is, I will definitely kill that person with my own hands. Yun Pajun vowed to kill Yun Hao's killer. Elder Gu, quickly go looking for clues who killed my son. If you find the person, immediately give me news, Yun Pajun said to Yun Gu, who is currently in the dark. I will immediately carry out your orders. Clan leader, without asking, Yun Gu immediately do what is ordered by Yun Pajun. Son, just wait, I will get revenge for you. Yun Pajun holds his hand very strongly. While in other places, Feng Zhu also saw the latest news. Feng Zhu must have guessed who this dead man was. He must be Yun Hao. Even though Yun Hao often bothered him, Feng Zhu was still sorry for Yun Hao's death. At the police station, Liu Bing saw a sketch of a face that had been painted in accordance with the characteristics that Lai Hun said. Isn't this Yi Chen, the servant of Liu Yu? It is impossible for someone like Yi Chen to offend the 4 big families in this country. Liu Bing contacted subordinates who were still at the scene. Liu Bing sent a picture of his subordinates to Lai Hun. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Liu Bing got an answer from underneath if this sketch really was the one who had a few days ago argued with young Master Yun. After gaining clarity, Liu Bing immediately looked for Yi Chen's identity in the state secret database. In the storage database, Yi Chen's appearance was completely different from before. Liu Bing saw that Yi Chen from then and now was very different. Out of curiosity, Liu Bing sent the Yi Chen identity document to the central headquarters to find complete details about Yi Chen. We returned to the hostel. Zhao Yanyan and Lin Ruxi. At the table was filled with food that had been made by Sui Zai and Lin Ruxi. All of these foods looked delicious to eat. Yi Chen, Zhao Yanyan, Lin Ruxi, and Sui Zai have gathered around the dining table. Let's start this party, Sui Zai said with great enthusiasm. Cheers! Everyone raises the drink glass. Because Zhao Yanyan and Lin Ruxi do not drink alcoholic beverages, the drink is changed to orange juice. Everyone began to eat the food on the table. Yi Chen, how is your work? Is there an increase in it? Sui Zai asked. Yi Chen's work. Sui Zai was still doubtful whether Yi Chen was indeed just a fruit seller. I am currently starting a company, and now I have started operating. Yi Chen did not hide that he had just set up a new company. That's good. Your future will definitely be very bright. Sui Zai praised Yi Chen. Thank you, Aunt. Yi Chen's voice stopped and his face was a little dark. Feeling Lin Ruxi, who was next to him, twisted his waist very hard. Lin Ruxi looked at himself with a little dissatisfaction. Yi Chen bragged too much in front of her mother. What's wrong? What dish I made is not good. Sui Zai doesn't know Yi Chen's taste. Maybe he doesn't like this food. No. My aunt's cooking is pretty good. Even this is better than what Ruxi often makes. Yi Chen immediately replied so there was no misunderstanding. Oh, so Roxy often cooks for you. It seems like your relationship has developed quite a lot. Heard this, Sui Zai was happy. Sui Zai was worried about Lin Roxy because at this age she didn't have a boyfriend. When other Roxy friends married. Oh yeah. Yi Chen, when are you going to get married? You already have plans in the future, right? Asked Sui Zai. Lin Roxy, who heard this from her mother, immediately choked. She did not expect her mother would ask this to Yi Chen. Yi Chen was quite confused to answer Sui Xi's question. Yi Chen sought help from Lin Roxy. Mother, what are you saying? We are young and haven't thought about it yet. Lin Roxy spoke to her mother. Roxy want to when you were like this. Once your mother married your father at a much smaller age than you. Sui Zai advised Lin Roxy to get married to Yi Chen as soon as possible. We will talk about it in the future. After all, Yi Chen and I have just started a relationship. We will do it slowly. Right, Yi Chen? Lin Roxy smiled at Yi Chen. But Yi Chen knew that this smile was not sincere to him. Lin Roxy's smile tried to warn Yi Chen. Auntie, you don't need to worry. We will slowly discuss it in the future. Yi Chen immediately said to Sui Zai. If that's your wish, then do it. Yi Chen, I hope you get married to Lin Roxy as soon as possible. Otherwise Auntie might consider looking for another candidate. Sui Zai did not forget to warn Yi Chen. This warning was intended for Yi Chen to marry Lin Roxy immediately. I understand, Auntie. Yi Chen smiled a little ambiguously at Sui Xi's words. Yi Chen did indeed like Lin Roxy, but Yi Chen did not know whether Lin Roxy also liked him. Zhao Yanyan laughed at this play. He didn't want to interfere and just watched. All returned to eat their food. Chapter 114. Lin Yuox's second healing session. After finishing eating, Aunt Sui Zai and Zhao Yanyan washing the dishes, Lin Roxy immediately brought Yi Chen into her room. Yi Chen, what treatment this time? Has to take off the skirt like before? Lin Roxy asked with a reddened face. Of course, hurry up and take off your skirt. We will start right away. Yi Chen told Lin Roxy to take off the skirt. He didn't want to waste time. Yi Chen, what treatment this time? Has to take off the skirt like before? Lin Roxy asked with a reddened face. Of course, hurry up and take off your skirt. We will start right away. Yi Chen told Lin Roxy to take off the skirt. He didn't want to waste time. Lin Roxy pursed her lips. Even though Yi Chen had seen her before, Lin Roxy was still ashamed when Yi Chen's thighs were seen. This is all for the sake of being recovered, Lin Roxy assured herself and began to take off her skirt. Now Lin Roxy's skirt had disappeared and left a plain white panties. Yi Chen never left his eyesight from Lin Roxy's private place. Yi Chen, let's do it right away. Lin Roxy could see Yi Chen's fiery gaze. She didn't scold Yi Chen. Lin Roxy felt a little happy knowing that her charms could make her students fascinated. Teacher, please lie on the bed. Yi Chen told Lin Roxy to lie on the bed. Lin Roxy obediently lay on the bed. She waited for Yi Chen to treat. Yi Chen approached and lifted Lin Roxy's 2 legs. Lin teacher, it will be a little hot, so I hope you can hold it. Yi Chen's 2 hands were on Lin Roxy's thighs. He used the power of fire to melt the freezing young in Lin Roxy's muscular tissue. Lin Roxy felt incredible heat from Yi Chen's hand. This was different from the first time. Yi Chen is very hot. It feels like my skin is going to burn. Lin Roxy whimpered because of the heat from Yi Chen's hand. Teacher Lin, hold it for a while. This will soon be over. Yi Chen guided the fire to find a freeze in Lin Roxy's muscular tissue. Lin Roxy used her hands to try to suppress the screaming from being heard from outside the room. After 5 minutes of Yi Chen's struggle to pull the hand he had, Yi Chen took a needle and pierced Lin Roxy's thighs. Lin Roxy felt like being bitten by an ant when Yi Chen stuck a needle in her thigh. The needle let out a cold steam. The cold air in Lin Roxy's body finally came out perfectly. Now Lin Roxy had recovered completely. Teacher, it's over, Yi Chen said to Lin Roxy, who was lying on the bed. Lin Roxy's breath went up and down. All of Lin Roxy's clothes were wet from sweat. This made her look even more erotic. Lin Roxy did not have the strength to wake up from the bed. Yi Chen helped the teacher wake up. Lin Roxy could only ask Yi Chen to help get out of bed. Yi Chen helped Lin Roxy get out of bed. Thank you. I will go take a shower first. Lin Roxy tried to stand up. When Lin Roxy had just stood up, suddenly her legs were weak and almost fell. Luckily Yi Chen, who was near Lin Roxy, immediately caught her, so Lin Roxy didn't fall to the floor. Yi Chen hugged Lin Rux's waist and brought Lin Ruxi closer to his arms. Teacher, I'll help you go to the bathroom. Lin Ruxi was very comfortable while in Yi Chen's arms. Yi Chen's smell made him excited. Lin Ruxi looked at Yi Chen with very soft eyes. Lin Ruxi involuntarily advanced her lips and closed her eyes, asking for a kiss from Yi Chen. Yi Chen was quite surprised to see Lin Ruxi at the moment. Seeing this, Yi Chen knew what Lin Ruxi wanted. He brought his lips closer and kissed Lin Ruxi. Both of them finally kissed. Lin Ruxi felt an extraordinary feeling in her heart while kissing with Yi Chen. This is very exciting and fun. Plank room door suddenly opened. Lin Ruxi and Yi Chen were very surprised when the door opened. Ruxi, is Yi Chen gone? Suix's words stopped. Sui's eye saw that Yi Chen and Lin Ruxi were kissing in this room. Lin Rux's skirt had disappeared and left panties. Stupid people know what they were doing. Sorry to disturb your good things. Sui's eye hurriedly closed the door in panic. Sui's eye did not think that her daughter's relationship with Yi Chen had come this far. Sui's eye didn't need to worry anymore about her second marriage. It seemed that soon the two of them would be in a relationship even further. Sui's eye left the entrance of Lin Rux's room with a smile. Lin Rux's face turned red like an apple. Both of them were found in this condition by her mother. How was she not ashamed of this? Lin Ruxi scolded herself for being too carried away. Yi Chen was still her student as a teacher, where maybe Lin Ruxi did something indecent with her own student. Lin Ruxi immediately broke away from Yi Chen's embrace and went to the bathroom in this room. Lin Ruxi locked the door so that someone could not enter inside. Seeing the departure of Lin Ruxi, Yi Chen felt lost, even though it was almost a good thing to do. Rumbling, 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 rumbling. Outside the lightning strikes. It looks like it will rain soon. Yi Chen came out of Lin Rux's room. In the living room, Zhao Yanyan was playing a card game with Sui's eye. Auntie, I said goodbye. Yi Chen said goodbye, wanted to go home. Why hurry? Stay longer here. I'm sure Ruxi will be glad you stayed here longer. Sui's eye didn't let Yi Chen leave and wanted him to stay here longer. Auntie, if I don't go home soon it will rain. Yi Chen still insisted to go home. Yi Chen couldn't wait to go home and enter the fairy gate to do dual cultivation with Zhao Yanyan at the fairy gate tonight. The next, Yi Chen would not let go of Zhao Yanyan. Yi Chen gestured for Zhao Yanyan to enter the fairy gate tonight. The rain suddenly fell very hard at all. Yi Chen, how about you stay here tonight? It's raining very hard outside. It's not good to go home when it's raining like this. Looking outside, the rain is very heavy. Sui's eye suggested Yi Chen to spend the night in this hostel. Yi Chen felt bad continually rejecting the kindness of Aunt Sui's eye continuously. Well, I'll be here until the rain subsides. Yi Chen, come here. Let's play cards together. Zhao Yanyan called Yi Chen to play the card game. Yi Chen sat next to Zhao Yanyan and joined the card game with these two women. Chapter 115 snuck into Zhao Yanyan's bedroom. Yi Chen, Zhao Yanyan and Sui's eye played cards for several rounds. Zhao Yanyan and Aunt Sui's eye looked very excited when playing cards. They both tried to defeat Yi Chen. Click the sound of the door opening. The three people who were playing cards immediately looked at the door that had just opened. Lin Ruxi had finished bathing and had now changed into night pajamas. The eyes of Yi Chen and Lin Ruxi met. Lin Ruxi was the first to turn her eyes away as she bowed her head in shame. Ruxi, come here. Sui's eye told Lin Ruxi to come and play the card game. Rux's sister, come and play cards with us. This is very fun. Zhao Yanyan also invited Lin Ruxi to participate in the card game. Lin Ruxi shyly walked over to Sui's eye and sat next to her mother. Lin Ruxi now joined in playing cards. When Yi Chen and Lin Rux's turn, the atmosphere always turned quite ambiguous. The card game lasts long enough into the night. Aunt Sui's eye looked at the clock on the wall that showed 1100 p.m. Tomorrow she would get on the plane in the morning. Everyone, let's end this. Wait, where is Yi Chen going to sleep? Zhao Yanyan suddenly asked. Outside it was still raining, so Yi Chen had no reason to go home. Yanyan, you're right also. Where Yi Chen will sleep? In this room there are 3 bedrooms. One belongs to Lin Ruxi. One has Zhao Yanyan, and another is empty, but currently occupied by Sui's eye. Sui's eye could have slept with Lin Ruxi or Zhao Yanyan, and let Yi Chen sleep in the room he was currently in. Yi Chen, how about you sleep in Rux's room? Sui Zai has a separate plan. It's better to advance the relationship of Yi Chen and Lin Ruoxi as soon as possible by the way both of them sleep in the same room. Lin Ruoxi stood up and slapped the table. Mother, what did you say? How could I sleep with Yi Chen in the same room? What's wrong with it? You guys don't have problems sleeping in the same room. Again. Your relationship has come this far. Sui Zai smiled at Lin Ruoxi. She said the scene of Yi Chen and Lin Ruoxi while kissing in the room. Hearing her mother say that, Lin Ruoxi's face turned red like an apple. Lin Ruoxi did not know how to answer my mother's words at this time. What's wrong with that face of yours? Do you not want to live together with Yi Chen? If so, what if Yi Chen just lives with Yanyan? Yanyan, what do you think? Sui Zai asked Zhao Yanyan. I don't mind. Zhao Yanyan answered with an innocent face. Lin Ruoxi was shocked by Zhao Yanyan's answer. Yanyan, what are you saying? How can you say that? Lin Ruoxi stuttered to say to Zhao Yanyan. So why? After all, Yi Chen is a good man. Yanyan smiled and praised Yi Chen. Hearing what Zhao Yanyan said, there was a hint of panic in Lin Ruoxi's heart. Yi Chen will sleep in my room tonight. Without waiting for Zhao Yanyan and Sui Xi's answer, Lin Ruoxi took Yi San's hand and dragged him into the room. Zhao Yanyan and Aunt Sui Zai were left in the living room. Yanyan, thank you for working with Aunt. It turns out Sui Zai and Zhao Yanyan are working together, so that Yi Chen and Lin Ru live in the same room. It doesn't matter. I'm happy to help Aunt. The reason Zhao Yanyan helped Lin Lingxi and Yi Chen's relationship develop. This way Lin Ruoxi will be her sister forever. Sui Zai did not know what was in Zhao Yanyan's mind. If she knew for sure, she would be very surprised. In Lin Ruoxi's room, Lin Ruoxi immediately let go of Yi Chen's hand. Yi Chen, you sleep on the floor. I'll sleep on the bed. Huh? Teacher Lin, you're not kidding, right? Didn't you say I could sleep in your room? Yi Chen had no idea that Lin Ruoxi would make him sleep on the floor. I did say you could sleep in my room, but I didn't say that you could sleep in one bed with me. Lin Ruoxi looked away, not daring to look at Yi Chen. Well, it's up to you. He didn't want to argue with Lin Ruoxi because of this problem. These are pillows and blankets for you. Lin Ruoxi took the pillows and blankets and handed them to Yi Chen. Yi Chen received a pillow and blanket from Lin Ruoxi. He immediately arranged the blanket for a base and slept on it. Lin Ruoxi turned off the lights. The room became very dark. The atmosphere became awkward again. Neither Yi Chen nor Lin Ruoxi spoke. Unconsciously, Lin Ruoxi's breathing stabilized. Yi Chen woke up and saw that Lin Ruoxi had fallen asleep. Lin Ruoxi's pajamas sagged a little. Yi Chen could see Lin Ruoxi's milk was exposed before his eyes. Moreover, Lin Ruoxi didn't wear any underwear at all. Yi Chen's blood churned. The younger brother below began to rise up. For some reason, Yi Chen's libido was often out of control when he saw things like this. Was this the effect of the king's heart technique or Yi Chen's ancient body? Young did not know. Unconsciously, Yi Chen's hand tried to reach both of Lin Ruoxi's peaks. A few centimeters longer, his hands touched Lin Ruoxi's two peaks. But suddenly he stopped. Yi Chen still had the awareness not to do it by force. Time passed so quickly. Yi Chen could not stand if it continued like this. If it continued like this, he would not be able to stand it and might rape Lin Ruoxi. Yi Chen got up from the floor and slipped out of Lin Ruoxi's room. He went to sneak into Zhao Yanyan's room unnoticed by another person. Yi Chen hugged Zhao Yanyan from behind. Zhao Yanyan suddenly shouted. Yi Chen closed Zhao Yanyan's mouth by using the hand. Yanyan, it's me. Seeing that this was Yi Chen, Zhao Yanyan was relieved. Husband, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you have fun with Lin Ruoxi's sister in her room? Zhao Yanyan asked for the reason Yi Chen came here. Who should be having fun with Lin Ruoxi? This should be the right time for Yi Chen to make Lin Ruoxi his woman. I miss Yanyan, dear. So I came here. Yi Chen began to release Zhao Yanyan's shirt button. Zhao Yanyan's entire nightgown was gone. Zhao Yanyan's most beautiful body was exposed in front of Yi Chen. Yi Chen had not seen this body for a long time. The last time he saw Yanyan's body was when he did dual cultivation with Zhao Yanyan for your first time. Zhao Yanyan tried to cover the private parts by using her hands. Even though she had done it with Yi Chen, Zhao Yanyan still felt ashamed. Yanyan, let me see it. Yi Chen helped move Zhao Yanyan's hand, which blocked the view on Zhao Yanyan's body. Zhao Yanyan moved her hands. Both mountaintops and her private parts were now clearly visible to Yi Chen. Yi Chen was very excited and hugged Zhao Yanyan on the bed. He played with both of Zhao Yanyan's milk, which became a little bigger. Just from Yi Chen's touch, Zhao Yanyan felt he had flown into the sky. This feeling Zhao Yanyan had never felt. Yi Chen did not hold back this time. He used the King's Heart technique to make Zhao Yanyan happy. Tonight Yi Chen wanted to make Zhao Yanyan happy to the point of not being able to forget it. Chapter 116 Lin Yuoxi peaked. Zhao Yanyan groaned as Yi Chen sucked her 2 cherries off. Husband slowly Zhao Yanyan tried to hold her voice, so as not to leak out. Next to this room was Lin Ruoxi's room. If Zhao Yanyan's voice was too loud, maybe Lin Ruoxi would be able to hear it very clearly. Husband, let's change the location to the fairy gate. I don't think this place is suitable. Zhao Yanyan suggested to change the location. If here Zhao Yanyan could not shout because it would wake Sui Zai or Lin Ruoxi. Yi Chen let go of the 2 Zhao Yanyan cherries. Wife, it looks good here. After all, I have never done it in your room before. Yi Chen felt that this place was good enough. The fragrance of Zhao Yanyan's body really filled this entire room. But Zhao Yanyan was still doubtful. Don't worry. I'll make a sound barrier, so someone can't hear what we are doing. Yi Chen then made a sound barrier that covered this room. Yi Chen carried Zhao Yanyan and put it on his lap. Yanyan? You are so beautiful. Yi Chen bit Zhao Yanyan's ear. Ah! Zhao Yanyan was amused. A groan leaked out. Yi Chen's hand continued to touch every inch of Zhao Yanyan's body. Under Zhao Yanyan it was already very wet. The pleasure that Yi Chen gave. Yanyan, what if we try something new? Yi Chen whispered in Yi Chen's voice. Husband, what is that? Zhao Yanyan asked what Yi Chen wanted. Yi Chen whispered and said in Zhao Yanyan's ear. Zhao Yanyan was very embarrassed when she heard what new things Yi Chen wanted. Zhao Yanyan rose from Yi Chen's body and knelt under Yi Chen. Zhao Yanyan began to release Yi Chen's pants. After Yi Chen's pants were removed, a large object appeared before Zhao Yanyan's eyes. Despite having seen several times, Zhao Yanyan still could not believe Yi Chen's belongings this big. She touched an object that was as hard as iron and heat. Zhao Yanyan looked up to see Yi Chen. She was still a little hesitant when she wanted to do it. Zhao Yanyan put her face on Yi Chen's large meat stick and then stuck it into her mouth. Because it was too big, Zhao Yanyan could only put 1/4 in her mouth. Zhao Yanyan's mouth began to move back and forth. Yi Chen felt his lower part enter into something warm and moist. This sensation was extraordinary. Cough, cough, cough. Zhao Yanyan choked and vomited Yi Chen's object. She felt she couldn't breathe. Seeing Zhao Yanyan not used to Yi Chen feeling sorry for wife. Are you alright? What, should we stop this? No. I want to try again. Zhao Yanyan didn't want to give up. She wanted to make Yi Chen happy. Zhao Yanyan put Yi Chen's large object back into her mouth. This time Zhao Yanyan began to get used to Yi Chen's large meat stick. Zhao Yanyan's movements were still clumsy, and sometimes Zhao Yanyan's teeth scratched Yi Chen's wife. Don't use your teeth. Yi Chen told Zhao Yanyan not to use teeth. Yi Chen was also the first time doing this. As much as possible he guided Zhao Yanyan to be smarter. Thanks to the guidance of Yi Chen, Zhao Yanyan started to do it smart. Zhao Yanyan began experimenting with using her tongue. Wife, that's amazing, Yi Chen shouted as well as Zhao Yanyan sucked his younger brother. Seeing Yi Chen enjoy it, Zhao Yanyan felt very satisfied. Slurp, 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 slurp. Zhao Yanyan started to suck strongly like a vacuum cleaner. Outside the door there was someone peeking out from a small gap. Lin Ruoxi could not believe what she was seeing. At present, Zhao Yanyan, the girl thought purely by Lin Ruoxi, was currently sucking on a man's genitals. Moreover, that man was Yi Chen. A few moments ago Lin Ruoxi awoke from sleep. When she woke up she didn't see Yi Chen anywhere. Out of curiosity where Yi Chen was going, Lin Ruoxi was looking for Yi Chen's whereabouts. Lin Ruoxi searched the entire house, but did not find Yi Chen's whereabouts. Lin Ruoxi then saw that the door of Zhao Yanyan's room was slightly open. She was curious whether Yi Chen was in Zhao Yanyan's room or not. Women's instinct. Lin Ruoxi said that Yi Chen might be in Zhao Yanyan's room. Lin Ruoxi slowly approached. Lin Ruoxi then peeked in the small gap of the door. When he looked into Lin Ruoxi, he was suddenly shocked. Lin Ruoxi saw Zhao Yanyan kneel under a man, and held a large object belonging to the man. Lin Ruoxi had no idea that a man's object could be this big. Lin Ruoxi looked at the man's face. It turns out this man was Yi Chen. She was very surprised to see Yi Chen and Zhao Yanyan having this kind of relationship. Lin Ruoxi wanted to go in and rebuke the two of them. But Lin Ruoxi couldn't move from where he stood. Lin Ruoxi felt her body heat when she saw the scene between Yi Chen and Zhao Yanyan. Lin Ruoxi never left her eyes flashing at the great Yi Chen object. Yi Chen felt someone was peeking. He looked towards the entrance and saw someone indeed was peeping at them. The eyes of Lin Ruoxi and Yi Chen met. Lin Ruoxi, who saw Yi Chen, found her immediately left from the front of Zhao Yanyan's room. She immediately rushed back into her room. After closing the door, Lin Ruoxi slumped to the floor. Lin Ruoxi's breathing rose and went down. Her body also felt hot and uncomfortable. She saw that her bottom was wet again. Lin Ruoxi felt that her lower parts were often wet after Yi Chen touched her body for the first time. Lin Ruoxi trembled slightly as she walked towards her bed. She continued to imagine the large object belonging to Yi Chen. Lin Ruoxi tried to get rid of that thought, but still that thought crossed her mind. Tonight would be a long night for Lin Ruoxi. Zhao Yanyan was still focused on serving Yi Chen. She did not know that Lin Ruoxi just took a peek at what she was doing with Yi Chen. Yi Chen deliberately did not tell Zhao Yanyan that Lin Ruoxi had just peeked at this room. Yi Chen felt that he had reached the limit. Yanyan, I will shoot. Yi Chen grabbed Zhao Yanyan's head and held her back. Bio! 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 A white magma eruption filled Zhao Yanyan's mouth. Zhao Yanyan felt her mouth tight and forced to swallow Yi Chen's burden. Glup! 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 Zhao Yanyan's voice swallowed. The taste of Yi Chen's essence righteousness was very delicious. This was even more delicious than the peach heaven that Zhao Yanyan had ever eaten. Zhao Yanyan swallowed without letting a single drop go down the drain. Husband, this tastes pretty good. It seems I can be addicted. Zhao Yanyan cleaned Yi Chen's object using her mouth. When it was time for the main way to take place, Yi Chen lifted Zhao Yanyan off the floor and laid her on the bed. Husband, give me. Zhao Yanyan could not stand it anymore and asked Yi Chen to do it herself. Wife, I'm in. Yi Chen immediately drilled Zhao Yanyan's honey cave. Ah! Zhao Yanyan shouted in pain. Even though it wasn't the first time, it still hurt when Yi Chen's large object entered. Wife, are you still sick? Yi Chen did not immediately move, but was worried about Zhao Yanyan's condition. I'm fine. Let's move. Zhao Yanyan told Yi Chen to move. Yi Chen leaped up a large meat inside Zhao Yanyan's honey cave. Ah, husband, yours enters into the deepest part of me. It feels great. Zhao Yanyan could no longer be clear. Yi Chen's large meat stick gave her immense pleasure. Yanyan, yours really clamped mine. You are my great little whore. Yi Chen praised the honey cave of Zhao Yan to clamp hers very tightly. Yi Chen scraped even faster. Groans of male and female voices continued to reverberate in Zhao Yanyan's room. Chapter 117:9. Yi Chen and Zhao Yanyan did it for more than 2 hours. Yi Chen fired 2 times, while Zhao Yanyan came out dozens of times. Zhao Yanyan was already helpless and almost fainted. Yi Chen then hugged Zhao Yanyan in his arms. Zhao Yanyan peacefully slept in Yi Chen's arms. Seeing Zhao Yanyan had fallen asleep, Yi Chen took a blanket and covered Zhao Yanyan's body. He then slipped back to Lin Ruoxi's room. He did not make any moves, so that Lin Ruoxi did not know. Lin Ruoxi had already fallen asleep. Yi Chen immediately returned to the bed on the floor. Yi Chen was relieved Lin Ruoxi was sleeping. It would be very troublesome if this time Lin Ruoxi woke up. Because Lin Ruoxi had seen the scene of himself with Zhao Yanyan, there might be awkwardness in the future. Not feel it was morning. Lin Ruoxi woke up from her bed and looked around. Underneath, Yi Chen still sleeping on the blanket. Lin Ruoxi began to recall the night's incident when she peeked into Zhao Yanyan's room. Lin Ruoxi's face turned red. She did not know whether what he saw last night was a dream or reality. It was in the hall in Yi Chen's heart. But certainly Yi Chen's large object still crossed her mind. Lin Ruoxi looked towards Yi Chen's groin, which was slightly protruding. What if that thing entered into me unnoticed? Such thoughts crossed Lin Ruoxi's mind. Lin Ruoxi then realized, what's wrong with me? How can I think about something as obscene as that? Lin Ruoxi patted her cheeks fiercely from her imagination. Lin Ruoxi got out of bed, then came out of this room. She intended to make breakfast for everyone. When she arrived in the living room, a letter was placed on the table. This was a letter from Sui Zai. Fill in the letter. Sui Zai wrote, my daughter. Mother will come back. Take care of yourself. I am waiting for good news from you too. From your mother. Turned out Suizai had left early in the morning. Lin Roxy put the letter in the drawer. She then proceeded to go to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Good morning, Sister Roxy. Zhao Yanyan greeted Lin Roxy. Lin Roxy was a bit awkward when meeting with Zhao Yanyan. Lin Roxy strengthened her resolve and greeted Zhao Yanyan. Morning Yanyan. When Lin Roxy turned towards Zhao Yanyan, he was surprised. Zhao Yanyan looked more beautiful than before. Even Zhao Yanyan's skin looked very white and healthy. Seeing the extraordinary changes Zhao Yanyan, Lin Roxy asked Yanyan what beauty products you use. Why do you look more beautiful? This was not the first time Lin Roxy was curious about Zhao Yanyan's change. My sister Roxy doesn't use any beauty products, Zhao Yanyan answered honestly. She couldn't possibly say that this was the effect of doing dual cultivation with Yi Chen. A few days ago Lin Roxy also asked this to Zhao Yanyan, and the answer was exactly the same as now. Yanyan, we have been sisters for a long time. Why don't you want to tell me? Lin Roxy was angry that Zhao Yanyan was trying to hide something from her. Roxy sister, do you really want to know? Zhao Yanyan said in a teasing tone. Of course. Lin Roxy immediately nodded. What are you two doing? Yi Chen has woken up to hear the commotion of these two women. When Yi Chen came, Lin Roxy immediately bowed her head in shame. Nothing. Just a chat between women. Zhao Yanyan was the one who answered Yi Chen. After breakfast, Yi Chen and Zhao Yanyan left the women's dormitory. Today, as usual, the class runs without obstacles. Finally, it's time to go home from school. Yi Chen, did you get a ticket to go to Fengzhu's concert? Zhao Yanyan asked Yi Chen. This is for you. Yi Chen gave the 3 VIP tickets to Zhao Yanyan. When she saw the 3 VIP tickets, Zhao Yanyan was filled with shining stars. Zhao Yanyan immediately took the 3 tickets from Yi Chen husband. I love you. Zhao Yanyan kissed Yi Chen on the cheek. Yi Chen was quite satisfied to see Zhao Yanyan happy. He took Zhao Yanyan to his villa. When I arrived at the villa, Yi Chen saw Fu Lanling doing sword training in the backyard of the villa. Yi Chen brought Zhao Yanyan down. Saw Yi Chen. Fu Lanling's arrival, immediately sheathed the sword and rushed towards Yi Chen. Little husband, you are back. Yes, I'm back. Yi Chen smiled at Fu Lanling. Fu Lanling realized that there was a beautiful woman behind Yi Chen, so she asked Yi Chen, little husband, who is she? Oh, I forgot to introduce you guys. Linger, she is Zhao Yanyan. And Yanyan introduces this Fu Lanling. Yi Chen introduced Zhao Yanyan and Fu Lanling. Upon hearing that this woman called Yi Chen husband, Zhao Yanyan already knew what their relationship was. Zhao Yanyan and Fu Lanling then became acquainted with each other. Alright, let's go in. We talk inside. Yi Chen held Zhao Yanyan's and Fu Lanling's waist on both arms. Yi Chen brought the 2 beautiful women into the villa. Zhao Yanyan and Fu Lanling looked at each other and smiled. Zhao Yanyan and Fu Lanling got along very quickly. Both of them began to talk about topics they liked. Linger, I want you to open this. Yi Chen took 5 storage rings and handed them to Fu Lanling. Little husband, what do you want with this ring? Asked Fu Lanling. I want you to open the seal inside and see what is inside. Yi Chen was curious about the contents in these rings. Who knows? Inside the ring obtained from the 5 old Taoist corpses, there is a valuable item. Fu Lanling did not ask much. She destroyed the seals in all of these rings. After the seal disappeared, Yi Chen took out the contents in this ring. Inside the ring is not too disappointing. There are various pills and high-level medicinal plants. For the techniques contained in this ring can be said to be rubbish when compared with those in the Tower of the Pagoda. The items in this ring turned out to be quite good. Fu Lanling saw several bottles of pills and high-grade medicinal plants that were difficult to obtain. You're right. Yi Chen nodded at Fu Lanling. Suddenly Yi Chen's left hand glowed. The contact seal took out light particles and began to gather in front of Yi Chen. A 9-tailed fox appeared in front of the 3 people. This 9-tailed fox is only the size of a cat. It looks like this fox is in the mini version. This Fu Lanling was surprised to see a 9-tailed fox suddenly appear here. 9-tailed fox is a type of magic monster that is very rarely seen in the Holy Land of Kunlun. Usually a large sect will make a 9-tailed fox as a sect guardian in charge of protecting the danger that could threaten the sect. The 9-tailed fox is also very strong. Their strength even several times stronger than cultivators who have comparable strength. Wow! How cute! Zhao Yanyan immediately approached the nine-tailed fox and put it in her arms. Zhao Yanyan was happy to hug the nine-tailed fox that had smooth and soft white fur. Nuwu! Nuwu! Nine-tailed fox doesn't like being hugged by Zhao Yanyan and tries to rebel. Finally the nine-tailed fox managed to escape Zhao Yanyan and hurried off to Yi Chen's side. Chapter 118 Yiziu. The nine-tailed fox immediately jumped into Yi Chen's arms. The nine-tailed fox seemed to like Yi Chen more than Zhao Yanyan. Hey, why did you run away from me? Zhao Yanyan was not satisfied and tried to take the nine-tailed fox from Yi Chen. The nine-tailed fox used its claws to hold on to Yi Chen. Nuwu! Nuwu! The nine-tailed fox shook her head, not wanting to go with Zhao Yanyan. Yanyan, never mind. Yi Chen rebuked Zhao Yanyan to immediately release the nine-tailed fox. Because Yi Chen, Zhao told Yanyan to be forced to let go of this cute fox. Fu Lanling approached and began observing the nine-tailed fox from above. It's strange why this fox fur is white. Usually the nine-tailed fox has the color of yellow or orange fur. Fu Lanling felt strange with the color of the nine-tailed fox. She had also seen a nine-tailed fox, but the color is not like what this fox has. So what's wrong? It's just a different color. Right, Yi Chen said while stroking the nine-tailed fox head. Well, you might be right. Then what is the sex of this fox? Asked Fu Lanling. Wait a minute. Let me see. Yi Chen wanted to see what kind of girth of the nine-tailed fox. When Yi Chen wanted to see, bang, Yi Chen suddenly arrived at the broom by the fox tail and crashed into the wall. Ah, it hurts so much. Why suddenly attacked me? The power of the nine-tailed fox is indeed not to be underestimated. Looks like he doesn't want to be seen by you. Fu Lanling realized that the nine-tailed fox didn't want to be seen by Yi Chen. Maybe she's a female. Zhao Yanyan, who was near Fu Lanling, said. The nine-tailed fox proudly poses gracefully. Who says that she is a female? Well, maybe this fox is right. Yi Chen got up from the floor and walked towards Zhao Yanyan and Fu Lanling. By the way, how did you get this nine-tailed fox? Fu Lanling asked how Yi Chen could get the rare nine-tailed fox. Oh, that Yi Chen explained the way he met the nine-tailed fox. To the point of contracting with the nine-tailed fox. I see. Now Fu Lanling knows how the five Tas died. Apparently it was killed by this nine-tailed fox. Yi Chen. It's okay to let this fox eat medicinal plants there. Zhao Yanyan pointed at the nine-tailed fox, who was eating a high-level medicinal plant. Yi Chen and Fu Lanling, who were talking, immediately looked towards the nine-tailed fox, who was eating a high-level medicinal plant. My medicinal herbs. Yi Chen immediately went towards the nine-tailed fox who was eating. He lifted the body of the nine-tailed fox and pushed it away from the pile of medicinal plants on the table. In Yi Chen's grasp, the nine-tailed fox tried to revolt. Nearly half of the medicinal plants have been eaten by the nine-tailed fox. Yi Chen immediately put the medicinal plants in the storage room, so that these cute monsters would not be consumed by them. Seeing the delicious food disappear, the nine-tailed fox was disappointed. The nine-tailed fox stopped struggling in Yi Chen's hands. Yi Chen put the nine-tailed fox on the table and scolded him. Little fox, you really eat half of the medicinal plants that I got. The nine-tailed fox didn't listen at all at what said by Yi Chen. She turned her face to another place. You dare not hear what I say. Seeing the nine-tailed fox once, Yi Chen intends to educate this fox. The nine-tailed fox didn't care about Yi Chen's words. Puchai. Fu Lanling laughed. Linger, why are you laughing? Yi Chen asked. Why? Fu Lanling suddenly laughed. Little husband, the nine-tailed fox does eat medicinal plants to increase their strength. So what this fox does is not wrong. Fu Lanling said that it was natural that the nine-tailed fox ate medicinal plants to increase their strength. You mean they get stronger just by eating medicinal plants? Yi Chen doesn't know that magical beasts can increase their power by eating only medicinal plants. Because the nine-tailed fox is a special monster, Fu Lanling said, approaching and stroking the head of the nine-tailed fox. Zhao Yanyan did not stay silent when he saw this. She immediately ran to Fu Lanling's side to play with the nine-tailed fox too. Wait! So from now on I have to prepare medicinal plants for the nine-tailed fox staple food? Asked Yi Chen. Yes, it has to be. Fu Lanling nodded at Yi Chen. Yi Chen had no idea that raising strong monsters would cost a fortune. Husband, what name do you want the fox to be? Carrying the nine-tailed fox, Zhao Yanyan asked Yi Chen. This time the nine-tailed fox did not rebel when it was hugged by Zhao Yanyan. Maybe because the nine-tailed fox was full. Yi Chen began to think what name would suit this nine-tailed fox. What about Yi Ziyu? That sounds pretty good. Well, in my opinion it's a good name. Yi Ziyu, do you like that name? Zhao Yanyan spoke to Yi Ziyu, who was in her arms. No. Nine-tailed fox does not seem to mind this name. Alright, from now on, your name is Yi Ziyu, Yi Chen said to the nine-tailed fox. After that, Zhao Yanyan invited Yi Ziyu to walk in the backyard. To entice Yi Ziyu, Zhao Yanyan asked Yi Chen for some medicinal plants. So Yi Ziyu wanted to follow Zhao Yanyan to walk. Yi Chen looked at some of the items he got from the old Taoist storage ring. Yi Chen did not dare to take out medicinal herbs for fear that Yi Ziyu would eat all high-quality medicinal plants. Little husband, what is the name of this thing? Fu Lanling asked the object that could produce this moving image without using projection stones. It's called TV, Yi Chen answered. Because it was still unfamiliar with objects in mortal world, Fu Lanling often asked Yi Chen. Yi Chen happily answered all of Fu Lanling's questions. Ding, 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 ding. The doorbell rings. Yi Chen placed the object he was holding and hurried toward the entrance. When Yi Chen opened the door, there was a woman in a police uniform standing in front of the entrance. This was policewoman Liu Bing. Miss Police, can I help you? Yi Chen wondered what Liu Bing wanted to do in his mansion. Yi Chen, you are suspected of being a murderer. I hope you can work with us. Liu Bing showed the police badge to Yi Chen. What killer? Yi Chen asked, confused. He did not think that the police could quickly find a trace of himself. But Yi Chen was sure that he killed Yun Hao without leaving any trace. Last night there was someone named Yun Hao who died falling from the top of the hotel building. The closest person to the victim suspects you as the killer. He said a few days ago you had a little friction with Yun Hao. Liu Bing said everything to Yi Chen. Then what does that have to do with it? Anyway, how can you conclude that I am a murderer only from what people say? Next time, if you want to suspect someone, looking for evidence first. You throw away my time alone. See you later. Yi Chen immediately closed the door. Yi Chen didn't need to be afraid of Liu Bing. Anyway, at this moment Liu Bing had absolutely no evidence that he was the person who killed Yun Hao. Chapter 1. In the night of Feng Zhu's concert, Liu Bing was very surprised when Yi Chen closed the door. She hadn't even said a word to get back at Yi Chen. Bam, 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 bam. Liu Bing kicked the door with a force strong enough. Yi Chen, come out. I'm not done talking to you yet, Liu Bing said quite angrily. The door to Yi Chen's house could really be damaged if Liu Bing continued to kick strongly. Miss Police, if you break my door, I will report you to the authorities. Yi Chen opened the door again and warned Liu Bing not to be impulsive and to destroy the door of the villa. Liu Bing's anger really peaked. Now she really wanted to beat Yi Chen on the spot. Seeing Liu Bing getting angry, Yi Chen was getting happier. Liu Bing tried to calm down. Yi Chen, I want to ask you. Last night you went anywhere? Liu Bing took a pen to record Yi Chen's words. Police. Liu, are you a stalker who wants to know my personal life? Said Yi Chen. Playing games. Crack. The pen in Liu Bing's hand was broken into two parts. Liu Bing was very angry because she was constantly being played by this bad boy. Liu Police, why are your faces red? Are you not feeling well? Yi Chen grinned at Liu Bing. Yi Chen. Liu Bing couldn't take it anymore. He pounced towards Yi Chen. Liu Bing immediately dropped Yi Chen on the floor. Yi Chen, I'm not playing. Quickly tell me honestly where you were last night. If not, don't blame me for acting harshly by riding Yi Chen's body, Liu Bing asked. Police. Liu, I didn't expect you to be a very aggressive woman, to the point where you pose like this. Yi Chen put his hands behind his head. Liu Bing's butt was really swiping at Yi Chen's younger brother. Liu Bing also felt that their current position was very ambiguous. A woman was riding a man, and both of these women's hands were on the man's chest. Especially since the man below this woman was very relaxed. Liu Bing's face was as red as an apple. She could feel a very hard object swiping underneath. Liu Bing tried to strengthen herself so as not to be provoked by this. Yi Chen. What's up there? Zhao Yanyan, who listened to the commotion in front, immediately saw Yi Chen's condition. When Zhao Yanyan arrived near the entrance of the villa, she saw Yi Chen being driven by a strange policewoman. Both of them were really very brave to do this in front of the entrance. You two were indeed very brave. In broad daylight doing this sort of thing, Zhao Yanyan was mistaken about Yi Chen. Wait, this is not what you see, Liu Bing tried to explain to Zhao Yanyan. Yanyan, help. This policewoman wants to rape your husband here. Yi Chen is pretending to be a victim of Liu Bing. Yi Chen, how dare you accuse me? Liu Bing is already very angry right now. Yi Chen is right to add to the chaos of the current situation. Liu Bing's image as a policeman could be ruined because of this. Again, Liu Bing was messed up by Yi Chen. Liu Bing hurriedly got up from Yi Chen's body. My business here is finished. I will leave now. Liu Bing was very embarrassed and hurried away from Yi Chen villa. She did not have the face to stay here. Seeing Liu Bing's very fast departure, Zhao Yanyan was very confused. Husband, what's wrong with that beautiful policeman? She looks quite strange. Zhao Yanyan felt that Liu Bing was acting very strange. Yanyan, you came on time. Liu Bing must be very embarrassed now. Yi Chen looked very satisfied, could make Liu Bing run away like a cat that had just been stepped on by her tail. Husband, you know that woman from Yi Chen's words. It seemed like he knew the pretty policeman earlier. Yes, I know the name of the police officer is Liu Bing. Several times I have a problem with that woman. That woman is also a cultivator like the two of us, Yi Chen explained Liu Bing to Zhao Yanyan. So, the woman police officer was also a cultivator. Zhao Yanyan did not think that the woman police officer was a cultivator. Yes, the policewoman was indeed a cultivator. You must be careful when meeting her. Yi Chen warned Zhao Yanyan to be careful when meeting with Liu Bing. Well, I understand. Zhao Yanyan nodded at Yi Chen. Oh yes. Where is Yi Ziu right now? Yi Chen asked the whereabouts of the naughty fox. Oh, he was sleeping. After giving food, she immediately fell asleep. Zhao Yanyan looked very spoiled. Yi Ziu. Yanyan, you spoiled her too much. Yi Chen was not satisfied. Zhao Yanyan spoiled Yi Ziu too much. Moreover, medicinal plants are expensive things. If this keeps happening, Yi Chen could go bankrupt. Hehe, it's okay. Anyway, Yi Ziu is very funny. I can't stand her. Zhao Yanyan still defended Yi Ziu. Whatever you say. He'll go back to see the items I got. Yi Chen checked the items he got. Liu Bing was currently coming out of the gate of Yi Chen's villa. She immediately got into her car. Right now Liu Bing was embarrassed, angry and upset. She really wanted to teach Yi Chen a lesson. Damn kid, just watch you. If I find proof you did it, I won't let you go. Liu Bing had already made a determination to take revenge on Yi Chen. Unable to get any results from Yi Chen, Liu Bing returned to her original mission to come to this city. She intended to track down the organization of female slave sellers who were currently doing activities in this city. Liu Bing's visit to this city from the beginning was to destroy the slave seller organization. This organization was very troubling because it had abducted beautiful women to be sold as slaves to rich men around the world. Liu Bing has been here for almost a month, but he hasn't found a hiding place for this organization. That's why at night Liu Bing disguised herself using sexy clothes to lure the organization into moving on her. Liu Bing drove her car leaving the Golden Eagle district. It was getting dark. The road seemed denser than usual. Tonight was the night of the concert of female star Fengzhu. Yi Chen, Zhao Yanyan, and Liu Yu departed together to the location of Fengzhu's concert. Fu Lanling didn't come. He said that if she didn't like the crowd, Fu Lanling stayed in the villa while watching TV. It's very crowded here. Yi Chen saw a street crowded with people who wanted to watch the Fengzhu concert. These people were carrying posters of Fengzhu complete with colorful light sticks. Of course, Fengzhu is the first female star in the country. All the fans in this city will definitely not miss the chance to see the concert. Zhao Yanyan was very excited when explaining to Yi Chen. Let's go right in. Yi Chen put his arms around his two ladies, then walked off to the entrance of the Fengzhu concert hall. Outside the building was filled with hundreds of thousands of people who gathered. People outside the building could not buy tickets to get inside, so they watched outside the building. Outside already provided a very large TV, so that the people in outside can still see the Fengzhu concert. Yi Chen, Zhao Yanyan and Liu Yu continued to advance to the entrance of the building. The entrance is guarded by dozens of large-bodied people. They are tasked to secure in front of the door, so that no one dares to break in by force. Sir, please show your ticket. One of the big men rudely asked Yi Chen for a ticket. Yanyan removed the ticket. Yi Chen told Zhao Yanyan to issue the ticket he had given. Here's the ticket. Zhao Yanyan immediately took out a VIP ticket from the bag and handed it to the guards. Dear guests, please follow me to go to your seat. See that this is a VIP ticket. The attitude of the guards immediately changed 180 degrees to Yi Chen and the women. Yi Chen, Zhao Yanyan, and Liu Yu followed the guard to go to the VIP chair. Chapter 120. Who told you to choose us? Yi Chen, Zhao Yanyan, and Liu Yu came to their VIP chairs. VIP seats were in the front row. Here they could clearly see the performances that were on the stage. Young master and young lady are your seats. The guards pointed to the seats of Yi Chen, Zhao Yanyan, and Liu Yu. The third chair was next to each other. Yi Chen in the middle, Zhao Yanyan on the right, and Liu Yu on the left. Here many young masters as well as rich young ladies sit on VIP chairs. As Yi Chen's entourage passed by, several people glancing at Zhao Yanyan and Liu Yu. These rich young masters seemed to be interested in Zhao Yanyan and Liu Yu. Seeing this, Yi Chen gave intimidating glances at these people. The people who saw Zhao Yanyan and Liu Yu immediately withdrew their eyes. Inside here already filled by many people. The capacity of this building can accommodate tens of thousands of people. So inside this building is crowded by Feng Zhu fans. After waiting for quite a while, the event finally started too. Feng Zhu started to go up on stage. Feng Zhu, Feng Zhu, Feng Zhu, Feng Zhu, Feng Zhu, Feng Zhu, Feng Zhu. Shouts of Feng Zhu's name echoed throughout this building. Yi Chen's ears almost broke at the screams of tens of thousands of extremely loud people. Feng Zhu waved to her fans. Everyone, thank you for coming to my concert tonight. Feng Zhu is very happy that you want to come here. Feng Zhu smiled sweetly at her fans. Feng Zhu, I love you. Goddess Feng Zhu, look here. Goddess Feng Zhu is very beautiful. Various kinds of praise were made by Feng Zhu's fans. Oh my gosh. How noisy. Yi Chen didn't like the noise from Feng Zhu fans. Everyone tonight. Feng Zhu will cheer you all up. The first song I will offer to start it is The Spirit of Life. Starting the music, Feng Zhu told the musicians to start playing their instruments. Music starts playing. Feng Zhu dances swiftly while singing Life is a Blessing. Live at all with a smile. Tomorrow will definitely come. Never give up to achieve your dreams. NT writer, I'm not a songwriter, so don't tell me to make more V. Feng Zhu. Feng Zhu. Feng Zhu. Feng Zhu's fans were very enthusiastic when Feng Zhu performed this song. Yi Chen had to admit that song Feng Zhu was indeed very pleasant to listen to. On stage, Feng Zhu performed a lot of songs, and the audience was very satisfied to listen to Feng Zhu sing. Everything doesn't feel like we've arrived at the end of this concert. As usual, this time I will appoint 2 lucky people to sing along with me on the stage. When Feng Zhu's words had just finished spoken, the entire audience shouted hysterically, Feng Zhu, choose me. Choose me. A lot of fans who shouted and raised their hands to be chosen by Feng Zhu. Zhao Yanyan and several people in the VIP chair were as excited as the other fans. There was only Yi Chen and Liu Yu who were not too enthusiastic. The reason Yi Chen was not too excited was because he did not know Feng Zhu's song at all. While for Liu Yu, he was not very bad at singing a song. Therefore that was the second person who was the least wanted to be chosen by Feng Zhu. Feng Zhu looked around. She looked at the VIP chair and found Yi Chen in one of the chairs. Different from all the people she wanted to choose from. Yi Chen seemed to not want to be chosen by her at all. Women are strange creatures. The more you try to avoid them, the more they want to find you. Feng Zhu walked towards the VIP chair. The ordinary audience was a little disappointed when Feng Zhu walked towards the VIP chair. It seems like it is a must for us to have a duet with Feng Zhu. Well, it can't be helped. They are rich people who spend enough money to be able to see Feng Zhu's concert up close. So Feng Zhu will definitely choose them. The audience starts talking to each other. The people in the VIP chair were very excited as Feng Zhu headed towards them. Applagi, the rich young masters, immediately reached out, so Feng Zhu chose him. Feng Zhu ignored these people and walked towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen, do you want to sing with me? Feng Zhu asked Yi Chen. May I refuse? The problem is that he doesn't know Feng Zhu's song. Too bad. You can't refuse. Feng Zhu smiled wryly at Yi Chen. Everyone has got 2 people who will sing with me. Feng Zhu announced who was the person who would sing along with her. Feng Zhu pulled Yi Chen and Liu Yu up on the stage. Liu Yu was very surprised when Feng Zhu pulled herself onto the stage. Even though Liu Yu was a person who really didn't want to sing in public. So which song do you have the most power? Feng Zhu asked Yi Chen and Liu Yu. I don't know all your songs. So let me go back now. Yi Chen answered very honestly and was quite painful for Feng Zhu. Feng Zhu was quite angry when Yi Chen said he did not know her song. Indeed. Who in this country did not know a single song of her? You can't go back. If you don't know, you can stand on the side. Then this sister. Do you know a little of my song? Feng Zhu asked Liu Yu quite gently. Liu Yu nodded at Feng Zhu. Yes. I know some of your songs. Then let's sing. Feng Zhu pulled Liu Yu into the middle of the stage. Yi Chen. You just watched from the side, Feng Zhu said sarcastically to Yi Chen. Feng Zhu began to sing the song with a beautiful voice. When it was Liu Yu's turn, the beautiful voice changed for the worse. Ah, my ear. Geez. This is the worst sound I've ever heard. The audience began to cover their eardrums with their hands. Yi Chen was quite surprised when Liu Yu began to sing. He had no idea that Liu Yu, the woman he considered perfect, turned out to have weaknesses in singing. Hearing Liu Yu's voice sing, Feng Zhu's face darkened. She didn't realize that the duet would turn out like this. One did not recognize her song, and the other sang very poorly. This is the worst duet Feng Zhu has ever done with her fans. Feng Zhu did not stop Liu Yu from singing. She still accompanied Liu Yu to sing to protect her image in front of her fans. Yi Chen just watched on the side without making a sound. Finally, one song was completed by Liu Yu and Feng Zhu. You two really can't be helped. Feng Zhu shook her head at Yi Chen and Liu Yu. It's your fault. Who told us to choose the two of us? Yi Chen said, mocking Feng Zhu. You. Even though Feng Zhu was not satisfied with these two people in front of her fans, she could not be angry and had to remain professional. Alright, thank you. You two can go back to your seats. Feng Zhu used the loudspeaker and invited Yi Chen and Liu Yu to return to their seats. Yi Chen invited Liu Yu back to their seats. Chapter 121 Incident during the concert. When Yi Chen and Liu Yu returned to their seats, Zhao Yanyan welcomed her. Yu sister's appearance was quite great. Zhao Yanyan praised Liu Yu's voice. Yanyan's younger sister, thank you very much. Liu Yu was happy because Zhao Yanyan comforted herself. Liu Yu realized that her singing skills were poor. Zhao Yanyan and Liu Yu laughed together. Yi Chen was glad the two women were able to accept each other's flaws. In this world there really wasn't a perfect person. Alright everyone. This will be the last song before the concert ends. Feng Zhu announced that the concert would end soon. Some viewers were disappointed because the concert ended so quickly. Let's get started. Boom. 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 When Feng Zhu was going to sing, suddenly in front of the stage there was a pretty big explosion. A few materials flew about the audience. The people in the VIP chair most affected by flying material. Yi Chen immediately used his strength to hold these shards, so as not to hurt people. The concert that was initially fun turned into a tense. People began to panic and scattered out of the building. The staff also quickly ejected Feng Zhu down from the stage. Yanyan, you let's get out of here. Yi Chen immediately hugged the two women and left the building as quickly as possible. Yi Chen brought Zhao Yanyan and Liu Yu up to the building next to the concert hall. From here Yi Chen could see everything clearly. Underneath, people were also seen scattering, trying to save themselves. Is this a terrorist attack? Liu Yu suspected that this was a terrorist attack. Yi Chen observed the situation below. Maybe this is the work of the kidnapper organization. Just look over there. Yi Chen pointed to a corner in the distance. Zhao Yanyan and Liu Yu immediately looked in the direction Yi Chen pointed. In a corner there is a black container truck. There are some people who carry a sword on their backs guarding near the container truck. Some women were brought into the black container truck. All the women who were carried had pretty faces. Look at that. Isn't that Feng Zhu? Zhao Yanyan pointed at Feng Zhu, who was being forcibly carried by several people. Feng Zhu's mouth was covered by duct tape so that she could not scream. Feng Zhu tried to rebel. Unfortunately, Feng Zhu's strength was no match for these kidnappers. Some of them are cultivators. Yi Chen checked that some of the kidnappers were cultivators. Moreover, their strength was not weak, even some had reached the beginning of the earth realm. Husband, lest these people have a relationship with the kidnapper who was trying to kidnap me. Zhao Yanyan realized that the clothes these people were wearing were almost the same as the kidnappers who tried to kidnap her at that time. Fortunately, at that time there was Yi Chen who helped her. You might have a point. Yi Chen nodded at Zhao Yanyan. Yanyan, you and you go home first. I will try to follow them and see what these people want to do. Yi Chen took down Zhao Yanyan and Liu Yu from the building. Yizu, come out. Yi Chen called the nine-tailed fox to come out. Yizu appeared in front of Yi Chen. Yanyan, you brought Yizu with you just in case, because Yi Chen was worried about Zhao Yanyan and Liu Yu's condition, so he called Yizu to protect them. Yizu understood what Yi Chen was saying. She immediately jumped into the bag carried by Zhao Yanyan, because Yizu's small size easily entered into Zhao Yanyan's bag. Careful, husband. Liu Yu warned Yi Chen to be careful. I'll go first. Yi Chen flew and followed the container trucks belonging to the thieves. The container truck drove away, leaving the city. The route the container truck passed was the same as when Zhao Yanyan was kidnapped. Yi Chen continued to monitor from above the dark night sky. After a while, the truck finally stopped at a large broken warehouse in the middle of the forest. The thief came down and started to bring the women into the damaged warehouse. Yi Chen went down to a tree and saw the activities of these people from afar. He used Spirit Sensei to see how many people were around here. After detecting, Yi Chen discovered that there were hundreds of people under the damaged warehouse. These people seemed to be the kidnapped women. Seeing everyone entering the warehouse, it was time for Yi Chen to follow behind these people. When Yi Chen slipped, he saw a familiar person behind a pile of boxes. Liu Bing was currently watching the slave seller organization. After all this time, Liu Bing had finally found their headquarters. Police. Liu, what are you doing here? Yi Chen patted Liu Bing's back. Kaya! Liu Bing shouted in surprise. Who's the kidnappers heard a voice from behind the box. Yi Chen immediately covered Liu Bing's mouth by using his hand. Shut up. The kidnappers immediately walked to look behind the box. There was a rat coming out from behind the city. What's there? Asked the other kidnapper. It's just a mouse. I think. What? Let's go back. The two kidnappers immediately entered the basement. Liu Bing tried to release Yi Chen's hand from her mouth. Yi Chen, why are you here? Liu Bing asked why Yi Chen was here. I came here trying to save Feng Zhu and the women who had just been kidnapped. Yi Chen said. Here is dangerous. Hurry up and go. Liu Bing warned Yi Chen to leave this place immediately. Here Liu Bing could not guarantee Yi Chen's safety. She did not know that Yi Chen was a great cultivator. You don't need to worry like this. I'm also a great martial arts expert. Yi Chen showed a bit of his kung fu skills. Liu Bing looked at Yi Chen with a look of disdain. How is my ability not bad, right? Yi Chen still makes strange martial arts movements. Bad boy. Move aside. I don't have time to play with you. Seeing Yi Chen still playing with Liu Bing didn't have time for him. Liu Bing's main focus is to save prisoners and destroy this organization. Liu Bing very quickly disappeared from Yi Chen's view. Liu police, where are you? Don't leave me alone here. Yi Chen shouted out Liu Bing's name. Actually, Yi Chen knew that Liu Bing was only hiding in the darkness on the side. Yi Chen was pretending not to know. Seeing Yi Chen suddenly scream, Liu Bing really wanted to knock him unconscious. Yi Chen dodged Liu Bing's attack. How is that possible? Liu Bing was very surprised to see Yi Chen avoiding her attack. That was almost there. Fortunately, I have trained my body's reflexes. Liu Bing had detected Yi Chen's body many times. She did not feel that there was any strength in Yi Chen's body. Liu Bing once again tried to attack Yi Chen, and Yi Chen could still avoid her attack. What kind of creature are you? Liu Bing really did not understand the young man in front of her. You can't see that I'm human. Yi Chen answered Liu Bing's question. Seeing Yi Chen not want to say it, Liu Bing was angry. You should go home. If you insist to come, I will not guarantee your safety. Without regard to Yi Chen, Liu Bing going down. Who else needs to be protected anyway? Yi Chen followed far behind Liu Bing. Chapter 122 Xiao Lulu. In the darkness of this silent hallway, the sound of someone's footsteps could be heard. Yi Chen walked quite casually down this dark alley. He had decided to let Liu Bing take care of everything. When he passed by, there were countless human ice sculptures. Inside this ice sculpture were the kidnappers that Liu Bing had frozen. The people who had been frozen seemed unprepared while fighting, so Liu Bing easily defeated them all. Yi Chen ignored this ice sculpture and continued forward. After passing through a long dark alley, he finally reached the end of this hallway. At the end of the hall is a very large room with adequate lighting. Here there are a lot of iron cages that are quite large in size. There are a lot of women who are locked up in iron cages. The appearance of these women is very concerned. Their hair is disheveled. The clothes they wear are all destroyed. Everywhere and dirty. Even the hands and feet of these women are in chains so they cannot move. Yi-Chen could see the light inside the women's eyelids was very gloomy. This showed what the kidnappers were treating these women. Seeing this, Yi-Chen was very sorry. These kidnappers really treated these women who didn't know anything like animals. On the other hand, Liu Bing was fighting with two cultivators in the early stages of Earth Realm. Yi-Chen saw Liu Bing having the upper hand. Liu Bing and the two cultivators exchanged a few palms. Even though they had worked together, these two cultivators had quite a hard time fighting Liu Bing. The two cultivators looked at each other then nodded. Because they couldn't fight this woman, they were forced to use other methods to deal with Liu Bing. One of them took a powder from his pocket and intended to throw it at Liu Bing. This is an aphrodisiac powder to arouse women. These two cultivators are indeed shameless people. Liu Bing didn't let that happen. She clicked her fingers and hundreds of ice needles popped him over the ceiling, then pounced towards the two cultivators. The two cultivators who were in the early stages of the Earth Realm shouted in pain. Their bodies began to feel cold, and finally these two cultivators froze into ice sculptures. The difference in several levels is indeed very influential in battle. Liu Bing nonchalantly walked past these two cultivators. She immediately used her power to destroy all the iron bars. The place where the women were in brackets. Seeing someone come to help, all women look very excited. Liu Bing looked at these women with pity. They had to experience inhuman things like this. All of you are now free. Liu Bing then cut the chains on the women's wrists and ankles. The number of women kidnapped by people is quite a lot. This is even more than hundreds of people. The Yuo police, are you a witch? Yi-Chen came to Liu Bing's side and asked quite courteously. Knowing that Yi-Chen had seen her fight, Liu Bing did not want to hide anything and did not bother answering Yi-Chen's question. After the matter was resolved, Liu Bing intended to erase Yi-Chen's memory of this matter. Yi-Chen, you bring these women up. Liu Bing wants Yi-Chen to escort these women out of here. She herself intends to fight the boss of the kidnappers. Why should I? Yi-Chen also wants to know who the boss of these kidnappers is. After all, he still has a grudge for having dared to kidnap Zhao Yanyan. Hurry up and do it, or I'll make you a statue just like them. Liu Bing began to emit an aura of ice around his body to scare Yi-Chen away. Okay, Yi-Chen then promised Liu Bing. Seeing Yi-Chen promise, Liu Bing was quite satisfied. She immediately left and left the rest to Yi-Chen. The women immediately gathered around Yi-Chen's side. They were very excited together with the handsome Yi-Chen. Handsome, please get us out of here. All the women who looked quite beautiful said spoiled to Yi-Chen. All right, ladies. Are you ready to get out of here? All the women nodded their heads very excited. Come here. Yi-Chen pointed at the place where he entered here. The women with great enthusiasm walked towards the dark corridor. Yi-Chen intended to follow behind these women. It turns out there is still one more woman who is currently curled up in a corner and holding her knees. Yi-Chen could not see this woman's face because this woman buried her face in her knees. Hey, do you not want to get out of here? Yi-Chen approached and asked the woman huddled in the corner. This woman looked up. She saw a man who was quite handsome. I have no place anymore in this city. This woman was desperate when answering Yi-Chen's question. Yi-Chen was quite surprised at the cuteness of this woman. Even though her appearance was quite chaotic, this woman still looked beautiful and cute, with snow-white skin, a face like a doll and a long blonde rabbit. This woman looks like a beautiful walking doll. Someone who saw this woman would want to immediately protect this cute woman. Yi-Chen saw that there was no fire in this cute girl. Oh yeah. What's your name? Yi-Chen first wanted to know the name of this girl, so it was easier to communicate with her. My name is Xiao Luli. Xiao Lulu was shy when she said her name. Seeing this shy girl add to Xiao Lulu's cute appeal, Yi-Chen increasingly wants to protect this woman. So Lulu, Yi-Chen, if you don't mind, what if you stay with me? Yi-Chen tried to persuade this girl to want to get out of the place. The sad thing, when Yi-Chen said that, there was a slight flash of spirit in Xiao Lulu's eyes. That, will it not bother you? Xiao Luli was even more ashamed when she looked at Yi-Chen. Just calm down, it won't bother me at all. Let's get out of here. Yi-Chen pulled Xiao Lulu's hand and walked towards the surface. The cute Xiao Lulu just resignedly following Yi Chen to the surface. On the other hand, Liu Bing kept going forward. Every time she met someone he would immediately freeze them. After walking quite far, Liu Bing was on the altar. Here were some women whose hands were on the chain. Feng Zhu was included. Wow. Wow. Look who's here. Someone seated on a throne welcomed Liu Bing. Middle-aged man seemed to have been waiting for the arrival of Liu Bing. Bao Man, finally you dare to appear too. Liu Bing also seems to know the identity of this middle-aged man. Haha. This old man didn't expect that the six-door organization only sent one person to catch this old man. They underestimated me. Bao Man laughed, underestimating the six-door organization. Bao Man, I alone is enough to defeat you. Liu Bing immediately advanced and attacked Bao Man with the palm of ice. Bao Man did not stay silent. He used the first blow to welcome Liu Bing's attack. Boom! The collision between the two attacks was unavoidable. Liu Bing was defeated and retreated a few meters backwards. Ha ha ha. It seems like the old men overly overestimate you. Today I will train you to be an obedient slave. Bao Man came forward and intends to fight with Liu Bing. Chapter 123. Weak Liu Bing. Liu Bing immediately avoided Bao Man's punch attack. Liu Bing knew she would not be able to win if fighting using physical power. Ha ha ha, beautiful woman. Where do you want to run to? You were destined to be my slave. Bao Man continued to attack Liu Bing without giving any mercy. Bao Man is built above the 5th level of the Earth realm, while Liu Bing is currently at the 4th stage of the Earth realm. There is still a slight gap between the power of the two. Bao Man's palm shot a lightning towards Liu Bing. Ice barrier. Liu Bing immediately fended off the attack by using the ice barrier. Explosion. 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 Bao Man's lightning exploded several times as it struck the Liu Bing barrier. Because of this explosion, Liu Bing's barrier began to crack. Crack. Seeing the barrier can't hold any longer, Liu Bing was forced to pull herself back. Bam! Liu Bing's barrier is breaking down. Hehe, where your vanity went earlier. Bao Man chuckled at Liu Bing. Liu Bing looked at Bao Man with a cold gaze. The temperature of the room began to fall. The women who were in the chain also shivered due to the drop in temperature in the room. Seeing this, Liu Bing pulled back her aura. Ha ha ha. What is the matter? Why you didn't show your true strength? Bao Man was satisfied seeing Liu Bing was helpless. Everything had been calculated by Bao Man. Bao Man deliberately brought hostages to this place so that Liu Bing could not express her true abilities. You shameless guy, Liu Bing cursed Bao Man. If only there were no hostages around, Liu Bing would have used her power without restraint. Liu Bing had to guarantee the safety of the kidnapped women. I am indeed a shameless man, and this shameless man will soon train you to be an obedient slave. Bao Man was salivating when he saw the beauty of Liu Bing and Feng Zhu. In one night, Bao Man get two extraordinary beauty. If sold, Bao Man can get a fantastic profit. Don't be so arrogant. Liu Bing made an ice sword and rushed towards Bao Man. Bao Man is very confident. He only uses his bare hands to face Liu Bing's desert. Slash. Bao Man's hand suddenly cut off. The part that was cut immediately froze into ice. I told you not to be too arrogant. Liu Bing put a sword around Bao Man's neck. This time Liu Bing's ice sword has been strengthened dozens of times, so it is very sharp and can freeze someone when it is exposed. Liu Bing's deep energy is almost gone. To make this ice sword, Liu Bing has used 23 of the deep energy she has. Bao Man holds the hand that has been cut off. I seem to underestimate you. Clank. 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 Bao Man's body is covered with a very strong lightning flow. Thunder rages and destroys everything around Bao Man. Liu Bing immediately retreated and headed towards the women in the ice barrier. Liu Bing made an ice barrier so that no one would get hurt. Bao Man's body began to turn into a little big. The skin also changed color to a luminous blue. Blue lightning still enveloped Bao San. This time the lightning is quite tame and can be controlled by Bao Man. I did not expect you to make me show my real body. Bao San's arms grew back. Thunder hammer. Bao Man gathered strength in his hand. Then Bao Man's hand struck the ground. Bang! When Bao Man's lightning hand hit the ground, immediately the ground around Bao Man was destroyed. Liu Bing's barrier was almost destroyed because it was swept away by the power of Bao Man. The destructive power of the Thunder Hammer was indeed quite strong. If Bao Man had used this skill on Liu Bing's barrier, surely Liu Bing's barrier would have been destroyed instantly. Now you understand my real strength this time. Bao Man is very confident with the power he has at this time. The situation has changed. Liu Bing's deep energy is also low. She won't be able to continue to fight with Bao Man for long. Let's finish. Liu Bing raised the ice sword and rushed towards Bao Man. Bao Man's arms became bigger and more muscular. Bao Man used a punch to fight the ice Liu Bing sword. Clank! This time the ice sword Liu Bing could not cut Bao Man's hand. Bao Man easily held the Liu Bing ice sword with his lightning arm. It's over. Bao Man's other hand hit Liu Bing. Bam! Liu Bing, who was currently hovering, could not avoid Bao Man's attack. She tried to hold it with both hands. Liu Bing crashed into the ground. The corner of Liu Bing's mouth was bleeding. She had held back so as not to vomit blood. Ha ha ha. You're weak. Bao Man laughed and started to move towards Liu Bing. On the surface, Yi Chen had now brought all the women out of the old warehouse. The women who were breathing free air were very happy. You all come here. Yi Chen called all the women to line up neatly in front of him. Xiao Lulu also entered into the inheritance. After all the women gathered, he immediately made a barrier. This barrier can protect women from attacks by unwanted people. Now Yi Chen didn't need to worry about the safety of these women. Yi Chen intended to go back down again. He wanted to see Liu Bing's situation. Xiao Lulu, who saw Yi Chen re-entering the warehouse, tried to follow. Xiao Lulu banged on Yi Chen's roadblock. Oh, sick. Xiao Lulu rubbed her head, which was hurting from colliding with a barrier. Ordinary people couldn't see the barrier Yi Chen had made. They only felt that there was an invisible wall around. Seeing Bao Man approaching, Liu Bing trying to stand up with all the strength she had. Liu Bing was very angry because she was weak. If only she were stronger, maybe at this time the situation would not be like this. Liu Bing gripped her ice sword. Liu Bing wouldn't give up until he died. Liu Bing slashed Bao Man's body with the sword. Liu Bing's sword was again stopped easily by Bao Man. You woman who doesn't know when to give up. Bao Man immediately broke Liu Bing's sword. Now Liu Bing has no weapons to defend herself. Bao Man put his hand close to Liu Bing's body. He couldn't wait to get Liu Bing to go to bed. Boss, the thing you asked for is finished. When Bao Man was very close to Liu Bing, someone suddenly called from behind. Bao Man was a little dissatisfied seeing someone daring to disturb the good things he would do to Liu Bing. Bao Man turned around and saw an old man in a professor's suit already standing behind Bao Sen. Professor Dong. What you said was right. Heard the news from Professor Dong. Bao Man looking very excited. Here you are. See for yourself. Bao Man took out a token the size of a palm and handed it to Bao Man. Bao Man took a token from Professor Dong. Good. Hey ha. Bao Man laughed very satisfied. Chapter 124 God Token. Boss. Then where is the money you promised? Professor Dong collected the promise from Bao Man. Hey, this is your payment. Bao Man choked Professor Dong's neck. Boss, what do you want to do? Professor Dong frantically tried to break away from Bao Man. Ha ha ha, you still ask what I want to do. Of course kill you. To me now you are a useless item. Crack. Bao Man broke the professor's neck very easily. Bao Man threw Professor Dong's body aside. He refocused on Liu Bing. Liu Bing looked at Bao Man with even more disgust. This middle-aged man was really cruel and shameless. Ha ha ha, finally I will rule the world. With this God's token I will be the king of this world. Bao Man raised the token up high. This token is a God's token. Bao Man got this token in a ruins when he was young. After years of research, Bao Man finally knew the usefulness of this token. Anyone who uses this token on his body, then he will get the same power as a god. Unfortunately, this token is broken and cannot be used. Bao Man employs the world's best scientists to repair this god token, and finally waiting for his exposure to fruition. Now he will have unequaled strength and long life. The world welcomes your new ruler. Bao Man put the god token on his chest. The god token began to merge with the body of Bao Man. Bao Man felt that a very terrible power flowed in his body. Ha ha ha. So this is the power of a god. Amazing. Bao Man floated into the sky. He felt his body began to change from before. This kind of strength was never imagined by Bao Man before. Bao Man raised one finger. Bao Man's finger appeared in lightning flashes. He then raised his finger up and fired lightning at the ceiling. Bam! A very powerful lightning bolt immediately destroyed the ceiling of the basement. The hole that Bao Man made thought he had a meter. 25 meters. Liu Bing was surprised to see the change in Bao Man's strength. With this power, Bao Man would be a threat to the country as well as the world. Amazing! So this is the power of a god. Bao Man looked at his hands in disbelief. He had intended to test with a little strength. But it was unexpectedly the destructive power exceeded his expectations. With this power, destroying a big city would be very easy. Beautiful woman, why are you surprised? Now whether your sect or organization can stop me with the power of this god. Bao Man can destroy the entire sect or organization with one hand. Seeing the power of Bao Man, Liu Bing could not say anything more. Now Liu Bing was not a match for Bao Man. Even if all the sect or organization's personnel were gathered, she was afraid that it was still not strong enough to fight Bao Man right now. Yi Chen, who felt a burst of force that was very strong, he immediately rushed to the origin of this explosion. This power was at least comparable to cultivators in stage 3 of the Overlord realm. When Yi Chen reached the place of origin of the explosion, he saw a monster-like human floating in the sky, with Bao Man's blue skin looking like an electric monster. Yi Chen is useless. What are you doing here? You should go back to the city and report this to the police chief. Seeing Yi Chen's arrival, Liu Bing immediately scolded him. Liu Bing thought that Yi Chen had already taken the kidnapped woman away from this place. It was unexpected that Yi Chen would return to this place. Yi Chen paid no heed to Liu Bing's words. He looked around. There were actually a few women who were taken hostage by this person. Feng Zhu and the other women had fainted due to fear. Who are you? Bao Man, who saw Yi Chen's arrival, immediately asked. Bao Man was quite interested in seeing an ordinary man who was not afraid after seeing him. I am Yi Chen, the hero who came to save the women you have kidnapped. Yi Chen said his name with a little appendage. So are you going to fight me? Asked Bao Man in contempt. Of course. I will make you regret having been born in this world. Yi Chen wanted to immediately hit this person. He no longer needed to hide the power of Liu Bing. Ha ha ha, you are an interesting person. Come forward. Bao Man is not angry. He was entertained tonight with this new clown. Prepare yourself. Yi Chen advanced towards Bao Man. Yi Chen, you fool. You're not his opponent. Liu Bing tried to stop Yi Chen from attacking Bao Man. Bao Man, who now only needed one finger to make Yi Chen disappear from this world. Bao Man didn't use any defense at all. He instead puffed out his chest, opened up his defenses, so Yi Chen could easily attack him. Breaking meteor blow. Yi Chen landed a punch right on Bao Man's chest. Bam! Bao Man was flown a few miles, before finally hitting a hill. The hill that was hit by Bao Man was destroyed instantly. Finally, Yi Chen had the opportunity to test the increase in strength from having a dual cultivation relationship with Fu Lanling. Seeing this, Liu Bing's jaw almost fell. Liu Bing looked at Yi Chen with a look of disbelief. She rubbed his eyes to make sure this was reality. Damn, the boy turned out to be very strong. Yi Chen's breaking meteor blow attack seriously injured Bao Man's body. Bao Man's front bone shattered into pieces. The god's token quickly restored Bao Man's body as before. Bao Man rose from the ground to relax his muscles, which had just been restored by the god token. This is amazing. Bao Man did not believe that such a severe wound could easily be healed by a god token. Boy, I will take revenge for earlier. Bao Man jumps towards the direction Yi Chen was. Police Liu. Why do you look at me like that? Do I look like a ghost to you? Yi Chen smirked at Liu Bing. How do you have that much strength? Liu Bing could not believe that Yi Chen, who looked so young, had such great strength. Haha. It's a secret. Yi Chen did not intend to tell the origin of the power he gained. Boom! From the sky came down something very fast and hit the ground. When the object came down, the whole ground shook violently. Dust flying everywhere. Yi Chen waved his arm. All the dust on the broom flew by Yi Chen's handshake. The person who just came down turned out to be Bao Man. After getting attacked by him, this person really wasn't hurt at all. Yi Chen was a little surprised to see Bao Man uninjured after receiving his breaking meteor blow attack at full strength. That was pretty good too. Bao Man pretended nothing happened to him. Yi Chen created a barrier around Liu Bing and the women to protect them from the fight. Yi Chen's body let out extremely hot flames. The temperature around this place immediately rose and became hot. This time I will not be halfway before. Yag Baoman also did not want to lose to Yi Chen. A stronger lightning began to envelop Baoman's body. The battle of the deep aura of the two made the ground around here begin to tremble. Even the once calm night sky was now rumbling. Black clouds and lightning began to grab upon the sky. The fight from cultivators, at the Overlord realm level, was indeed extraordinary to the point that it could affect the area around them. Clouds in the sky stretch for hundreds of kilometers. Even the city a few tens of kilometers from here, also covered by thunderclouds. Chapter 125 Yi Chen vs Baoman. On top of Yi Chen's villa there were several women standing on the balcony. Zhao Yanyan, Liu Yu and Fu Lanling all looking up at the sky. Lanling's sister is actually what is happening while looking at the strange sky phenomenon. Zhao Yanyan asked Fu Lanling. Liu Yu was also as curious as Zhao Yanyan. Tonight's thunderclouds were not normal. Even Liu Yu was trembling slightly as lightning struck the sky. It seems like a little husband is fighting with someone who is strong enough. Fu Lanling knows what this phenomenon is. Usually this phenomenon arises when two cultivators with great strength fight. Will he be okay after hearing this? Liu Yu was worried about Yi Chen's condition. Lanling's sister. I'm so worried about Yi Chen. You should go there and help him. Zhao Yanyan asked Fu Lanling to help Yi Chen. You two don't need to worry. Husband is a strong person. He can definitely win. Fu Lanling told the two women to trust Yi Chen. Hearing Fu Lanling deeply trusting Yi Chen, Zhao Yanyan and Liu Yu looked at each other and nodded. They both decided to believe that nothing would happen to Yi Chen. Unnoticed by Zhao Yanyan and Liu Yu, Fu Lanling sent her toy bird to watch over Yi Chen's condition. If something bad happened, Fu Lanling would immediately help Yi Chen. Bam! 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 Over the sky Yi Chen and Baoman exchanged blows. When Yi Chen and Baoman's palms collided, the ground began to tremble. Yi Chen lured Baoman away from the city, so that there were no casualties from this fight. The forest and hills around here were destroyed as a result of the battle between Yi Chen and Baoman. Yuobing had never left her vision towards Yi Chen and Baoman fighting. Yuobing had never seen a cultivator who fought this hard. Not bad. Baoman praised the strength of Yi Chen, who was able to match his own strength after being united with the god's token. You're not too bad either. Yi Chen felt that Baoman's strength was getting stronger and stronger. Initially Yi Chen was able to suppress Baoman in battle, but after a few minutes of fighting, suddenly Baoman's strength increased and equaled him. He could still feel that Baoman's strength was getting more and more increasing. If Yi Chen did not immediately resolve this, he was afraid that Baoman would become invincible. 100,000 fire swords. Yi Chen made 100 swords in the sky. After reaching the Overlord realm stage, he was now able to make up to 100 swords without needing to open the Sage God of Fire veins. Forward 100 blades of fire in the air rushed towards Baoman. Thunderhammer. Baoman used this skill to face Yi Chen's 100 sword of fire. Yi Chen's bank flame sword was swept away by Baoman's Thunderhammer technique. Damn it! Yi Chen retreated several hundred meters to avoid Baoman's attack. Why did you back down? Didn't you say that you wanted to make me regret having been born in this world? Ha ha ha! Baoman laughed, insulting at Yi Chen. With the god token every second Baoman becomes stronger. If this continues he will become invincible. Roar! Yi Chen opened the flame vein of the sage god. The strength inside Yi Chen's body exploded unstoppable. Yi Chen returned to using the 100,000 fire swords technique. This time there were 1,000 swords floating above him. God Fire Sword. 1,000 fire swords began to gather and come together to make a stronger sword. With the power of 1,000 swords merged into one, the power of the God Fire Sword was very strong. This was an advanced level of 100,000 fire swords. Feel this God Fire Sword advance towards Baoman. Baoman makes a lightning barrier around him. The barrier. Baoman is easily split into two by the God Fire Sword. What Baoman didn't expect that his defense would be easily destroyed by Yi Chen. Yi Chen immediately cut Baoman's body into two parts. Ugh! Baoman's body that has been cut suddenly reunited. Yi Chen, who saw this, was very surprised. Even Baoman's wounds recovered very quickly. Ha ha ha! You are surprised. This is the ability of the god token. I have become immortal and will not be able to die. Bao Man laughed, showing off this power to Yi Chen. Yi Chen looked at the tokens on Bao Man's chest. Is that his weakness? Yi Chen tried to attack the tokens on Bao Man's chest. Bam! God Fire Sword. Yi Chen could not destroy the God tokens in Bao Man's chest. Seeing Yi Chen attacking his God token, Bao Man was angry. A burst of stronger energy came out of Bao Man's body. How dare you! Bao Man absorbs lightning from the sky. Bao Man's strength continues to increase very quickly. In an instant, Bao Man's strength matched Yi Chen, who had opened the Sage's Fire God Vein. Yi Chen was in the mode of opening the Sage God's Flame Vein, possessing a power equivalent to the 7th level Overlord realm. Let's finish our fight. Bao Man stretched out his hands. In the middle of his body, the lightning energy that has considerable strength began to gather. Land fragments began to rise into the air. If the power of Bao Man is truly released, this can destroy a large city. Yi Chen did not remain silent. He aimed the God Fire Sword at the night sky. The previously small sword began to swell up to hundreds of meters long. The temperature around the God Fire Sword began to rise very high. Even the trees around the God Fire Sword began to melt due to the heat being too high. Feel this gigantic thunderbolt. The lightning laser was aimed at Yi Chen. Fire! The God Fire Sword fired a fire laser at Bao Man. Boom! The collision of these two powerful techniques is inevitable. Everything in a radius of a few miles from the center of the collision of these two techniques vanished by this force. Right now, gigantic thunderbolt Bao Man and God Fire Sword Yi Chen are fighting for strength. Give up and accept your rice. Bao Man added strength from gigantic thunderbolt. The flame laser from the God Fire Sword began to be pushed back by Bao Man. I will not lose to you. Yi Chen used all the profound energy he had to strengthen the God Fire Sword. Bao Man gigantic thunderbolt gradually pushed back by Yi Chen's God Fire Sword. Both of them do not want to budge. They both use all the power they have at the moment. I will definitely win. Yi Chen kept pushing himself to the maximum extent. Bam! God Fire Sword's laser flame finally destroyed the gigantic thunderbolt. Impossible! How could I be defeated? I have gained strength equivalent to a god. Bao Man shrieked when he was hit by the God Fire Sword's fire laser. Boom! A terrible explosion of fire occurred in the sky. This explosion even made a quarter of the land in this country shaken by the explosion of strength Yi Chen. A super large crater was formed. With an explosion as strong as that, Bao Man must have been burned to ash. Finally finished, Yi Chen was finally able to rest. This was the first time Yi Chen had fought with all the power he had. Yi Chen's profound energy even left very little. Chapter 126 The Price to Pay for Strength. Damn boy. That was quite painful. From the front of Yi Chen came the voice of Bao Man. Yi Chen looked forward and saw that Bao Man was still alive. Bao Man's body was 60 destroyed and his skin turned black because it was burned by Yi Chen's flame. Little by little Bao Man's body began to regenerate again. In less than 30 seconds Bao Man returned to normal. When there were no signs of injury anymore on Bao Man's body, Yi Chen was surprised that Bao Man could live after receiving an attack like that. Yi Chen's strength stayed a little very difficult to fight with Bao Man. Lightning began to envelop Bao Man's body. Not only did his body recover, Bao Man's strength was also stronger. Yi Chen put on a standby position, ready to fight with Bao Man. Ha ha ha. This time you will definitely. Cough cough. Suddenly Bao Man, who was previously strong, immediately knelt on the ground. The lightning that enveloped Bao Man's body also disappeared. Bao Man's body began to wither and age. Bao Man's body is now dry like a corpse. What the happen to me? In a hoarse voice, Bao Man saw his body, which turned very old and dry like a corpse. The token on Bao Man's chest was released and rolled forward. It left a hole in Bao Man's chest. Seeing Bao Man, who had become weak and fragile, Yi Chen loosened his guard. Yi Chen approached Bao Man and took the god token on the ground. Bao Man still disbeliefly saw his body aging and drying up. So this is a side effect that you get after getting that kind of strength. Yi Chen looked at the token in his hand in horror. This god token could indeed give Bao Man extraordinary strength. Bao Man, who was originally only in the 5th stage of the Earth realm, after using this token his strength could even be comparable to Yi Chen's. But the price for that much power was his life. Give it back. Object. That. Me. Want. My power. Bao Bao crawls towards Yi-Chen. He wants to take the god token in Yi-Chen's hands. You want this, then catch it. Yi-Chen threw the god's token very strongly towards the horizon. He didn't want to deal with things that could absorb someone's life. Seeing Yi-Chen throw the token into the sky, Bao Man crawled towards Yi-Chen, tossed the token. God token. Where are you? Return it. My power. While crawling, Bao Man to shout. It looks like Bao Man is going crazy. He is obsessed with being instantly strong with god tokens. Yi-Chen left Bao Man, who went crazy. Yi-Chen flew back to Liu Bing's place. Liu Bing was still in the barrier with Feng Zhu and several other women. Yi-Chen descended and removed the barrier he had created to protect Liu Bing. Seeing Yi-Chen return, Liu Bing immediately asked Yi-Chen, "Did you win?" Yi-Chen didn't answer Liu Bing's question. He walked over to Liu Bing. Yi-Chen stood in front of Liu Bing and smiled wickedly. "What is wrong with you?" Seeing Yi-Chen smile wickedly, Liu Bing was a little scared. Yi-Chen raised Liu Bing and turned Liu Bing's body in front of the strong Yi-Chen. Liu Bing couldn't do anything and could only surrender. "Yi-Chen, what do you want to do to me?" Liu Bing did not understand what Yi-Chen wanted to do. A reap slap sounded. Yi-Chen slapped Liu Bing's ass. "Ah!" Liu Bing screamed while being slapped by Yi-Chen. "Yi-Chen, how dare you?" Liu Bing was angry after being ass slapped by Yi-Chen. Yi-Chen slapped Liu Bing's ass again. "This Liu policeman is retaliated for always looking for trouble with me. Since the first time you arrested me, I really wanted to do this to you." Yi-Chen continued to slap Liu Bing's chewy ass. "Yi-Chen, I will kill you." "Ah!" Yi-Chen slapped Liu Bing's ass again. Despite being punished like this, Liu Bing still dared to say harshly to Yi-Chen, "Little girl, you still dare to kill me." The slap sounded again. Liu Bing felt that her buttocks felt very hot. "Yi-Chen bastard, quickly let go of me." Liu Bing asked Yi-Chen to let go of her. "Is that how you apologize to someone?" Yi-Chen smiled wickedly at Liu Bing. "Time to discipline this woman." Hearing this, Liu Bing gritted her teeth. "Big brother Chen, I was wrong. Please let me go." With a pitiful face, Liu Bing apologized. "Well, like that is better. Remember, if you dare to look for trouble and say this to your higher-ups, next time the punishment will be more than this." After giving Yi-Chen a warning and then releasing Liu Bing. After releasing Liu Bing, holding both his ass that seemed to burn, Liu Bing glared at Yi-Chen. He didn't dare to curse Yi-Chen for fear Yi would do something even crazier. Liu Bing now knew Yi-Chen was very strong, and she was not an opponent for Yi-Chen. Yi-Chen went to see Feng Zhu and other women. He saw the situation of all the women. After checking all the women, no one was hurt. Feeling someone touched her body, Feng Zhu opened her eyes. The first person she saw was Yi-Chen. "You're awake," Yi-Chen said to Feng Zhu, who was lying on the ground. "Yi-Chen, why are you here?" Feng Zhu immediately got up and empowered Yi-Chen. Feng Zhu still felt his head dizzy. The last thing he remembered was the fight between Liu Bing and Bao Man, which triggered powerful lightning. So Feng Zhu was scared and fainted. "I came here to save you." Yi-Chen reached out to help Feng Zhu stand up. Feng Zhu was touched when Yi-Chen said he came here to help herself. Even though this person is a bit annoying, but he always helps when Feng Zhu is in need. Feng Zhu looked at Yi-Chen with a very gentle look. The atmosphere was quite good. Maybe something would have happened. Liu Bing suddenly interrupted from the side. Feng Zhu immediately released her hand from Yi-Chen, and her face turned red. "Police Liu, what's wrong with you?" Yi-Chen saw Liu Bing, who looked dissatisfied, standing at the side. Liu Bing was quite upset to see a different treatment from Yi-Chen. Liu Bing was also a beautiful woman. But why did Yi-Chen treat her differently from Feng Zhu? "Nothing. Let's get out." Liu Bing walked towards the women and woke them all up to get out of this place. Yi-Chen, Feng Zhu, Liu Bing and the women walked together to the surface. When it reached the surface, there were already many policemen on guard around this place. Some of these people were cultivators who were quite strong, as if they were members of the Six Door organization. Yi-Chen didn't want to get too involved with the Six Door organization. He slipped away from this place. Chapter 127, Top Brass at the Six Door Organization. "Miss Liu Bing, you are safe." Members of the Six Door organization approached Liu Bing. "Yes, I survived." "Why are you here?" Liu Bing asked why the elite members of the Six Door organization were here. We came here after receiving a report that there was very great fighting activity going on in this place. Even the chairman also came to this place. Six-door organization member gave details to Liu Bing. I see. Where is the chairman? I want to meet him. Liu Bing asked where the chairman was. The chairman is in the west a few tens of miles from here. You can find him there. Members of the six-door organization said the current chairman. Liu Bing turned to look at Yi Chen. When he looked behind, Yi Chen was already not there. Where did he go? Liu Bing found no trace of Yi Chen's whereabouts. Do you know where Yi Chen went? Liu Bing asked some of the women behind her. Feng Zhu also realized that Yi Chen had disappeared. We don't know. All the women behind Liu Bing answered in unison. Because Yi Chen was not there, Liu Bing went alone to meet with the higher-ups. Within minutes, Liu Bing arrived at the battlefield of Yi Chen and Baoman. In this place, Liu Bing saw a giant crater. Several hills were destroyed, and there was still a lot of damage that occurred in this place. In the sky there were 3 people who were floating. 2 men and 1 woman wearing a full face mask. They were watching the former battlefield of Yi Chen and Baoman from above. These 3 people are Jai Ti, Ao Wan, and Yan Fu. They are the top brass in the six-door organization. These 3 people are at the peak Sky Realm stage. This damage is very large. It seems like the person who just fought is at a very high stage. Jai Ti spoke to the other 2 people. Maybe their power is in the ancient warrior realm or overlord realm stage. Yan Fu tried to guess the strength of the person who had just fought in this place. Look, there is someone's corpse. Ao Wan pointed to Baoman's body that has withered like a corpse. Let's go down and see who it is. Jai Ti invited Ao Wan and Yan Fu to go see. The head drops towards Baoman's body. Strength. Restore my strength. Baoman continued to shout about strength. What happened to him? Yan Fu saw that this person's body was as dry as a corpse. Jai Ti checked Baoman's condition. This person's entire body is broken. I'm sure this person was a cultivator in the middle stage of the earth realm. After checking Baoman, Jai Ti's situation began to conclude. We just bring him to be questioned. Maybe he knows what is happening in this place. Ao Wan suggested to Jai Ti to bring this person back to headquarters. Teacher. 2 elders. Student Liu Bing salutes. Liu Bing came and saluted the teacher and 2 other elders. Yan Fu is Liu Bing's teacher. Little Binger. What are you doing here? Yan Fu wondered why Liu Bing was in this place. Yan Fu remembers that Liu Bing went on a mission a few months ago. Teachers. Elders. Students here are in the task of destroying the slave seller organization. I didn't think the results would be like this. Liu Bing explained to these 3 people. So this is Baoman, the most sought-after person in this country. It's only right that I feel like I've seen this person somewhere. Ao Wan now remembers who this man looked like was a corpse. Then, Binger, do you know who the person who just fought here? Yan Fu did not care about Baoman. Who she cared about was the strong master who had just fought in this place. The teacher who fought here, Baoman. After taking a token, Baoman became very strong like a god. For whom the people who fought Baoman, this student did not know. Because Yi Chen, Liu Bing threatened to keep this matter a secret from the higher-ups. Too bad. I'm very curious who the great master is. Hearing Liu Bing, Yan Fu's answer a little disappointed. Liu Bing, then where is the token you said earlier? Because you can't find out the person who fought with Baoman. Ao Wan. Where the token made Baoman very strong. My elders don't know. Liu Bing did not know where the token was. Liu Bing guessed that the token was in Yi Chen's hands. Next time Liu Bing will ask Yi Chen about this problem. Let's discuss the problem next time. First, let's solve the problem here first. Make sure no ordinary people know about this incident. Jai Ti gave instructions to Ao Wan and Yan Fu. Ao Wan and Yan Fu both nodded. After giving orders, Jai Ti went to bring Baoman's body to be traced. Ao Wan also had to go give orders to his subordinates. Now only Liu Bing and Yan Fu are left. Binger is now just the 2 of us. You must know the people fighting here. Yan Fu suddenly said that to Liu Bing. Master. Me. What confused Liu Bing has to say. It's very difficult to hide something from this master. I have been with you since childhood. I know how you behave every day. So I know you were lying. You will not be able to hide this from me. Now tell me who that person is. Yan Fu asked Liu Bing. In the face of Yan Fu, Liu Bing's dominance was very depressed. Liu Bing sighed and hugged Yan Fu's adult body. Teacher. That person is very cruel. He threatened me. He said if I dare talk about him he will do bad things to me. Liu Bing complained to his teacher. If Yi Chen was here he would definitely be very surprised to see the usually arrogant female police officer turn out like this. Already tell the teacher who it is. Yan Fu asked Liu Bing. Liu Bing explained Yi Chen's details to Yan Fu. What do you say? That person is still a teenager here. What is said by Liu Bing Yan Fu almost do not believe. A teenager has this great power. Who will believe? Yan Fu herself to reach this stage requires several decades. And even that good resources and talent is a genius. Binger, you are watching over that person. Maybe he came from a large faction. The only explanation that was owned by Yan Fu Yi Chen was from a large faction. Yan Fu also knew that as great as the power of a large faction would not normally interfere in mortal people because of that. They were rarely seen in the mortal world. Liu Bing nodded at Yan Fu. Let's go. Yan Fu invites Liu Bing to go after Aowan. For the time being, Yan Fu will keep Yi Chen a secret. He will make Liu Bing watch over Yi Chen and see what a person named Yi Chen looks like. Yi Chen was currently flying back in the villa. Yi Chen was very exhausted. He wanted to immediately rest in the villa with his wife. When Yi Chen arrived at Zhao Yanyan Villa, Liu Yu and Fu Lanling welcomed Yi Chen. All the women were happy that Yi Chen was fine. Yi Chen embraced the three women back to the room to sleep together. Chapter 128 Happy Life. Yi Chen was currently half awake. He felt his head lay in a very soft place. When Yi Chen opened his eyes, he saw Fu Lanling's two large rabbits. Fu Lanling was currently hugging Yi Chen's head very tightly. Yi Chen enjoyed his head sinking into the soft Fu Lanling rabbit. It had already passed 2 days after the incident Yi Chen had fought with Baoman. In the past few days Yi Chen felt his life was very calm and pleasant. Every day Yi Chen spent time together with Zhao Yanyan, Fu Lanling and Liu Yu inside the fairy gate. Yi Chen and Fu Lanling trained Zhao Yanyan and Liu Yu to become stronger. After practice was the happiest time for Yi Chen and the women. They would all do a dual cultivation. Under Yi Chen's strength, Zhao Yanyan and Liu Yu groaned in the dual cultivation room. After the two asked for mercy, Yi Chen would let the two of them go. Among the three women Fu Lanling was the most powerful when fighting in bed. Fu Lanling can survive doing dual cultivation with Yi Chen for 4-5 hours. Fu Lanling, who initially knew nothing about men and women, under the guidance of Yi Chen Fu Lanling became the perfect wife in bed. Now Fu Lanling feels that if her world is colorful, this happiness has never been felt during his 200 years. She felt that 200 years of life was in vain. If Fu Lanling had met Yi Chen earlier, surely she would not have wasted let's say 200 years of life. Yi Chen tried to break away from Fu Lanling. When Yi Chen made a slight movement Fu Lanling immediately woke up. Good morning, little husband. While smiling beautifully, Fu Lanling gave a greeting to Yi Chen. Morning Linger. Yi Chen replied to Fu Lanling. Zhao Yanyan and Liu Yu who were around them both woke up. Zhao Yanyan and Liu Yu who just woke up looked very beautiful. The two women didn't wear anything on their bodies. Under Yi Chen's moisturization, Zhao Yanyan and Liu Yu were even more beautiful and glamorous. Even the strength of Zhao Yanyan and Liu Yu was increasing rapidly. Zhao Yanyan was currently in stage 10 spirit profound realm, and for Liu Yu's strength was still below Zhao Yanyan which was the 6th level spirit profound realm. Morning husband. While rubbing her eyes Zhao Yanyan and Liu Yu gave greetings. Good morning. Under the allure of the three naked beauties, Yi Chen's libido rose again. Morning was the time when men's passion peaked. Seeing the pole under Yi Chen rising, Zhao Yanyan and Liu Yu were horrified. The two women were still exhausted after carrying out activities last night. Husband, we will go make breakfast first. Zhao Yanyan immediately pulled the blanket and came out of the dual cultivation room. Yanyan's younger sister, let me help you. Liu Yu tried to follow behind Yanyan. Zhao Liu Yu was also the same as Zhao Yanyan, exhausted when fighting Yi Chen last night. Yi Chen's strength in that field was extraordinary. Even Zhao Yanyan and Fu Lanling working together were still unable to handle Yi Chen. Giggling. Seeing her two female sisters flee, Fu Lanling laughed. Little husband, it looks like you scared them. Fu Lanling smiled. Very beautiful. Fu Lanling is currently using her very beautiful original appearance. The charm of goddess Fu Lanling often makes Yi Chen confused. Wife. I want Yi Chen pounds towards Fu Lanling. Ah. Little husband, do not despite saying refuse. Fu Lanling did not fight. With Fu Lanling's current strength it should be easy to fight if you don't want to. Ignoring Fu Lanling's refusal, Yi Chen immediately put Fu Lanling's cherry in his mouth and began to chew it. You're like a little baby. Fu Lanling hugged Yi Chen's head. Ah. Little husband, don't be too loud. Fu Lanling groaned as Yi Chen sucked both stories very strongly. After a few minutes of playing with the big rabbit Fu Lanling could not take it anymore. Fu Lanling immediately pushed Yi Chen's body into the soft bed and drove it. My husband can't take it anymore. I want your own. Fu Lanling took Yi Chen's big stick and put Yi Chen's big object into her honey cave. Fu Lanling put both hands on Yi Chen's chest and started moving up and down. Fu Lanling really liked this position, because with this position she saw Yi Chen's face very clearly. Yi Chen casually lay to enjoy Fu Lanling's work. Yi Chen's hand was holding Fu Lanling's big rabbit. Husband, yours is extraordinary. Ah. Fu Lanling groaned very sassily. Under the ability of the King's Heart technique, Fu Lanling very quickly reached the peak. Under the ability of the King's Heart technique, Fu Lanling very quickly reached the peak. In these few days Yi Chen had learned more in the King's Heart technique. Even now Yi Chen could easily make a woman reach the top. The most amazing thing was Yi Chen could set his big, small and thick meat sticks. Yi Chen's maximum size after learning this technique can reach 14 inches. Ah. I can't take it anymore. Fu Lanling reached the peak again. After reaching the peak, Fu Lanling's body trembled and lay on top of Yi Chen's body. Yi Chen couldn't stand the beauty of the goddess Fu Lanling. He laid Fu Lanling underneath. Yi Chen laid Fu Lanling beneath him and began to put his possessions into Fu Lanling's honey cave. Ah. 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 Because at Yi Chen's provocation again, Fu Lanling, who had just reached the peak, immediately moaned sassily again. Obscene sounds continued to be heard in the dual cultivation room. After several hours of morning exercise with Fu Lanling, Yi Chen finally satisfied and let go of Fu Lanling. Fu Lanling did not have strength in her body. She just lay down very lazily. Yi Chen covered Fu Lanling's body with a blanket and kissed Fu Lanling's forehead. After that Yi Chen came out of the fairy gate. As Yi Chen came out of the fairy gate, Zhao Yanyan and Liu Yu were preparing food in the kitchen. Some days, Zhao Yanyan and Liu Yu live in Yi Chen Villa. Zhao Yanyan made an excuse to Lin Ruxi that she was staying at a friend's house. Yi Chen sneaked behind Zhao Yanyan and Liu Yu. Unnoticed by the two women, Yi Chen was already behind Zhao Yanyan and Liu Yu, who were cooking. Ah! The two women shouted together as Yi Chen hugged them both from behind. Yi Chen's hands began to be dishonest in the bodies of Zhao Yanyan and Liu Yu. Yi Chen, don't be naughty. Zhao Yanyan tapped Yi Chen's head using a cooking tool. Come on. What is the greeting when I hug my two beautiful wives? Yi Chen still did not give up and hugged Zhao Yanyan and Liu Yu. Seeing this, Zhao Yanyan and Liu Yu shook their heads. Yi Chen's strength in that field was getting out of control. If it continued like this, Zhao Yanyan, Liu Yu and Fu Lanling would die under Yi Chen's younger brother. Zhao Yanyan and two other women had already discussed finding a new sister. Zhao Yanyan intended to drag Lin Ruxi onto their ship. She was sure Ruxi's sister liked Yi Chen too. Zhao Yanyan already had a plan to drag Lin Ruxi to their ship. Zhao Yanyan did not inform Yi Chen of this plan for surprise. Ding! Suddenly the doorbell rang. Chapter 129. New cute maid. Who is this morning to visit? Yi Chen was not too happy when the good things he was about to do were bothered by this person. Husband, quickly see who it is. Maybe an important person is looking for you. Liu Yu told Yi Chen to see who was in front. Yi Chen let go of Zhao Yanyan and Liu Yu. He immediately went towards the villa entrance. Ding, 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 ding. From the outside someone keeps ringing the bell repeatedly. Wait a minute, Yi Chen asked the people outside to wait a little. When Yi Chen opened the door of the person outside, it was female police officer Liu Bing. Police Liu, what do you want to come here with? Dissatisfaction. Yi Chen empowered what Liu Bing wanted early this morning. You still haven't turned rude to me. Liu Bing was not satisfied with Yi Chen's attitude like this. I came here to deliver this girl. She said she wants to stay with you. Let's go out. Don't be embarrassed. Liu Bing shifted her body slightly. Behind Liu Bing there was another woman who was beautiful and cute like a doll. This woman is Xiao Lulu. Xiao Lulu now looks clean and beautiful. She is now wearing a maid uniform, with long blonde hair neatly combed. Xiao Lulu was a little shy when meeting Yi Chen. Oh, so this is Lulu. Yi Chen remembered this girl. He did indeed promise a place to stay for this girl. Hello, big brother Chen. Xiao Lulu shyly greets Yi Chen. Yi Chen, this girl from the village. When she went to the city and looked for a job, she was tricked and ended up being kidnapped by slave sellers. I had given her the chance to return to her hometown, but she refused. She said she didn't want to burden her life anymore. Her aunt who was in the village. Therefore Xiao Lulu wants to work in this city. Liu Bing told the details of Xiao Lulu's life to Yi Chen. Yi Chen now understood a bit of Xiao Lulu's background. You can stay here. And what if you work here? You have a skill, right? Yi Chen asked Xiao Lulu's expertise. Xiao Lulu nodded at Yi Chen. That. I can cook, wash, clean, massage, care for the garden, etc. Xiao Lulu talked about what she could. Good. You can work here. Your salary every month is $50,000. After hearing that Xiao Lulu could do it all, Yi Chen without much thought took it. Hearing the salary mentioned by Yi Chen, Xiao Lulu was very surprised. Wow. 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 Xiao Lulu timidly calculated the total salary per year by using her fingers. Seeing the behavior of Xiao Lulu, Yi Chen smiled. So you want it or not? I want to. Xiao Lulu firmly wants this job. Alright. You may start working now. Yi Chen pulled Xiao Lulu's hand towards inside. Fila. Liu Bing, who was left alone, was very angry. This person. Liu Bing gritted her teeth and joined the villa. Liu Bing, police, why did you enter without permission? I can report you. Yi Chen turned and threatened Liu Bing. I will catch you. Liu Bing's breasts fluctuated in anger. This is the first time a man has ignored her continuously. If only Yi Chen wasn't stronger than her. Liu Bing wanted to always beat Yi Chen. Big brother Chen, don't fight with Bing's sister. She is a good person. Seeing the situation heats up, Xiao Lulu tried to mediate between the two. Liu Bing was very happy that Xiao Lulu was defending her. Lulu, why did you defend the enemy camp? You should have defended your master. I will deduct your salary. Xiao Lulu, who heard this, immediately shut up. She didn't dare to speak anymore. Xiao Lulu was afraid that Yi Chen would cut her salary. You! How dare you poke Lulu? Lulu, don't worry, if she dares to bully you I will immediately catch her. Liu Bing was annoyed with Yi Chen. What's the matter with all of your fuss over there? Liu Yu and Zhao Yanyan came from the kitchen while carrying plates which contained breakfast. Liu Bing was surprised to see Zhao Yanyan and Liu Yu, who looked even more beautiful. Moreover, the strength of both of them had reached the spirit profound realm stage. Xiao Lulu was very impressed with these two beautiful women. She began to suspect the identities of the two beautiful women. Oh, Liu Bing, police, why are you here? Liu Yu asked Liu Bing. Liu Yu was quite familiar with Liu Bing, the female police officer who helped her arrest the thieves in her company. I'm here to deliver someone. Liu Bing answered Liu Yu's question. Who is that? Liu Yu and Zhao Yanyan were curious about who Liu Bing was delivering. Zhao Yanyan and Liu Yu then looked at the beautiful woman who was like a doll standing behind Yi Chen shyly. This is Xiao Lulu. From today he will work as a maid in this house. Yi Chen introduced Xiao Lulu to Zhao Yanyan and Liu Yu. Lulu, this is my wife Zhao Yanyan and Liu Yu. Upon hearing that these two beautiful women were Yi Chen's wife, Xiao Lulu was shocked. There was a slight loss in her heart. Hello. I'm Zhao Yanyan. Nice to meet you. Zhao Yanyan welcomed Xiao Lulu warmly. I am Liu Yu. Nice to meet you. Liu Yu also welcomed Xiao Lulu warmly. Madam, Lulu is happy to meet you, Xiao Lulu said with a slightly flushed face. You don't need to be too formal with us. Zhao Yanyan started thinking about dragging this cute girl into a brother to fight Yi Chen. TCH. How old are you? How dare you say that the two of them are your wife? Liu Bing was not content to berate at the side. Shut up. You are an uninvited guest in this house. Yi Chen reminded Liu Bing. Liu Bing was angry while pointing at Yi Chen. Every time she talked to Yi Chen it must be Liu Bing who always suffered losses. Husband, never mind. Let's go eat together. Liu, police. You can also join if you want. Liu Yu kindly invited Liu Yu to join breakfast. Yu's wife. Why did you bother inviting her? She certainly would not want to. Yi Chen invited all the ladies to the room to eat. Who said I didn't want to? I joined. Liu Bing also went to the dining room. There is one more woman who joined the meal. She is Fu Lanling. When she saw Fu Lanling, Liu Bing getting more and more surprised. Fu Lanling looked like a goddess coming out of a painting, while Xiao Lulu was just amazed at Fu Lanling's beauty. Fu Lanling currently does not wear new rings, so the charm of the goddess Fu Lanling is not hidden. Fu Lanling introduced herself to Xiao Lulu and Liu Bing. Liu Bing now understood why Yi Chen's attitude towards her was indifferent. With a woman as beautiful as this, how could she possibly be worthy of Yi Chen's eyes? Everyone started eating food made by Xiao Yanyan and Fu Lanling. Yi Chen, I want to ask, is the god token in your hands? Liu Bing asked Yi Chen about the issue of god tokens. I've thrown it towards the sea. If you want to find it, you just look at the sea. How can you throw such an amazing object into the sea? Liu Bing was angry because of Yi Chen's foolishness. How could he throw an object that could increase his strength thousands of times into the sea just like that? It's none of my business. I don't want to deal with things that can suck someone's life, Yi Chen said honestly, even though the god token could indeed give that power only temporarily. After that, life would be his payment. Forget seeing Yi Chen's indifferent attitude. Liu Bing was lazy to discuss the god token. If it was indeed thrown into the sea, there was nothing Liu Bing could do. It is impossible for them to search the vast ocean several times the area of this country. Lulu, please peel this fruit. Yi Chen told Xiao Lulu to peel the peaches of heaven to eat for everyone. Xiao Lulu got up from the chair and took a peach from Yi Chen. Chapter 130 Childhood Enemies Meet. Xiao Lulu took a knife and began to peel the heavenly peaches. Xiao Lulu cut heaven peaches into small pieces. Then she distributed them to everyone at the table. Liu Yu and Fu Lanling were the most passionate when they were going to eat the peaches of heaven. They both loved this fruit very much. Liu Bing also started to eat the heavenly peach in front of her. When Liu Bing put a piece in her mouth, she felt this fruit was very sweet and delicious. Her body felt very comfortable when the heavenly peach entered her stomach. Liu Bing had never tasted a better meal than this heavenly peach. In a moment the peaches on Liu Bing's plate were gone. Liu Bing was still not satisfied. She wanted to eat more peaches. I want more. Shamelessly, Liu Bing asked Xiao Lulu for a piece of heavenly peaches. Yi Chen immediately took all the pieces and put them on his plate. Yi Chen, don't be greedy. Hurry up and give me a little. Liu Bing was not satisfied to see Yi Chen taking all the pieces of heavenly peaches. From the beginning it's mine, so why should I share it with you? Yi Chen showed Liu Bing a piece of heavenly peaches. Liu Bing gritted her teeth. Liu Bing's face began to turn red with anger. Zhao Yanyan, who was next door, suddenly stepped on Yi Chen's feet. Ouch! Yanyan, what are you doing? Yi Chen asked why Zhao Yanyan suddenly stepped on his feet. Yi Chen, don't be naughty, fast for the fruit to the others. Zhao Yanyan felt sorry for Liu Bing, who Yi Chen continued to play around with. Because of Zhao Yanyan's beloved request, Yi Chen took more heavenly peaches from the storage, then handed them to Xiao Lulu for peeling. After peeling away all the heavenly peaches, Xiao Lulu returned to her seat. She also began to eat pieces of heavenly peaches. Xiao Lulu's reaction was the same as Liu Bing's. She was addicted to eating heavenly peaches. After finishing breakfast, Zhao Yanyan, Liu Yu and Xiao Lulu went to the kitchen to wash. Fu Lanling headed up to rest in the room. Now only Liu Bing and Yi Chen were left in the dining room. Yi Chen, yesterday the Yun family's representatives came to this city. It looks like they intend to find out who is the mastermind behind the killer Yun Hao. Liu Bing told that the Yun family began to move. They wanted to find out who was the mastermind behind Yun Hao's death. Then what does that have to do with me? Yi Chen said nonchalantly. Seeing Yi Chen completely unconcerned, Liu Bing only sighed. Yi Chen's strength was indeed enough to destroy the Yun family. But if that happened, there would definitely be a big storm in this country. Liu Bing didn't want that to happen. Yi Chen, you should be careful with the Yun family. Even though you are very strong, but they can still be a threat to you. Take care of Xiao Lulu. I will go first. After giving a warning to Yi Chen, Liu Bing to leave the villa. Looks like this woman already knows I'm the culprit. Seeing the departure of Liu Bing, Yi Chen muttered. Now is the time to go to school. Yi Chen and Zhao Yanyan use a Bugatti car to go to school. After arriving at the parking lot, Yi Chen immediately parked the car and headed for class with Zhao Yanyan. "Isn't this Yanyan from behind Yi Chen?" And Zhao Yanyan sounded pretty sweet. Zhao Yanyan was very familiar with this voice. She immediately turned around and saw the beauty standing in front of her. This girl has beautiful long hair that has beautiful facial features and is graceful with a slim body. Which makes this girl very striking is on the top of two mountains that have the size of the F-cup. Yi Chen felt that the size of this girl was slightly larger than that of Liu Yu who had fully developed. Yi Chen wondered what size this girl had after fully developed. Menjian Zhao Yanyan wasn't too excited when she said the name of this girl. This girl was Cheng Menjian, one of 4 school flowers as well as Zhao Yanyan's childhood enemies. "It turns out you are Yanyan. You look very changed now." Cheng Menjian looked at Zhao Yanyan from the top down. Cheng Menjian was surprised to see that Zhao Yanyan looked so beautiful right now. It was fitting that Zhao Yanyan could be ranked first in the school interest list. "Of course. We haven't seen each other in a long time." Zhao Yanyan was smiling while talking to Cheng Menjian. "Ha ha ha. You still don't like when you meet me seeing this." Cheng Menjian wasn't angry but laughed. "Oh yeah. Yanyan? Who is the handsome man next to you?" Cheng Menjian was very curious about the very handsome man beside Zhao Yanyan. "He is Yi Chen. My boyfriend." Zhao Yanyan embraced Yi Chen's arm very tenderly. Upon hearing this there was a hint of a smirk at the corner of Cheng Meng's mouth. "Hello. I'm Cheng Menjian. Nice to meet you." Cheng Menjian smiled and reached out to Yi Chen. "I'm Yi Chen. Nice to meet you too." Yi Chen shook Cheng Menjian's hand. When Yi Chen shook Cheng Menjian's hand, when he saw Cheng Menjian's smile, Yi Chen felt that something was sucking his soul. "This girl," Yi Chen said in his heart. Cheng Menjian put out a special charm technique to try to attract Yi Chen's soul to be crazy about her. Unfortunately, this charm is still far from that of the most powerful Fu Lanling in the world. Seeing Yi Chen's ordinary expression, Cheng Menjian felt strange. Her charm never failed to fascinate men, but this time the man in front of her was completely unaffected. Yi Chen began to pay close attention to Cheng Menjian's body. Apparently Cheng Menjian was wearing a very high-quality leather mask. If Yi Chen hadn't observed it carefully, he might not have known the existence of this leather mask. "How long do you want to shake hands?" Zhao Yanyan yawned. They were side-talking with dissatisfaction. Cheng Menjian immediately let go of her hand from Yi Chen. "The school bell is almost ready to go back to my class." Cheng Menjian said goodbye before leaving for her class. Yi Chen saw Cheng Menjian leave. Saw Yi Chen never leave a glow in Cheng Menjian's body. Zhao Yanyan, who saw this, looked annoyed. She nudged Yi Chen's body. "Look at your wild nature out again. Just see a beautiful woman you're immediately attracted to." With a dissatisfied tone, Zhao Yanyan scolded Yi Chen. "You misunderstood. I'm not like that," Yi Chen tried to explain to Zhao Yanyan. "Then what did you say that before?" Zhao Yanyan puffed her cheek angrily at Yi Chen. "Yanyan? Your friend is also a cultivator?" Yi Chen asked Zhao Yanyan. "Eh? You mean Menjian is a cultivator?" Zhao Yanyan could not believe what she had just been with from Yi Chen. "Yes. The girl was a cultivator and her strength is only slightly weaker than you. What's more, she has a charm technique that can bind a man," Yi Chen explained to Zhao Yanyan about Cheng Menjian. Chapter 131. We are a genuine couple. Zhao Yanyan did not think that Cheng Menjian, who he had known for a long time, was also a cultivator. It was appropriate that Zhao Yanyan often lost when fighting in all matters with Cheng Menjian. Apparently from the beginning the two were not on the same level. One more thing. Cheng Menjian used a leather mask to hide her appearance. So her current appearance is fake. Yi Chen tells us that Cheng Menjian has been wearing a fake appearance all this time. I see. Zhao Yanyan came to know more about Cheng Menjian. Now the two of them are cultivators. Zhao Yanyan will not be defeated if one day he has to compete with Cheng Menjian again. Let's go to class. Yi Chen invited Zhao Yanyan to go to class. At this time in the hallway of Cheng Menjian's school, walking casually, there was a hint of a smile on Cheng Menjian's lips. Interesting man. I can't wait to steal it from Yanyan. From the first time Cheng Menjian really stole everything from Zhao Yanyan. From the start of attention, the goods that like Zhao Yanyan, etc. This time Cheng Menjian targeted Yi Chen. Cheng Menjian was eagerly awaiting the expression of what Zhao Yanyan would make when his boyfriend bowed under her pomegranate skirt. Cheng Menjian is famous for playing with many of the men at this school. Therefore many men are hurt by Cheng Menjian. Cheng Menjian disappeared to class A. The school went on as usual. When Yi-chen's class would always sleep in the classroom, no teacher or student would dare to wake Yi-chen. Some students were afraid of Yi-chen, because they saw Yi-chen easily defeating two tyrants in this school. Sleepers wake up. Zhao Yanyan woke Yi-chen. What time is it now? Yi-chen yawned as he asked Zhao Yanyan. It's almost evening. Let's go home. Zhao Yanyan was helpless to see Yi-chen sleep all day. Well, let's go home. Yi-chen got up from his seat and prepared to go home together with Zhao Yanyan. Ringing. Yi-chen's cell phone suddenly rang. The person who called was Lin Ruoxi. Yi-chen picked up a call from Lin Ruoxi. Teacher Lin. What's up? Yi-chen immediately asked what Lin Ruoxi wanted. Yi-chen, can you come to my office now? There's something I want to ask you for help. It turns out that Lin Ruoxi wanted to ask for help from him. Okay. He'll be there soon. After that, Yi-chen ended the call. Yi-chen. Who was that? Zhao Yanyan wanted to know who was the person who just called Yi-chen. This is Teacher Lin. She said that he needed my help. Oh. So that's Rex's sister. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and go there. Zhao Yanyan pushed Yi-chen to immediately go to Lin Ruoxi's room. How about you ask Yi-chen? I will wait for you in the parking lot. After saying that, Zhao Yanyan went towards the parking lot. Seeing Zhao Yanyan leave, Yi-chen also had to go towards Lin Ruoxi's room. When he reached the front of the teacher Lin Ruoxi's room, there was a man in fashionable clothes and carrying a floral arrangement standing in front of the teacher Lin Ruoxi's door. If I remember correctly, this man was named Hu Jun. This man was the one who wanted to be matched with Lin Ruoxi. Yi-chen asked why Hu Jun was in this place. Lin Ruoxi, I know you are inside. Hurry up and come out. I want to give you a present. Hu Jun continued to knock on the door of Lin Ruoxi's room. Hey, what are you doing here? While clutching Hu Jun's shoulder, Yi-chen asked Hu Jun. Oh, so it's true that you are a student at this school? It seems like what my little brother said is true. Hu Jun looked at Yi-chen with contemptuous eyes. Yes, I am a student at this school. So what? Seeing this guy insulting himself, Yi-chen didn't really like it. Yi-chen, you finally came to. Lin Ruoxi, who heard Yi-chen coming, immediately opened the door and went to Yi-chen's side. Lin Ruoxi felt unsatisfied and continued to be bothered by Hu Jun. You two want to when you pretend to be a couple. I already know that you are not a real couple. My brother told me that your girlfriend named Zhao Yanyan. Hu Jun apparently knew Yi-chen was only pretending to be dating Lin Ruoxi. Yi-chen didn't know where Hu Jun knew that he and Lin Ruoxi were only pretending to be dating. Hu Jun, what are you saying? Yi-chen and I are indeed dating. Lin Ruoxi tried to refute Hu Jun's words. Ha ha ha. Lin Ruoxi wants to. How long you will lie? This person is just a poor student who was even abandoned by his girlfriend. What is so special about him? Hu Jun badmouthed Yi-chen in front of Lin Ruoxi. Don't badmouth Yi-chen in front of me. Lin Ruoxi was angry when Hu Jun insulted Yi-chen. Yi-chen slightly raised his eyebrows. This person's first name was Hu. As Yi-chen recalled, Yu Ting's boyfriend was also named Hu. Maybe the two of them were brothers. Yi-chen had guessed the identity of the person who had told Hu Jun. We really are a couple, Yi-chen told Hu Jun. Huh. Then what about your girlfriend named Zhao Yanyan? Are you going to throw it away? Hu Jun questioned Yi-chen. Of course not. Both of them are my valuable women. I won't throw them away. Yi-chen embraced Lin Ruoxi. Lin Ruoxi's face was already like an apple. For some reason Lin Ruoxi was happy when Yi-chen said that. Huh. You're kidding. How there are women who want to share love with the poor. You must be joking. You poor person. Hu Jun insulted Yi-chen with poor words. You don't believe. Let me prove it. Yi-chen brought Lin Ruoxi's body closer and then kissed Lin Ruoxi's cherry lips. Lin Ruoxi was very surprised when Yi-chen suddenly kissed her lips. This was the first time Lin Ruoxi had done an adult kiss on the opposite sex. Damn it. Hu Jun, who saw this, immediately threw a bouquet of flowers that he brought. Hu Jun immediately left this place very upset. Hu Jun couldn't stand seeing these two people making out. Lin Ruoxi was completely immersed in Yi-chen's kiss. Lin Ruoxi had never felt this pleasant sensation before. Lin Ruoxi felt a hard object piercing his peru. He was curious about what this was and touched it slightly. After knowing what this object was, he hurriedly regained consciousness and broke away from Yi-chen. Lin Ruoxi knew what object just pierced her stomach. Yi-chen, thanks for helping me this time. I'm leaving first. Lin Ruoxi immediately ran away from Yi-chen. Lin Ruoxi was very embarrassed when she saw Yi-chen. Seeing teacher Lin Ruxi run away like seeing a ghost. Yi Chen smiled. It seemed like Lin Ruxi did not reject him. After completing the business, Yi Chen went to the parking lot. He looked for the figure of Zhao Yanyan. Zhao Yanyan was currently waiting on a bench sitting under a tree. In front of Zhao Yanyan there were two people. One man and one woman. This is Yu Ting and Hu Jai. These two people are talking to Zhao Yanyan. Yi Chen wanted to know what Yu Ting and Hu Jai wanted from Zhao Yanyan. Yi Chen walked towards Zhao Yanyan. Chapter 132, a little showing off. As Yi Chen approached, he heard Zhao Yanyan and Yu Ting's conversation. I heard your boyfriend Yi Chen is currently dating the most beautiful teacher Lin Ruxi. Have you been thrown away by him? With a smile laughed at Yu Ting in contempt of Zhao Yanyan. Yu Ting came to Zhao Yanyan to add fire, so that Yi Chen broke up with Zhao Yanyan. Yu Ting didn't like seeing Yi Chen get a better woman than him. What's the problem? Teacher Lin Ruxi I already consider as my own sister. If we become a brother, that would be amazing. Zhao Yanyan was not angry because Yu Ting's provocation. Zhao Yanyan was a smart woman. She knew what Yu Ting meant to tell this. It was intended that she and Yi Chen would be enemies. Unfortunately, Yu Ting didn't know Zhao Yanyan at all. From Zhao Yanyan instead wanted to make Lin Ruxi become Yi Chen's woman. What's the matter with you? How can you not be angry when you find out the person you like is close to other women? Because the plan didn't work, Yu Ting got angry at Zhao Yanyan. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yanyan only smiled and did not want to answer Yu Ting's words. On Yu Ting's side, Hu Jai was salivating at Zhao Yanyan's goddess appearance. Zhao Yanyan, why don't you forget that poor man and just be my woman? Hu Jai shamelessly asked Zhao Yanyan to be his woman. You are brave enough to also tease other people's women. Yi Chen, who heard this, was not satisfied. He grabbed Hu Jai's collar and lifted him up into the air. What are you doing? Quickly put me down in the air. Hu Jai tried to rebel. Hu Jai's efforts to rebel were in vain. With Yi Chen's strength it was impossible for him to escape from Yi Chen's grasp. Yi Chen, quickly put him down. Yu Ting, who was beside, tried to help Hu Jai. Alright, if that's what you want. Yi Chen threw Hu Jai at the trash can near them. Hu Jai goes straight into the dirty and rotten trash can. Yi Chen could not stand this brother and younger brother, who always tried to disrupt his life. Hu Jai. Yu Ting immediately ran to the trash to see the state of Hu Jai. With the help of Yu Ting, Hu Jai out of the trash. Hu Jai's entire body was full of dirt and foul smelling. Yu Ting, who was near Hu Jai, could not stand the smell in Hu Jai's body. People who haven't gone home immediately see what's happening. People look at Hu Jai with great pity. How dare you? Hu Jai did not accept and rushed to take a piece of wood beside him to hit Yi Chen. Bam! Hu Jai is back, flying into the trash. Obviously Hu Jai was not Yi Chen's opponent. Yi Chen, how dare you do this to my boyfriend? Yu Ting was angry at Yi Chen for hitting Hu Jai. Then what do you want? Seeing me beaten by him, do you think I'm a fool? Yi Chen got angry at Yu Ting. Yu Ting didn't expect Yi Chen to be very brave. Usually Yi Chen would rather go and not fight. But this time it was different. Yi Chen suddenly used violence, which made Yu Ting a little scared. Yanyan? Let's go. Yi Chen took Zhao Yanyan's hand and headed for the car that belonged to him. Seeing where Yi Chen went, Yu Ting looked with contempt. Look, Yi Chen, you still use ancient items like that in an era like this? Yu Ting insulted Yi Chen. What do you mean by antiquity? Yi Chen doesn't understand what the meaning of the word Yu Ting is. Are you stupid? You still use that ugly bicycle to go to school? Yu Ting pointed to the bicycle next to Yi Chen's car. Yi Chen also saw what Yu Ting was pointing at. A bicycle that was almost similar to Yi Chen's past. There was an evil smile on Yi Chen's face. Indeed. What's the problem? Mine is much better than what your boyfriend has. Yi Chen tried to brag about his car. Yu Ting misunderstood Yi Chen's words. She thought Yi Chen was bragging about that ugly bicycle. Hu Jai came back out of the trash. This time Hu Jai felt pain in his chest due to Yi Chen's punch. Hu Jai also heard what Yu Ting said. He added fire to it. You dare to compare that ugly bicycle with the car I have? I can buy thousands of bikes like that with a car that I have. Seeing that it is impossible to win against Yi Chen with strength, Hu Jai chose to retaliate by embarrassing poor Yi Chen. So everyone knows. Haha. You're kidding. Even a dozen cars that you own won't be able to buy what I have. Yi Chen said, laughing at these two clowns. Yu Ting pointed at the shameless Yi Chen. Yanyan, let's go. Let the two clowns entertain others. Yi Chen and Zhao Yanyan went to the luxury car next to the bicycle. When Yi Chen pressed the key to open the car, everyone was immediately surprised. Even Yu Ting and Hu Jai were also surprised to see Yi Chen open a limited edition luxury car. The female students looked at this with starry eyes. Seeing a very expensive luxury car, they became interested in approaching Yi Chen. Even some girls who were crazy about money start making plans to get close to Yi Chen. Girls like they don't care even though they are having an affair underground other people. Yi Chen immediately started the fierce car engine and flaunted it to everyone. After which Yi Chen left school. People began to whisper and look at Hu Jai with pity. Hu Jin and Yu Ting's faces were dark. Hu Jai really became a clown this time. He and Yu Ting intended to embarrass Yi Chen, but the results became like this. Ha! Hu Jai slapped Yu Ting to vent his frustration. You little bitch. Really embarrassed me in public. This is all Yu Ting's fault when talking. Which made Hu Jai join in. Yu Ting felt his cheek hurt me. She tried to explain. Unfortunately, she had no reason to explain it to Hu Jai. Without waiting for Yu Ting, Hu Jai left this place. He wanted to go home immediately and clean his dirty and smelly body. Brother Hu wait Yu Ting catch up with Hu Jai. The two of them have never been frustrated looking for problems with Yu. Zhao Yanyan was quite tired of seeing the behavior of Yu Ting and Hu Jai. They both don't like to see us happy. Yi Chen reached out to get ready to touch Zhao Yanyan's body. Zhao Yanyan slapped Yi Chen's hand, then scolded him, focus on driving. Well, my queen, because Zhao Yanyan refused. Yi Chen refocused driving. Oh yeah. How did those two know that you and Raux's sister pretended to be dating? Zhao Yanyan wanted to know how Yu Ting and Hu Jai knew Yi Chen was pretending to be dating Lin Rauxi. Oh, that Yi Chen explained in detail to Zhao Yanyan. Chapter 133 Visit Company. Hu Ji's older brother is the pursuer of Raux's sister. Zhao Yanyan just found out about this news. I just guessed it. Yi Chen didn't know whether they really were siblings. He just deduced from what happened today. Zhao Yanyan nodded at Yi Chen. Yi Chen and Zhao Yanyan arrived in front of the villa. Yi Chen first parked his car and got off together with Zhao Yanyan. When both of them entered the villa looked very shiny. This was different from the situation when Yi Chen left it this morning. Brother Chen. Yanyan sister. You're home wearing a mask and carrying clean tools. Zio Lulu is cleaning this place. We go home. Yi Chen and Zhao Yanyan answered in unison. Yi Chen walks to the sofa and lay on it. Zhao Yanyan went upstairs to change clothes. Where is Liu Yu and Fu Lanling? Yi Chen asked Zhao Lulu about Liu Yu and Fu Lanling's whereabouts. They are in the backyard. Zhao Lulu immediately told Liu Yu and Fu Lanling's whereabouts. Yi Chen wanted to see what Liu Yu and Fu Lanling were doing in the backyard. When Yi Chen reached the backyard, both of them were practicing fighting. Liu Yu continued to attack Fu Lanling using her palms. Fu Lanling casually parried all of Liu Yu's attacks. Your movements are still too slow and easy to guess. You have to be even faster. Fu Lanling gave directions to Liu Yu. Fine. Liu Yu nodded at Fu Lanling. When Yi Chen came, the two immediately stopped practicing and looked at Yi Chen. Little husband. You're home. Fu Lanling was the first to greet Yi Chen. Yes. I'm going home. Yi Chen approached the two women. Yi Chen brought the two women to a place of rest. Husband. Have you checked your company? Liu Yu asked whether Yi Chen had seen the company he founded. Not yet. I always forget to see how things are there. Yi Chen actually also wanted to see what his company was like. Until now he only knew the development of the company from Liu Yu. Yi Chen accompanied the two women for 30 minutes. After which Liu Yu and Fu Lanling entered the ferry gate to continue training. This time he went to his company to see for himself how his company worked. When arriving in front of the company, a lot of people are applying for jobs. In a short time, Zionist company became a very large company. Even the company was still having difficulty meeting the demands of the enormous world market. That's why Zionist company recruits a lot of employees to hire. Yi Chen immediately entered and looked around here. He wanted to know where CEO's room was. Ah, you're here. Come quickly, follow me. Suddenly a woman came and pulled Yi Chen's hand. Yi Chen did not know why this woman suddenly pulled himself up. This woman brought Yi Chen to her room. In this room there were about 9 people with bodies that were no worse than Yi Chen. In front of everyone there was a 200 kg barbell. Looking at wherever they all seemed to be trained warriors. Yi Chen did not understand why this woman brought him to this place. Mr. Lung is all here. You can start the test. The woman who dragged Yi Chen told the supervisor to start the test. Yi Chen didn't think that he would be dragged into a place like this. The superintendent of this exam was Long Zhen. He was a retired former soldier who had retired. Even though not a Long Zhen power cultivator could not be underestimated. You all have 5 minutes to lift this barbell over your head 30 times. Anyone who doesn't get 30 times will immediately fail. Long Zhen's supervisor explained the rules of the game. Everyone was surprised to hear this. Lifting weights 200 kg as much as 30x is impossible, especially if the time is only 5 minutes. Before I start, does anyone want to ask? Long Zhen gave an opportunity to all participants to ask. May I not take this test? I want to resign. Yi Chen raised his hand and told the supervisor of Long Zhen. If he resigned, Yi Chen didn't come here for this. You coward. You even gave up before trying. Long Zhen said Yi Chen was a coward. Who is a coward? Let me show you real strength. Feeling provoked by being a coward, Yi Chen decided to take this test. It's good that's just a man. Long Zhen managed to make Yi Chen excited. Everyone take their positions. The 9 people next to Yi Chen immediately grabbed their respective barbells. Yi Chen was the only person who was still casually standing in his place. Aren't you going to take the position? Long Zhen, who saw Yi Chen still standing calmly. Long Zhen questioned. No need to care about me. You can start for him. This is a child's toy. It's better to see the performances of the people who are next to him. Seeing that Yi Chen didn't care, Long Zhen immediately began his test. Starting 5 minutes started to start backwards. By using both hands, everyone immediately lifted a barbell that weighed 200 kg. Some people struggled to lift a 200 kg barbell above their heads. 4 minutes before it ends. After a minute of walking, there are some whose muscles have been spasmed and their bodies start to shake because they are no longer able to lift such heavy weights. 3 minutes before the time is over, some have given up and put the barbell back on the floor. 2 minutes before the time is over, people who try to force one by one and fall to the floor. The medical staff who were next door immediately helped them. 1 minute before ending, there were only 2 people who managed to lift the dumbbell dead 30x. The remaining 7 others failed. Their body and muscles are very tired and very difficult to lift this barbell. For these 4 minutes, Yi Chen only watched these people struggle from the side. Seeing it all over, Yi Chen began to act. He began to relax his muscles first. People who had failed to look at Yi Chen with disparaging views. You guys look carefully. Yi Chen used his left hand to grip the barbell. It seemed like Yi Chen intended to lift the barbell with one hand. Seeing what Yi Chen wanted to do, everyone waited and wanted to laugh at him. Yi Chen easily raised a 200 kg barbell into the air. Seeing what Yi Chen, Long Zhen and all the people in this room were doing were astonished. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 20, 30. Yi Chen very quickly completed 30x lifting weights. Seeing Yi Chen easily lifting weights with one hand, the jaws of everyone who was here almost fell to the floor. There was no sound heard in this place. Even those who from the beginning wanted to laugh at Yi Chen in silence. Bam! Yi Chen dropped the barbell on the floor to show that this is real. Beep! The test mark ended. Everyone immediately woke up because of this sound. People started rubbing their eyes, not believing what they just saw. Did I graduate? Yi Chen's innocent face asked Long Zhen. Chapter 134. Passed the bodyguard test. Yes, you passed, Long Zhen said in a stuttering voice. Long Zhen had seen this scene once when he was still in the army. At that time, the first troops in this country were also able to do things like this. The difference was the burden they were carrying several times heavier than this. Dragon Army units are the most powerful troops in the army. Their strength is still the most powerful in the whole country. It is said that one member of the Dragon Army can defeat 10 battalions of special warriors like himself. That's why Long Zhen was surprised to see Yi Chen can lift a 200 kg barbell very easily. Long Zhen began to suspect that Yi Chen was a former member of the Dragon Army. Alright, we will proceed to the second test. Long Zhen brought to 3 people who passed different spatial training. In the room this time there were several bags filled with sand. Yi Chen and the 2 others wondered what he wanted to do with this sandbag. Everyone take one bag. Long Zhen told the three to take the sandbag on the floor. Yi-Chan and two other participants took a sandbag. This sandbag at least weighs around 75 kg. Long Zhen took a cloth and then covered Yi-Chen's eyes and the other two participants with it. Your job is to protect these bags like protecting your employer. Be sure not to let these bags fall or get shot by rubber bullets that I will shoot. Long Bai gave instructions on how the second test would be carried out. The purpose of this test is to look at the instincts of all the preachers. They must be able to guess the direction of the bullet without having to look. This test is the most difficult test. Even trained soldiers will find it difficult to do so. This is also one request from CEO. CEO wants a strong bodyguard to protect herself from things that are not desirable. Long Zhen appointed 3 people to fire rubber bullets. These people were in separate places, so that the direction of the bullet's arrival was difficult to guess. Bam! One of the people started shooting at the target, the other participant. Ouch! When the rubber bullets hit the body, the person next to Yi-Chen shouted, even though the result of rubber bullets would hurt if hit in the body. Bam! The rain of bullets started coming towards Yi-Chen and the other 2 participants. Yi-Chen easily dodged all the rubber bullets coming towards him. Seeing Yi-Chen could easily avoid all the bullets with his eyes closed, Long Zhen was even more amazed. After 1 minute the test finally ended. 2 other participants failed. The sandbag they prevented from falling while trying to avoid the rubber bullet that was shot. Now the only participant left is Yi-Chen. Well, because you are the only person left, the last test will be different. Initially the last test was to fight for the first position. Unfortunately the only successful participants were 1 person, so there were no opponents competing for Yi-Chen. Long Zhen called a dozen people to become opponents of Yi-Chen. You will fight them one by one. If you can defeat 6 of these 12 people then you will be accepted. Long Zhen explained to Yi-Chen. 1 by 1 is too long. You can make them all advance together. Yi-Chen very casually challenged everyone. These 12 people who heard were provoked by Yi-Chen's words. They couldn't wait to beat Yi-Chen. Are you sure these people are very strong? Long Zhen warned Yi-Chen. These people are not employees in this place. They are Long Zhen's seniors in the army. The strength of these 12 people cannot be underestimated. Yes, I'm sure. Let's just start. Yi-Chen wanted to immediately end this game. Long Zhen pointed to a special room to fight. Yi-Chen and the 12 people entered the room to fight. On the top floor of this building there is a beautiful woman with a cold expression staring at the monitor. This woman is looking at the recruitment of a bodyguard. Over the past few days this beautiful woman has seen many people who fail while undergoing tests. These people don't fit the criteria she wants. This beautiful woman continued to stare at Yi-Chen with icy eyes. In just 1 minute, Yi-Chen came out of the room. Very quickly. Are you done? Long Zhen did not expect Yi-Chen to get out of the room very quickly. Yes, I'm done. They are all very kind because they want to yield to me. Then where next? Yi-Chen asked where he had to go now. Really, Long Zhen could not believe that his seniors would yield when fighting. Long Zhen called the woman who dragged Yi-Chen here. The woman who dragged Yi-Chen immediately brought Yi-Chen out of this room. Long Zhen was very curious about what was happening inside. Why the seniors still hadn't come out yet. Long Zhen went to the door and made a slight opening. When the gap was opened, the 12 people who had entered inside with Yi-Chen were already lying on the floor. Ouch! They all groaned in pain. Long Zhen had expected this to happen. He immediately called in some medical personnel to deal with the injured. Who exactly is that person? He is very strong, Long Zhen muttered about Yi-Chen. Yi-Chen was taken by this woman to a dressing room. Wear this shirt. Yi-Chen was given a black coat to wear. Yi-Chen accepted the clothes from this woman and went to the dressing room. After wearing Yi-Chen's black suit out of the dressing room, Yi-Chen, who was wearing a black suit, was very handsome. Someone would definitely think Yi-Chen was a rich young master. Or a handsome CEO. The woman who brought Yi-Chen also saw Yi-Chen with sparkling eyes. In this woman's mind, Yi-Chen was not only strong, but also very handsome. Sir, come with me to go to the CEO's office. She wants to meet you. This woman invited Yi-Chen to go to CEO. Yi-Chen was very curious as to what CEO's face was. Liu Yu once said that the CEO she chose was quite beautiful. Yes, please take me there. Yi-Chen told this woman to lead the way. When walking in the hallway of the office, many eyes looked towards Yi-Chen, especially the girls who were in this office. They had never left her vision of Yi Chen. Wow! How handsome! Who exactly is he? He looks like the prince I dreamed of. I have to ask for information from the handsome man. The women in this office were very enthusiastic. Some of them even gave a signal in the form of a wink to Yi Chen. Yi Chen smiled at these women. Because the other side was friendly, Yi Chen also had to be friendly. After walking for a long time, Yi Chen finally arrived in front of Xiao's room. This is Xiao's room. She is waiting for you inside. Excuse me first. This woman was reluctant to leave Yi Chen. But because of this woman's job, she had no other choice. Chapter 135. Xia Qingyu is a woman with a pure yin body. Knock. Tap. Tap. Yi Chen knocked on the door of Xiao's room. Entering from inside came a pretty cool female voice allowing Yi Chen to enter. After getting the answer, Yi Chen went inside. Inside, Yi Chen saw a very beautiful woman with a perfect lean body and a beautiful face. There was a hint of coldness in this woman's expression. Blue eyes added a colder impression to this beautiful woman. This beautiful woman looked at Yi Chen from the top down. From beginning to end, this woman's face did not change. She only looked at Yi Chen with a cold gaze. This type of cold was different from Liu Bing. This woman's coldness made a wall that made it difficult for others to get close to her. What surprised Yi Chen the most was that the yin that was expelled from this woman's body was very pure. Does this woman have a pure yin body? Yi Chen murmured. Wow, master. You met a woman with a pure yin body. Your luck with a woman is very high. Chu Yuichen praised Yi Chen's luck. Yi Chen's guess turned out to be true that this woman had a pure yin body. The distinction of a pure yin body and an ordinary virgin was extraordinary. Even the female yin released by this woman was comparable to touching dozens of women simultaneously. If doing dual cultivation with this woman, Yi Chen did not know what the effect would be. Master, you should try to get closer to this woman. After that, bring this woman to bed, Chu Yuichen said in a very seductive voice. Guk Shuan once said to himself, as much as possible Yi Chen should get a woman with a pure yin body, so that ancient yang body problems can be overcome a little more easily. This time, seeing a woman with a pure yin body in front of him, Yi Chen would not miss an opportunity like this. Yi Chen looked at this woman from the top down with a look of desire. Seeing Yi Chen's beautiful, cold woman's gaze not like it. This beautiful woman looked at Yi Chen even cooler. Come and fill out this personal data. The beautiful woman asked Yi Chen to fill in the work contract data. Yi Chen approached and sat facing this cold, beautiful woman. The name of this beautiful woman is Xia Qingyu. She is 23 years old, graduated from a leading university in the world. Xia Qingyu received a lot of applications from various companies to become CEO. Unfortunately, all rejected by her. Because most people just want to beautify her property. Xiao's position was only a cover for getting closer to Xia Qingyu. Xia Qingyu offered Yi Chen the registration form. She did not know that the person in front of her was the owner of this company. Yi Chen began to think of a way to get close to this beautiful woman. If he claimed this company boss, this woman would definitely change her attitude, and that would be difficult to approach without a special reason. Yi Chen began to think being a bodyguard was not bad to be a reason to get closer with this woman. May I ask what kind of work is this? Yi Chen doesn't quite know yet what kind of bodyguard job Xia Qingyu wants. Your work is quite easy. You only need to escort me when I am outside, meeting with clients, or there are problems outside the office. Xia Qingyu replied indifferently. Yi Chen nodded. This work was very easy to do. He filled out all the forms and handed them to Xia Qingyu. Xia Qingyu read the form Yi Chen had filled in. My name is Xia Qingyu. From today you officially work here. Your annual salary is $200,000. That's not including the annual bonus, Xia Qingyu said. Yi Chen didn't care about the salary he would get. He was the owner of this company. The goal Yi Chen only wanted to be close to was this woman. In an hour we will go to meet a client. Make sure you don't mess it up. You may go. Xia Qingyu kicked Yi Chen out of this room. This woman was so arrogant. Yi Chen left this room. In the office, a lot of beautiful women can be seen all over this place. They wear white-collar dresses with a little makeup to look more beautiful. When Yi Chen passed by, a few female workers immediately gathered around him. Handsome, do you have time after this? Let's eat and drink. Handsome, do you have time on holiday? I want to invite you out on a date. Handsome, may I ask for your contact number? Adult women are different from women who are still attending school. Women here are very aggressive. They shamelessly want to be close to him. Being surrounded by beautiful women made Yi Chen happy. Yi Chen talked with some of these women. After getting tired, Yi Chen said that he wanted to resign. The women reluctantly let Yi Chen go. Yi Chen looked for a quiet place to rest. Because there was still 30 minutes left, Yi Chen entered the ferry gate to see the women. Yi Chen disappeared into particles and entered the ferry gate. At the moment, Zhao Yanyan and Liu Yu were running several hundred rounds. The weaknesses of Zhao Yanyan and Liu Yu were in their physical bodies, which was why Zhao Yanyan and Liu Yu had to practice increasing their physical strength. Yi Chen was very interested in seeing the two large rabbits of Liu Yu up and down. Among all the women belonging to Liu Yu was the biggest. The size of Liu Yu at this time was the F cup. In a moment maybe Liu Yu could touch the G cup. When Liu Yu ran both milk it will bounce very erotic. Zhao Yanyan and Liu Yu just realized that Yi Chen was watching from the side. The two women immediately stopped running. Yi Chen, what are you doing here? I'm with you going to the company for inspection. Zhao Yanyan asked. Everything did not go according to plan. I instead became a bodyguard in my own company. Yi Chen said to the two women. Bodyguard asked Liu Yu and Zhao Yanyan. Yi Chen began to explain what had happened. Liu Yu and Zhao Yanyan listened carefully to Yi Chen's story. Looks like my choice isn't wrong. Liu Yu smiled at Yi Chen. Liu Yu also did not expect Zia Qingyu to have the appearance of a pure yin body. The problem is that woman is difficult to approach. She is too cold to me. Yi Chen recalled Zia Qingyu's attitude towards him. You don't need to worry. I'm sure that sooner or later he will fall in love with you. Zhao Yanyan encouraged Yi Chen. This was the first time Yi Chen had tried to pursue a beauty that was cold and difficult to conquer. Yi Chen spent time with Zhao Yanyan and Liu Yu before returning to Zion's company. Now it was time to go together with Zia Qingyu. Downstairs Zia Qingyu was waiting for Yi Chen's arrival. Zia Qingyu was angry that Yi Chen would be a little late. She couldn't do anything because she didn't have Yi Chen's contact information. Finally Yi Chen appeared from inside the elevator. Yi Chen hurried towards Zia Qingyu. You're late. Zia Qingyu scolded Yi Chen again. Sorry CEO Zia. I was in the toilet earlier. Yi Chen was looking for Zia Qingyu not to be angry. I don't care about your reasons. This is the key for you to drive. Zia Qingyu threw the key at Yi Chen and got into the car. Seeing Zia Qingyu's attitude, Yi Chen shook his head. He also entered the driver's seat. Chapter 136 Jun Moxie. Where are we going? Yi Chen asked Zia Qingyu where to meet. Go to the Red Star Building. Zia Qingyu told Yi Chen to go to the Red Star Building. Red Star Building is a place that provides entertainment facilities with a very luxurious. Yi Chen drove to the Red Star Building. In the awkward atmosphere from beginning to end no one spoke. Zia Qingyu continued to read a document for review. Zia Qingyu looked very serious while working. She seemed like he could not be bothered by anyone. Within a few minutes Yi Chen finally arrived at the Red Star Building. Here a lot of people were coming in and out of the building. The average person in and out is an office worker. They come here to release stress by drinking with friends, eating together or singing karaoke. Zia Qingyu and Yi Chen then went up to the top floor. The top floor is the VIP room. The price of this room is the most expensive in this place. Zia Qingyu and Yi Chen entered room number 5. After both of them entered, in nature there was a young man who was around 23 years old sitting while waiting for the arrival of Zia Qingyu. Behind stood 5 guards in black suits complete with sunglasses. Seeing Zia Qingyu coming, this young man immediately rose up and welcomed Zia Qingyu. Qingyu, finally you came too. I have been waiting for you for a long time. This young man looks pretentiously familiar with Zia Qingyu. Jun Moxie. Call me Zia Qingyu. Even though we are friends in the campus, I am not that close to you. Zia Qingyu was not satisfied with the call given by Jun Moxie. This young man is Jun Moxie. He is a wealthy businessman. In this city Jun's family has a fairly large wealth. At least it can enter the top 5 of the richest people in this city. Hearing this Jun Moxie was not angry. He still smiled at Zia Qingyu. Jun Moxie was already accustomed to Zia Qingyu's indifferent and cold attitude. For Jun Moxie to conquer women like this is a challenge for him. Please sit. Jun Moxie told Zia Qingyu to sit. Yi Chen, who was beside Zia Qingyu, also sat down. Seeing the bodyguard sitting with Zia Qingyu, Jun Moxie feeling displeased. You lowly bodyguard. Who told you to sit there? Jun Moxie's attitude towards Yi Chen was different from his attitude for Zia Qingyu. What are you? The bodyguard must stay close to his boss, so that he can easily protect him. Yi Chen is back against Jun Moxie's words. You brave lowly bodyguards to fight this young master. I will give you time to apologize or you will end up quite miserably in this city. Only a few people dare to offend Jun Moxie. Those who offend Jun Moxie mostly end up tragically enough. Yi Chen, you should apologize to him. Zia Qingyu did not help Yi Chen. She instead told Yi Chen to apologize to Jun Moxie. Zia Qingyu knows how the character of Jun Moxie, in the past while still on campus, was a lot of men chasing after Zia Qingyu. Unfortunately, everything was driven out by Jun Moxie. Some people who try to fight Jun Moxie have to lie in hospital for months, because they are beaten by Jun Moxie's mercenaries. That is the behavior of Jun Moxie abroad. In this city, Jun Moxie is definitely more arrogant, because it is the domain of his family. It's better not to look for unnecessary problems with Jun Moxie. I don't want to. Anyway, I didn't feel wrong from the start. Yi Chen refused to apologize to Jun Moxie. He already thought that cooperation with Jun Moxie was not sincere. What Jun Moxie wanted was a cover to be able to get close to Zia Qingyu. Good. All of you. Hit this guy until he is half-dead. The 5 big men who stood behind Jun Moxie immediately went to Yi Chen. Bam! 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 In just seconds, Yi Chen knocked these 5 people to the floor. Jun Moxie, who saw this, gawked. He had no idea that Yi Chen's skills were this great. Yi Chen choked Jun Moxie's neck and lifted him up into the air. How dare you? You! Fast! Take it off! Jun Moxie is having a hard time talking because Yi Chen's neck is strangled very hard. Yi Chen, what are you doing? Quickly put him down. Zia Qingyu, who saw this, immediately told Yi Chen to release Jun Moxie. The arrival of Zia Qingyu here because of a business agreement. If this fails because of this problem, the chief director Liu Yu will definitely be angry with her. Liu Yu had not told Zia Qingyu that the owner of the company was Yi Chen. The decision of the company was not Liu Yu who took it, but Yi Chen. Because Yi Chen did not like this person, Yi Chen decided that he no longer needed to work with Jun Moxie's company. Alright, Yi Chen threw Jun Moxie back into the chair. Yi Chen sat back on Zia Qingyu's side, and acted like nothing had happened. Zia Qingyu wanted to scold Yi Chen with 1,000 words. The CEO career that he had just gotten was almost destroyed by Yi Chen. Jun Moxie held his neck, which was hurting because of being choked by Yi Chen. Jun Moxie looked at Yi Chen with a hostile look. Jun Moxie, I apologize for what my bodyguard did. After returning, I will teach him a lesson. Zia Qingyu felt regret and apologized to Jun Moxie. Qingyu, you should fire this person. He does not deserve to be your bodyguard. Jun Moxie really does not like this man. What did you say? Yi Chen was swollen and intended to teach Jun Moxie a lesson. Yi Chen stopped. Zia Qingyu stopped Yi Chen's actions with her arm, because it was stopped by Zia Qingyu. Yi Chen sat back down. Let's go back to business. Zia Qingyu intends to discuss cooperation business. Business cooperation. You don't even look sincere in doing business with our company. You see my 5 bodyguards and I beaten up by your people. I want a compensation before doing business. Jun Moxie came up with a great idea to be close to Zia Qingyu. Then what compensation do you want? Zia Qingyu asked. How about dating for 1 day with me? You won't refuse it, right? Jun Moxie finally showed his real face. This person was really not interested in working with Yi Chen's company. He was only interested in Zia Qingyu's beauty. I can't do that. Mention any other compensation. Zia Qingyu's tone of voice was very cold. She looked dissatisfied with the requirements just mentioned by Jun Moxie. Ha ha ha. Qingyu. I'm just kidding. Don't take it too seriously. Seeing Zia Qingyu was angry, Jun Moxie had to step back and find an excuse. Compensation terms are very easy. I want to hit this person because of failing to get close to Zia Qingyu. Jun Moxie was eager to get revenge on Yi Chen. Chapter 137 Predecessor. Why are you asking for my approval? If you have the ability, you can hit him. Zia Qingyu was getting annoyed because the conditions proposed by Jun Moxie are getting weirder. Yi Chen's job was only to escort him alone. Zia Qingyu did not have the authority to make Yi Chen willing to be beaten by Jun Moxie. So you want to fight? Yi Chen went and hit Jun Moxie. This time Zia Qingyu did not stop Yi Chen. Bam. Bam! Jun Moxie's eyes changed to panda's eyes. Jun Moxie gritted his teeth. This was the first time Jun Moxie had been battered by someone. Seeing Jun Moxie not speak, the meeting ended in a deadlock. Under the table, Jun Moxie's hand holding his cell phone was contacting someone to come here and teach Yi Chen a lesson. A few minutes later, someone kicked the entrance. More than 50 people walked into the room. These 50 people carry weapons in their hands. Jun brother, where is the person you want to teach a lesson? The man with red hair asked Jun Moxie. Finally you come. Hurry up and beat this guy. He dares to make me like this with eyes like a panda. Jun Moxie pointed at Yi Chen. Seeing the situation become chaotic, Xia Qingyu was afraid. All of this was wrong by the person next to her. If only Yi Chen had obeyed, all of this would not have happened. You all quickly hit him. The man with red hair gave orders to the people behind him. Yi Chen straightened his clothes and welcomed these 50 people. With extremely fast movements, Yi Chen hit 50 of these people, flying in all directions. The situation in this room became chaotic. 50 people carrying weapons were defeated very easily by just one person. Jun Moxie was afraid to see this. He could not believe the ability of Xia Qingyu's bodyguards to be very competent. Even 50 people with weapons could be defeated in just seconds. Hearing chaos in room 5, several security officers immediately rushed there. When they arrived, they were all shocked by the sight of 50 people scattered on the floor with several bruises all over their bodies. Hearing the battle report, the owner of this place immediately rushed to room No. 5. Who dares to wreak havoc at my place? The owner of this place turned out to be AI Lang boss. The Red Wolf Gang. Behind AI Lang, there were several members of the Red Wolf Gang who escorted him. Seeing who was in the room, AI Lang immediately ran towards Yi Chen. Foreigner AI Lang saluted Yi Chen. AI Lang still remembered the scene where Yi Chen defeated 100 people that he belonged to. Moreover, this person didn't work when he was shot by a firearm. When AI Lang thought about this, his body trembled a little because of fear. Yi Chen saw the person who saluted him. Yi Chen couldn't remember what this person's name was. Who are you? Yi Chen asked AI Lang's name. This little guy is AI Lang, the boss of the Red Wolf. Seeing Yi Chen forget himself, AI Lang was not discouraged. In the eyes of someone as strong as Yi Chen, AI Lang was nothing to him. Jun Moxie and the red-haired man were surprised to see AI Lang's attitude towards Yi Chen. They had never seen AI Lang, the boss of the Red Wolf Gang, who had such great respect for someone like this. What's more, AI Lang called this person the predecessor. This made Jun Moxie and the red-haired man more surprised. Oh, so you are AI Lang? Yi Chen nodded his head. What are you predecessors doing here? Very respectfully, AI Lang asked why Yi Chen was in his place. I'm taking my CEO to do business. I didn't expect these two people to look for trouble with me. Yi Chen looked at Jun Moxie and the red-haired man. AI Lang turned his eyes towards Jun Moxie and the red-haired man. Jun Moxie. Dong Zuo, how dare you cause trouble at my place? Beat up these two people and drag them in front of their predecessors to apologize. AI Lang told all his men to capture Jun Moxie and Dong Zuo and drag him forward to Yi Chen to apologize. Hearing what AI Lang said, Jun Moxie and Dong Zuo's body shuddered. A dozen people went towards them and beat them both. After being battered, AI Lang's child brought Jun Moxie and Dong Zuo in front of Yi Chen and told them to kneel. Quickly apologized to the predecessor. AI Lang told the two men to apologize to Yi Chen. Predecessor, please forgive me. Jun Moxie was the first person to apologize, then followed by Dong Zuo, who also apologized to Yi Chen. Even though Jun Moxie is strong, he can't possibly offend the Red Wolf Gang. Both of them are in a different world. If Jun Moxie looks for trouble, he might be killed by AI Lang. Jun Moxie didn't expect that. Bodyguard Xia Qingyu knew AI Lang. Moreover, AI Lang had great respect for Yi Chen. What do you want to do with these two predecessors? AI Lang asked what to do with Jun Moxie and Dong Zuo. Wait a minute. Yi Chen went to the side of Xia Qingyu. CEO Xia, which document of agreement do you have? Yi Chen asked Xia Qingyu for a document. Xia Qingyu submitted the cooperation agreement for Yi Chen. Yi Chen looked at the contents of the document that had been made by Xia Qingyu. Yi Chen asked AI Lang's men to slightly change the contents in this document. AI Lang's men deftly finished everything. If you want to leave, you have to sign this. Yi Chen handed the document agreement to Jun Moxie to be signed immediately. Because being forced by AI Lang helplessly, Jun Moxie signed this document. Jun Moxie hasn't even read the document he signed. Co Zia. This is the document of his cooperation. Yi Chen gave the document back to Zia Qingyu. Zia Qingyu received the agreement document from Yi Chen. She wanted to see what was changed by Yi Chen in the agreement document. When Zia Qingyu read the cooperation contract, she was even more surprised. Everything in this agreement only benefited the Xianu company. Let's go back. Yi Chen invited Zia Qingyu back to the company. Zia Qingyu followed Yi Chen. From the beginning to the end she felt he was only an assistant to Yi Chen. After exchanging contact information, Yi Chen said goodbye. AI Lang, thank you for your cooperation. Yi Chen left with Zia Qingyu. No matter the predecessor, AI Lang saluted Yi Chen. After Yi Chen disappeared, AI Lang finally felt relieved. He saw Jun Moxie on the floor. You let them go. AI Lang told his men to release Jun Moxie and Donzuo. AI Lang, why are you so afraid of him? This is not like you that I know. Jun Moxie did not dare to be angry at AI Lang. He instead asked why AI Lang was so afraid of the bodyguard Zia Qingyu. Donzuo also has the same question as Jun Moxie. You two are very chaotic. Do you know that person is very strong? Even bullets can't hurt him. AI Lang told how strong Yi Chen was to Jun Moxie. Jun Moxie and Donzuo were both surprised that they couldn't believe that the person had been immune to bullets. Whether that person was a Superman could be immune from bullets. I will go. You guys take care of your own problems. AI Lang left this room. Jun Moxie also had to go. Today he really suffered a huge loss. Jun Moxie had to make excuses when explaining everything to his father. Maybe his father would be angry if he knew about this problem. Donzuo took all his men away from this place. Chapter 138. Meet Lai Qingju. Yi Chen brought Zia Qingyu back to the company. In the car, Zia Qingyu looked at Yi Chen curiously. She wanted to know who Yi Chen really was. This person was able to make the owner of the Red Star building fear him. The situation was still the same as before. Zia Qingyu did not want to speak in the slightest to Yi Chen. Yi Chen was more focused on absorbing Zia Qingyu's virgin yin. Yi Chen and Qingyu finally arrived at the company. I want to ask for your contact information just in case something happens. Zia Qingyu asked for Yi Chen's contact information. Yi Chen gave his contact information to Zia Qingyu. Your task is finished. You may leave now. After exchanging contact information, Zia Qingyu immediately went back to her room. Yi Chen was a little disappointed to see that Zia Qingyu was quite difficult to approach, because his visit to the company to see it was over. Yi Chen left the company. Starting from this morning, Yi Chen felt that he was being watched by someone. Yi Chen saw the person watching him was a cultivator. Unfortunately, his level was very low. This person was only in the initial stages of spirit profound realm. Yi Chen remembered Liu Bing's words this morning. Yun's family must have sent someone to investigate Yun Hao's death. It seemed like this person's target was him. Yi Chen deliberately did not expose this person's existence. He wanted to see what this person would do to him. Yi Chen acted like a normal person. He kept walking to his villa. On the way, it happened that Yi Chen passed by Aunt Chen's food stall. Yi Chen had just stopped by here. It hadn't been here for a long time. Aunt Chen's stall is more crowded than before. There are many buyers lining up here. Yi Chen approached and ordered something. It just so happened that the person who was receiving the order turned around in the other direction. Yi Chen felt familiar with this girl. I want to order something. Yi Chen ordered food to this girl. Hearing someone order, this girl turned towards Yi Chen. When this girl turned around, she smiled at Yi Chen. This woman is Lai Qingzu. It turns out that Lai Qingzu works part-time at this place. Sir, what do you want to order? Lai Qingzu immediately ordered Yi Chen's order. I want to order 50 goat skewers and a drink. Yi Chen told Lai Qingzu's order. We will make your order. Lai Qingzu felt she had met this young man, but she forgot where she had met with Yi Chen. After ordering food, Yi Chen waited patiently on the chair. In a corner there was a person who was watching Yi Chen's movements. This was Yun Gus Elder, the person who was told by Yun Pajun to find the person who had killed Yun Hao. After receiving a report from Lai Hun, Yun Gu watched Yi Chen's movements. So far Yun Gu still had not found evidence that Yi Chen was the culprit of Yun Hao's killer, because he long ago found the person who killed Yun Hao. Yun Pajun always scolded him. Sir, this is your order? After a few minutes Lai Qingzu delivered Yi Chen's order. Lai Qingzu prepared to put Yi Chen's order on the table. Lai Qingzu, you're here. Several people approached Aunt Chen's shop. These people were looking for Lai Qingzu. Lai Qingzu quickly repays your father's debt, this person shouted in front of Lai Qingzu. Mr. Jai, please give me time. I promise that in a few days I will pay off my father's debt. Lai Qingzu's body trembled while trying to talk to this man. I've given you plenty of time, so now quickly pay all your debt. If you can't pay it, then you have to pay it with your body. Jai Kong looked at Lai Qingzu's body passionately. Now I don't have money. Lai Qingzu stuttered, saying to Jai Kong, it's none of my business. What I want is payment from you. Jai Kong slapped the plate in the hands of Lai Qingzu. The plates hit Yi Chen's body. Yi Chen's suit was now full of sauce stains. Seeing this, Lai Qingzu took a tissue and tried to clean Yi Chen's body and clothes. Unfortunately, the sauce stain was too much. Lai Qingzu could not clean it. Yi Chen, who didn't know anything, was suddenly dragged into this matter. He stood up from his seat and stood in front of Jai Kong. What do you want? With an innocent look, Jai Kong glared at Yi Chen. What do you want? Of course, giving you lessons. Bam! Yi Chen hit Jai Kong. Yi Chen hit Jai Kong right in the mouth. Almost half of Jai Kong's teeth fell out. Blood dripped from the mouth of Jai Kong. Seeing this fight, almost all visitors in this place were interested. There was rarely a free spectacle like this. What are you doing? Quickly kill him. Seeing his bodyguard just keep quiet, Jai Kong scolded them all. The 4 Jai Kong guards just realized. They all rushed towards Yi Chen. These people didn't hesitate to use a sharp knife to fight Yi Chen. Watch out! Lai Qingzu shouted in panic as these people pulled out a sharp knife to deal with Yi Chen. All the buyers did not dare to interfere. Some of them tried to contact the police to come here immediately. Seeing those people coming towards him, Yi Chen used his feet to kick the chest of these 4 people. Bam! 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 4 consecutive kicks flew to these 4 people. The people who had just been kicked by Yi Chen all grabbed their chests and groaned in pain. Yi Chen was angry because he was bothered when he wanted to eat quietly. People like Jai Kong kept coming to him to look for problems that made him very disgusted. Lai Qingzu, watch out for you! Seeing his men carrying sharp weapons were defeated easily, Jai Kong decided to run away from this place. Before running away, Jai Kong gave a warning to Lai Qingzu. Seeing Jai Kong running, Yi Chen took a knife from the ground. He threw it, a sharp knife, at Jai Kong, who was running. Ouch! Jai Kong immediately fell to the ground. He felt a cold object stabbed into his thigh. When he looked back, there was a knife stuck in his thigh. In the corner of Yun Gu, who saw this, raised his eyebrows. Yun Gu saw how Yi Chen threw the knife very expertly. This was impossible for ordinary people to do. Yun Gu began to suspect that Yi Chen was the one who killed Yun Hao. I will report this to the head of the family. Yun Gu stopped watching Yi Chen and left this place. After being satisfied giving lessons to Jai Kong, Yi Chen intends to go home to clean himself. Master, you are all right? Lai Qingzu anxiously arrived at Yi Chen's side. I'm fine, Yi Chen said while trying to clean his dirty self. Sir, how about you go to my place to clean yourself? Seeing Yi Chen, who was dirty because of her mistake, Lai Qingzu made up her mind to make up for it by washing Yi Chen's suit. That will trouble you. Yi Chen was not comfortable bothering Lai Qingzu. It will not bother me at all. Wait a minute, I will ask Aunt Chen on leave. Lai Qingzu went to Aunt Chen to ask for leave early. Chapter 139. Ambiguous situation in the bathroom. After getting permission to leave early, Lai Qingzu invited Yi Chen to go to her house. Oh yeah. What's your name? Lai Qingzu asked Yi Chen. I'm Yi Chen. Then what is your name? Yi Chen actually knew, but he pretended not to know Lai Qingzu. I'm Lai Qingzu. Nice to meet you. Lai Qingzu smiled at Yi Chen. Lai Qingzu. It seems I have heard that name. Are you one of the school's flower in hexing? Yi Chen wanted to confirm whether this woman really was Lai Qingzu, who was a school flower. How do you know? Do you also go to school there? Lai Qingzu did not expect that Yi Chen knew about her. Yes. I also went to school there. I was in the second. No, Yi Chen did not understand where this woman looked cold. From the beginning to meet Lai Qingzu was quite friendly to him. Oh, so you are a junior. I'm currently in my 3rd year. Lai Qingzu called Yi Chen a junior. Hearing this, Yi Chen smiled. Speaking of the rumors, I heard you were quite cold to everyone. But what I saw, you were not like that. Yi Chen was curious about this. Actually, I was forced to be cold in school so that I was not bothered by other people. Every day there were always lots of men who wanted to be close to me. They used various ways to get close to me, so I changed my attitude to everyone and started chasing everyone out. The person who tries to be close to me, what Lai Qingzu wants is only to study quietly while at school. She wants to graduate with good grades and get a decent job. So that's what happened. Yi Chen nodded at Lai Qingzu. Lai Qingzu's house was not too far from Aunt Chen's stall. Within a few minutes Yi Chen arrived at Lai Qingzu's home. Lai Qingzu's house is just an ordinary house with a size of 6 × 10 meters. Let's go in. Lai Qingzu invited Yi Chen into her house. In Lai Qingzu's house it looks very simple. There are only chairs, tables and television. It looks very simple. Get your clothes off. I will wash them. Lai Qingzu asked Yi Chen to undress so she could wash them. Yi Chen thoughtlessly took off his clothes. When Yi Chen had taken off, the upper part of Lai Qingzu's face flushed. Yi Chen's perfect muscles were clearly visible in front of Lai Qingzu. This was the first time Lai Qingzu saw a man's body this close. She is so stupid to tell a man to undress in front of her. She should have told Yi Chen to undress in the bathroom. Seeing Yi Chen intend to take off the bottom of the pants, Lai Qingzu immediately stopped him. Yi Chen, wait. You should take it off in the bathroom. Lai Qingzu escorted Yi Chen to the bathroom in the back. With the part of the naked bag, Yi Chen followed behind Lai Qingzu. After arriving, Yi Chen went into the bathroom and took off all his clothes and handed them to Lai Qingzu for washing. Because Lai Qingzu did not have a washing machine, she had to wash it manually. In the ceiling of the bedroom, Yi Chen saw his pants and bra being dried. These underwear were dominated by black and dark purple. This was a very sexy color. It seems like Lai Qingzu likes to wear underwear that are brave enough. Lai Qingzu, who was washing Yi Chen's clothes, suddenly remembered something. This morning she was drying her underwear and bra in the bathroom. If Yi Chen saw that, it would be very chaotic. Lai Qingzu really liked to wear sexy underwear. There was a special pleasure when wearing sexy underwear. She immediately put down Yi Chen's laundry and rushed to the bathroom. Without much thought, Lai Qingzu opened the bathroom door. Yi Chen happened to not lock the bathroom door, so Lai Qingzu could enter. Lai Qingzu immediately saw Yi Chen's naked body. Lai Qingzu's gaze dropped down and saw a large man's meat stick. Lai Qingzu was surprised to see that Yi Chen's object was very large. Moreover, it was still not fully erect. Yi Chen saw Lai Qingzu enter in surprise as he immediately covered his younger brother. Lai Qingzu, what are you doing? Yi Chen asked for Lai Qingzu's explanation. Me. Lai Qingzu did not know how to expose this to Yi Chen. Instead, she saw her own underwear hanging from the ceiling. It's over. He must have seen it. Now he will think that I'm an open woman. Lai Qingzu was very embarrassed. Her face turned red like an apple. Lai Qingzu closed her eyes and ran to try to get the underwear. She was hanging from the ceiling. Lai Qingzu, what are you doing? Yi Chen asked for Lai Qingzu's explanation. Me. Lai Qingzu did not know how to expose this to Yi Chen. Instead, he saw his own underwear hanging from the ceiling. It's over. He must have seen it. Now he will think that I'm an open woman. Lai Qingzu was very embarrassed. Her face turned red like an apple. Lai Qingzu closed his eyes and ran to try to get the underwear he was hanging from the ceiling. Because Lai Qingzu's slippery floor suddenly slipped, she naturally screamed. Lai Qingzu crashed into Yi Chen. Yi Chen, who was not ready, also fell with Lai Qingzu. Lai Qingzu was currently lying down riding Yi Chen's body. Moreover, her body was hugged by Yi Chen. Lai Qingzu could feel the warmth of Yi Chen's arms. This was the first time Lai Qingzu felt this kind of comfort. You're fine. Yi Chen asked Lai Qingzu's state. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Lai Qingzu immediately woke up. She tried to get up from Yi Chen's body. When Lai Qingzu stood up, she suddenly touched Yi Chen's younger brother. Lai Qingzu touched something hot. Out of curiosity, Lai Qingzu tried to squeeze it. When squeezed by Lai Qingzu, this thing got bigger and harder. Yi Chen moaned in pleasure because his possessions were touched by Lai Qingzu. Lai Qingzu immediately realized that what was held belonged to Yi Chen. The current situation became ambiguous. Because it was too ashamed that Lai Qingzu could not think clearly. How long will you hold it? Yi Chen couldn't stand it when his younger brother was held by the beautiful Lai Qingzu. The fire in Yi Chen's body began to rise. If it continued like this, then something bad would happen. Lai Qingzu regained consciousness and immediately stood up. She took the underwear that was hanging on the ceiling and immediately ran away from the bathroom. Yi Chen, who was still hard downstairs, was left alone in the bathroom. After a while Yi Chen had finished bathing and came out of the bathroom. Yi Chen was wearing the clothes that had been prepared by Lai Qingzu. Lai Qingzu had prepared the clothes of his late father for Yi Chen. Lai Qingzu has now also finished washing Yi Chen's clothes and drying them. Because they do not have a dryer at home, they have to be dried manually to dry. Lai Qingzu did not know what to say at this time. She felt confused to start a conversation. Chapter 140 Lai Qingzu's mother. Qingzu, you're home. From the door a woman called out. A middle-aged woman enters this house. This woman is at least 41 years old. Some of her hair has started to turn white. Mother, you are back. Lai Qingzu immediately welcomed her mother's return. Lai Qingzu's mother named Zhu Mui. She worked in a factory nearby. Zhu Mui's monthly salary was only $1,000. It was only enough to eat herself and Lai Qingzu for 1 month. That's why mother and daughter have difficulty paying debts to Jai Kong. Qingzu, you're not spelling today. Why did you go home earlier? Zhu Mui asked Lai Qingzu why she had come home earlier than usual. Actually, Jai Kong was looking for me and made a fuss. That's why I went home earlier. Lai Qingzu explained to her mother what happened today. Are you okay? Zhu Mui was worried about his daughter's situation. No, I'm fine, said Lai Qingzu to make her mother stop worrying. Hey, Qingzu, who is this? Seeing a man in her house, there was a slight dissatisfaction in the tone of Zhu Mui's voice. This young man was very handsome. Zhu Mui began to ask who this young man was and what his relationship with her daughter was. Zhu Mui strictly forbids her daughter from dating. It will hinder the learning process of Lai Qingzu. Lai Qingzu is currently in the 3rd year. Soon she will face an exam. She should not be bothered with things like dating. If Lai Qingzu's grades are bad, then her future will also be bleak. That's why Zhu Mui forbids Lai Qingzu from dating at a young age. Seeing his mother misunderstood, Lai Qingzu immediately explained, Mother, he is my junior at the school named Yi Chen. Coincidentally, he also helped me expel Jai Kong, who was collecting debt. After listening to his daughter's explanation, Zhu Mui began to understand who this young man was. Apparently this young man was her daughter's savior. Hello, my name is Zhu Mui. I am Lai Qingzu's mother. Thank you for saving my daughter. Zhu Mui thanked Yi Chen. It doesn't matter to Aunt Zhu. After all, that person was the first to look for trouble for me, so I had to answer it. Yi Chen very politely said to Zhu Mui, you are a good and polite young person. Zhu Mui gave praise to Yi Chen. Lai Qingzu, on the other hand, was still embarrassed when he faced Yi Chen. The ambiguous thing in the bathroom still occurred to her. Well, Yi Chen, how about you have dinner here? Even though this is a reward for saving Qingzu, Zhu Mui invited Yi Chen to have dinner at this house. Thank you, Auntie. I hope I did not bother you. Yi Chen did not reject the kindness of Aunt Zhu Mui. You just wait, I will cook delicious food for you too. Zhu Mui entered the small kitchen and started cooking. Lai Qingzu let Yi Chen watch TV, while she herself took a book from the room and began to study in the living room. You are very active and learning. Do you have aspirations as a teacher? Yi Chen said, a little joking. How do you know if you can read other people's minds? Lai Qingzu was a little surprised that Yi Chen could know the ideals that he wanted to achieve. Haha. Of course. I can even see the future. You want to try? The situation has begun to return to the norm. Lai Qingzu is no longer ashamed to speak to Yi Chen. Is it true? Lai Qingzu is a bit interested in this matter. Seeing the innocence of Lai Qingzu, Yi Chen smiled, then put out your palm. Yi Chen told Lai Qingzu to stretch out her palm. Lai Qingzu obediently held out her smooth palm. Yi Chen just remembered that this soft hand that had held his younger brother. Yi Chen began to touch the smooth palm of Lai Qingzu. I predict in the future you will live happily with a handsome and strong husband. You will live for a very long time with that person. Yi Chen finished predicting Lai Qingzu. You teased me. Didn't the man you said refer to yourself? Lai Qingzu said with a smile. Seeing Lai Qingzu, who smiled so beautiful, in her heart Lai Qingzu was very happy. This was the first time she had joked with a man. Yi Chen smiled. He just wanted to tease Lai Qingzu a little more cheerfully. After a while Zhu Mui came with a few dishes. All the dishes made by Aunt Zhu Mui were only vegetables. Aunt Zhu Mui did not have money to buy meat. That's why every day they ate food like this. Our food is not very fancy. I hope you like it. Zhu Mui apologized because she could not provide proper food to Yi Chen. No problem. I like this kind of cooking. Because Yi Chen had gotten used to living a difficult life in the past, he didn't mind eating food like this. Lai Qingzu had also put down textbooks and joined together to eat together. The three of them began eating the food that was on the table. Yi Chen, what are your parents doing right now? Zhu Mui wanted to know a little about Yi Chen. Auntie, since childhood I did not have parents. I was treated by grandfather when I was a child. Now grandfather has died. So I decided to live in this city. Yi Chen was a little sad when he remembered his grandfather who had died. Oh sorry. Aunt did not mean to see Yi Chen like that. Zhu Mui apologized. Zhu Mui did not think that Yi Chen's life was quite pathetic. Lai Qingzu was also quite sorry for Yi Chen's past life. No problem. Now I have a happy life with a new family that I have. Yi Chen is now happy with the life he has now. Lai Qingzu and Zhu Mui both nodded. After eating, Zhu Mui cleaned the dishes that were on the table. Bam-um, 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 bam-um. Outside someone banged on the door very loudly. Prostitute Zhu Mui. Hurry up and get out right now. Outside someone shouted at Zhu Mui very loudly. Zhu Mui, who heard this voice, immediately shuddered. Zhu Mui was very familiar with the voice. Mother, why is he here? Lai Qingzu, who was also afraid, asked her mother. I don't know. Let's see. Zhu Mui came to the door. Bam-um, 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 bam-um. Outside the person was still banging on the door very strongly. With a little fear, Zhu Mui opened the door. Outside there was a middle-aged man with a very chaotic appearance standing in front of the door. This person carrying a bottle of alcohol in his hand. Zhu Mui, why did you take so long to open the door? This man shouted angrily at Zhu Mui. Hu Tian, why did you come here again? Are you not satisfied to destroy our lives? Zhu Mui trembled slightly in anger at Hu Tian. Hu Tian is Lai Qing's stepfather. 10 years ago Zhu Mui married Hu Tian. At that time their lives were still very beautiful. But now Hu Tian often asks money to Zhu Mui and Lai Qingzu to get drunk and gamble. Chapter 141, The Difficult Times of the Lai Qingzu Family. Ha! I'll leave if you give me some money. Hu Tian shamelessly asked for money from Zhu Mui. We don't have any more money. You better leave here. Zhu Mui got angry and yelled at Hu Tian. Zhu Mui was very angry at Hu Tian. This person not only ruined the lives of herself and her daughter, but also made her incur enormous amounts of debt. Hai Tian used to be a hard worker. Both of them own a small clothing store. Their lives were very fulfilled at that time. But one day Hu Tian began to know the name of gambling. Hu Tian sold all the goods he owned and spent in gambling. Gradually all the items that Hu Tian had ran out. He was at a loss of his mind and bravely offered the land and house to Jai Kong. Initially it was only $10. But after a few years of arrears, the debt was now $50,000. Zhu Mui did not know how to get that kind of money to pay for Jai Kong. This house and land is a legacy left by Lai Qing's biological father. No matter how, Zhu Mui must defend this house no matter what. I do not care. If you do not give me money I will not leave this place. Hu Tian threatened not to leave if not given money by Zhu Mui. You go. We do not accept you in this place. Lai Qingzu, who was behind Zhu Mui, also expelled Hu Tian. Lai Qingzu was sick of seeing Hu Tian's face, who always intimidated her mother. Little bitch, how dare you say that to your father? Did you ask for a beating? Hu Tian raised his hand and prepared to hit Lai Qingzu. Seeing this, Zhu Mui, who was in front, tried to prevent Hu Tian from beating her daughter. Stop it. You didn't hear that the two of them didn't accept you in this place. Yi Chen, who had been watching all this time, finally started to act. He didn't like to see how this person behaved to Aunt Zhu Mui and Lai Qingzu. Who are you? What is your business with this family? Hu Tian, who at this time was gripped by Yi Chen, asked dissatisfied. I am Yi Chen's friend, Lai Qingzu, Yi Chen said to Hu Tian. Yi Chen's tone was not very friendly. You're just a friend of Qingzu. How dare you interfere in someone's family problems? Hu Tian tried to break away from Yi Chen's clutches. Yi Chen did not want to let go of Hu Tian's hand. Hu Tian, who couldn't break away from Yi Chen, began to rebel strongly. Hu Tia used the bottle he was holding to hit Yi Chen's head. Clank. Before hitting his head, Yi Chen punched the bottle in Hu Tian's hand until it broke into pieces. Yi Chen strengthened the grip of his hands. Hu Tan felt pain when Yi Chen's grip was strengthened. He immediately knelt on the ground. Aunt Zhu, what do you want me to do with this person? Yi Chen politely asked Zhu Mui. Yi Chen quickly expelled this person from here. Like Qingzu was the first person to speak. She was very afraid to see Hu Tan, who often intimidated her and her mother. You can drive him out of this place. Zhu Mui already had no feelings for this man. For her, Hu Tan was now a stranger. Okay, Yi Chen lifted up Hu Tan and threw it towards the mud puddle on the side of the road. Seeing Hu Tan dirty mud bath, there is a little satisfaction in Lai Qing's heart. Usually Hu Tan will persecute her mother to give money. This time seeing Hu Tan being persecuted by Yi Chen makes Lai Qingzu happy. Hu Tan immediately got up from the dirty mud puddle. I will kill you. He looked at Yi Chen with a killing look. Hu Tan grabbed something around himself to be used as a weapon to fight Yi Chen. He took a large wooden block and advanced towards Yi Chen. Seeing Hu Tan, who did not surrender, this time kicked Hu Tan hard enough. Hu Tan was flown a few meters before hitting a brick wall owned by a neighbor. Hu Tan held his chest with pain. He tried to rise from the ground. Just watch you, because he could not fight this young man. Hu Tan ran away from this place. Before running away, Hu Tan did not forget to give warnings to Zhu Mui and Lai Qingzu. After Hu Tan left for Yi Chen, Lai Qingzu and Zhu Mui re-entered the house. Aunt Zhu, who is that guy? Yi Chen asked who the man who was just looking for trouble. Zhu Mui began to explain to Yi Chen who the man was. So he is Lai Qing's stepfather. Yi Chen now knew who the man was. But auntie, if you don't like it, why not part with that person? Yi Chen asked. Seeing how the man treated Zhu Mui and Lai Qingzu, Zhu Mui should divorce him so she could be separated from that person. I don't have money for divorce fees. As long as we can just eat, we are very grateful, Zhu Mui said helplessly. Yi Chen understood Zhu Mui's reason. Economic factors were the biggest reason in today's society. Because it was getting dark, Yi Chen had to go home. He said goodbye to Lai Qingzu and Aunt Zhu Mui. Qingzu drove Yi Chen away. Zhu Mui told Lai Qingzu to take Yi Chen away. Alright, mother. Lai Qingzu walked out with Yi Chen. Yi Chen, thanks for today. Lai Qingzu thanked Yi Chen. Thank you for what? Of course, to help both of us from the problems that happened today. When saying this, Lai Qingzu bowed her head down. It turns out that I don't mind helping, Yi Chen told Lai Qingzu. For your coat, I will give it back to you tomorrow when it's dry. You don't need to worry because Yi Chen's coat is still wet. Lai Qingzu can't possibly give it to Yi Chen. It's better to give it tomorrow morning when it's dry. I understand. Then see you later. Yi Chen gave goodbye to Lai Qingzu. See you later. Lai Qingzu waved at Yi Chen's departure. After Yi Chen disappeared, she finally returned to the house. Yi Chen used his cell phone to call someone. The call was connected. Hello, I need your help to find Jai Kong and Hu Tan, then bring them here. After saying that, Yi Chen closed the call. Yi Chen would slightly help Lai Qingzu solve the problems that his family had. Currently, Jai Kong is in the hospital doing treatment. His injured leg is currently being stitched by a doctor. Proud, the room door was kicked by someone. A man with a tattoo entered the treatment room. You guys drag him quickly. The man with the tattoo told some of his men to bring Jai Kong. Help me. Jai Kong helplessly dragged by people. Doctors who see this do nothing, they just look at the side. They don't want to deal with problem people who have problems. Chapter 142. Problem solved easily. These people dragged Jai Kong and took him to a black car in front of the hospital. In the car, it turns out there is also Hu Tan, whose mouth is stuffed with duct tape. Next to Hu Tan there is a person who Jai Kong is no stranger to. Boss Wolf, what you really want from this little guy? Seeing the person who wanted to meet with him was AI Lang. Jai Kong immediately shrunk. In front of AI Lang, Jai Kong was just like a small anchovy. There is someone who wants to meet you, AI Lang said nonchalantly. AI Lang was really great. In a short time he managed to find the whereabouts of Hu Tan and Jai Kong. AI Lang brought these two people to meet Yi Chen at the place he had promised. AI Lang's car very quickly arrived at the place where Yi Chen was. After arriving, he immediately got out of the car and greeted Yi Chen again. Ancestors. Yi Chen waited for AI Lang in an alley. Seeing AI Lang coming quickly, Yi Chen was satisfied. Did you find them? Yi Chen asked. Ancestors. I found them. You guys quickly dragged the two people out of the car. AI Lang told some of his men to drag Jai Kong and Hu Tan out of the car. Jai Kong and Hu Tan were dragged in front of Yi Chen. They were both told to kneel by Ai Lang's men. Do you know why I am looking for you? Yi Chen asked Jai Kong and Hu Tan. Of course both of them knew the young man in front of them. Today Jai Kong and Hu Tan were both looking for problems with this young man. Not unexpectedly Ai Lang, who is the boss of the Red Wolf, is very respectful of this person. Sir, I'm sorry for offending you. Please spare me. Jai Kong is smarter. He immediately apologizes so he can get out of the current situation. I'm sorry for not having eyes and offending you. Hu Tan also immediately apologized to Yi Chen. Hu Tan did not think Zhu Mui would know someone this great. I don't need your apologies. There's something else I need from you guys. Yi Chen made them raise their heads. Really? Jai Kong and Hu Tan said happily. Jai Kong, I heard that Zhu Mui's house certificate is in your hands. Is that true? Yi Chen asked Jai Kong. That's right. So what? Jai Kong asked confusedly. I want you to return the certificate and never again disturb the life of Aunt Zhu and Lai Qingzhu. Do you understand? Yi Chen said very firmly. But they still have debt to me, said Jai Kong reluctantly. Crack! Ai Lang's men cocked the firearms he was carrying. The person looked at Jai Kong with a creepy smile. Seeing this, Jai Kong almost scared to death. Well, he'll do it. Although Jai Kong is not willing to give up $50,000, he must give up for the sake of his life. Money can be sought, but life is only one. Who is a fool who wants to exchange lives for $50,000? Good. What are you waiting for? Quickly do now. Remember, never mention who I am in front of Lai Qingzhu and Zhu Mui. Yi Chen told Jai Kong to leave immediately. Well, I understand. Jai Kong with a little difficulty trying to run. He ignored the pain in his thighs and ran as fast as he could. Now only Hu Tan was left alone. He asked what this young man wanted in him. And for you, Yi Chen said, pointing to Hu Tan. Yes, Hu Tan straightened up and waited for Yi Chen's decision. I want you to leave this city and never come back. If you dare to come back, then you will know the risk you have to pay. Yi Chen wants Hu Tan to disappear from this city forever. This way, Zhu Mui and Lai Qingzhu can live safely and peaceful. Well, I understand. Hu Tan did not dare to refute Yi Chen's orders. He immediately took money from Yi Chen and left this place. Wait for me to change my mind. Yi Chen changed his mind. How could he just let this person go? He had to make this person suffer like Aunt Zhu Mui. You guys beat him up and threw him out of this city. Yi Chen ordered Ai Lang's men to beat Hu Tan and throw him out of the city. Wait, please spare me. On my face, even though Hu Tan tried to ask for compassion, Ai Lang's men still beat him. After Hu Tan's face was swollen everywhere, Ai Lang's men put in a luggage bag and were ready to throw this person away from this city. Seeing the two men leave, Ai Lang, come forward in front of Yi Chen. What ancestor is this that you want? That is what I want for the good of everyone, Yi Chen told Ai Lang. If that is the wish of the ancestors, then it is best for them, Ai Lang said with a nod. You did a good job. This is for you. Yi Chen took a body strengthening technique book and handed it to Ai Lang. Ai Lang received the book from Yi Chen and asked Ancestor, what is this? This is a body strengthening technique. If you can learn it to a high enough level, you will get extraordinary strength. Even bullets and weapons won't be able to hurt you. Yi Chen explained the ability of this technique to Ai Lang. Hearing this, Ai Lang's eyes sparkled. He did not expect to get a cheat ability from this ancestor. To learn it depends on how great your understanding is. My business here is over. It's time for me to go. After saying that, Yi Chen disappeared like smoke. Everyone was very surprised to see Yi Chen disappear into thin air. Ai Lang himself holds this book like a valuable treasure he once owned. Ai Lang's decision to follow Yi Chen turned out to be right. He benefited greatly from this ancestor. Let's go back. Ai Lang and all his men immediately got into the car and returned to the headquarters of the Red Wolf gang. Yi Chen was almost at the villa. When Yi Chen entered, he had been waited by Zhao Yanyan in the living room. This husband is bad. Zhao Yanyan rushed to Yi Chen. What is wrong? Yi Chen immediately asked worriedly. That, my grandfather seems to have found our relationship. He wants to invite you to go to his house. While saying this, there was a little fear in the tone of Zhao Yanyan's voice. Oh, that's it. I think what Yi Chen was relieved to know that nothing bad had happened to his family. Why are you so relaxed if Grandpa doesn't agree with our relationship? How do I don't want to be separated from you. Zhao Yanyan seemed to cry when she said this. Yi Chen hugged Zhao Yanyan to try to calm her down. You don't need to worry. We can definitely convince your grandfather. Chapter 143 Visit to Grandfather Zhao's house. Yi Chen had met with Zhao Jinshan. Zhao Jinshan had considered himself a future son-in-law. That's why Yi Chen was not worried when Zhao Yanyan mentioned this. Yi Chen deliberately kept this a secret from Zhao Yanyan for future surprises. Zhao Yanyan began to calm down. Let's get ready and go to your grandfather's house. After Zhao Yanyan calmed down, Yi Chen told Zhao Yanyan to start getting ready. Yi Chen also had to change his clothes. Yi Chen changed into an expensive gray suit. He still had to wait for Zhao Yanyan to finish dressing up. After a few minutes, Zhao Yanyan came down from the top floor. Tonight Zhao Yanyan wore a plain white dress with a butterfly motif embroidered on several parts. A bronze butterfly-shaped pan was placed next to Zhao Yanyan's hair, which made it look very elegant. Zhao Yanyan in this dress suit looked very beautiful, like a fairy coming down from the sky. Because Yi Chen was often moisturized, Zhao Yanyan was getting more and more beautiful and graceful like a goddess. Seeing this, Yi Chen had never turned his eyesight on Zhao Yanyan's body. Why are you staring at me like that? Are there any flowers on my face? Zhao Yanyan asked. Seeing Yi Chen staring dazedly at her, Zhao Yanyan smiled softly. That's because Yanyan is very pretty. Yi Chen came and hugged Zhao Yanyan's slim waist. Yi Chen wanted to hug Zhao Yanyan's beauty and drag her to bed. Unfortunately, that was not possible to do for now. Receiving praise from Yi Chen, Zhao Yanyan's heart was very happy. Every woman was happy to be praised beautiful, especially by the man she loved the most. Let's go. Zhao Yanyan put her arm around Yi Chen's arm and invited Yi Chen to go to her grandfather's house. Zhao's grandfather's house is in the military district. This district is the safest district in the city. This place is guarded by people from the military, who also wants to look for trouble in the military-owned district. Zhao Yanyan pointed to the mansion that belonged to her grandfather. Yi Chen immediately drove his car to the gate of grandfather's Zhao house. Seeing that the one who came was the young lady, the guards immediately let Yi Chen's car inside. Yi Chen and Zhao Yanyan walked side by side towards the entrance. This time Zhao Yanyan was a little annoyed when he was about to meet her grandfather. The reason was that Yi Chen had come along with her. Ding! Zhao Yanyan pressed the doorbell. After waiting for a while, the door opened. The person who just opened the door was Zhao Jinshan. Today Zhao Jinshan was wearing clothes while still in the military. The reason he was wearing this outfit was because there would be guests coming from the capital. This guest was a good friend of Zhao Jinshan while he was general. Zhao's grandfather did not meet for a long time. Yi Chen saluted Zhao Jinshan. The future daughter-in-law finally wants to come too. Let's go inside. Zhao Jinshan warmly welcomed Yi Chen. Seeing Yi Chen and her grandfather very familiar made Zhao Yanyan look stupid. The scenario that Zhao Yanyan thought of all was destroyed in an instant. She did not think that Yi Chen had known her grandfather. Zhao Yanyan hated because Yi Chen had not told her this before. She thought that if her grandfather did not like her and Yi Chen being related and would separate the two. It turned out that the results were the opposite. Yanyan, what are you waiting for? Quickly enter the house. Zhao Jinshan told Zhao Yanyan to come into the house. Zhao Yanyan sullenly followed behind Yi Chen and her grandfather. Seeing Zhao Yanyan sulking was quite cute. At the table, the food had been laid out very neatly. The servants cooked a lot of food for them. Many people welcoming Yi Chen and Zhao Yanyan. Next to the table was an old woman whose age was similar to Zhao Jinshan. This grandmother was wearing pretty good clothes. This was Zhao Yanyan's grandmother. Her name was Tang Nu. Tang Nu told the servants to finish everything quickly. Seeing the arrival of Yi Chen, Zhao Jinshan and Zhao Yanyan, Tang Nu welcomed them with a warm smile. Yi Chen, Yanyan, you finally came. Tang Nu has learned the name Yi Chen from her husband Zhao Jinshan. Future daughter-in-law. Introduce my wife Tang Nu. She will be your future grandmother-in-law. Zhao Jinshan introduced Tang Nu to Yi Chen. Zhao Yanyan, who heard this, blushed like an apple. She had no idea that her grandfather would bless her relationship with Yi Chen this fast. Tang grandmother. The younger generation is happy to meet you. Yi Chen saluted Tang Nu. No need to be too formal. We will become family in the future. Seeing Yi Chen too formal, Tang Nu tried to tell Yi Chen not to be too formal with the family. All right grandmother. Yi Chen nodded at Tang Nu. You sit down. We still have to wait for an important guest. Zhao Jinshan told Yi Chen and Zhao Yanyan to sit first. When seated, Gao Yanyan pinched Yi Chen's waist. Ouch! Yanyan, what are you doing? Yi Chen protested because Zhao Yanyan suddenly pinched his waist hard. It was a reply for playing with me. Zhao Yanyan puffed her cheek, dissatisfied. She was still dissatisfied with Yi Chen. Haha. I just want to give you a little surprise. Don't be angry, okay? Yi Chen tried to persuade Zhao Yanyan not to be angry anymore. Zhao Yanyan looked into Yi Chen's eyes gently. Husband. Since when did you meet my grandfather? Zhao Yanyan asked when Yi Chen knew her grandfather. I met with your grandfather while helping you to solve the problems in her company. Yi Chen began to explain the beginning of his meeting with Zhao Jinshan. So you met Grandpa by chance? Zhao Yanyan, who heard Yi Chen's explanation. She now understood why her grandfather's attitude began to change a little. Grandfather was a very protective person. Even Zhao Yanyan had to make a million reasons to get permission from Lin Raoxi. Lin Raoxi himself would report what Zhao Yanyan wanted to do to Zhao Jinshan. Now that she was free, Raoxi's sister also began to let herself do what she wanted. The reason might be because Zhao's grandfather had fully surrendered Zhao Yanyan's security responsibility to Yi Chen. After waiting long enough, important guests still have not arrived. Yanyan, actually, who is this important guest? Why that person is so long in coming? It's been almost 1 hour. Yi Chen and Zhao Yanyan waiting at the dinner table. If by his side there is no Zhao Yanyan who accompanied Yi Chen, must have been bored to death. Outside, Zhao Jinshan and Tang Nu were still waiting patiently. Until now, important guest Zhao Jinshan still hadn't arrived. A few moments later, the roar of the helicopter was heard. There were 3 helicopters flying above the home of Zhao Jinshan. One of the 3 helicopters descends down. The other 2 helicopters are watching from above. Zhao Jinshan's yard was very large. It could accommodate the largest helicopter landing. After the helicopter landed, the door opened and there were 2 people coming out of the helicopter. One was an old man who wore military clothes the same as Zhao Jinshan. The difference between the stars on the shoulders of this old man were 5 stars and more badges, which showed that this old man was the highest general in the military. And another, there is an adult woman who is beautiful, glamorous and graceful. This woman is at least around 30 years old. Chapter 144, Temptation under the table. This beautiful adult woman wears a black dress suit, which adds to the impression of maturity. A face that always smiles makes everyone unable to take their eyes off the adult woman. This woman was Su Mengxin, the woman Yi Chen had once helped when he first returned to Earth. The old man in front of Su Mengxin was her grandfather. He was named Su Wansen, currently serving as the highest general in the military. Despite being over 70 years old, Su Wansen still looked very strong and healthy. Su Wansen is the highest general in the country. He is still actively leading the military because until now no one has been able to replace him to lead the military in this country. These 2 people immediately headed towards Zhao Jinshan and Tang Nu. My old brother Jinshan. Long time no see. Su Wansen gave greetings to Zhao Jinshan. Ha. We haven't seen each other in a few years. Come here. Zhao Jinshan gave a hug of friendship to Su Wansen. Both of them are friends who have gone through many battles to become a general. Unfortunately, Zhao Jinshan decided to retire early. General Su, long time no see. Tang Zu beside Zhao Jinshan also gave a warm greeting to Su Wansen. Hello, Sister Nu. Su Wansen replied. Tang Nu. Mengxin quickly greets brother Zhao Jinshan and sister Tang Nu. Seeing that Su Mengxin still did not greet Zhao Jinshan and Tang Nu, Su Wansen reprimanded Su Mengxin. Su Mengxin finally stepped forward and saluted Zhao Jinshan and Tang Nu. Greetings Zhao grandfather. Greetings Tang grandmother. Oh Mengxin, 1 decade did not see you, now become a very beautiful woman. A husband who marries you in your future will surely be very lucky. Tang Nu praised the beauty of adult Su Mengxin, who is very well maintained. 10 years ago, in the eyes of Tang Nu, Su Mengxin was still an innocent little girl. After 10 years, that innocent little girl had been transformed into a beautiful, glamorous and elegant adult woman. Mengxin is honored to be praised by Tang's grandmother, Su said with a warm smile. Sister Tang. Mengxin is a stubborn granddaughter. Until now all applications from handsome, rich, and have good careers were all rejected by her. I don't know how long she will be alone all the time. Su Wansen is helpless with Su Mengxin, who until now has not found a partner. Su Mengxin's age is already 30 years old. If he does not get married quickly, Su Wansen is afraid that it will be difficult to find someone who wants to marry his granddaughter. Brother Wansen, you don't need to worry. One day Mengsen will definitely find someone suitable for herself. Dao Jinshan comforted Su Wansen not to think too much about this. Hearing this from her grandfather, Su Mengsen was a little annoyed in her heart. Her grandfather always only mentioned the problems of couples and marriage. Although annoyed, Su Mengsen could still smile in front of Zhao Jinshan, Tang Nu and his grandfather. Never mind. Let's go inside. Tang Nu's grandmother invited everyone to enter the house. Yi Chen and Zhao Yanyan were still waiting in their seats patiently. As several people entered, Yi Chen and Zhao Yanyan simultaneously looked towards the entrance. Yi Chen saw a familiar woman walking in the back of the group. This woman walked very gracefully. Why is she here? Yi Chen was surprised to see Su Mengsen again. Su Mengsen looked towards the dining table. When she saw that it was Yi Chen, Su Mengsen's eyes sparkled. Yi Chen and Su Mengsen's eyes met. Su Mengsen gave Yi Chen a seductive smile. If there wasn't anyone here, Su Mengsen would have hugged Yi Chen since earlier. Brother Jinshan. Who is this? Su Wansen asked who the two young generation were sitting on chairs. This one is Zhao Yanyan, my granddaughter. And this one is Yi Chen, my future daughter-in-law. Gao Jinshan introduced Zhao Yanyan and Yi Chen to Su Wansen. I do not regret that Zhao Yanyan will become a beautiful girl after growing up. After hearing from Zhao Jinshan, Su Wansen finally remembered who Zhao Yanyan was. Wait, you say this young man is a future daughter-in-law, so you have found a suitable man for your daughter? Su Wansen said enviously. In fact, Yanyan herself has found her love. I don't want to interfere too much in the problems of young people. Zhao Jinshan told Su Wansen. Mengsen, you see, even little Yanyan has found her love. Then when will you do it? Su Wansen tried to give encouragement to Su Mengsen to quickly get a partner. Hearing Yi Chen was Zhao's future son-in-law, Su Mengsen felt deeply lost in her heart. Su Mengsen looked at Zhao Yanyan with great envy. This young woman was even more beautiful than herself. No wonder Yi Chen likes this woman. Yanyan is the important guest I'm talking about. This is Su Wansen, the great general of the military. And this is Su Mengsen's granddaughter Su Wansen. Zhao Jinshan replaced, introducing Su Wansen and Su Mengsen. Yi Chen and Zhao Yanyan immediately greeted Su Mengsen and Su Wansen. Let's start the dinner. Zhao Jinshan decided to start the dinner. Because each other's seats are very empty, everyone immediately looks for their own seats. Su Mengsen walked and sat on the curb with Yi Chen's side. Yi Chen was currently clenched by two beauties who could overthrow the kingdom. Su Wansen looked at Su Mengsen quite strangely. Not usually her granddaughter would sit next to a man he had just met. Let's start with a toast together. Zhao Jinshan took a glass of wine without alcohol and lifted it into the air. Everyone followed what Zhao Jinshan did. Cheers. Everyone immediately drank the wine in each glass. Zhao Jinshan and Su Wansen began to talk about things in the past. Yi Chen and Zhao Yanyan were joking with each other again. Su Mengsen, who was beside Yi Chen, was annoyed at being ignored by Yi Chen. Su Mengsen had the idea of a cunning idea. She let go of one of her high heels. Su Mengsen's soft feet suddenly entangled Yi Chen's feet. Yi Chen felt under the table something gently touching his feet with a tease. He looked down and found Su Mengsen's beautiful feet playing on his feet. Yi Chen glanced at Su Mengsen with a questioning look. Seeing Yi Chen confused, Su Mengsen smiled and boldly teased Yi Chen. Yi Chen, what's up? Seeing Yi Chen suddenly stop talking, Zhao Yanyan immediately asked. It's okay to just choke a little while drinking this wine. Yi Chen made an excuse not to know. Stop drinking wine. This is water for you. Zhao Yanyan immediately fetched water and gave it to Yi Chen. Yi Chen smiled and received this water from Zhao Yanyan. Under the table, Su Mengsen's soft legs were dishonestly still trapping Yi Chen's feet. Su Mengsen even bolder. She reached out to Yi Chen's thigh and rolled her finger around there. Yi Chen patiently resisted the temptation of Su Mengsen. Seeing Yi Chen still ignoring herself, Su Mengsen increasingly wanted to make Yi Chen look at her. Yi Chen groaned softly. Su Mengsen's hand suddenly squeezed Yi Chen's younger brother with a soft. Yi Chen had no idea that Su Mengsen was very brave to do something like this. Su Mengsen was surprised to touch Yi Chen's large object. As a mature woman, of course, Su Mengsen was already very well aware of this problem. She did not think Yi Chen had this much capital. Moreover, it is not yet fully awake. If it is fully awake, can it enter a woman's body? Yi Chen is actually what's wrong with you. Xiao Yanyan was increasingly worried about Yi Chen. She had never seen Yi Chen behave as strange as today. It's okay, just a little small problem. Where is the bathroom? I want to go to the bathroom for a while. Yi Chen wanted to get away from Su Mengsen's temptation. You go straight then turn left. Xiao Yanyan gave directions to the bathroom. Yi Chen immediately went towards the bathroom that Zhao Yanyan said. Seeing Yi Chen get up from his seat, Su Mengsen immediately pulled her hand away from Yi Chen's younger brother, so that no one would know. Chapter 145 The Temptation of Su Mengsen. Yi Chen immediately went towards the bathroom. While walking, Yi Chen tried to hide the tent that was standing on his crotch. Seeing Yi Chen run away, Su Mengsen was not satisfied. Where could Su Mengsen have let Yi Chen escape so easily? I also want to go to the bathroom. After saying that to Zhao's grandfather and grandfather, Su Mengsen immediately went after Yi Chen to the bathroom. Seeing this, there was a hint of suspicion in Zhao Yanyan's eyes. When in the bathroom, Yi Chen immediately washed his face by using water from the wasteful to calm himself. He had no idea that Su Mengsen could be that brave. With an adult body that teased where maybe Yi Chen could stand it. Suddenly someone hugged himself from behind. This person wrapped her arms around Yi Chen's neck. Yi Chen felt the sensation of a soft object on his back. Without having to turn around, Yi Chen already knew what object was pressing against his back. Su Mengsen, what are you doing? Stop teasing me. Yi Chen couldn't stand the temptation of Su Mengsen. The two big rabbits of Su Mengsen were slightly bigger than Liu Yu's. Moreover, this sensation was very gentle. Wait, don't tell me she's not wearing underwear. Yi Chen felt that the two big rabbits of Su Mengsen were only separated by a thin cloth. Call me Mengsen. If not, I will not let you go. Su Mengsen whispered in Yi Chen's ear very gently. Hearing this, Yi Chen's bones seemed to want to melt. Mature women like Su Mengsen truly had fatal temptations for men. After that incident, Su Mengsen tried to find Yi Chen by all means. Even Su Mengsen asked for help from the intelligence of this country to find Yi Chen. Unfortunately, she could not find Yi Chen. Because she did not find Yi Chen, Su Mengsen felt despair. Since the last time Yi Chen saved herself, Yi Chen had already occupied Su Mengsen's heart. And finally Su Mengsen was very happy to see Yi Chen again. Since the last time Yi Chen had touched her, Su Mengsen began to feel strange with her body. She felt more passionate than before. Every night Su Mengsen dreamed of dirty things together with Yi Chen. Since Su Mengsen had already reunited, would not let Yi Chen go. She did not care even though Yi Chen had a girlfriend or fiancé. Most importantly, she wanted to be with Yi Chen. Sister Mengsen, can you let me go? I can't stand it like this, Yi Chen asked politely to Su Mengsen. Hearing this, Su Mengsen finally wanted to release Yi Chen. Haha. Finally I found you too. Now you won't be able to run away from this old woman. Su Mengsen said with a very seductive smile. Why should I run? This city is my home. Yi Chen said. Who ran away from me when I tried to invite you back together? Su Mengsen pointed at Yi Chen's chest using her fingers. Su Mengsen was still angry that Yi Chen was hiding when she invited him back together to the capital. If only before she and Yi Chen had returned together. Maybe now their relationship had developed very far. Well, I have no other choice. Anyway, you know for yourself that at that time I had to go back here. The capital city is your place while this is where I live. Yi Chen said. The reason Yi Chen didn't want to stay back together with Su Mengsen was because he acted like wanting to get too involved with military affairs. From the words of Grandfather Zhao, Grandfather Su Mengsen was the highest general. If at that time he went home together with Mengsen, there would have been many questions for him. Huffed. You tried to dodge. I know you were afraid of my background. So you left. Su Mengsen very cleverly guessed the reason Yi Chen had left at that time. Yi Chen had no idea that Su Mengsen turned out to be very clever in analyzing. Well, it doesn't really matter. So what do you want from me now? Said Yi Chen, questioning Su Mengsen. Giggle. I want you, Su Mengsen said while licking her seductive lips. Yi Chen felt Su Mengsen's every move was very seductive. Don't play with me. Tell me what you really want this time, Yi Chen said with a genius face. Su Mengsen walked towards Yi Chen. Her body suddenly leaned on Yi Chen's chest. I did not lie, I want you. Since I first met I have liked you. Su Mengsen very boldly expressed her feelings to Yi Chen. Yi Chen didn't know what he had to say under these circumstances. Naturally, Yi Chen's hand hugged Su Mengsen's willow waist. Su Mengsen regained a sense of comfort from Yi Chen. This was something Su Mengsen had not felt for a long time. Time passed very quickly. Yi Chen's hand began to dishonestly touch Su Mengsen's body, which had developed very well. Su Mengsen immediately shuddered as Yi Chen's hand touched her body. Feelings of numbness began to spread throughout Su Mengsen's body. Su Mengsen's body was very sensitive. Just being touched by Yi Chen for a moment, the bottom of Su Mengsen's had started to get wet. Seeing Su Mengsen not fighting Yi Chen get bolder, he moved his hands to Su Mengsen's two big rabbits. Ah! When her large rabbit was touched, Su Meng moaned softly. Yi Chen, let go of this old lady. I'm just kidding with you. Su Mengsen tried to break away from Yi Chen's evil grip. Su Mengsen only wanted to tease Yi Chen, not to have thought that Yi Chen's reaction would be like this. So you've only been playing teasing me all along. Yi Chen was not satisfied with Su Mengsen's words. You already have a beautiful little fiancé. How can you be attracted to an old woman like me? Said Su Mengsen with a sad face. The age difference between the two is very large, which is a barrier for Su Mengsen to start a relationship. Who would believe you are an old woman? You still look like a beautiful 20-year-old woman. Yi Chen praised Su Mengsen's beauty. Su Mengsen was very happy to be praised very sincerely by Yi Chen. Su Mengsen's face turned red with embarrassment. Let's get back, people might get suspicious. Su Mengsen immediately headed to the bathroom door. Before leaving, Su Mengsen turned around and said something. If you continue to behave properly, in the future I will give you a special gift. Su Mengsen said that while raising the two little rabbits using both of her arms. After saying that, Su Mengsen came out of the bathroom. Yi Chen didn't really understand what Su Mengsen's last words meant. Yi Chen was left alone. The bottom part of Yi Chen still standing, because of the temptation of Su Mengsen earlier. That woman seems to be the reincarnation of succubus, Yi Chen said grumpily. Yi Chen was very upset because there was no place to confide Su Mengsen. Just look at one day, I will definitely make you serve me in bed, Yi Chen swore in his heart. Chapter 146. Try new things. Yi Chen waited a while to calm his younger brother. After returning to normal, Yi Chen returned to the banquet hall. When Yi Chen returned, Dao Jinchen and Su Wansen were already very drunk. It turned out that the two of them were drinking 90-year-old wine. Tang Nu helplessly tried to stop these two people from drinking wine. If it continued like this, they would really not be able to get up again. On the other side, Su Mengsen had changed seats to Xiao Yanyan's side. He was talking to Xiao Yanyan. It seemed that the two of them had begun to get a bit more familiar. Yi Chen, come here. Let's try this wine. Zhao Jinchen invited Yi Chen to join in a drink. Yi Chen smiled and went to Zhao Jinshen's side to drink together. Jinshen, how can you give liquor to school students? On the other hand, Tang Nu scolded Zhao Jinshen for giving liquor to Yi Chen. Come on, don't be too strict. People who dare to drink in their youth will surely succeed in the future. Zhao Jinshen poured 90-year-old wine into Yi Chen's glass. Yi Chen began to sip the wine in his glass. After an hour, 5 bottles of wine had been consumed by these 3 people. Fortunately, Yi Chen's tolerance was quite high. Among these 3 people, Yi Chen still had a little awareness. Dao Jinshen and Su Wansen could no longer drink. They put their heads on the table, as if these 2 old men were no longer conscious. Seeing this, Grandma Tang Nu shook her head. Tang Nu tried to prop Zhao Jinshen back into the room. Mengsen, quickly help your grandfather upstairs. We have prepared a room for him. Tang Nu told Su Mengsen to take care of her grandfather Su Wansen. Su Mengsen immediately stood up and went to support her grandfather into the room Tang Nu had provided. Yanyan, you take care of Yi Chen. Tang Nu told Zhao Yanyan to take care of Yi Chen, who might also get drunk. Now in this place there are only Zhao Yanyan and Yi Chen wife. Where is your room? Yi Chen carried Zhao Yanyan's body like a princess. Over there. With a blushing face, Zhao Yanyan pointed at the direction leading to her room. Zhao Yanyan's room was on the 3rd floor. Yi Chen very quickly went up to Zhao Yanyan's room. To open the door, he kicked using his foot. Yi Chen threw Zhao Yanyan on the bed. Zhao Yanyan's bed was very fragrant. Yi Chen immediately pressed Zhao Yanyan under his body. Zhao Yanyan responded by wrapping her arms around Yi Chen's neck. Because he was used to being with Yi Chen, she was not ashamed as before. Yi Chen kissed Zhao Yanyan's cherry lips. Zhao Yanyan began to respond to Yi Chen's kiss passionately. Yanyan, you are very beautiful. Tonight I will not let you sleep. Yi Chen began to cry over Zhao Yanyan's dress. Finally Yi Chen had a place to confide after being tempted to the end by Su Mengsen. Zhao Yanyan closed her eyes waiting for what Yi Chen would do next. Knock. 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 Someone knocked on the door from outside this room. Yi Chen. Wait a minute. That might be my grandmother. Zhao Yanyan frantically got rid of Yi Chen and got up from the bed. After letting Zhao Yanyan go, Yi Chen lay on the bed. Zhao Yanyan immediately headed to the door to open the door. When Zhao Yanyan opened the door, she was a little surprised. The person who knocked on the door was not her grandmother, but Su Mengsen. Mengsen's sister. What do you want at this time of night to my room? Zhao Yanyan immediately asked what was wanted by Su Mengsen in her room at this time of night. Su Mengsen peeked inside. Seeing Yi Chen inside, Su Mengsen was excited. Su Mengsen had changed into a pretty sexy pajamas. She came here because she wanted to try sleeping with Yi Chen. Yanyan, younger sister. May I sleep with you tonight? Su Mengsen asked gently. Mengsen sister. Right now I'm sleeping together with Yi Chen. Surely you don't want to sleep in my room with Yi Chen? Zhao Yanyan felt strange with Su Mengsen. It was clear that in Grandpa's house there were so many empty rooms. Why Su Mengsen had to sleep in her room? Zhao Yanyan began to guess whether Su Mengsen had a relationship with Yi Chen. It doesn't matter if we can sleep three of us. It will be very pleasant, Su Mengsen said excitedly. Seeing Su Mengsen not dispute this, Zhao Yanyan invited Su Mengsen to enter her room. From inside Yi Chen's room had heard Su Mengsen's conversation. It seemed like this woman intended to tempt himself again. He wouldn't let Su Mengsen mess up what he wanted to do with Zhao Yanyan. Yi Chen fell asleep on the bed pretending to be drunk. Because Zhao Yanyan's mattress was small, it was impossible to accommodate three people. Zhao Yanyan had to fold the mattress against the wall. Now the three of them are lying on the floor with a base that is quite thick and warm. The current sleeping position. Su Mengsen was on the far right. Zhao Yanyan was in the middle and Yi Chen was on the far left. Zhao Yanyan turned off the lights. After the lights went out, everyone immediately fell asleep. After nearly 20 minutes of time had passed, Yi Chen finally acted. He began to hold the body behind Zhao Yanyan's pajamas. Zhao Yanyan had changed her clothes to silk pajamas that were slightly transparent. Ah! Feeling Yi Chen touch her body, Zhao Yanyan groaned. Ah! Husband, what are you doing? Ah! Mengsen's sister later saw what we were doing while moaning. Zhao Yanyan whispered in a very small voice to Yi Chen. I don't care. What I want is my beloved Yanyan. If she wakes up, we just drag her along with us. Yi Chen very whispered in Zhao Yanyan's ear. Yi Chen could not stand the temptation of Zhao Yanyan. At the crucial moment, Su Mengsen really dared to disturb him. But husband, are you sure? Zhao Yanyan was a little hesitant while doing things behind Su Mengsen. Yanyan, come on. Yi Chen cringed at Zhao Yanyan's ears. Yi Chen's temptation was truly unbearable for Zhao Yanyan. Zhao Yanyan could only nod at Yi Chen. Seeing Zhao Yanyan agree, Yi Chen was very happy. He turned Zhao Yanyan's body, then lifted up Zhao Yanyan's pajamas. The two white rabbits Zhao Yanyan were seen in front of Yi Chen's body. No matter how many times Yi Chen saw her, he never got bored with Zhao Yanyan's. Even though Zhao Yanyan's property was not very large, the level of resilience and softness was extraordinary. Yi Chen buried his head in both Zhao Yanyan's white rabbits. Zhao Yanyan was slightly amused when Yi Chen's hair touched her skin. Yi Chen opened his mouth and put in Zhao Yanyan's pink cherries. Ah! When Yi Chen put in his cherry, Zhao Yanyan immediately groaned with great satisfaction. Zhao Yanyan closed her mouth using her hands so that his voice did not leak. Occasionally Zhao Yanyan looked back to check on Su Mengsen. Part 2 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.